Wufan. My poor Wufan. Wah. Mother will never allow you to suffer again. Who has done this to you? Wah. My Wufan. In the dim haze of despair, the heart-wrenching cries evoke a profound sense of sorrow. Mother. That voice is Mother. Where am I? Ah, yes. Uncle Bike, Uncle Yamucha, Uncle Tianjin Fan, they all. Saiyans. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Uncle Bike, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't It hurts that this moment. Within a spacecraft, a 5-year-old boy with black hair suddenly emits a scream of anguish as the tumultuous waves of unfamiliar memories inundate his mind, tearing at him with an agonizing intensity that feels as though it might shatter him. Wufan, the expressions of those around him shift dramatically. A graceful and dignified woman instantly panics, gently laying Suen Wuon down, tears streaming down her cheeks. A bald elder, adorned with sunglasses and a beard, senses something amiss with Suen Wuon's condition, exclaiming, "This is bad. Buerma, we must hurry." I understand. The woman named Buerma quickly accelerates, piloting the spacecraft towards Shidu. Wufan, I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, a man named Suen Wukong lies on a stretcher, his voice hoarse and seemingly devoid of strength as he gazes at his suffering 5-year-old son, his heart heavy with anguish and worry. Kylan Shinran, at times I truly despise my own helplessness. The elder mutters to a white cat beside him, clenching his fists in frustration. Within the spacecraft, a cloud of despair envelopes everyone, obscuring hope and saturating the air with desolation. Buerma, with her long blue hair and red-rimmed eyes, resembles a weeping willow, her sorrow palpable. Buerma recalls her first encounter with Suen Wukong on Baozi Mountain, their adventure in search of the Dragon Balls, the subsequent meeting with Yamucha, and their friendship with Kellen. Later, Suen Wukong single-handedly dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, and at the World Martial Arts Tournament, he faced Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. After enduring the chaos wrought by Dama Wang Bike, peace was disrupted a year ago with the arrival of the Saiyans. Suen Wukong's Saiyan brother, Reitais, shattered everything, leading to their mutual demise. Now, a year later, an even more perilous Saiyan, Vegeta, threatens once again. In the battles against the Saiyans, Yamucha, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and the rejuvenated Bike, who is no longer shrouded in darkness, have all perished. Suen Wukong is gravely injured, and Kellen and Suen Wuon have also sustained severe wounds. In the depths of a shadowy soul, Suen Wuon curls himself up, clutching his head as a primal roar escapes him, his body swelling as he transforms into a gigantic black-furred Oozru, emitting a feral cry filled with savage fury, as if intent on annihilating everything. This embodies the raw destructive instinct of the Saiyan race. In the realm of reality, Suen Wuon feels his pain dissipating, the tidal wave of memories being absorbed smoothly. Although he appears to be in a coma, his true consciousness stirs, yet the exhaustion of his body confines him, akin to a person experiencing sleep paralysis, aware yet immobile. Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super. Transcendence. This, the 85 years old, Suen Wuon struggles to comprehend the significance of these memories, yet the images from Dragon Ball Z resonate deeply within him, the Saiyans, tales he has lived through firsthand. How wondrous, Dragon Ball. Is this story centered around my father? From the moment he met Aunt Buerma to the present. In this moment, Suen Wuon grasps the connection between the memories of the traveler and the narrative of Dragon Ball Z, aligning perfectly with his own experiences thus far. Future. Could these records reveal our destiny? Though merely 5, Suen Wuon is not naive. He realizes the implications of what he has seen, the impending threats of Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and the enigmatic angels, destroyers, and Xeno that lie within Dragon Ball Super, culminating in the Tournament of Power. If this is true, there remain formidable adversaries yet to face. Father is incredible. With childlike innocence, Suen Wuon admires his father, Suen Wukong, but as he contemplates the adult he will become, his smile gradually fades. He had aspired to be a scholar, yet thoughts of his father, perpetually engaged in battle, fill him with an inexplicable sorrow. The memories of Dragon Ball Super hint at a foe named Maluo yet to come. Am I that future version of myself? Father, mother, Uncle Bika. 85, Suen Wuon is engulfed in turmoil and confusion, recalling how the traveler's memories depict him in Dragon Ball Super, forsaking martial arts to embrace peace, fully absorbed in scholarly pursuits. Why must I choose between being a scholar and a martial artist? He yearns to be a great scholar, yet he also wishes to spare his beloved father, Suen Wuon, from hardship. For the young Suen Wuon, his thoughts are straightforward. His dream is to be a scholar, but he realizes that these two paths need not be mutually exclusive. With this realization, Suen Wuon's consciousness returns to reality, and he slowly opens his eyes. He finds himself resting on a hospital bed, where Boerma had prepared everything in advance. Suen Wuon, unable to move and gravely injured, lies nearby. Wuon, you're awake. How wonderful. Mother is here. Do not be afraid. You are safe now, my dear Wuon. Mother Chi-Chi embraces Suen Wuon tightly, her heart having been gripped with fear at his prior state. Suen Wuon, witnessing his child awaken unscathed, breathes a sigh of relief, the weight on his heart finally lifting. Mother, I'm fine. I'm sorry for causing you worry. Suen Wuon smiles, his cherubic face reminiscent of Chi-Chi. Kellen, clad in a hospital gown, stands nearby with Boerma, Suen Wuon, and Marisheng, having remained silent until now due to Suen Wuon's ordeal. Actually, perhaps I should say this. Boerma, Wuon, Wuon, Master Wutian, there may still be a way to revive those slain by the Saiyans. What? Boerma and the others turn to Kellen in unison, while Suen Wuon, already aware, maintains a relatively unchanged expression. Though gravely injured, Suen Wuon appears slightly improved, yet his voice remains raspy. Kellen, you mentioned this before. What is happening? Kellen cautiously replies, the possibility may be slim, perhaps even absurd. The Saiyans would know about the Dragon Balls on Earth, likely having heard it from Reitai's communicator. They understand that the Dragon Balls can grant wishes, yet when they saw Bike, they referred to him as a Namekian. Suen Wuon, leaning against the hospital bed, concurs, indeed, that is how they addressed Uncle Bike. Uncle Kellen, are you suggesting that there are also 7 Dragon Balls on Namek? I recall hearing that as well. Kellen, with a serious demeanor, affirms, precisely, Wuon. If what those Saiyans said is true, we could venture to Namek and possibly locate the 7 Dragon Balls. In that case, those who were slain by the Saiyans could be revived once more. Chapter 2 Gohan's Decision. The mention of Namek by Klin rekindled hope in the hearts of the desolate and suffering crowd. Master Roshi exclaimed with excitement, indeed. If Piccolo is revived, then the god will also return. With the god's resurrection, the Dragon Balls will be restored. This is truly magnificent. Perhaps this plan could work. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, Bulma's sudden interjection felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of hope. Ah, I truly envy you outsiders. So naive and ignorant. How could traveling to the cosmos possibly be achievable? It's utterly disappointing. Furthermore, Klin, do you even know where this Namek is located? This left Klin in a state of disappointment, sighing heavily. Wait, don't worry about that, Bulma. Let me ask Lord Kaioshin. Lord Kaioshin, do you know the location of Namek? Goku closed his eyes and communicated with North Kai, who had been observing the situation on Earth. The voice of North Kai resonated in the ears of those present, replying, of course I know where Namek is, as I am known as the Great Kai. Gohan recalled the memory of North Kai from the perspective of a traveler. He appeared somewhat comical and had a penchant for not-so-funny puns. Let me think, In terms of your Earth coordinates, it is at SU 83 in the direction and 9045 XY. North Kai provided the cosmic coordinates of Namek to everyone. 9045 XY coordinates. Bulma was bewildered. As an inventor, she had a far better understanding of this than Goku and Klin, who were mere amateurs. Klin asked, Bulma, do you know where that is? Bulma did not respond, but began calculating. At that moment, North Kai investigated the situation on Namek. Discovering that due to a unique climate change, a great disaster had occurred, prompting the god to journey from Namek to Earth. North Kai learned that the population on Namek had dwindled to fewer than 100, yet it was steadily increasing. The Namekians, like the god, were a very gentle race. And Piccolo was born from the god due to the malevolent influence of Earthlings. The god and Piccolo were essentially one. Thus, when Piccolo perished, the god also fell. What a joke. Based on my calculations, even with my father's most advanced engine, it would take 4,339 years and more than 3 months to reach Namek. Bulma's revelation left Klin and Master Roshi speechless. Gohan softly suggested, Aunt Bulma, can't we use the spaceship left by Vegeta and those Saiyans? Or, when the god came to Earth, he must have also arrived in a spaceship. Yes, Gohan. You are so clever. This is wonderful. We have hope. Laughter erupted, filling the room with joy. Gohan's words brought an uncontainable smile to Bulma's face, while the others in the hospital room exhibited expressions of delight. The sorrow and pain brought by the Saiyans gradually dissipated, yet only Gohan, through the memories of the traveler, understood the terrifying reality awaiting them on Namek. Setting off for Namek, Bulma hurriedly departed to handle matters regarding the Saiyan spaceship. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, sitting by the bedside, began unpacking a layer of wrapping, urging Gohan to catch up on his studies that he had fallen behind in during this time. Gohan felt an unusual clarity in his mind. The knowledge from the books was exceptionally clear. What once seemed cumbersome and complex now became easily comprehensible. Whenever he wished to remember something diligently, it would remain etched in his mind. Although he wasn't able to recall everything instantly, he was remarkably close. Was this due to my merging with the traveler? Gohan pondered, recalling that in the clash of souls, he had ultimately vanquished the traveler's soul and absorbed everything from him. As for why it was not because of the traveler's own memories, Gohan found little regarding academic knowledge in those memories, feeling little difference from his current self. He did not quite understand the traveler's fascination with characters like Kato Kei, Tokisaki Kurumi, or Kanazuki no Miko, nor did he grasp why the traveler was so enamored with them. Perhaps he would understand when he grew up. Gohan mused, aware that in his future, he would be with a girl named Biddy Lee and would have a daughter, but all of this felt incredibly distant for the 5-year-old boy. He was still in a state of innocence regarding such matters. With the changes he had undergone, who could predict whether everything would proceed along its original trajectory? Upon discovering this newfound talent, Gohan's playful spirit surged as he flipped through the pages with increasing speed, easily remembering what he wished to retain. Chi-Chi suddenly noticed the rapidity with which Gohan was reading. Although she harbored doubts about whether he was merely playing around, she inquired on the surface, "Gohan, have you really read all of that?" "Yes, Mom. After training with Uncle Piccolo, I feel like studying is much easier now. You can test me later." Gohan's enthusiasm made Chi-Chi skeptical. As a martial artist who had reached the top 8 in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, she had faced Goku then, forming a bond that led to their marriage. Although she could not match the prowess of Goku or Tien, she was certainly no weakling. With a determined expression on his youthful face, Gohan firmly declared, "Mom, I also want to go to Namek, just like Uncle Klin." Goku, wrapped like a mummy, also exhibited a hint of seriousness, while Klin, Ox King, and others turned their attention to Gohan lying in the hospital bed. Bulma had accidentally activated the self-destruct mechanism of the Saiyan spaceship, leading Bobo, residing in the goddess palace, to come and assist her in locating the spaceship that had brought the god to Earth, which she was currently modifying at home. Consequently, Bulma was not present. Presently, Gohan and Klin would need to remain hospitalized for 3 days to recover, while Goku would require 3 months. Fortunately, the Senzu beans from Karen would mature in a month, allowing Goku to be discharged then. Even with knowledge of the dire events awaiting them on Namek, Gohan felt no fear or reluctance. He was determined to do everything within his power to help. Chapter 3: The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. No, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with you, Gohan. Please don't joke about such things. Anyone can do this. There's no need for you to go back. Chi-Chi's expression was slightly frantic, hoping Gohan's words were merely a passing remark. "I'm not joking. I'm serious. I want to help Uncle Piccolo and the others come back to life. I want to share the burden with Dad and you, Mom." Goku beamed with pride, saying, "Well said, Gohan." At this moment, Goku was unaware of the thrilling and perilous adventures that awaited them on Namek. He, like Bulma and Klin, viewed it merely as a cosmic journey, oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead, which only Gohan understood. Gohan had consistently displayed extraordinary potential from a young age. Goku wished for Gohan to train alongside him, but Chi-Chi objected. Given that Gohan aspired to be a scholar, Goku, despite being a father, refrained from imposing any forced training upon Gohan. Master Roshi gently nudged Klin and whispered, "Let us step outside for a moment." Klin nodded, following Master Roshi out. As soon as they opened the door, they encountered Bulma and Puar, who were standing at the threshold, having just heard Chi-Chi's voice and not yet entered. Klin cautiously closed the door behind them, leaving the room to Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Son Gohan. "What are you two thinking? Gohan's body has yet to recover, and you are merely a 5-year-old child. Goku's fate and the others' demise have nothing to do with you." Chi-Chi's voice rose slightly, filled with agitation. "Stop rambling." Son Gohan's shout startled Master Roshi, Klin, and Bulma, who were still outside. "Gohan, how could you yell at me?" Chi-Chi looked at Son Gohan in disbelief, her expression troubled. She could hardly believe that her son had just raised his voice at her. This was the first time she had witnessed such a side of him. Gohan clenched his teeth, lowering his head slightly, and said, "Mom, I'm sorry, but this is not the time for such conversations. Everyone is fighting for the Earth. And while I will not abandon my studies, I also refuse to neglect my training. I wish to fight like Dad and protect you both. That Saiyan named Vegeta has fled, aiming for the Dragon Balls. We might encounter him again on Namek. I am no longer the little boy who would simply cry. I hope you can understand." Chi-Chi slumped helplessly into a chair. Son Gohan's words elicited both joy and sorrow within her. She was pleased to see Gohan's maturity, but saddened that such maturity should not manifest in a 5-year-old. Her hope was for Gohan to grow up safely, not to battle fierce enemies with his small limbs. "Go ahead, Gohan. I can no longer protect you. I can only choose to support you. But you must promise to return safely, okay?" Tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes as she gazed at son Gohan. "I promise. We will all return." Gohan's face lit up with a joyful smile upon receiving his mother's consent. "By the way, Dad, when we were fishing near Baozi Mountain, you mentioned a place called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber in the realm of the gods, where you trained for a month. Did I say that? I don't recall." Sun Wukong replied, looking bewildered. "You did. You absolutely did. You said the time flows differently there. The climate is unpredictable, and the temperature between day and night varies greatly. I want to train longer. I understand I still have many shortcomings. Dad, please." Gohan pleaded with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had only trained for a month due to the harsh conditions of the hyperbolic time chamber and his insufficient strength. If he had continued for a year or two, his abilities would have surpassed what he was capable of now. "I'm sorry, Gohan, but in my current state, I cannot accompany you in your training." Sun Wukong forced a smile as he spoke. At the door, upon hearing Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Gohan's conversation, Bulma, Klin, and others finally entered. A sturdy, dark-skinned man entered calmly, adorned with golden hoop earrings. It was Puar, residing in the Divine Palace. "Gohan, as you mentioned, the environment there is exceedingly harsh. Even Wukong could only endure a month due to the mental strain and distractions leading to hallucinations. Mr. Puar, I understand. But I want to grow stronger. I know I am inadequate in battles against the Saiyans," Gohan said as he slowly removed the bandages from his body. Master Roshi's glasses gleamed as he smiled kindly. "If that is the case, let this old man accompany you to the hyperbolic time chamber." "What? Master Roshi, are you sure?" Sun Wukong asked hesitantly. Master Roshi explained, "Mr. Puar will assist Bulma in translating Namekian. Though my strength may be lacking, do not forget that I once taught you all." Sun Wukong smiled, saying, "If that is the case, I leave it to you, Master Roshi." The party heading to Namek consisted of Gohan, Klin, and Bulma. Additionally, after a month, once the Senzu beans matured, Sun Wukong would recover. Bulma needed 10 days to input the Namekian language into the translation device, so she decided that they would gather at Master Roshi's place after that. After Gohan recovered, under Puar's guidance, he and Master Roshi arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. After advising Gohan and Master Roshi on several precautions, Puar opened the door, allowing them to enter the internal space of the chamber. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, a vast expanse of pristine whiteness stretched endlessly. Gohan and Master Roshi felt a weighty sensation. The gravity inside was over 10 times that of the outside world, equipped with all necessary facilities at the entrance. Master Roshi, whose frail body appeared to swell, had shed his turtle shell. Gazing at the interior, he exclaimed, "This is incredibly heavy. The environment here is even harsher than I imagined." Gohan nodded in agreement. Although he had only understood the hyperbolic time chamber through memories from a previous life, experiencing it firsthand was entirely new. He comprehended why his father, Sun Wukong, could only withstand a month within. "Gohan, you have trained with Piccolo, and much of what you need is already ingrained in you. However, the teachings of the Turtle School extend far beyond that. Both Wukong and Klin are on the verge of forgetting what they learned from me. Now give it your all, Gohan," Master Roshi declared, assuming a fighting stance alongside Gohan, who donned the orange Turtle School GI that once belonged to Sun Wukong, momentarily evoking memories of the past. "Yes, Master Roshi. Be careful," Gohan shouted as he tightened his fists and charged toward Master Roshi. Chapter 4, What is Strength? Whoosh, whoosh. Each of Gohan's full-force strikes was evaded by Master Roshi. After approximately an hour, Gohan was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The environment of the hyperbolic time chamber also took a toll on Master Roshi, causing him to break into a light sweat, and they decided it was time to rest. Gohan, what does strength mean to you? Master Roshi asked, wiping his sweat with a warm towel. Strength? In response to Master Roshi's inquiry, images of Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan 4 flashed through Gohan's mind. However, he could not directly mention these to Master Roshi. The memories from his previous life were not to be disclosed. He recalled that aside from the Destroyer, there were also angels, the Grand Minister, and Xeno, entities of unimaginable might. Should anyone learn of the memories swirling in his mind, unforeseen consequences might ensue. Though he was still young, that did not equate to a lack of intelligence. Master Roshi, is it the power of ki? Gohan pondered for a moment, using the closest words he could muster. Gushinrin gently shook his head and said, the strength of power indeed requires the intensity of one's own energy. Merely training the physical body without a matching heart may lead to a backlash of that power. Suen Wuon, somewhat perplexed, pondered the meaning behind Gushinrin's words. He recalled that during their recent sparring session, he had not touched Gushinrin at all, despite his significant superiority in strength. Perhaps this was related to what Gushinrin referred to as the heart, although Suen Wuon found it difficult to grasp at the moment. Observing Suen Wuon's expression, Gushinrin sighed and remarked, the environment of the spirit time room is not suitable for such discussions. Wuon, as you mentioned, there is a possibility of encountering that escaped Saiyan on Namek. What I am about to teach you are techniques and highly practical moves. I understand, Gushinrin. Please guide me, Suen Wuon said, respectfully clasping his hands together and bowing. Outside, Bobo had already gathered all the information regarding the Namekian language, leaving the rest to Bulma, who would input the Namekian language into the translation device. Thus, they returned to the temple. The sound of footsteps emerged from the spirit time room, startling Bobo. They are out so soon? The door of the spirit time room opened, and Suen Wuon emerged, carrying the unconscious Gushinrin on his back. They had trained inside for a total of 13 days, not even half a month. While Suen Wuon could have continued, Gushinrin could not endure any longer, as the environment within the spirit time room was exceedingly grueling. Gushinrin, we are back. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, Suen Wuon noted the gravity inside the spirit time room was 10 times that of the outside world, along with a disorienting sensation of dimensional dislocation, which left both he and Gushinrin feeling uncomfortable. Gushinrin stepped down from Suen Wuon's back, acknowledging, indeed, I am still too weak. I have fallen far behind you. Wuon, you possess unimaginable potential. When Wukong was your age, he was not as formidable as you. As long as you diligently pursue your training, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass our expectations. Gushinrin, I will not forget to train. Suen Wuon, recalling the memories of a traveler, vowed not to allow his father, Suen Wukong, to bear the burden of protecting the earth alone. Bobo approached with a calm demeanor, instilling a sense of tranquility, and said, Wuon, if you do not mind, allow me to guide your training over the next few days. Really? Is that true, Mr. Bobo? I have heard my father speak of you. You truly wish to guide my training? Suen Wuon looked at him with eager anticipation, his youthful face and slender frame concealing remarkable strength. Indeed, Wuon, although my power may be limited, I can certainly accompany you in your training, replied Bobo in a calm, unperturbed manner. That's wonderful. By the way, Mr. Bobo, I apologize. But could you wait just a moment? After I return Gushinrin, I have some matters to attend to at Bulma's home in West City. I need to ask Dr. Brief for assistance with something, Suen Wuon said, scratching his head sheepishly and smiling. Of course, Bobo replied evenly. Gushinrin, curious, inquired, Wuon, what is it that you need? Suen Wuon turned back to glance at the entrance of the spirit time room and grinned. Hee, I just had a sudden thought. The gravity in the spirit time room is 10 times that of Earth. I can clearly feel my strength has increased significantly. So, I was wondering, what if I could create a training room that controls gravity at 20 or 30 times? Wouldn't I become even more powerful? Upon hearing Suen Wuon's idea, even Bobo's typically placid expression showed a hint of surprise. Suen Wuon's reasoning was quite sound, and his perspective was entirely rational. Wuon, you truly have some intriguing ideas. However, while training is indeed arduous, one must also strike a balance between hard work and rest. Gushinrin expressed concern for Suen Wuon's health, fearing that excessive training might lead to lingering injuries. Rest assured, Guxianren. I will not forget your guidance. Suen Wuon felt relieved, understanding that asking a 5-year-old to fabricate such a lie felt somewhat disingenuous. Fortunately, neither Bobo nor Guxianren perceived anything amiss. After all, he had not derived the idea of a gravity room from the spirit time room. What he lacked was time. Krillin and Bulma had treated this journey to Namek as an interstellar exchange, completely unaware of the lurking dangers and oblivious to the fact that, aside from Vegeta, there was an even more terrifying threat, Frieza. After returning Guxianren, Suen Wuon headed to Bulma's home in West City, where he explained his request to Dr. Brief and asked him to install the gravity room onto their spaceship. Once everything was arranged, he returned to the Heavenly Temple and began training with Bobo. Bobo taught Suen Wuon the techniques that Suen Wukong had once experienced, to be as silent as the sky in defense and to strike faster than lightning in offense. Time passed slowly, and soon the day to depart for Namek arrived. On the eve of their departure, Suen Wuon concluded his training and spent some time with his mother, Chi-Chi, and father, Suen Wukong, sharing stories from his training period to relax his body and mind, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. Suen Wuon had even cut his hair. No longer sporting the mushroom cut, his black hair stood slightly upright, with a black fringe cascading down, resembling the hairstyle of the mysterious Wuon from the Memories of a Traveler. As for the mushroom cut, he found it unattractive and decidedly refused it. Chapter 5. Journey to Namek. At that moment, in Guxianren's house, Bulma donned a specially prepared spacesuit and sported a chic short haircut, exuding an air of competence. The spaceship resembled a white insect with peculiar protrusions, supported by 4 legs, retrofitted from the former spaceship of the Great Kai. Krillin, with curiosity etched on his face, looked up and asked, "Are we really going to take this to reach Namek?" Bulma, yawning and appearing quite fatigued, replied, I'm really exhausted. This should have been finished long ago, but Wuon insisted on having a gravity room, and it wasn't completed until yesterday, forcing me to conduct a late-night test on the spaceship. I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma, Suen Wuon said, lowering his head apologetically. Clad in a purple martial arts uniform gifted by Piccolo, he carried only the essentials for the journey, such as a change of clothes and toiletries, while declining to bring any homework. Chi-Chi had recognized Suen Wuon's maturity and had eased her overly protective tendencies, allowing him some freedom. Moreover, Chi-Chi was thrilled to see Suen Wuon caring about his hairstyle. However, at just 5 years old, he did not fully comprehend that his hairstyle, reminiscent of the mysterious state of his future self, was inspired by the traveler's memories, which deemed it quite handsome. Under the watchful eyes of the Ox King, Chi-Chi, Guxianren, and the turtle, Suen Wuon, Krillin, and Bulma entered the cabin, fastened their seatbelts, and as the spaceship ignited, they soared beyond the atmosphere in an instant, traveling out of the solar system toward their destination. Once they exited Earth's atmosphere, the spaceship stabilized. After Bulma set the coordinates for Namek and switched to autopilot, she unfastened her seatbelt. Suen Wuon, filled with curiosity, approached the window and gazed through the glass at the cosmic expanse, feeling that even the solar system seemed exceedingly small in comparison. Wuon, Wu Tianlaoshi mentioned that you have been training alongside Mr. Bobo during this period. Kellen also approached Sun Wuon, who, at merely 5 years of age, stood tall enough to reach Kellen's shoulder, a fact that highlighted Kellen's rather modest stature. Sun Wuon nodded, smiling as he said, "Indeed, Mr. Bobo has guided my training. He is truly an enigmatic figure, possessing vast knowledge. I can distinctly feel that I have grown considerably stronger." Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Bulma clad in a gray, thin nightgown that revealed her midriff, paired with snug-fitting undergarments, exuding a bold and carefree demeanor. As she held a remote control in her hand, "Wuon, do you remember the gravity room?" I almost forgot, Aunt Bulma. What has become of the gravity room? Where is it?" Sun Wuon inquired eagerly, having been so engrossed in the cosmic scenery that he nearly overlooked it. "Follow me, Wuon." Bulma beckoned, leading Sun Wuon and Kellen up a ladder to the next level. Upon reaching the stairwell, she opened a transparent glass door and ushered them inside. Kellen had heard about the gravity room from Kame Sennin, who had also described the environment within the hyperbolic time chamber. At the center of the gravity room was a gravity control device, which had an external remote control installed for safety, allowing adjustments to be made from outside. Sai, a delicate lady, would rather not linger in such a place. I shall take my leave. Bulma, noticing the eager expressions on Sun Wuon and Kellen, exited promptly, closing the door behind her while peering through the glass to observe the interior. Suen Wuon approached the control panel, while Kellen had already donned an orange martial arts uniform, exclaiming, "Wufan, Sensei Wu Tian has mentioned the gravity room, but what exactly is it like?" "Hee hee, Uncle Kellen, wait a moment, let me see. I will set it to 10 times gravity," Suen Wuon announced as he adjusted the gravity setting to 10 times, a level he had long since acclimated to in the hyperbolic time chamber. Kellen nearly fell to the ground. While 10 times gravity was not excessively burdensome for them, it still required some time to adapt. "This gravity room is fantastic. I cannot believe you thought of such a marvelous invention, Wufan," Kellen exclaimed in delight. "Hee hee. This is all thanks to Aunt Bulma and Dr. Brifu." Suen Wuon cheerfully waved to Bulma outside the door. Bulma smiled and nodded, her gaze reflecting a sense of nostalgia as she saw Suen Wuon, reminiscent of the young Suen Wuon from days long past. The memories of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament flooded back, where a grown-up Suen Wuon had returned, more handsome than ever, now a father himself. What a mistake, Bulma mused, returning below to the empty vessel, feeling a sense of loss and solitude. In the cosmos, a spherical spaceship drifted down to a certain base, where a figure clad in a blue battle suit appeared rather disheveled, with spiky black hair. It was Vegeta, an alien soldier, wearing the same battle suit as Vegeta, was taken aback by Vegeta's pitiful state and hastily transported him to the medical chamber. "Kakarot," Vegeta muttered, filled with hatred and resentment, as he was submerged in the healing liquid. Time passed, and after a while, Vegeta emerged from the medical chamber, his wounds from the battle on Earth now healed. He gazed at his hands, reflecting on the fruitful experiences from his time on Earth. He had learned methods to control his battle power. Yet many things could not be grasped with merely a glance. "Oh, Vegeta, what a sorry sight. I have heard that you were thoroughly defeated. Raditz and Nappa have perished. Who possesses such power to vanquish the warrior race of Saiyans?" A blue humanoid alien, adorned with spots, openly mocked Vegeta, emphasizing the term warrior race. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged as he walked past the alien. "Get lost, Chioi, do not obstruct me. I have no time for you." Chioi seized Vegeta's shoulder with a mocking grin, saying, "Listen, Vegeta, Lord Frieza is quite displeased with your unsanctioned trip to Earth. Remove your filthy hands from me," Vegeta retorted, his tone growing colder. Chioi felt a surge of anger, smiling insincerely as he continued, "However, Lord Frieza has graciously forgiven you because you discovered something of value." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, panic rising as he shoved Chioi's hand away. "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, this is all thanks to you. Otherwise, how could Lord Frieza have learned of the Dragon Balls? This is all due to your fortune." Chioi reveled in Vegeta's alarm, continuing to mock him. Chapter 6, Arrival at Namek. "What did you say, you scoundrel?" Vegeta stormed out in fury, snatching a scouter from an alien warrior he passed, and boarding a spaceship. Now, Frieza was en route to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls, and Vegeta could hardly believe it. If Frieza obtained the Dragon Balls and wished for immortality, he would be forced to submit to Frieza's will forever. "Damn it, the Dragon Balls are mine. I shall not let you succeed, Frieza." Vegeta's eyes burned with determination as he piloted the spaceship toward Namek. In the vast cosmos, a lone spaceship sailed in silence. Outside the gravity room, Kellen lay despondently on his fixed bed, as more than 20 days had elapsed. With the nearing of their training, Suen Wuon's talent and potential began to reveal themselves. 100 times gravity? Is it truly safe for such a young child? Bulma expressed her concern, glancing at the controller displaying 100 times gravity. For over 20 days, Suen Wuon had spent the majority of his time training in the gravity room, aside from sleeping and resting. "No problem. Wuon possesses incredible potential. He surpasses me by leaps and bounds," Kellen reassured her, quickly overcoming his earlier gloom. The gravity room's training was not well suited for him, or rather, not for Earthlings. In the past month, he had only managed to reach 40 times gravity, clearly due to Suen Wuon's Saiyan bloodline. Suddenly, Bulma noticed the gravity reading on the controller reset to 0, and Suen Wuon emerged from the gravity room, his clothes drenched in sweat. "Time for a shower. Then we can balance work and rest. Besides, we don't have any sins of beans," she noted. Kellen then entered the gravity room to continue his training, aiming to challenge himself with 50 times gravity before reaching Namek. After changing into his night clothes, Suen Wuon exited the bathroom, acutely aware that he had grown stronger, though the extent remained uncertain. Even if Bulma had brought a battle power detector, it would be impossible to unleash his full power within the spaceship. Any mishap could lead to disastrous consequences. You are truly diligent, Wufan. You can move freely under 100 times gravity. You truly are Goku's child, Bulma remarked, engrossed in a novel titled Galactic Patrol GAC, which she had brought to pass the time during their journey. Wow, Suen Wuon yawned, feeling fatigued as he lay on the bed. Aunt Bulma, how much longer until we reach Namek? Bulma, without lifting her head, continued to flip through the pages, saying, we should arrive at Namek in about 2 days. 2 days? Suen Wuon had initially planned to continue adapting to the 110 times gravity, but time was insufficient. The higher the gravity increase, the harder it became to adapt, and 100 times was already his limit. More importantly, with the turmoil on Namek, he needed to rest well during these last 2 days to ensure his body and spirit were in optimal condition. Bulma, feeling somewhat disinterested, closed her book and asked, Gohan, compared to that Saiyan named Vegeta, who is stronger now? Suen Wuon pondered for a moment. He could now move freely under 100 times gravity, and within the spaceship. He lacked a clear understanding of his battle power. However, he sensed that he was significantly stronger than Krillin. Furthermore, he was still quite young, only 5 years old, lacking the rich combat experience of Vegeta and Krillin. If their battle powers were on the same level, he would undoubtedly lose. I'm not entirely sure. Only when we meet can we know for certain. But I can feel that I am much stronger than Uncle Krillin, Suen Wuon replied with a smile, closing his eyes. Is Krillin strong? Bulma remarked lazily, stretching her figure to perfectly display her graceful form. On the 34th day since leaving Earth, Suen Wuon and his companions finally arrived at Namek. From the cosmos, it appeared as a planet enveloped in lush green, orbited by 3 suns, resulting in perpetual daylight. They had only 130 days in a year, and the gravity and air were similar to Earth. Suen Wuon and Krillin quickly secured themselves in their seats and fastened their seatbelts as they traversed Namek's atmosphere. After a tumultuous descent, they landed at a suitable destination. I will check the atmospheric conditions of Namek. Additionally, I have prepared oxygen, Bulma began to say when she suddenly saw Suen Wuon and Krillin already outside the spaceship. Leaving her dumbfounded, Suen Wuon murmured, indeed, it resembles the training grounds of Uncle Piccolo. Krillin remarked, yes, it is quite similar to where we fought the Saiyans. Piccolo might feel a sense of calm in a place reminiscent of his homeland. Hey, you two have no sense at all. Why did you rush out like that? Bulma exclaimed in exasperation, startling Suen Wuon and Krillin. Sorry, Bulma auntie, let's find the Dragon Balls quickly. Suen Wuon hurriedly apologized. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar, and the markers for the 7 Dragon Balls clearly appeared, with 4 located in the same area and the remaining 3 scattered in different directions. Indeed, the Dragon Ball radar is responding. This is wonderful, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, grasping Krillin's hand in excitement. Uncle Krillin, Suen Wuon furrowed his brow, sensing numerous energy signatures, one of which felt overwhelmingly oppressive and terrifying. Krillin also calmed down, the fiery enthusiasm within him extinguished in an instant. There are so many powerful energies. What's happening? Is it the energy of the Namekians? Suen Wuon shook his head vigorously, saying, no, one of those energies is incredibly strong. I feel like I can hardly breathe in its presence. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the sky, and a spherical spaceship streaked across, leaving a blue jet trail, causing Suen Wuon, Bulma, and Krillin to turn around. That spaceship, Bulma gasped, her face pale and trembling, nearly on the verge of tears. It's a Saiyan spaceship. Gohan, we need to suppress our energy, otherwise, we'll be discovered, Krillin exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat and visibly frightened. When Suen Wuon reached Namek, he had already controlled his energy and remained calm, stating, indeed, it is him. The energy from that spaceship belongs to Vegeta. Upon hearing Suen Wuon's response, Bulma collapsed onto the ground, saying, I knew it. Gohan, do you feel confident to defeat that Saiyan? I sense that Vegeta's energy is much weaker than mine. But what concerns me more is that extremely evil and powerful energy, Suen Wuon said, clenching his fists in frustration. Even though he had learned about these matters through the memories of the Traveler, feeling Frieza's energy was still terrifying. According to the Traveler's recollections, Frieza had 3 more transformations. Chapter 7. The Chaotic Namek. Even more frightening than the Saiyans were the terrifying beings who were undoubtedly here for the Dragon Balls. What should we do? This is not good. We should return to Earth. Bulma's makeup was starting to smudge as she broke into a cold sweat. Her boyfriend Yamcha, along with Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo, had all been killed by the Saiyans, and after much effort, they had managed to defeat Vegeta. Now, learning of an even more terrifying entity, she was beginning to second-guess her decision. Krillin said, if he obtains the Dragon Balls, it will be disastrous. Bulma, you should inform Earth about the situation. Leave the Dragon Ball radar behind, and return first. I will stay here with Gohan to collect the Dragon Balls. How does that sound, Gohan? Suen Wuon hesitated for a moment, then resolutely turned to Krillin and Bulma, saying, Uncle Krillin, Auntie Bulma, you should go back. I will handle the Dragon Ball collection. Oh, Gohan you. Krillin looked at Suen Wuon in surprise. Bulma added, once you return, I will bring Goku over. It will take about 2 months, Gohan. 2 months is more than 60 days. I know, Auntie Bulma. Uncle Krillin, you should go back. I will stay here. Suen Wuon's youthful face showed no signs of wavering. He was indeed serious. Bulma staying here would only lead to anxiety, and Krillin remaining might end up like the tragic events in the traveler's memories. Death is not a desirable fate. Who wishes for it? Moreover, Krillin was a good friend of his father, a comrade in battle. Anyone who could easily push their companions and friends toward death should be avoided. Such a person is devoid of emotion, a monster who could lead one to demise at any moment. Krillin and Bulma exchanged glances, unable to believe Suen Wuon possessed such determination. Krillin firmly stated, Bulma, you should return first. I will handle things here with Gohan. Bulma looked at Krillin and Suen Wuon, somewhat dissatisfied. Don't underestimate a lady. Remember, you two were able to come to Namek because of me. Otherwise, how could 2 rough men traverse millions of light years to get here? And Gohan, what are you pretending to be, a tragic hero at such a young age? Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to show off. That wasn't my intention. Suen Wuon lowered his head, his face flushed from Bulma's words. Bulma smiled slightly, transforming the spaceship into a universal capsule for storage, carefully putting it away, and said, once we find the Dragon Balls, we will return together. Without my genius assistance, how could you two possibly get back? The universal capsule is a high-tech product developed by Bulma's family, capable of storing desired items within a small capsule for easy transport. Suddenly, an unfamiliar energy approached, and the three turned to see a spherical spaceship similar to Vegeta's streaking through the sky, closely following them. Suen Wuon remarked, another unfamiliar energy is coming. We are unaware of the situation. Let's find a place to hide. Uncle Krillin, Auntie Bulma. All right, let us hurry. Krillin and Suen Wuon each grasped Bulma's arm, concealing their energy as they soared to a secluded valley. Bulma quickly established contact with Earth. Meanwhile, at the Kame house on Earth, Master Roshi received Bulma's communication. Upon learning of the dire situation on Namek, he was genuinely alarmed. The ability to bridge millions of light years and connect directly with Bulma on Namek stemmed from the use of a unique cosmic wave, originally conceived from the invention of a detector, so there was no need to dwell on the improbability of such communication. After ending the call, Master Roshi hastily contacted Suen Wuon. A month had passed, and the senzu beans cultivated by Karen had matured. After consuming one, Suen Wuon fully recovered. At Bulma's residence, Dr. Brief was modifying the spacecraft that Suen Wuon had brought to Earth in his youth. He had significantly expanded the original spherical structure, creating ample space for movement. Moreover, its propulsion capabilities surpassed those of the previous God spacecraft, allowing it to traverse from Earth to Namek in nearly a week. A gravity chamber was also installed, something Suen Wuon had longed to experiment with after hearing about it from Suen Wuon, though it was not yet fully operational and required additional time for completion. On Namek, Vegeta emerged from the spacecraft, tightly gripping a detector in his hand. That scoundrel Frieza actually intended to claim the Dragon Balls before me. The Dragon Balls belong to me. I can handle the others, but if I confront Frieza directly, I stand no chance. I must devise another method to obtain the Dragon Balls. Immortality and eternal life are destined to be mine. After donning the detector, Vegeta observed the battle power readings, alongside their direction and targets. These two they brought Zarbin and Dodoria along as well. Suddenly, a spherical spacecraft streaked across the sky towards him, causing Vegeta to frown. It's Chui, truly a fool unaware of his own demise. In a village on Namek, a figure sat regally upon a floating technological throne, possessing blood-red eyes, deep purple lips, and 2 crimson streaks resembling blood tears at the edges of his eyes. Clad in protective armor, a tail draped casually over the floating chair. He was flanked by 2 aliens, one, a short and stout pink creature named Dodoria, and the other, a seemingly cultured alien named Zarbin, both loyal subordinates of Frieza. On the ground, a multitude of green-skinned Namekians lay lifeless, their purple blood staining the earth, while the architect of this devastation remained indifferent, callously orchestrating their demise without a hint of remorse. A small soldier cradled a golden sphere about the size of a basketball, translucent and adorned with 3 red stars, the very Dragon Ball sought by Suen Wuon and his companions. "We found it, Lord Frieza." Although fierce and brutal, the diminutive soldier respectfully presented the 3-star Dragon Ball. Sitting upon the floating chair, Frieza expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. We are now left with only 3 Dragon Balls." Zarbin and Dodoria stood behind Frieza, each possessing a Dragon Ball of their own, the 7-star, 2-star, and 5-star Dragon Balls. The radar indicated the locations of 4 Dragon Balls, precisely where they were. Turmoil continued on Namek as Suen Wuon, through the memories of a time traveler, learned of the unfolding events. He remained steadfast in his training. As the butterfly effect sparked by the time traveler's memories had begun to manifest different constants and variables on Namek. Chapter 8. Battle Power Values. The small soldier handed the Dragon Ball to Dodoria for safekeeping, meaning Frieza now possessed 4 Dragon Balls. Frieza cautioned, "Take good care of it." Mr. Dodoria, for Vegeta, is also eager to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the handsome Zarbin detected an energy signal with his device, reporting, "Lord Frieza, Chui has tracked Vegeta to this planet." Previously, a powerful energy response appeared, but it vanished upon Vegeta's arrival. Prior to arriving on Namek, Suen Wuon had concealed his energy, thus evading detection by Zarbin's device. Moreover, due to their prior agreement to gather Dragon Balls on Namek, there was no discord among Bulma, Kellen, and Suen Wuon, and the spacecraft remained intact. "We will investigate the area where the energy response was detected. We should soon uncover who it was," Frieza said. "What concerns me is how to deal with the rebellious Vegeta," Zarbin assured. "Rest easy, Chui is going to handle him. Their strengths are evenly matched, and given their tumultuous relationship, there should be no issues." A thunderous roar erupted as Chui leisurely exited the spherical spacecraft under Vegeta's gaze. "Vegeta, you cannot escape. I have found you, and with Lord Frieza's orders, I can now kill you without hesitation." Vegeta folded his arms defiantly, smirking coldly. "You think someone of your lowly caliber can kill me, Chui? How absurd. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, is your vision failing you? Check your detector. My battle power far exceeds yours. I previously lacked a reason to strike, but now I can finally eliminate you at will," Chui taunted, standing face to face with Vegeta. The detector revealed Vegeta's battle power, prompting Chui to laugh maniacally. With a swift motion, Chui unleashed a torrent of flames, radiating a scorching aura towards Vegeta. Vegeta leaped gracefully into the air, later descending slowly as Chui's flames detonated in the distance, illuminating the sky and tousling Vegeta's hair. "Umph," he scoffed, "your power seems to have diminished significantly. You stand no chance against me now." Chui grinned maliciously. "You claim I have no chance. Fine, allow me to show you something remarkable, Chui. I learned a fascinating technique during my recent visit to Earth," Vegeta declared. "Oh, is it a skill for a hasty retreat? How fitting for you, Vegeta," Chui mocked. "Not at all. It is a method of controlling my battle power. Observe closely and see how my strength manifests on your detector," Vegeta proclaimed, unleashing his energy to display his battle power in full view of Chui's device. Chui's expression shifted dramatically as he stumbled back, trembling at the readings on the detector. "See control my battle power? Impossible. You should be my equal. Fool. I have continuously honed my combat experience. I nearly perished on Earth, while you have lived a life of ease beside Frieza. You are no longer my match," Vegeta retorted, his battle power surging beyond Chui's. Chui stammered, drenched in sweat. 19,000, 21,000, 22,000. Suddenly, Chui's battle power detector exploded, coinciding with a similar explosion from afar, where Zarbin had been observing with his own device. "What happened, Zarbin?" Dodoria asked, puzzled. Sabo replied, "It may be a malfunction of the machine. Just now, the detector indicated that Vegeta's combat power has surpassed 22,000. 22,000? Haha, it must indeed be a malfunction. Your detector is an outdated model. It is time for an upgrade." Although Dodoria said this, He felt a twinge of unease within. He activated his own detector, which was a newer model capable of capturing higher readings. No, this cannot be. Is my new model malfunctioning too? It shows 24,000. Sabo was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? 24,000? Are you saying that Vegeta's combat power has exceeded ours?" Liya questioned with slight confusion. His combat power should only reach a maximum of 18,000. Frieza spoke in a calm demeanor. This is not unexpected. Vegeta has been fighting on the front lines. He may have learned new techniques on Earth or elsewhere. 24,000 is merely a number. The two of you together can still defeat him. Sabo hesitantly inquired. Lord Frieza, should we call the Ginyu Force? No need. The Ginyu Force is preparing to attack Yardrat. It is a crucial location. Vegeta seeks the Dragon Balls, likely desiring eternal life, which is utterly foolish. Vegeta has never respected me. He left for Earth without orders, and now he wishes to openly defy me. How foolish. Suen Wuon, Klin, and Bulma were hiding, while a few small soldiers searched for them. Though they could handle these soldiers, the priority was to conceal their energy and remain undetected, waiting to seize an opportunity. Is this Vegeta's energy? It feels so weak. Suen Wuon looked at his hands. Realizing that Vegeta's full power output gave him a clearer assessment of his own combat capabilities. Wuon, you have adapted to 100 times gravity. You have surpassed us by a great margin. It is indeed astonishing that Vegeta is no longer your opponent, Klin remarked, feeling a twinge of envy. The gravity chamber training was evidently not suited for Earthlings, as he still struggled with 40 times gravity and was far behind Wuon. Bulma gazed at Suen Wuon with delight, her eyes sparkling. Really? Is it true? Wuon, you are now stronger than that Saiyan Vegeta, aren't you? Fantastic. You must protect this lady. Suen Wuon gently shook his head, his small frame filled with determination as he said, I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma. But let me gather the Dragon Balls. Apart from that terrifying individual, I fear no one else. Uncle Klin, please ensure Aunt Bulma's safety. What? Wuon, you are leaving? Bulma's face paled at the thought of him departing amidst the chaos, leaving her feeling insecure. Aunt Bulma, if those individuals obtain all the Dragon Balls, we will have no chance. As long as I avoid that dreadful person, it will be fine. Suen Wuon took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma and bid farewell to her and Klin. Suddenly, he launched an energy blast to eliminate the nearby patrolling soldiers before flying toward the location marked on the radar. Though still quite young, Suen Wuon was not foolish. Drawing from the memories of the time traveler, he devised a plan to seize the Dragon Balls, but first, he needed to make use of Vegeta. Everything had changed now. Chapter 9. The thoughts of all parties. The combat power displayed by Vegeta caused Chiu Yi's detector to report erratically, filling him with panic and a desperate will to survive. Wait, Vegeta. Please wait. I have a great idea. Let me join you. I can help. I've long had a disdain for Lord Frieza. Seeing the intensified killing intent from Vegeta, Chiu Yi trembled in fear and hurriedly added, My proposal is quite reasonable. With my combat power combined with yours, we can easily defeat Sabo and Liya. Humph. You are merely spewing lies. Even you do not believe them. The more I look at you, the more I find you detestable. Go die? Vegeta's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. Chiu Yi let out a final, desperate roar, attempting to resist. But the gap between them was too vast. In less than a round, he was reduced to mere pulp, leaving a filthy explosion in the air. Liya's detector registered the disappearance of Chiu Yi's energy, causing him to break into a cold sweat at the thought of facing Vegeta, who now possessed 24,000 combat power. It is true, Vegeta's 24,000 combat power just eliminated Chiu Yi. Frieza maintained his calm demeanor, remarking, It is merely the death of an inconsequential individual. Now, let us search for the 5th Dragon Ball, Mr. Liya, Mr. Sabo. Yes, Lord Frieza. Sabo and Liya replied respectfully. A soldier was scanning the surroundings with a detector and pointed in a direction. Lord Frieza? There are 10 Namekians detected in that direction. Frieza replied, I understand. I hope the 5th Dragon Ball is in their possession. Everyone, be cautious, aside from Vegeta. New competitors have emerged. Sabo added, the soldiers searching that area have disappeared. The enemies there may be extraordinary. They could suddenly increase their combat power, killing my scouts and hiding their energy. The detected combat power is only 2,000. Only 2,000, so leaving it be is not a significant issue. However, if their attitude does not suit me, and if I discover them, eliminate them immediately. The 2,000 combat power did not concern Frieza. To him, they were merely insignificant insects, even less than Sabo and Du Liya beside him. At this moment, Vegeta began to analyze the current situation and the advantageous conditions for himself in order to take action. Due to the detector, my movements have been fully exposed to them. Even if I could approach and defeat Sabo and Du Liya, I would still be unable to defeat Frieza. From their conversations through the detector, I learned that the Dragon Balls are ineffective unless all 7 are found. Thus, I will first seek 1 Dragon Ball, and when Frieza finds the other 6, I will seize the opportunity to take them all at once. If I successfully obtain all 7 Dragon Balls, I will gain eternal life. And defeating Frieza will no longer be a dream. Vegeta revealed a cold smile as he used the detector to pinpoint the location of the Namekians, deliberately avoiding Frieza and concealing his energy as he flew toward the target. Unbeknownst to him, Suen Wuon harbored a similar intention. After Vegeta obtained the Dragon Balls from Frieza, he would snatch them back from him. This confidence stemmed entirely from his current strength. The earlier defeat of Chio-E by Vegeta showcased his full power, which did not instill any sense of threat in Suen Wuon. Vegeta felt weak to him, lacking the dangerous aura that Frieza exuded. Understanding the events that were about to unfold on Namek from the memories of the time traveler, he had been training relentlessly. He had even visited the hyperbolic time chamber, but his current strength was insufficient to stay there for an extended period as in the past. He had also learned many abilities and techniques from Bobo and Master Roshi, mastering how to control his own power. During the journey to Namek, which lasted over a month, Bulma's father, Briff, constructed a gravity chamber. In this time, Suen Wuon's son, Suen Wuon, adapted to a gravity that was 100 times stronger than normal. All of this preparation was for this very moment, and it can be said that Suen Wuon utilized every skill at his disposal. Moreover, despite only being 5 years old, Suen Wuon's thought process had become remarkably astute. When he previously eliminated those reconnaissance soldiers, he had intentionally revealed his energy, although he had learned to conceal his presence completely while training with Bobo. Doing so would attract Frieza's attention, putting Krillin and Bulma in jeopardy. He sensed a location that aligned with Frieza's target, and now, Suen Wuon moved swiftly towards the Namekian village, adeptly hiding his energy while soaring through the skies, a skill imparted by Bobo. Following the signal from the Dragon Ball radar, Suen Wuon soon reached his destination, arriving at a small village inhabited by Namekians before Frieza's group could. Meanwhile, Krillin, who was hiding in a canyon, suddenly felt a surge of massive energy approaching, causing him to break into a cold sweat. This was troubling. There were suspicious energies drawing near from another direction. Bulma, stay silent, he urged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bulma quickly stowed away the special communication radar linked to Earth and pressed herself against the transparent cave wall alongside Krillin. Their hearts raced, and they dared not make a sound. In a hushed voice, Bulma asked Krillin, "Have our movements been exposed?" Krillin gritted his teeth, replying, "I don't know, just be quiet." Bulma anxiously shut her eyes, while Krillin pressed tightly against the cave wall, their hearts pounding faster, every nerve in their bodies taut. Swiftly, Frieza and his entourage soared overhead, narrowly missing Krillin and Bulma. As the sounds of their passage faded into the distance, Bulma sank to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. "Thank heavens we are safe. It seems they are not searching for us," she said with a feeble smile. However, Krillin continued to tremble uncontrollably. The overwhelming presence of Frieza had instilled a paralyzing fear within him. I sensed the individual Wuon mentioned amongst those who just passed, the moment I saw him. I was petrified. He exclaimed, "Oh no, the direction they are headed is the same as where Wuon just left. Indeed, their target is the Dragon Balls. Bulma, Wuon is in danger. That terrifying being is simply not an opponent we can defeat." Krillin's face went pale as realization struck him. Bulma mechanically approached the cave entrance, gazing helplessly at the crystalline green sky of Namek, feeling an icy chill within her heart. She longed to leave this place, but thought of Suen Wuon's small yet resolute figure, reminiscent of the young Suen Wuon, filling her with hope. "Do not worry, Krillin. Wuon is Suen Wuon's child, and he will be fine. I will contact Earth immediately. Once my father completes the spaceship, Wuon will arrive at Namek in about a week, and we will all be safe." Filled with unwavering confidence in Suen Wuon, Bulma felt reassured as long as he was present. Indeed, Krillin nodded vigorously. Yet he felt a pang of frustration, They were too weak and were gravely concerned about Suen Wuon's situation. Chapter 10. Acquiring a Dragon Ball on Earth at Bulma's home. Suen Wuon appeared anxious, clutching a bag filled with senzu beans. Ever since the turtle sage informed him about the circumstances on Namek, he had been deeply worried. More significantly, upon learning of an enemy even stronger than Vegeta, Suen Wuon felt a surge of excitement. However, while the thrill of battling formidable foes was an exhilarating aspect of Saiyan heritage, his heart remained steadfast in the desire to rescue everyone. At that moment, Mrs. Briff approached with a tray holding freshly brewed coffee, her eyes squinting in a smile, her golden curls framing her fashionable attire. "Wow, Wuon, have you completely recovered?" "Wow, it's Bulma's mother," he exclaimed. "By the way, has the spaceship I requested been modified yet?" Suen Wuon asked eagerly, his time in the hospital having been filled with impatience. Mrs. Briff replied, "I am not sure, but it seems he is still working on it." "Still working after more than a month? This is bad." Suen Wuon scratched his head in contemplation of what to do next. "Come to the courtyard, Wuon," Mrs. Briff said warmly, linking her arm with his, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. She had always been this affectionate towards him, whether in his childhood or now, yet she treated Bulma's current boyfriend, Yamcha, with indifference, an evident disparity in treatment. "I never imagined little Wuon would grow up so fast. How about we go on a date next time?" Mrs. Briff said, her smile delicate yet matured. "However, I must go to Namek right now," Suen Wuon replied with a somewhat forced smile. "You truly are a busy person. By the way, I found a cake shop that makes delicious cakes recently, all thanks to you, Wuon. If Earth were to be destroyed, I wouldn't be able to enjoy them anymore." "Is that so?" Suen Wuon chuckled as he and Mrs. Briff made their way to the courtyard, where Dr. Briff was still modifying the spaceship. The vessel resembled a massive sphere adorned with the insignia of the Universal Capsule, far more impressive than the ship piloted by Suen Wuon, Bulma, and Krillin. Dr. Briff opened the spaceship's hatch and exclaimed, "Ah, it's Wuon." Suen Wuon quickly inquired, "Is the spaceship not ready yet? I heard it's almost finished." Dr. Briff took a gentle puff from his pipe and replied, "It just needs a bit more work. Come inside and take a look." Seeing this, Mrs. Briff smiled and waved her hand, saying, "I'll go get your favorite drink." "Thank you," Suen Wuon replied, entering the spaceship. Dr. Briff had transformed the vessel from Suen Wuon's childhood into a much larger model, now equipped with a gravity chamber, bathroom, kitchen, and sleeping quarters on the lower level. However, with such comprehensive facilities, Suen Wuon questioned, "So what is still not ready?" Dr. Briff explained, "It's the position of the stereo speakers. I have been unable to finalize it." "What? That's all that's left?" Suen Wuon exclaimed in surprise. Dr. Briff, an individual who relished perfection, continued, "To achieve the most exquisite sound quality, one must also consider issues such as sound reflection." At this point, Suen Wuon was growing increasingly impatient. "The speaker position can be adjusted later. I need to leave immediately for Namek. I just received communication from Bulma, and I must hurry there. Please tell me how to operate the spaceship." Dr. Briff looked up at Suen Wuon and asked, "All right, but do you truly not care about the speaker placement? The data has already been inputted into the computer. Just press a button, and in 6 days, you will reach Namek." "This is truly wonderful. I shall depart immediately," Suen Wuon exclaimed with delight. The Suen Wuon on Earth has already set off towards Namek, while at the same moment, Son Gohan has arrived at a Namekian village ahead of Frieza and his cohorts. The leader of the Namekians, appearing to be of middle age, stood before him, and the shape of the house resembled that of a spaceship. Son Gohan raised his hands and, gazing at the Namekian who glared fiercely at him, hastily said, "My name is Son Gohan. Please do not misunderstand. I am not like those villains." A Namekian, seemingly of similar age to Son Gohan, clutched the leader's pant leg tightly and angrily retorted, "What difference does it make? We are all after the Dragon Balls." The leader, named Muley, appeared even more mature and pondered for a moment, weighing the situation. "Young one, you are Son Gohan, correct? Is your goal also the Dragon Balls?" Son Gohan nodded affirmatively, his fists clenched in a mixture of sorrow and determination as he replied, "Yes, I come from Earth, where Uncle Piccolo, like you, is a Namekian, and we possess Dragon Balls just like yours." "What? Earth also has other kindred?" Elder Muley asked in surprise. "Indeed." Son Gohan clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes. "The Saiyans invaded our Earth, killing Uncle Piccolo and many of my companions. Our purpose in coming to Namek is to resurrect our comrades, We cannot allow those ruffians to obtain the Dragon Balls. Please, time is running short. They will arrive here shortly. Trust me. The other Namekians turned to Elder Muley, awaiting his judgment. Sighing, Elder Muley addressed Son Gohan. I hope what you say is true. Present the Dragon Balls. What? The other Namekians looked at Elder Muley in astonishment. Elder Muley spoke solemnly. Give it to him. We have no chance of resisting those invaders. Ah, this is fantastic. Everyone, rest assured, once I resurrect Uncle Piccolo, our Earth-S Dragon Balls will also be revived, and we will surely bring everyone back to life. Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully, jumping with uncontained excitement. Elder Muley was momentarily taken aback, but eventually smiled with relief as he turned to a young Namekian wearing a lavender robe and said, Dondi, Karu, you should accompany him to meet the Elder. What? All right, I understand. Dondi, the Namekian who had just expressed anger, and another young Namekian named Karu, dressed in red, followed suit. Soon after, an elder Namekian, appearing somewhat aged, brought forth a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball, shimmering with 6 red stars, and placed it in Son Gohan's hands. Son Gohan, while retrieving a pre-prepared bag, joyfully exclaimed, Wonderful! As long as we secure one, those rascals will never gather the Dragon Balls. This is our chance. Thank you all. Dondi, Karu, let us depart. Elder, farewell. Dondi and Karu waved goodbye to Elder Muley and the others, guiding Son Gohan towards the Elder's location. Chapter 11. Diverting the Disaster. The 6-star Dragon Ball, originally meant for Frieza, has now been seized by Son Gohan, who has also made the acquaintance of another Namekian, Karu, aside from Dondi. Suddenly, while flying, Son Gohan remembered something and, alarmed, asked, Dondi, Karu, can you conceal your energy like I can? I'm afraid we cannot do that, Son Gohan, Karu replied apologetically. The 3 young ones quickly became familiar with each other. This is bad. They possess devices that can detect your energy. Karu, Dondi, we cannot go directly to the Elder. Otherwise, we will lead the enemy to him. Son Gohan descended towards a nearby land, with Karu and Dondi following closely. Dondi anxiously inquired, Gohan, what should we do? After pondering for a moment, Son Gohan suddenly had a brilliant idea and smiled. I have a plan. Dondi, Karu, we shall divert the disaster. Divert the disaster? Dondi and Karu looked at Son Gohan in astonishment. Meanwhile, at another location, Vegeta, holding a detector, flew ahead. Ha ha ha. With immense power, there are about 20 of them. It is unmistakable. Humph. Frieza, the Dragon Balls are only effective when all 7 are gathered. I will hide them, and you will be powerless. Swiftly, Vegeta moved to a Namekian village, landing instantly. The villagers, unaware of Frieza's impending arrival, were caught off guard by Vegeta's advance. Where is your elder? I have come to collect the Dragon Balls. Vegeta displayed a cruel and savage smile, discarding the detector to prevent Frieza from eavesdropping. What did you say? A young Namekian gritted his teeth and glared at Vegeta. An elder, wielding a wooden staff, stepped forward and asked, I am the elder. Tell me, why do you seek the Dragon Balls? Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, replied, The reason is irrelevant now. Just hand them over, or you may leave. I will not give them to you, for you exude an aura of wickedness. The elder resolutely refused, despite the immense pressure emanating from Vegeta. Then you shall perish. Vegeta mockingly declared, carelessly sealing the fate of his adversaries as he engaged the Namekians in battle. With a single strike, Vegeta shattered the skull of the last Namekian, brain matter splattering as the eyes bulged out. Humph, a bunch of stubborn fools. Vegeta searched the nearby houses and finally discovered a room containing the Dragon Balls. A golden transparent sphere embedded with 4 red stars, the 4-star Dragon Ball. I expected to search extensively, but it was right here. Vegeta scoffed, lifting the 4-star Dragon Ball and casting it into the nearby lake. Ha ha ha, sinking the Dragon Ball underwater means no one will be able to find it. Only I will know its location. Vegeta retrieved the distant detector, donned it, and proudly departed. At this moment, Vegeta remained an enemy to Son Gohan and the others, completely unaware that they had already arrived on Namek and oblivious to the existence of Dragon Ball radar. There was a significant information gap between them, with only Son Gohan, due to the memories of a traveler possessing considerable knowledge. Thus, the situation on Namek had already begun to subtly shift due to his influence. Swiftly, Frieza and his group arrived at the village, with Dodoria and Zarbon flanking him, while the remaining minions encircled Elder Muley and the other 2 elder Namekians. erupting in arrogant and triumphant laughter. Dondi and Karu, the two young Namekians, had long since left with son Gohan, leaving only Elder Muley and the two aged Namekians behind. Elder Muley fixed his gaze firmly on the 4 Dragon Balls held by Zarbin and Dodoria, realizing the truth and fully believing what son Gohan had conveyed. My name is Frieza. As you can see, I am collecting the Dragon Balls. Where have the others gone? According to our investigation, there should be 10 of you. Elder Muley resolutely replied. The other young ones have gone to farm. It is only us elders remaining, and I will not hand the Dragon Balls over to you. Hee. Frieza emitted his signature laughter, and Elder Muley's words did not incite much anger within him. During the prior gathering of the Dragon Balls, he had come to understand the tenacity of the Namekian's resistance. Mr. Dodoria, when we exterminated that Namekian, he uttered something quite interesting. Yes, Lord Frieza. The Dragon Balls can only be entrusted to acknowledged heroes, Dodoria remarked, his eyes filled with mockery as he gazed at Elder Muley and his companions, as if they were mere cattle awaiting slaughter. Frieza continued, so we killed one Namekian and informed him of the situation. Can you guess what happened to him after we took his life? A cold sweat broke out on Elder Muley and his companions, for death was an unbearable fate. Even though they knew that Suen Wuon would later resurrect them, the true fear of death was now palpable. Frieza's words relentlessly tugged at their frayed nerves. He divulged much information to them. The creator of the Dragon Balls was the Grand Elder, and there were 7 in total, safeguarded by 7 elders. To acquire the Dragon Balls, one must outwit the elders or demonstrate strength, or simply express a wish that the elders would acknowledge. However, that elder insisted I adhere to his rules, refusing to hand them over even at the cost of my life. In my carelessness, I ended up killing him. Thus, we spent considerable time searching for the first Dragon Ball, but the subsequent 3 were significantly easier to find. Suddenly, 5 young Namekians returned, glaring angrily at Frieza and his entourage. You fiends. Frieza surveyed the returning Namekians, suddenly noticing something amiss. 2 were missing from the group of 8. Dodoria, using his scouter, scanned the surroundings and pointed in a direction. Lord Frieza, I have detected 2 weaker power levels, and in addition, 1 with a power level of 2,000. 2,000. Lord Frieza, could it be that the soldier we previously scouted was dealt with by this individual? Sabin was taken aback. Frieza's voice turned slightly cold as he replied. Who is this unknown individual? How dare such a lowly creature interfere with my plans? Truly, this is delightful. Mr. Dodoria, I hope you can bring me some satisfactory news. Rest assured, Lord Frieza, I will personally bring back this insect with a power level of only 2,000. After handing over 2 Dragon Balls to a subordinate, Dodoria's plump face broke into a cruel smile as he took off at high speed. Elder Muley was momentarily taken aback, contemplating countermeasures, and more importantly, he noted that the direction differed greatly from where Suen Wuon, Dondi, and Karu had departed. Had they relied on those scouters to find us? Was Wukong intentionally leading them far from the Grand Elder's location? Elder Muley's gaze shifted to Sabin and the other soldiers wearing scouters. He knew he could not escape death, but he resolved to assist in any way he could. He had completely come to trust Wukong's earlier words, viewing him and his companions as the salvation for their Namekian kin. Chapter 12. The solar flare approaches Suen Wuon, sensed 2 energy signatures approaching him from different directions, and neither felt particularly strong, likely on par with Vegeta. It appeared they had fallen into a trap. Additionally, one of the energy signatures belonged to Vegeta. Their plan was unfolding successfully. Dondi, Karu, Suen Wuon said, as he stored the bag containing the Dragon Balls in a universal capsule and placed the Dragon Radar in his pocket. Dondi and Karu nodded, flying alongside Wukong while slightly reducing their speed to feign retreat. Meanwhile, a battle erupted on Elder Muley's side as the young Namekians surged forth. Frieza's minions were no match for the Namekians, but against Sabin, they were utterly helpless. Now is the time. Elder Muley's energy erupted as he soared into the sky, his power level surging dramatically. He caught Sabin off guard, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that destroyed the scouters on the bodies of the fallen minions. This unexpected strike incited Frieza's fury, who sat in his hovering chair, seething with rage. Ha ha ha, now you cannot track us anymore. Our Namekian race will not perish. Elder Muley, displaying signs of aging, laughed wildly, empowered by Suen Wuon's prior arrival. It seems it's time for me to take action, Lord Frieza. Sabin's handsome face twisted in anger as he placed the Dragon Balls down, glaring with murderous intent at Elder Muley. the one who had just disrupted their operations. Mr. Saban. Wait. First, eliminate those young Namekians. This elder is still of use. Frieza's words snapped Saban back to focus. Curse it. He let out a reluctant roar and charged at the remaining young Namekians. Boom. The vast disparity in power rendered the Namekians defenseless against Saban, their purple blood staining the earth as they slowly succumbed to silence. You. Elder Muley clenched his fists, filled with rage as he glared at Frieza and Saban's group from the sky. Haha, you should understand now that both resistance and escape are futile. You have destroyed our critical scouters, so hand over the Dragon Balls as compensation. Frieza stated, looking at Elder Muley. You will never acquire the Dragon Balls, never. Elder Muley's energy surged, his body swelling as he resolved to self-destruct and perish alongside Frieza. Now that Dondi and Karu had left with Suen Wuon, and he felt no more hesitation. Swish. Frieza's eyes emitted two crimson beams that struck Elder Muley. Elder Muley let out a pained wail as his body was scorched, collapsing before Frieza, lifeless, with the air thick with the scent of charred flesh, sending shivers down one's spine. However, Frieza's group remained calm, unaffected by the scene. Saban shook the purple blood from his hands and instructed the remaining minions. Search this area thoroughly. Report immediately upon finding the Dragon Balls. Frieza, observing the direction Dodoria had departed, remarked, if the Dragon Balls are not here, it is highly likely that they have been taken by that unknown individual. Saban respectfully responded, Lord Frieza, the opponent's power level is only 2,000. Dodoria will surely catch up with them. Swish. Swish. Suen Wuon, meanwhile, soared through the sky with Dondi and Karu. Don't let them escape. Dodoria roared in pursuit, his voice echoing with ferocity. Wuon, he's coming after us. Dondi exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. Yes, the timing is perfect. Vegeta is also on his way. Dondi, Karu. Do not look back, Suen Wuon said, a satisfied smile on his face as he turned to face Dodoria, who appeared as a stout and robust figure. Dodoria was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Suen Wuon place his palms on his forehead, his youthful face devoid of the panic and fear he had anticipated. Solar flare. Buzz. A blinding light erupted, illuminating everything around as if burying all within its brilliance. My eyes. Dodoria cried out in agony, covering his eyes as the searing pain lingered mercilessly. Suen Wuon, grasping Dondi and Karu, landed behind a nearby mountain to conceal themselves, suppressing his energy. As the gaze returned, Dodoria's eyes were stained with tears, trembling with fury. Damn, cunning insect. Suddenly, a powerful energy blast shot towards him, causing Dodoria to hastily evade, drenched in cold sweat. This was alarming. Dodoria mechanically turned his gaze, detecting a fierce surge of combat power on his scouter. However, it was too late. Vegeta's fist struck heavily against Dodoria's back, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact created a massive crater, and Dodoria shakily rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Suen Wuon, Dondi, and Karu, who were hiding nearby. Despite Suen Wuon concealing his energy, Vegeta sensed the presence of the two Namekians and the readings on the scouter. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Suen Wuon was deliberately concealing their true intentions from one another. You bastard, Vegeta, it's you. Dodoria appeared robust, yet panic surged within him. Oh, it's been a while, Mr. Dodoria. To be brought low by mere insects is quite amusing. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression replete with disdain. Dodoria felt anxious. Vegeta's combat power of 24,000 instilled a desire to flee, for he knew he was no match for Vegeta. Vegeta, you took advantage of my moment of inattention to strike. What could I do? You and Zarbon are always by Frieza's side. I've been waiting for the moment you act alone. Vegeta discarded his scouter, crushing it beneath his foot, his gaze fixed on Dodoria's scouter. With Frieza absent, eliminating you is a trivial matter. Furthermore, your scouter has been reduced to mere barking ever since it was destroyed by that Namekian. Fuming, Dodoria clenched his fists. What are you saying? A mere lowly Saiyan dares to boast. Vegeta conjured an energy blast, obliterating Dodoria's scouter. So brazen and ostentatious. Dodoria was taken aback as his scouter was destroyed. Fortune favors me. Acquiring a new scouter on planet Frieza will take time, and during this period, even if I approach you, you will remain oblivious. Instinctively, Dodoria took a few steps back, realizing the disparity between himself and Vegeta. What are you doing destroying my scouter? Without it, You want to even know where King Frieza is on Namek? Vegeta sneered. After battling with the Earthlings, I have learned some of their combat techniques. Even without a scouter, I can sense the Namekians and Frieza's location. I no longer require such devices, and the Saiyan who fought alongside me on Earth possesses similar skills. If he can do it, so can I. As he spoke of the Saiyans, Vegeta's eyes shifted, remembering Kakarot, also known as Suen Wuon, the one he could never forget. Chapter 13. The Truth of Destruction. Boom. Ghidorah's mouth opened wide as a powerful energy wave surged towards Vegeta. With a swift leap, Vegeta evaded Ghidorah's attack and retaliated with a fierce punch to his abdomen, causing blood to flow from Ghidorah's orifices as he crumpled to the ground in agony. Once one learns this technique, it becomes remarkably simple. You, like Frieza, only see the value of combat power. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. Though I was once the same. Trembling, Ghidorah pointed at Vegeta, recalling Suen Wuon's earlier use of the solar flare. I see now. The little brat I was chasing is also an Earthling. Earthling? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. So that was the Earthling with a combat power of 2,000. I didn't expect them to come to Namek. I wonder if Kakarot has arrived. Struggling to his feet, Ghidorah trembled. You have allied with Earthlings. Vegeta cast a sideways glance towards Suen Wuon, Dondi, and Karu's hiding spot. After I eliminate you, Ghidorah, I will also eradicate those Earthlings, but you won't live to see it. With an energy blast forming in his palm, Vegeta's face contorted with murderous intent. We Saiyans grow stronger with each battle. The more formidable the enemy, the more powerful I become. Having narrowly escaped death on Earth, my strength has significantly increased. This is the trait of our warrior race, the Saiyans. You, arrogant and negligent in your training, with a mind as rusty as a hillbilly's, are utterly defenseless. Wait, Vegeta. Wait. If you spare me, I will reveal a secret. It concerns planet Vegeta and your Saiyan lineage. Ghidorah's eyes widened in terror. What? Vegeta's energy blast lingered, questioning. The secret of planet Vegeta? What could it possibly be? If you let me go, I will tell you. Ghidorah, still reeling from Vegeta's earlier blow, sought to buy time to recuperate and escape. Vegeta dissipated the energy in his hand, crossing his arms, and coldly gazed at Ghidorah. That depends on whether your secret is worth my time. All right, listen closely, Vegeta. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by meteors as King Frieza claimed. What did you say? Vegeta froze, staring at Ghidorah in disbelief. Ghidorah continued, a race as powerful as yours could never be tamed as before. Subsequently, King Frieza decided to personally annihilate planet Vegeta and eradicate the Saiyans. However, Vegeta, you should be grateful to King Frieza for recognizing your talent as a Saiyan prince. He chose to act while you were not on planet Vegeta. Vegeta's expression darkened. This revelation was unfathomable, and anger boiled within him as he bit his lip, realizing they had been serving under Frieza all along. Ghidorah slowly floated into the air. Ha ha ha. It seems this revelation has a profound impact on you. I must take this opportunity to report back to King Frieza. You seem to be misunderstanding, Ghidorah. I care nothing for planet Vegeta, my father, or the lives of my comrades. However, I will never forgive you for exploiting me. With a heart ablaze with fury, Vegeta's energy surged explosively. Suddenly, a youthful yet somewhat unrefined voice erupted in a shout as Suen Wuon appeared behind Ghidorah. In the astonished gaze of Vegeta, a golden energy wave obliterated half of Ghidorah's body. Bang! Without even a scream, his entrails and the remnants of his lower body fell to the ground. Purple blood splattered everywhere. Suen Wuon felt no discomfort in killing Ghidorah, landing steadily and facing Vegeta, his eyes sharper than before, his bangs fluttering in the breeze. You dared to jump out. I didn't expect it to be you, little brat. You stole my prey. Kakarot's son, the hybrid Saiyan, possesses our Saiyan bloodline as well. It seems that since our last battle, your power has also increased significantly. Gohan glared coldly at Vegeta. You really should have left your scouter to check my current power level. Haha. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Gohan, causing Vegeta's eyes to widen, his teeth clenched, and his arms to protect his head. Dan and Karu clung desperately to the grass. Gohan's burst of energy nearly blew them away. Krillin, who had been hiding with Bulma, also sensed Gohan's sudden burst of energy. His face filled with disbelief. Krillin rushed out of the room Bulma had prepared with the capsules, looking in that direction, muttering, "Wow, Gohan is so much stronger than me? And there's another aura. That's Vegeta? Ha ha, great. I never imagined Gohan was so strong, becoming so much stronger after adapting to 100 times gravity. Vegeta, sweating profusely, felt a growing urge to retreat. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die in vain. Impossible. How could your power have increased so much in such a short time? Even without a detector, Vegeta had learned Earth's fighting techniques. Though not proficient, he clearly sensed that Gohan's ki was now much stronger than his own, at least a level above. Gohan clenched his fists in fury. Uncle Piccolo and the others died at your hands. No matter what happens in the future, I hate you now. To find the Dragon Balls to revive Uncle Piccolo and the others, I've been training relentlessly, trying every possible way to become stronger. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed wildly, feeling incredibly happy to see Gohan's strength. That's what Saiyans are like, possessing endless potential. Frieza, Goku's son, feared our unfathomable potential. Fantastic. I never imagined you, Brad, possess such power. You truly are a Saiyan hybrid. I'm an Earthling. My father and mother are Earthlings too. We have nothing to do with you bastard Saiyans. Gohan retorted directly, stating that both he and Goku defined themselves as Earthlings, living and growing up on Earth. Vegeta lowered his hands, offering no resistance. His strength far surpassed Gohan's. Any combat experience was futile, and he couldn't escape. Humph, whether it's you or Goku, no matter how much you resist, you can't deny the Saiyan blood in your veins. Goku's son. No, his name is Gohan, right? How are you going to deal with me? Kill my enemy? Chapter 14 4-Star Dragon Ball Wa. Vegeta lay on the ground, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth, barely alive, staring at Gohan. Hehehe, not going to kill me? With the same foolish last thought as Goku, Vegeta fell unconscious. Back on Earth, it was Goku who stopped Krillin from delivering the final blow, allowing him to escape on the spherical spaceship and ultimately saving his life. Dan, Karu, let's go. It's safe now. Gohan took out the Dragon Ball radar, looking at the Dragon Ball symbol on it. Gohan, you're amazing. You defeated all those bad guys. Are we going to Elder Muley's place next? Dan and Karu looked at Gohan with admiration, their eyes shining. Gohan gently shook his head, pointing to another direction shown on the Dragon Ball radar, saying, there's another Dragon Ball symbol over there, in the direction Vegeta was earlier. After we get the Dragon Ball there, we'll meet up with Uncle Krillin and the others. And then we'll go to Elder Muley together. We just overheard Vegeta and that pink-haired guy talking about Elder Muley and the others destroying their detectors. Now we can fly at full speed without fear of them finding us. Elder Muley, Dan and Karu said sadly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gohan, unable to contain his rage any longer, flew forward with Dan and Karu at full speed, quickly arriving at a Namekian village. More than 20 Namekians lived there, now all corpses lying on the ground. The gruesome sight sent chills down everyone's spine. Purple blood splattered across the land. Dan and Karu knelt helplessly on the ground, tears welling in their eyes. Was this all Vegeta's doing? Gohan wondered to himself. Dismembered limbs and mangled flesh. Vegeta's cruelty and ruthlessness made Gohan deeply doubt how the future Vegeta had changed. The Dragon Ball is here? Dan, Karu, be careful. I'm going to go into the water to find the Dragon Ball. Gohan noticed a lake ahead. Fortunately, his dragon radar was waterproof. He leaped in and finally found the Dragon Ball that Vegeta had hidden at the bottom of the lake, the 4-Star Dragon Ball. Gohan now possessed the 6-Star Dragon Ball and 2 4-Star Dragon Balls, while Frieza had 5. Without much time for grief, Gohan, carrying Dan and Karu, sped towards Krillin's location. Zabo, leading a group of soldiers, searched the path Dodoria had taken. They quickly found Vegeta, unconscious and barely alive, along with Dodoria's remains. This is Dodoria's corpse. Impossible. And Vegeta too. What happened? Zabo frowned, instinctively reaching for his scouting device. He'd almost forgotten theirs had been destroyed. Lord Zabo, what should we do? A soldier asked. The surrounding area was searched thoroughly. There was no one there. The remaining soldiers returned and reported to Zabo. Zabo asked with some doubt, Vegeta, with a power level of 24,000, would be no match for Dodoria, but now even Vegeta is injured. Could it be that the person with a power level of 2,000, like these Namekians, can also control their power level? The thought of this unknown being, whose power level was even higher than Vegeta's, sent chills down Sabo's spine. You two take Vegeta and come back with me to Frieza's place. The rest of you, search the Namekian village thoroughly. Yes, Lord Sabo. The soldiers replied in unison. Vegeta was unconscious but not dead and knew a lot about the situation. Furthermore, Sabo had absolute confidence in Frieza's strength, which was why he brought Vegeta back. Gohan, along with Dend and Karu, returned to their hiding place. Sensing Gohan's ki getting closer, Krillin rushed out first. Gohan, I'm so glad you're alright. I was so worried when I saw that huge group of people flying towards you. Gohan scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I sensed them too. They were carrying the same sensors as Vegeta, which made things a bit inconvenient. But it's alright now. I found 2 Dragon Balls. They're useless unless you have all 7. Really? That's great. Yeah, those 2 are Namekians too. Krillin noticed Dend and Karu. Gohan briefly introduced Dend and Karu. And then Krillin led the 3 into the capsule house. Gohan then told Krillin and Bulma everything that had happened and explained their next objective. The process wasn't incredibly thrilling, but it was fast-paced, especially since Gohan obtained the 6-star Dragon Ball and Vegeta's hidden 4-star Dragon Ball before Frieza and his group. Wait, Gohan, why did you leave Vegeta alive after you defeated him? Why didn't you just kill him? Bulma asked incredulously. Gohan explained, the situation on Namek is chaotic. We need the Dragon Balls, Frieza needs them, Vegeta needs them, and Frieza already has 4. The more chaotic the situation, the better for us. Elder Muley risked his life to destroy Frieza's scooter. This is a great opportunity. Let's go to the Grand Elder quickly. Okay. Krillin and Bulma nodded in unison. Just as they finished packing and were preparing to leave, Bulma suddenly remembered something and said to Gohan with a look of surprise, "Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. Gohan, I contacted my dad earlier, and he told me some good news. He said Goku is coming to Namek soon, probably in about 6 days. Ah, really? Dad's coming too? That's amazing." Even though he knew everything from the Transmigrator's memories, Gohan was still incredibly happy to hear this news. He was too weak now. Frieza seemed unfathomable to him, offering almost no hope. He seemed stronger now, capable of easily defeating Dodoria and Vegeta, but in the Namekian memories of the Transmigrator, the original setting, Gohan feels only suffocation. Bulma continued, my dad said he modified the spaceship Goku used to travel on Earth when he was a child, and Goku is still inside, undergoing gravity training just like you guys. He'll definitely be stronger then. Dend and Karu exchanged a blank look, filled with doubt and curiosity. They wanted to know what kind of person Goku was and why Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin were so happy. Chapter 15. The Namekian Elder Gohan and Krillin helped Bulma, Dend, and Karu, leading them to the Elder's current residence. When Namek experienced weather anomalies, only the Elder survived. He laid eggs in his mouth, giving birth to all the Namekians. Namekians don't have male or female genders. At this moment, Goku was aboard a spaceship en route to Namek. Having already adapted to 20 times gravity, he was now challenging 30 times. Goku, can you hear me? Goku? Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Goku. He exclaimed in surprise, that voice. Isn't that King Kai? King Kai, located on King Kai's planet, said, that's right. It's me, Goku. Are you in space right now? What do you want? Goku explained why he was going to Namek. King Kai was unaware of what was happening on Namek. Only after Goku explained did he become more aware, not knowing that Frieza was also on Namek. King Kai contacted Goku for one reason only. He had ensured that Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha could retain their physical bodies and continue training even after their deaths. The 4 of them, now wearing halos of death, were on the small planet King Kai. Upon learning that everyone was training with King Kai, Goku was overjoyed and jumped up excitedly. After receiving King Kai's permission, Yamcha placed his hand on Goku's shoulder and spoke directly to him. Goku, how is everyone? Yamcha, it really is you guys. That's great. Goku exclaimed with delight. Well, we met Kami, who had died, in the underworld. He's the one who sent us here. We all heard it. Did you go to Piccolo's hometown specifically to find the Dragon Balls so we could be resurrected? Yamcha said with a slightly complicated expression. When Piccolo's hometown was mentioned, Piccolo, who had been facing away from everyone with his arms crossed, showed a slight change in his expression. Goku said, King Kai just said there were 4 people. The others are Tien Shinhan, Kami, and Piccolo, right? His voice, transmitted through King Kai's senses, clearly reached everyone's ears. Yamcha explained, no, it's Kaiatsu. Although Kaiatsu was blown to pieces before, Kami has regenerated his body. Wow, that's amazing. That's great, Kaiatsu. That's fantastic. With everyone following me, my courage has increased 100-fold. Goku was unaware of the devastation that had occurred on Namek. Less than a handful of Namekians remained, all killed by Frieza and his crew. Along with Vegeta, Yamcha laughed. We won't fall behind either, Goku. However, The gravity here on King Kai's planet is a bit too much for me. My body feels incredibly heavy. Even running is difficult. Goku replied, I know that. Although I'm currently on a spaceship heading to Namek, I'm still training. I'm starting to get used to even stronger gravity. By the way, Gohan heard from Bulma that he can already adapt to 100 times the gravity. 100 times. That's incredible. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise, hearing about Gohan's increased strength. Piccolo nodded with satisfaction. Goku, however, was far from happy. He said gravely, there are only 5 days left. If we don't get stronger quickly, we're doomed. Yamcha's smile faded. He asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Goku explained, at that time, I was already injured, so Gohan went to Namek with Krillin and Bulma to find the Dragon Balls. But Vegeta, that Saiyan, also went to Namek for the Dragon Balls, and besides him, I heard there's someone hundreds of times more terrifying than Vegeta. What? King Kai, Yamcha. And the others were stunned by Goku's words. King Kai's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He said, a guy hundreds of times more powerful. Could it be? Could that guy be Frieza? If that evil guy is also on Namek, then we're in trouble. Gohan and Piccolo frowned slightly. Goku said, I didn't hear that. If King Kai knows, please tell me. I immediately investigated the location and direction of King Kai's search for Namek, explored the planet, and finally confirmed Frieza's trail. On Namek, Gohan and his group, after a long flight, finally arrived at their destination, the residence of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's residence appeared very remote, perched on a tower-like rock. Without special guidance, it would be impossible to find. There was another building on the mountaintop, inside a Namekian's house. Dent exclaimed excitedly, here. This is it. Everyone, we're here. The Grand Elder is there. The group slowly landed. The door slowly opened, and a young Namekian stepped out. His expression was cold, and he resembled Piccolo, leaving Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin stunned. Nalanai, Dent, and Karu cried out in surprise. Krillin's pupils dilated in shock, thinking to himself, he looks just like Piccolo. Nara's voice was very steady as he said, you've finally arrived. Dent, Karu, the Elder already knows the gist of the matter. Karu looked up and said, the Elder already knows, but did he foresee this? Why didn't he leave? Nara shook his head, giving Gohan a deliberate look, and said, the Elder is quite old and can't move easily. He's long been aware of his impending death. We couldn't persuade him, so we could only secretly protect him from the sidelines. Please come with me, everyone. The Elder is waiting for you. Din said, I heard the Elder's death was near, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. As the crowd followed Nailu into the chamber, the room's configuration mirrored that of the spaceship reached by Suen Wuon and his companions. After Bulma was assisted by Krillin and Suen Wuon, they gradually floated upwards to the upper level, finally encountering the Grand Elder. Bulma, astonished, raised her head and thought to herself, how magnificent! Is this truly the Grand Elder of Namek? The Grand Elder exuded an aura of frailty, his breath barely perceptible. Seated upon a stone chair was a Dragon Ball, the size of a basketball. Welcome, Earthlings. Are you indeed from Earth? Allow me to express my gratitude for saving my children, Dondi and Karu. The Grand Elder spoke to Suen Wuon with a calm, yet profoundly melancholic tone. Chapter 16. The Psychic Barrier. It is nothing to be concerned about, Grand Elder. We seek the Dragon Balls of Namek to rescue our companions, who have been slaughtered by the Saiyans. Suen Wuon directly conveyed the purpose of their visit to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, with his eyes closed, appeared to be at the twilight of his life. This wish is indeed noble. You are unlike those others. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekian people. It is disheartening that such a beacon of hope has led to calamity. My children, nearly all of them have been annihilated by those villains. The Grand Elder's voice carried a tinge of weariness as he lamented the impending doom facing Namek once more. How did you come to know of the Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder inquired, perplexed, gazing at Krillin, Suen Wuon, and Bulma. Bulma replied, because there are Dragon Balls on Earth as well, Grand Elder. What did you say? The Grand Elder exclaimed, astonished. Krillin nodded and explained, long ago, during a crisis on your planet, a Namekian fled to Earth. And it was he who created the Dragon Balls. Ah, I see. That was the child of Katats. I never imagined he could safely reach Earth. It is truly remarkable. That child was a genius, able to create Dragon Balls at such a young age, the Grand Elder recollected. Unfortunately, he, along with our companions, was killed by a Saiyan named Vegeta, Krillin added. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and remarked, though the Saiyans are formidable, if he possessed such talent, it should have been impossible for him to be slain. Could it be that this Saiyan is a Super Saiyan? What is a Super Saiyan? Bulma and Krillin asked, their faces filled with confusion. The Grand Elder turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Child, could you come forward?" "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded vigorously and approached the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Sun Wukong's head and said, "Pardon my intrusion. Allow me to glimpse your past." Sun Wukong hesitated, for he held memories of a traveler, fearing exposure. Yet, he reconsidered. The Grand Elder was different, possessing a broader perspective that might provide invaluable counsel. At merely 5 years of age, his mind was still maturing, and he had been striving to navigate the memories of the traveler. "Grand Elder, I agree. But there are many matters I hope you will understand," he uttered, leaving Krillin, Bulma, Dondi, Karoo, and Nailu bewildered. The Grand Elder, too, was puzzled. However, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's past, comprehension swiftly dawned upon him. Time passed, and the Grand Elder expressed his astonishment. "What is this? Is it true that one cannot bear even a hint of malevolence to become divine? The emergence of two distinct beings must be the reason behind the birth of Evil Buu. Yet, this division has halved his original potential and innate genius. Had he remained whole, he would not have fallen to the Saiyans." Sun Wukong exhaled softly, aware that the Grand Elder had indeed glimpsed the traveler's memories. "Child, I understand your intentions and recognize your resolve. Your aspirations are not for malevolent purposes. I commend your courage in journeying here, and let me assist you." The Grand Elder retrieved the one-star Dragon Ball from behind him and handed it to Krillin. They had thus acquired 3 Dragon Balls. Yet the Grand Elder's hand remained poised. A surge of transparent energy enveloped Sun Wukong. He widened his eyes, feeling his strength gradually increasing, while a new ability manifested in his mind. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's voice resonated directly in Sun Wukong's consciousness. "This is telepathy, my child. Your name is Wukong, correct? I apologize, for I have seen those memories. This ability, the psychic barrier, is my gift to you. With it, you can conceal that memory deep within, forming a protective barrier." Sun Wukong joyfully responded, "The psychic barrier. Thank you so much, Grand Elder. This technique can even defend against illusionary mental attacks." The Grand Elder continued through telepathy. "Next, I will do my utmost to unearth the dormant power within you. I appreciate your commendable actions, Wukong. Despite knowing the peril that lies ahead and your insufficient strength, you still summon the courage to come forth. That Saiyan named Vegeta has wept, losing his bravery in the face of Frieza's power. But I am too weak. If only I were stronger, I could remain in the hyperbolic time chamber longer, perhaps even train to become a Super Saiyan. Alas, the circumstances are not conducive," Sun Wukong replied, filled with dissatisfaction. "Wukong, you are already remarkable. At your age, achieving such prowess is unparalleled. Even the most mature adults may not compare to you," the Grand Elder affirmed, validating Sun Wukong's endeavors on Namek, nearly bringing him to tears. Initially lost and overwhelmed by the traveler's memories, he had sought to alter aspects of his fate that he wished to remain unaware of, all while not wanting to burden his father, Sun Wukong, alone in the battles ahead. "What is happening? What are they doing?" Bulma, filled with curiosity, observed as the Grand Elder continued to guide Sun Wukong's potential, his hand resting on the boy's head, with an indistinct energy pulsating around them. Nailu explained, "The Grand Elder is assisting Sun Wukong in unlocking his untapped potential." Krillin, puzzled, asked, "Untapped power?" Nailu nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the Grand Elder. Worry etched upon his face. Under the rigorous training of 100 times Earth's gravity, Sun Wukong's combat power surged, easily overpowering Vegeta, and his strength continued to rise, as if he were being reborn. With a pulse of energy, Sun Wukong became the epicenter of a sudden explosion of aura. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand and declared, "You possess incredible potential. The future is beyond imagination. Wukong, this is the greatest extent of my ability to assist you in harnessing a portion of that potential." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Sun Wukong fervently attempted to control his newfound strength, gradually stabilizing his aura. "Wow, Wukong has become even stronger. Perhaps even that Frieza fellow Krillin began." But Sun Wukong interrupted. "Uncle Krillin, I apologize, but I fear I am still far from Frieza's level. I can sense that he harbors even more terrifying power." "No way. Wukong, you are already so strong. Just how powerful is he?" Krillin forced a smile as he spoke. "That earthling named Krillin, please step forward." The Grand Elder suddenly called out, leaving Krillin feeling both astonished and delighted. I have undergone extensive training, and it is likely that the potential within me has already been fully tapped. Elder, will this action diminish your lifespan? Clint inquired with great concern. The elder replied, this merely serves to channel power and is unrelated to my lifespan. With this reassurance, Clint felt a sense of relief and approached the elder to have him unlock the untapped potential within him. Chapter 17. The Dragon Ball competition. Namek does not experience night, causing Suen Wuon to almost lose track of time. He could not discern how long had passed. At that moment, a soldier on patrol stumbled upon a village destroyed by Vegeta. One Namekian was still clinging to life, albeit weakly, akin to a fragile flower, thus going unnoticed by Suen Wuon and his companions. The Namekian trembled as he reached out and grasped the soldier's ankle. Damn it! So it was indeed Vegeta. The soldier exclaimed, directing his palm toward the Namekian and unleashing a ki blast to finish him off, then triumphantly soared toward the spaceship. Frieza's spacecraft resembled a colossal disk, housing vast interior space and a circular corridor, fully equipped for industrial use. In the main lounge, Frieza gazed through a large window at the outside world, awaiting news from his subordinates while the 4 Dragon Balls he had collected were also displayed there. Lord Frieza, I have returned. Enter, Frieza commanded as the door opened, revealing Saban and 2 soldiers carrying Vegeta. Is this Vegeta? Frieza inquired. Saban, have you located the Namekian village? His interest in the Dragon Balls was piqued. Saban shook his head. I apologize, Lord Frieza. Thus far, we have found no trace. However, Dodoria is dead, and Vegeta has sustained severe injuries. It appears that the mysterious individual possesses formidable combat strength, which is why I have brought Vegeta back. I believe he may provide information on the whereabouts of this enigmatic figure. Well done, Mr. Saban, Frieza acknowledged. The village where we failed to locate the Dragon Balls must have been raided by those individuals. We do not even know what they look like. It is infuriating. Frieza's voice rose almost to a shout, as he remained unaware of Suen Wuon and his companions lurking in the shadows. This lack of control greatly vexed him, akin to a lump in his throat. Saban directed the soldiers to take Vegeta away. Given Vegeta's critical condition, he was placed in the medical chamber, where they hoped to extract information from him. Suddenly, a soldier who had been searching for the Namekian village rushed back, respectfully announcing at the doorway, Lord Frieza, I have discovered a Namekian village. What? Saban replied, surprised. The soldier continued, however, that village has already been attacked. I suspect it was Vegeta. Additionally, I found one villager still barely alive, so I swiftly dealt with him. Frieza's gaze turned colder, and although his expression remained unchanged, Saban could sense his mounting fury. You killed the only witness, did you not? Ah, yes. The soldier replied nervously, still oblivious to his mistake. Frieza's eyes emitted beams of energy, striking the soldier, who let out a piercing scream as his body burned to a crisp, blood splattering everywhere until silence fell. I detest mindless fools, Saban. Contact Planet Frieza and request the Ginyu Force to come here, ensuring they bring a scouter. They should arrive in approximately 5 days. Saban nodded hastily, affirming, understood. The situation between both parties had reached a standoff. Clint had also unlocked his potential with the Elder's assistance, significantly enhancing his strength. Clint's power now gave Suen Wuon the impression that he had surpassed the pudgy fighter, though he remained slightly weaker than Vegeta. On the Dragon Radar, the 7 Dragon Balls were distributed between the 2 sides, for had been collected by Frieza, while they possessed 3. The previously chaotic struggle for the Dragon Balls had transformed into a tense standoff. Bulma, looking despondent, remarked, what should we do? It has been quite a while. If we do not act, those villains will retrieve their scouters, and our location will soon be exposed. Suen Wuon felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Fixating on the Dragon Radar, he was waiting, and only the Elder understood his intentions. For a 5-year-old, Suen Wuon was already performing admirably. The Elder communicated telepathically with Suen Wuon. Gohan, relax your body and soul, and prepare yourself to embrace the challenge in your optimal state. Yes, Elder, Suen Wuon replied, feeling quite disheartened. The prolonged waiting period was beginning to erode his confidence. Saiyans, Super Saiyans, Gohan, you are still too young. There is a long path ahead of you, with many challenges to come. Remain calm. The Elder's comforting words gradually helped Suen Wuon regain his composure. Suen Wuon addressed everyone. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I will scout the situation at Frieza's spaceship. Wait for my return. Clint, looking anxious, cautioned, "But Gohan, if Frieza discovers you, it could spell trouble. Do not worry. I am merely scouting. I have trained with Mr. Popo and learned to control my ki. Even right under their noses, their scouters will not detect me." Suen Wuon responded with a smile. The elder interjected, "Everyone should leave this place. Do not linger with this old man. Take the Dragon Balls with you. This is not a safe location. Once Frieza retrieves his scouters, they will find us swiftly." "Ah, elder!" Dondi and Kaluki exclaimed. Suen Wuon and the elder exchanged glances that spoke volumes. "Uncle Klin, Aunt Bulma, Dondi, Kalu, find a place to hide. I will go scout. Elder, I am off." Without lingering on sadness, Suen Wuon picked up the dragon radar and soared toward Frieza's spaceship. In less than a minute, he arrived at his destination. Laying eyes upon Frieza's disc-shaped craft, cautiously stowing away the dragon radar, Suen Wuon concealed himself, realizing he was less than 10,000 meters from Frieza, a perilous distance indeed. Vegeta's energy was indeed present, gradually recovering. With this, Suen Wuon resolved, "Vegeta, you must display the strength that the memories of the traveler hold." He exhaled deeply, biding his time. Meanwhile, inside the spaceship, a soldier outside the medical chamber observed Vegeta, who was floating in nutrient solution, gradually regaining vitality. The soldier muttered to himself, "With such severe injuries, recovery will take a long time. I hope you awaken, Vegeta. If you do not regain consciousness, Lord Frieza will surely blame me. However, even if you do awaken, Lord Frieza will likely send you straight to hell again. Do not add to my troubles, Vegeta." Suddenly, the soldier's face turned pale as he watched Vegeta open his eyes. An intense, blinding light emanated, accompanied by a deafening roar that caused the entire spaceship to tremble violently. In the lounge, Sabin, reporting on his tasks, expressed astonishment. What was that explosion just now? Could it be Vegeta? Frieza and Sabo hastily departed from the lounge, sprinting down the corridor towards the treatment room. Inside the treatment chamber, Vegeta shattered the healing pod, stepping on the remains of a minion, still damp from the healing liquid. "Hee, you truly underestimate my recovery abilities," Vegeta remarked, sensing the approach of Frieza and Sabo, directing his hand towards the already damaged healing pod. With a thunderous roar, the ship trembled violently, nearly knocking Sabo and Frieza off their feet. Sabo, filled with fury, exclaimed, "It is indeed in the direction of the treatment room." Upon their arrival, they discovered that Vegeta had blasted a massive opening in the treatment room, revealing the landscape of Namek, shrouded in lingering black smoke. "This is bad. He has managed to escape." Sabo observed the gaping hole, gazing at the Namekian scenery beyond. Frieza, his voice low, commanded, "What did you say?" "Hurry, Mr. Sabo. We must capture him. We must find Vegeta. He cannot have gotten far." However, Vegeta remained hidden within the ship. The newly created opening misleading Sabo and Frieza into believing he had fled. Watching them being deceived, Vegeta felt a surge of pride. "Excellent, Frieza is here too. What a fool to be so easily tricked." Although Vegeta had turned against Frieza, he was once under his command and was well acquainted with the ship's internal structure. He swiftly made his way to Frieza's lounge, where 4 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, glimmered enticingly. "Dragon Balls. Splendid, they are all mine. Frieza, your reign is about to come to an end. Victory is assured." Vegeta recalled a Dragon Ball he had previously concealed in the lake near the Namekian village. With these 4, he now possessed 5. Meanwhile, Sabo was searching the vicinity for Vegeta's whereabouts, prompting a mocking smile from Vegeta hidden within the ship. "Go ahead. Search slowly outside. Not only have I healed my wounds, but I have also acquired 4 Dragon Balls in one fell swoop. However, taking all 4 at once makes it impossible to evade detection, and time is of the essence." Taking a deep breath, Vegeta prepared himself, unleashing a ki blast to shatter the viewing glass, then seized the Dragon Balls and hurled them forcefully outside. Within seconds, all 4 Dragon Balls were cast out, followed by a ki wave that obliterated the ship's internal systems before he made his escape. The Dragon Balls have finally arrived. Son Gohan, both astonished and elated, retrieved a cloth bag from within as he watched from a distance, collecting the Dragon Balls one by one as they fell, transforming them back into a universal capsule, concealing his energy to avoid detection by Vegeta. Although he felt no fear, he knew it was wiser to delay. Initially, he had intended to wait for Vegeta to escape with the Dragon Balls, then intervene during the ensuing battle with Sabo. However, the prolonged silence had made Gohan anxious. leading him to consider that something might have gone awry with Vegeta, prompting him to adapt his strategy. If Vegeta were to escape alone, Gohan could still seize the Dragon Balls amidst the chaos he created. Being young, he had previously been somewhat rigid in his thinking. But now Gohan was learning to be more adaptable. Just as Son Gohan stealthily gathered the Dragon Balls Vegeta had discarded, Vegeta emerged outside the spaceship, observing Sabo in a fit of impotent rage. Damn it, where has that guy hidden this time? Frieza, could he have returned to the spaceship? Sabo's impatience grew as he urged himself to search more diligently. Vegeta gradually merged his form into the water of the lake, knowing that if he attempted to fly away, he would soon be pursued by Frieza and his crew. No matter how fast he flew, Vegeta was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between him and Frieza. He had narrowly escaped danger before, and now he was surrounded by peril. One misstep could lead to his discovery and demise. As he submerged beneath the water, successfully evading pursuit, Vegeta not only healed his injuries, but also augmented his power, snatching 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza. That little Saiyan brat. I will make you regret not killing me, he vowed, his fists clenched in excitement as he recalled the disparity in strength he felt when Son Gohan injured him, rendering him utterly defenseless. Yet, unbeknownst to Vegeta, the very food he had so desperately snatched from the tiger had been pilfered by a small wildcat with a third-person perspective, including the Dragon Ball he had hidden. Inside the spaceship, Frieza was livid, with Sabo kneeling before him, silently accepting the reprimand. Cursed be this blunder. Not only has Vegeta escaped, but he has also stolen the 4 Dragon Balls. He could not have fled with all 4 Dragon Balls at once. I will search the ship's interior while you thoroughly search outside. Sabo quickly acquiesced. Yes, Lord Frieza. Frieza warned, you had better be aware, Mr. Sabo. If you fail to bring Vegeta back, you know the consequences. Yes, I am on it, Lord Frieza. Sabo hastily exited through the opening blasted by Vegeta, searching for traces of him outside. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still submerged in the lake, moving swiftly. Once he felt he was a safe distance from Frieza, he emerged from the water, gasping for breath. Shaking off the water, Vegeta searched the area for a long time without success, puzzled. With the force I used, the Dragon Balls should be nearby. Why are they missing? After pondering for a while, he glanced at the nearby lakes, questioning. Could it be that I accidentally dropped them into the water? However, I am unfamiliar with Namek's terrain. It is possible for the Dragon Balls to have fallen into the lake. Regardless, I should dive back into search. Chapter 19. The death of Sabo. As Vegeta submerged in search of the Dragon Balls, Sabo was also scouring for Vegeta. Damn it, where could that guy be hiding? If only I had a detector, I wouldn't have to search so painstakingly. Suddenly, Sabo recalled the direction in which Vegeta had thrown the Dragon Balls, following that lead as he continued his search. Upon spotting a concealed mountain range, he paused for a moment before resuming his flight. Vegeta, meanwhile, had searched the lake bottom for an extended period and was growing increasingly impatient. Nothing here, nor in this vicinity. There are no peculiar fish that could have swallowed the Dragon Balls. What on earth is going on? Why have the 4 Dragon Balls I threw vanished? However, Vegeta was not granted the luxury of thought, as he suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching him. Sabo, is that you? Vegeta's gaze turned icy as he swam to the shore, suspecting that Sabo had taken the Dragon Balls. Little did he know that Son Gohan, with his third-person perspective, had intercepted the 4 Dragon Balls that had been discarded. Upon reaching the shore, Vegeta did not hide, but instead flew directly towards Sabo, who was startled to see him. The once handsome visage of Sabo twisted into an ugly form, his face resembling that of a lizard, his body swelling grotesquely. If possible, I truly wish not to become this way, for it contradicts my aesthetic. Sabo's appearance, with a grin that appears more monstrous and terrifying, exposes a gaping maw. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, displayed little change in expression. I never imagined you possessed such a transformation. However, it seems rather insignificant, does it not? Indeed, it is quite grotesque. Sabo coldly remarked, You, Vegeta, have truly provoked my ire. But fear not. King Frieza's intention is to capture you and compel you to divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Perhaps King Frieza might spare you. Sabo, you are exceedingly naive. Had I been my former self, I might not have been your equal. But now, resurrected, I am not the same. Sabo's words left Vegeta momentarily stunned. It implied that Sabo had not acquired the Dragon Balls. But where could they have gone? Suddenly, Vegeta recalled the time when Son Gohan severely injured him, leaving him unconscious. During their encounter on Earth, he had not anticipated the passage of over a month would yield such strength. Could it be that the Dragon Balls were seized by that little brat, Son Gohan? Did he deliberately let me go? No, that cannot be. That brat is as infuriating as Kakarot. It must be mere coincidence. During my unconsciousness, they could not have remained inactive. Initially, he harbored doubts about Son Gohan intentionally sparing him, but thinking back to when he was spared by Son Goku on Earth, he associated both Son Goku and Son Gohan as akin father and son. Yet, Vegeta's suspicion that Son Gohan had taken the Dragon Balls was not unfounded. However, Sabo offered him little time to ponder. Sabo exclaimed, gathering energy in his palms to launch an energy blast at Vegeta. Vegeta deftly deflected the energy blasts, sending them crashing into the distant ground, and with blinding speed, charged towards Sabo, igniting their battle, which was sensed by Son Gohan, Krillin, and others. Saiyans, after gathering sufficient experience, become stronger upon resurrection from the brink of death, their potential surging forth, growing mightier with each battle, a testament to their warrior race. Having been grievously injured by Son Gohan and subsequently healed, Vegeta's power surged further. Even in his transformed state, Sabo proved no match for Vegeta, quickly succumbing to a disadvantage and allowing Vegeta to seize the upper hand. In the face of such a result, Sabo, filled with bitterness, let out a final cry as Vegeta unleashed an energy wave that shattered him into ashes. The Dragon Balls were gone. It appeared they had been taken by that little brat, Son Gohan. Humph. However, I am no longer what I once was. I shall make you all aware of what it truly means to be the Prince of Saiyans. Moreover, Kakarot, having slain Sabo, felt a surge of confidence. Plotting a fierce retribution, he was the Prince of Saiyans, and it irked him deeply that a mixed-blood Saiyan and Son Goku could stand on equal footing with him. Simultaneously, within the spaceship, Frieza lounged in the lounge, while his minions scoured the vessel in vain for any trace of Vegeta, trembling as they stood behind Frieza. Frieza gently swirled the wine in his glass, pondering, how slow. What on earth is Sabo doing? His absence suggests he has either fled or been killed. Had I known this would occur, I should have summoned the Ginyu Force from the outset. They would have proven far more useful than you fools. The minion hastily replied. Yes, Lord Frieza. As per the recent report from Planet Frieza, the Ginyu Force has been dispatched for quite some time and should arrive shortly. Frieza took a sip of his red wine, expressing greater concern over an unknown adversary. After all this time, we still do not know who they are. We shall investigate at once, Lord Frieza. The minions, sensing Frieza's rising anger, fled in panic, dispatching a portion of their number. Damn it! Frieza glared at the scenery of Namek, his fury palpable as he charged an energy sphere in his fingertip, unleashing it in a devastating onslaught upon the surface of Namek. Son Gohan, while controlling his energy, gazed at the dragon radar, flying toward Krillin's location when suddenly, a red energy blast from Frieza came hurtling toward him. He narrowly evaded it as it soared past, crashing into the distance. Boom! Namek trembled violently, and Son Gohan was drenched in cold sweat, mechanically turning around to sense numerous attacks reverberating throughout Namek. Vegeta, too, was taken aback. Upon sensing the danger, he hastily descended as a red energy blast whizzed overhead. Frieza appeared quite flustered, chuckling darkly. Heh, of course. The propulsion engine of my spaceship has been destroyed and is now immobile. Witnessing Frieza's disarray, Vegeta felt a surge of pride, though he quickly regained his composure. The current situation was not favorable for him. He needed to utilize the Dragon Balls to attain immortality, thereby gaining the chance to defeat Frieza. But now the Dragon Balls were likely in the possession of that little brat. What was he to do? At the same time, Son Goku was preparing to engage in training under 100 times the normal gravity, the level Son Gohan could withstand. In a matter of days, he had escalated from 20 times to 100 times. Given Son Gohan's young and undeveloped body at merely 5 years of age, he needed to progress gradually, taking a month to adapt to the increased gravity. Chapter 20. The Ginyu Force. Son Goku continued his training in the spaceship under 100 times gravity, while Namek quaked incessantly due to the theft of the 4 Dragon Balls, casting a grim shadow over his mood as energy blasts relentlessly bombarded the surface. At that moment, Son Gohan was drenched in sweat, having narrowly escaped Frieza's attack. Phew, that was close. After acquiring all the Dragon Balls, I became so absorbed that I nearly forgot about that fiend. Frieza, Son Gohan thought, his martial arts uniform soaked through with perspiration. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up to see 5 spherical spaceships piercing through Namek's atmosphere. What? Has the Ginyu Force arrived already? Son Gohan came to his senses and, no longer controlling his energy, surged toward Krillin and Bulma's current location. After Son Gohan's departure, Krillin, Dandy, Carrot, and Bulma had left the Grand Elder's home with the Dragon Balls, seeking refuge in a secluded valley. However, they were soon discovered by Frieza's patrolling minions. Fortunately, with Krillin present, these minions posed no threat and were swiftly defeated. Dandy expressed his concern. Gohan has been gone for quite some time. Is he truly all right? Krillin shook his head, reassuring him, do not worry. Gohan's strength far surpasses ours. As long as he avoids direct confrontation with Frieza, he will be just fine. Even if he encounters Vegeta, he need not fear him. Suddenly, a loud noise filled the sky, akin to an aircraft slicing through the air. Carrot pointed at the 5 spherical spaceships, his face filled with terror. What are those? Bulma turned pale, realizing that the ships resembled those of the Saiyans. Fearing that Frieza's reinforcements had arrived. Such immense energy. It far exceeds that of Vegeta. One of them is nearly as powerful as Gohan. Where could he be? I cannot sense his energy at all. Krillin clenched his fists, filled with frustration. Carrot remarked, if we cannot sense them, it also implies that Frieza and his minions cannot detect us either. Suddenly, Son Gohan's energy signature surged forth, catching Krillin off guard. I sense it. That is Gohan's energy. He is approaching us. Dandy and Karu joyfully clasped hands with Bulma, exclaiming in exhilaration that Gohan was safe, a tremendous relief. In the distance, Vegeta sensed Gohan's energy as well, yet his true focus lay on the approaching Ginyu Force, causing him to break into a cold sweat. 5 of them. Unmistakably the Ginyu Force. How could Frieza have summoned them? This was disastrous, for he possessed not a single Dragon Ball, and soon he would become a target for Frieza's wrath. Vegeta roared in frustration, having long desired eternal life, now rendered a mere illusion, completely devoid of hope. Moreover, the Ginyu Force was equipped with the latest detection technology, making it impossible to conceal one's energy. Furious, Vegeta pursued Gohan with all his might, given the current predicament. He had but one path ahead, an alliance with Gohan against the Ginyu Force. Although reluctant, he had already abandoned hope for the Dragon Balls, and regarding the notorious Ginyu Force, he felt little confidence, compounded by the ever-looming threat of Frieza, which filled him with despair. Gohan, too, sensed Vegeta trailing behind him and contemplated a partnership as the Ginyu Force, alongside the more terrifying Frieza, approached, his power exceeding 100 million, achieved through 3 successive transformations. Having previously concealed his energy to remain undetected, there was no longer a need for such caution. Gohan flew at full speed, swiftly reaching his destination, where he found Krillin, Dandy, Karu, and Bulma, alongside 3 Dragon Balls the size of basketballs. Wonderful. Gohan, you are unharmed. Bulma exclaimed in delight. Yes. I also acquired the 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza, Gohan nodded, foregoing pleasantries as he returned the Dragon Radar to Bulma and opened a black pouch containing the 4 Dragon Balls. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls filled Bulma and Krillin with astonishment and joy. They had not anticipated that Gohan would manage to retrieve the 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza during his prolonged absence. Vegeta, he's coming. Krillin gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Frieza had arrived outside his spaceship, seated in his hovering chair, as 5 spherical ships descended from the sky, landing before him with a thunderous roar. At last, the Ginyu Force has arrived. I have awaited your arrival eagerly, Frieza expressed with palpable excitement. As the dust settled, each spherical ship created a significant crater upon landing. And as the hatches slowly opened, 5 men clad in battle uniforms emerged, ascending gracefully to stand before Frieza in a neat row. Ha ha ha. The Ginyu Force has finally arrived, Frieza declared with an excited smile. The Ginyu Force comprised 5 members, their captain Ginyu, followed by Jis, Erda, Guldo, and Rikom. They executed a series of artistic movements before Frieza, culminating in a specific synchronized pose. However, the absence of accompanying sound rendered the display awkward, causing a momentary pause in time as Frieza stared, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow, still startled despite having witnessed such theatrics numerous times before. I have awaited you for a long time, he stated, clearly indicating that this cosmic emperor wielded power beyond mere strength and intimidation. Ginyu, with his light purple skin and 2 black horns, respectfully addressed Frieza. Thank you for your warm welcome, my lord. Might I inquire about the nature of our current mission? Has our assignment to planet Yardrat been rescinded? Frieza replied, that ungrateful traitor, Vegeta, has stolen my Dragon Balls and fled. Ginyu appeared puzzled. Vegeta? Rikum, a robust man with a pineapple-like hairstyle, mockingly commented, which Saiyan is that? I've heard he considers himself a formidable warrior, yet he possesses no real strength. Meanwhile, Guldo, a diminutive figure reminiscent of an infant, grew anxious upon hearing Frieza's words. His green complexion and bulging eyes gave him a rather unpleasant appearance. Has that Vegeta truly betrayed Lord Frieza? Chapter 21. An alliance with Vegeta for reasons unknown. That fellow's power level has been rising. Furthermore, aside from Vegeta, there is another individual on this planet competing with me for the Dragon Balls. Frieza's irritation grew as he spoke of the third party complicating matters. Ginyu activated the detector, stating, our device has pinpointed Vegeta's location. He is currently moving at high speed from a considerable distance. Moreover, there is another with a power level of 32,000, accompanied by several weaker foes with merely a few hundred, and one whose strength barely exceeds 5. Is Vegeta planning to join forces with them? Berta, a tall member with blue skin, scoffed. Haha, teaming up, are they? Ginyu inquired. What shall we do about those individuals, Lord Frieza? Frieza coldly replied, eliminate them. Ha ha ha, splendid. We can hardly wait to tear them apart. Rikum boasted with delight. Frieza warned Ginyu, exercise extreme caution. Those individuals possess techniques to control their power levels. Ginyu acknowledged, understood, we shall engage them in a delightful game. Unlike the others, Guldo appeared burdened with heavy thoughts, recalling some unpleasant memories with Vegeta. Jis, with his red skin and white hair, presented a packaged box to Frieza. My Lord Frieza, here is the detector you requested. Thank you for your efforts. Frieza accepted the device as the Ginyu Force prepared for action, their enthusiasm evident, causing Frieza to sweat even more. With a rush, the Ginyu Force took off towards their target, moving at high speed toward Gohan and the others. Simultaneously, Goku, aboard the modified spaceship, was merely 20 minutes away from Namek, having concluded his training just in time for the final day. Unbeknownst to him, a grave situation loomed on Namek. Awakened by the alarm, he refreshed himself and organized his belongings, readying for descent. Vegeta met with Gohan, observing the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. Indeed, the 4 he had discarded were intercepted and claimed by Gohan. Gohan, you must have sensed the Ginyu Force's energy approaching, correct? They are heading this way, Krillin queried. Gohan affirmed, I have indeed captured a soldier of Frieza, from whom I gleaned vital intelligence regarding the Ginyu Force, including Ginyu's and a stout individual's unique abilities. Vegeta paused, a cold smile emerging. How intriguing. It seems we possess the fighting spirit of our Saiyan lineage. I am a human, Gohan retorted. Vegeta, lacking time for such disputes, pressed. I sensed your energy earlier. It should not be so feeble. Have you concealed it again? Gohan nodded gravely. That Ginyu possesses a troublesome ability. Additionally, that stout individual has special powers we must eliminate beforehand. Otherwise, if they unite, we will find ourselves at a severe disadvantage. The stout figure, known as Goku, possesses a rather feeble innate strength. However, he wields a rather extraordinary ability, the power to manipulate time. The duration for which he can hold his breath directly correlates with the length of time he can halt the flow of time. In addition to this, he also possesses a formidable technique that binds his foes, rendering them immobile. Ginyu's ultimate move allows for the exchange of bodies, and his power level has surpassed an astonishing 100,000. Thus, the more he battles formidable adversaries, the more exhilarated he becomes. This explains why Suen Wuon's son, Suen Wuon, strives to restrain his own combat prowess. He has cleverly attributed his knowledge of being a traveler to an obscure minion of Frieza, providing a rationale that is both sound and devoid of flaws. As of now, aside from the Grand Elder of Namek, no one else is privy to his secret. Oh, you are referring to Goku, aren't you? Even you know of him, remarked Vegeta, arms crossed and gazing down at Suen Wuon. His eyes briefly flickered towards the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. Bulma boldly inquired, so what do you intend to do? The Dragon Balls will absolutely not be given to you. Dandy and Karu, emboldened by Suen Wuon's presence, shouted in agreement. Exactly, exactly. Do not even think about laying your hands on the Dragon Balls. What are your intentions, Vegeta? Suen Wuon asked, his tone serious. Vegeta grinned wickedly, stating, to defeat Frieza, one must wish for immortality through the Dragon Balls. Although it is begrudging, your latent potential is astounding. Even if you currently lack experience, possessing immortality would compensate for those deficiencies entirely. Suen Wuon appeared astonished, momentarily rendered speechless, and even Bulma, Krillin, Dandy, and Kuru widened their eyes in disbelief, as if shaken by the revelation that had astonished Suen Wuon for an entire year. Upon regaining his composure, Suen Wuon rolled his eyes, losing the steadiness he initially held. He recognized the seriousness in Vegeta's words, but he pleaded for understanding, as he was still too young to grasp the full implications. Krillin, coming back to his senses, remarked, "I see now. It is because Wuon is the son of Wukong. And like him, he is a Saiyan." Suen Wuon calmed himself, shaking his head as he replied, "That is impossible, Vegeta. You still do not comprehend. The wishes granted by the Dragon Balls cannot surpass those of the Creator. Even if a wish for immortality were granted, it would not manifest as you envision. Strength remains the ultimate determinant of everything." Gently caressing the small vial concealed within his garment, Suen Wuon internally mused, even if immortality were genuinely realized, it is not without its countermeasures. I have long prepared for every eventuality. What did you say? Vegeta, whose understanding of the Dragon Balls did not match that of Suen Wuon and his companions, felt momentarily dazed by Suen Wuon's words. Could it be that his wish for immortality was unattainable through the Dragon Balls? Uncle Krillin, once the Shenlong is summoned, immediately resurrect Uncle Piccolo. As long as we can bring him back, the Kaioshin will likewise be revived, and the Earth's Dragon Balls will restore. We shall handle this. Suen Wuon and Vegeta directed their gazes forward as the Ginyu Force approached them. I understand, Wuon. Be cautious. Once we conclude matters here, we will come to assist you, Krillin stated, placing the Dragon Balls into a bag before departing with Bulma, Kuru, and Dandy, leaving the battlefield to Suen Wuon and Vegeta. Chapter 22. Suen Wuon's combat power. After Krillin and his companions departed, the Ginyu Force swiftly arrived, landing before Suen Wuon and Vegeta, their laughter echoing ominously. Here they come. Suen Wuon and Vegeta stood resolutely side by side, facing the 5 individuals before them. "Ah, some pesky flies think they can escape," chuckled Riku, revealing a sinister grin. "Should you wish to harm others, you must first pass through me," Suen Wuon declared, appearing before the Ginyu Force, his cherubic face resolute. The combat power readings displayed on the scouter, and Ginyu remarked, "So the one with over 30,000 combat power is you, little brat. Hey kid, you're still on the bottle, aren't you? Haha, you lot look like a bunch of genetic failures." Suen Wuon retorted without reservation. "How dare you, you little brat? Do you even know who we are? Captain, eliminate this little brat." Brat. Suen Wuon's insults provoked the Ginyu Force, nearly inciting them to rage. With the ongoing battle, their demeanor had shifted somewhat. The previous version of Suen Wuon would never have uttered such words. "Ha ha. Indeed, a bunch of genetically mutated failures," Vegeta laughed heartily, feeling increasingly pleased with Suen Wuon's burgeoning confidence. He recalled their initial encounter, where Suen Wuon had been timid and fearful, in stark contrast to the courageous individual before him now. "Quickly dispose of this brat. If the Dragon Balls are not here, they must have been taken by those people. Do not linger too long, Vegeta. Frieza wishes for him to be captured alive," Ginyu said, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he addressed his team. "Understood, Captain." The other members of the team cast malevolent glances at Suen Wuon, their smiles twisted and cruel. Suen Wuon, remaining composed, replied, "Who told you that the Dragon Balls were taken by them?" "What?" Ginyu swiftly raised his hand, halting his team. "Oh, they are not with them? Then they must be with you. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may spare your life. Do not rush. Good things come to those who wait." Suen Wuon extended his right hand into his collar, retrieving a small vial and placing it before him, under the bewildered gazes of the Ginyu Force and Vegeta. "A small vial? What can a mere vial accomplish?" Vegeta questioned, filled with doubt. Yet, recalling Suen Wuon's previous actions, he stood aside, vigilant against the Ginyu Force, particularly wary of the troublesome Gudu. Jinyu's veins bulged as he shouted, "You insolent brat, do you dare to toy with me? I am not toying with you. I was merely deceiving you, and indeed, I have something valuable to present to the Ginyu Force." Suen Wuon's gaze sharpened as he exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. He realized that the Ginyu Force could not engage in a straightforward confrontation as in his memories. Thus, dealing with Gudu would require some finesse. Vegeta interjected, Hey, Wufan. I asked once more, did Kakarot really not arrive on this planet? Sun Wufan shook his head, responding, not yet. If we calculate the time, he should arrive shortly. Vegeta stated, he ought to hurry. Although he is bothersome, his involvement in battle will be beneficial. How does your power compare to Jinyu's? Sun Wufan replied, his strength surpasses mine, but the others pose no issue. Step aside. I must first resolve the greatest threat. Vegeta and Sun Wufan distanced themselves, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they fixate on Goku, contemplating the latter's time-stopping ability and the formidable Ginyu. They were equally curious about what techniques Sun Wufan possessed to turn the tide. Mafengbo. Sun Wufan's youthful voice resonated through the air, sudden and swift. A green whirlwind of energy enveloped Goku, leaving even Ginyu unable to react in time. Ugh! Goku, feeling the world spin around him, immediately held his breath, bringing time to a standstill. Boom! He plummeted to the ground with great force, and despite the pain, Goku maintained his breath, the green whirlwind surrounding him causing him to shiver. At that moment, Vegeta, Ginyu, and all others found themselves frozen, unable to move due to the cessation of time. Damn it! You cursed brat! Goku seethed internally, his gaze fixed on Sun Wufan, who stood in a martial stance, hands raised high before him, a surge of malevolence igniting within him. After closely approaching Suen Wuon, I could no longer contain myself. With a deep breath, as time returned to its normal flow, my fist struck heavily against Suen Wufan's abdomen. However, a hum resonated instead of the desired sensation of physical contact. Suen Wufan's figure dissipated like a mirage. It was merely an afterimage. In my final moment of thought, Suen Wufan executed a sideways kick that forcefully connected with my diminutive, rotund body, shattering me entirely. My lifeless head was crushed beneath Suen Wufan's feet, my purple blood staining the earth beneath. From the moment the Mafeng Bua was unleashed until this instant, not counting the time halted by my actions, a mere 2 seconds had elapsed. By the time Ginyu and Vegeta, along with others, regained their senses, I had already become a specter beneath Suen Wufan's feet. This was the afterimage technique taught to me by the Turtle Hermit. Finally, this little nuisance was resolved. Suen Wufan exhaled a breath of stale air. Having just executed an incomplete Mafeng Bua, he immediately employed the afterimage technique to deceive me. The Mafeng Bua was immensely taxing on his energy. Even with an incomplete execution, Suen Wufan felt a significant drain on his stamina. However, there was no alternative. The Ginyu Force was not the same as the one from the memories of the past, engaging in one-on-one combat. They were prepared to attack all at once. Thus, expending some energy to eliminate the troublesome Goku was a necessity. No, it is impossible. This little brat possesses a battle power of 100,000. Jis was astonished, taking a step back. In his rush to swiftly eliminate Goku, Suen Wufan had unleashed his full power, no longer concealing it. A battle power of 100,000 is impossible. How could this little brat possess such strength? Vegeta looked at Suen Wufan in disbelief. Through a gradual regimen under 100-fold gravity, Suen Wufan's abilities had evolved from weakness to overpowering Vegeta, Sabo, and Dodalia. But the exact extent of his power remained unclear. Following further enhancement from the Elder, Suen Wufan's strength reached 100,000. As for why, under the same 100-fold gravity, Suen Wufan's strength differed so greatly from Suen Wukong. It was because Suen Wufan had gradually adapted over the course of a month to the 100-fold gravity. In contrast, Suen Wukong had endured severe injuries multiple times during his training, recovering from the brink of death with the aid of Sendo. Comparatively, Suen Wufan had no such sustenance and could not engage in self-destructive training. Thus, despite both adapting to the same 100-fold gravity, Suen Wufan's strength fell short of Suen Wukong's. Regarding the 100-fold gravity, Suen Wufan should not be so inferior, yet one must understand the concepts of adaptation, environment, and life. Chapter 23. The Dragon Ascends on the Spaceship. After the departure of the Ginyu Force, Frieza donned the latest model of the detector, observing the surrounding conditions. The detector indicated the presence of 2 Namekians in that location. Could it be the Namekian Elder? Frieza then redirected his focus, pondering the source of the 100,000 battle power. It appeared that Ginyu and his team were facing some trouble. Come here. Frieza beckoned to a subordinate aboard the ship. Under the subordinate's anxious gaze, he stated, I am going out for a while. If you cannot manage this trivial task, you need not live. Yes, Lord Frieza. The soldier responded promptly, standing at attention. With remarkable speed, Frieza surged towards the Elder's location, leaving only Naru to guard the Elder in this dire situation. A rumble filled the air as Suen Wuon confronted Ginyu, Jis, and Bata, while the pineapple-haired Rikuum battled Vegeta. The sound of fists cutting through the air echoed continuously. Suen Wuon soon found himself exposed. Dealing with Ginyu alone was troublesome enough, let alone coordinating with two others. Suddenly, Ginyu landed a powerful punch to Suen Wuon's abdomen, eliciting a cry of agony as a wave of intense pain surged through him, causing the world to spin. Rikuum, flying kick. Vegeta shouted as Rikuum's kick struck his chin, momentarily disorienting him before he quickly retaliated. The exchange of blows continued, Rikuum's robust physique moving with surprising speed, leaving Vegeta and Suen Wuon powerless to counter. Suen Wuon spat blood, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. He gasped for air, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. It hurts. Every cell in my body aches. Am I angry? I genuinely despise these guys. Yet I cannot unleash the rage I remember. Is it because I am now more rational? Suen Wuon thought to himself, realizing that his reason prevented him from unleashing his power with reckless abandon, as he had in the past. Clint, are you not ready yet? Suen Wuon clutched his arm. Trembling as he stood, a trickle of blood cascading down his forehead, his gaze defiant as he stared at Ginyu, Jis, and Bata. On Earth, Chi-Chi, waiting at Bulma's home for the latest news, felt a sudden tightening in her chest. Wuon, you must be safe, she exclaimed, hastily picking up her cup, her anxiety mounting, unable to find peace. At this moment, she could only pray for Suen Wuon's safety on Earth. Chi-Chi, do not worry. Wukong has arrived. He will be fine, the turtle hermit reassured her. Mrs. Bulma, holding a teacup, smiled gently. Would you like a cup of coffee, Wukong's wife? Thank you. Chi-Chi replied politely, but her appetite was gone. The earlier sense of foreboding made her extremely uneasy, as though she were on the verge of losing something. Klin Dondi, Kalu, and Bulma brought the Dragon Balls to a nearby open area. Wuon, Vegeta is already fighting them. Hurry, or Wufon's efforts will be in vain. Come forth. Shenlong. Klin called out to the 7 Dragon Balls beneath him. However, the anticipated scene of darkness falling and Shenlong ascending did not materialize. We need to use the Namekian language for our Dragon Balls, Kalu quickly interjected. Ah, then hurry. Wuon may not last much longer, Klin urged Dondi, and Kalu understood. Dondi positioned her hands towards the Dragon Balls, and with her invocation in the Namekian language, the 7 Dragon Balls, resembling basketballs, began to emit a golden glow. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as the sky above Namek darkened, revealing a colossal figure soaring into the clouds. The Namekian Shenlong, resembling a lizard and far larger than the Earth's Shenlong, finally appeared after much anticipation. Suen Wuon and Vegeta were treated like discarded refuse, tossed aside by Ginyu, Base, Bata, and Rikuum, who laughed maniacally. Not yet, it is not over. Shakily, Suen Wuon rose to his feet, his purple attire soaked in blood, tattered and sticky. His gaze sharp and filled with fury. He could defeat everyone but Ginyu, especially with Ginyu, Jis, and Bata coordinating against him. Suddenly, the world darkened. The once clear skies of Namek turned to night. It worked. Wonderful. Shenlong has finally appeared. Suen Wuon exclaimed, filled with excitement as he looked at the towering Shenlong in the distance, his heart brimming with joy. Shenlong, does it relate to the Dragon Balls? Vegeta pondered. Observing the sky with a perplexed expression, his understanding of the Dragon Balls limited. He was unaware that summoning Shenlong would cause darkness to fall or what incantations were required. What is that? Ginyu and his companions stared blankly at the Shenlong Belangia. This is bad. Longzhu, Bait, you are swift, hurry over. Ginyu urged. Understood. Bait vanished in an instant, speeding towards the location of Kalin. A powerful explosion erupted as Ma Shanguang Suen Wuon unleashed his might, striking into the distance. What? No. Bait screamed in despair. He had become isolated, previously coordinating with GC to launch a sneak attack on Suen Wuon. With a thunderous roar, Bait's form was obliterated by a golden energy wave. Ha ha, another one bites the dust. Suen Wuon collapsed weakly to the ground, drained of all strength from that last blow. Unable even to lift his hand. Truly a hybrid of our Saiyan blood. Well done. Even in death, you fight to the end. Laughed Vegeta, witnessing Bait's demise. I am an Earthling, Suen Wuon countered feebly. Ginyu, now infuriated, was enraged by the loss of both Gudu and Bait. Damn it! I will tear this little brat to shreds. Ginyu's aura expanded ominously. At that moment, Frieza, having arrived at the Grand Elder of Namek, observed the sudden darkness enveloping Namek. Why has it turned dark? Frieza pondered in confusion. The Grand Elder was situated far from Suen Wuon and the others, akin to the distance between the northern and southern hemispheres. Thus he did not witness the Shenlong Balangia. Could it be that this sudden celestial phenomenon was related to the Dragon Balls? Frieza immediately thought of them, unleashing an energy wave from his finger that blasted a hole in the Grand Elder's dwelling, revealing Nairu and the weakened Grand Elder. Ho! So you are the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Chapter 24. The arrival of Wukong. Simultaneously, a colossal spherical spacecraft descended from the heavens. Unnoticed by Ginyu and the others due to the Shenlong Balangia, the hatch opened slowly, and Suen Wuon gazed at the pitch-black sky and the distant Shenlong Balangia piercing the heavens, momentarily lost in thought. Is that the Shenlong of Namek? Have Wufan and Colleen succeeded? This is splendid. However, Suen Wuon's smile began to fade. Such formidable energy. Wufan. Without further delay, sensing Wufan's energy was exceedingly weak amidst numerous powerful auras nearby, Suen Wuon sped towards him. I am on my way. Wufan, hold on. Now you shall witness the fruits of my training. Ginyu, Lycum, and Baisi unleashed their energy waves towards Suen Wuon and Vegeta. Closing their eyes, Suen Wuon and Vegeta awaited their impending demise, having reached their limits and unable to evade the assault from Ginyu and his allies. Suddenly, an intense aura surged forth, surrounding Suen Wuon with a red energy as he activated a twofold Kaioken, positioning himself before Suen Wuon and Vegeta, deflecting the energy waves with a sweep of his hand. Dad, Kakaloota. The imagined death did not come. Suen Wuon and Vegeta opened their eyes to see a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform with the character Wu emblazoned on the back, shielding them from the final deadly strike. Wuon, I'm here. Sorry, take this Senza bean. Suen Wuon smiled warmly, carefully placing a Senza bean in Suen Wuon's mouth. As he chewed, Suen Wuon's wounds healed instantly, restoring him to peak condition, springing back to his feet. What? Vegeta, Ginyu, and the others gaped in astonishment. Hey, wasn't that kid on the brink of death? Baisi asked, incredulous. Ginyu and Lycum shook their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend. Suen Wuon turned to Vegeta, his expression serious, then smiled at Suen Wuon. How did Vegeta get injured? He was hurt by that pineapple-headed one. Despite my strenuous training and the Grand Elder's help in unlocking my potential, I couldn't defeat that purple-skinned fiend. Furthermore, Ginyu teamed up with the others to attack me. I simply could not withstand their combined assault. After I managed to take one down, I was exhausted. Thankfully you arrived, Dad. Suen Wuon's eyes sparkled, the shadows in his heart dissipating as his tense nerves relaxed. Yes, Dad will not let these guys go. Suen Wuon adjusted Suen Wuon's tunic. His gaze turned to Vegeta, puzzled. By the way, Wuon, why was Vegeta injured like you? Weren't they supposed to be allies? There has been much that transpired. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. For now, we have temporarily joined forces. Just as Suen Wuon was about to elaborate, Suen Wuon gently placed his hand on his head. Wuon, you need not say more. I have already discerned the situation. Through Suen Wuon's thoughts, Suen Wuon comprehended the entirety of events, yet the mental barrier protecting the memories of the traveler eluded him. I see. Well done, Wuon. Bulma and Colleen are safe as well, and Frieza matters. Suen Wuon smiled. Indeed, Dad, be cautious of their abilities, Suen Wuon warned, shaking his head, but was halted by Suen Wuon. I already know, Wuon, the intelligence you acquired from a soldier, correct? Suen Wuon replied with understanding. Suen Wuon nodded slightly, glancing away sheepishly, as Suen Wuon perceived the unease within him. Although the memories are fragmented and lacking significant portions, I trust you, Wuon. Do not place undue pressure on yourself. Suen Wuon reassured him. Actually, Dad, you could learn all this too. After we return, I will reveal the truth. Wuon, you have become remarkably strong. Suen Wuon produced a Senza bean and handed it to Vegeta. Vegeta, quickly eat this. Realizing that Suen Wuon had just recovered, Vegeta comprehended and promptly consumed the Senza bean. My body, this? Vegeta stared incredulously at his hands, astonished at his restored physique. There is still one Senzu bean left. Suen Wukong passed the pouch to Suen Wuon, his gaze turning cold as he regarded Ginyu, Lycum, and Bei-Si. Dad, let me handle that white-haired scoundrel. He is the one who has been ambushing me all along. Suen Wuon tucked the pouch into his tunic, glaring fiercely at Bei-Si. Well, leave Ginyu to me. I will watch out for his techniques. Suen Wukong focused on Ginyu, realizing that the revived Suen Wuon had surpassed him in power. Yet Bei-Si and the one he had previously slain were even more detestable. Vegeta's gaze fixed on Suen Wukong, his mind tumultuous with disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Kakaluota and Suen Wuon. Why are they both so powerful? Did Kakaluota become the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta recalled the tale among the Saiyans that a Super Saiyan, a prodigy appearing once in a millennium, was an insurmountable pinnacle for any talented warrior. If this legend is true, it should be me who transforms into a Super Saiyan. Why is it that Kakaluota, that lowly warrior, and that hybrid Suen Wuon are the ones to achieve it? How infuriating, Vegeta thought, begrudgingly. However, his immediate focus was on Lycum. Revived from the brink of death, his power had surged significantly. The pineapple-headed Lycum was no longer his match. The divine dragon soared through the heavens, and Kellen, brimming with anticipation, made his first wish. However, upon learning that only one life could be restored with a single wish, he opted for the revival of Bic, choosing Gohan's wish from before. Dandy, utilizing the language of Namek, conveyed the first wish to Shenlong Purunga. The inhabitants of King Kai's planet had been closely monitoring the situation on Namek, where Bic's halo had vanished, signaling his resurrection. Bic, you have returned, exclaimed Kellen and the others, filled with joy. Gohan, however, expressed his concerns, placing his hand on North Kai's back as he surveyed the situation on Namek. On Earth, the Supreme Kai was also revived due to Bic's restoration, much to Bobo's excitement, as everything seemed to be heading towards a brighter future. Yet, Gohan and his companions on Namek were about to face an even graver crisis, as the absence of the Dragon Balls unleashed the wrathful and frenzied Frieza. The butterfly effect of Gohan's actions began to manifest, amplifying the repercussions. Chapter 25. The final battle approaches at that moment. Frieza glared at the Elder and Nail, slowly articulating. There are no black skies on Namek. What is the meaning of this situation? The Elder replied. Someone has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Divine Dragon. Your plans have failed. Frieza's fists clenched tightly, his rage causing purple blood to seep from his knuckles. Damn it, damn it. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's violent energy erupted, enveloping everything around him in a suffocating pressure that sent a cold sweat down Nail's back. The Elder telepathically urged Dandy, hurry, make the second wish. Instruct Purunga to unleash the latent powers of Son Goku and Son Gohan that cannot be manifested at this moment. Bic, communicating with North Kai, intended to head to Namek for battle, but froze upon receiving the Elder's mental message. North Kai realized the implication and smiled. I understand. The Elder wishes for Goku and Gohan to withstand Frieza. But won't this wish jeopardize their fundamental essence? Bic voiced the concern shared by many. North Kai clarified. It pertains to the powers they cannot currently access. This wish is akin to the Elder's ability to excavate strength, posing no harm to their foundations. Previously, when the Elder attempted to tap into Gohan's potential, he could only reveal a fraction. Both Goku and Gohan had undergone extensive training and experiences, enabling them to fully unleash their capabilities. North Kai had been quietly observing everything on Namek, comprehending the Elder's intentions, which amounted to allowing Shenlong to excavate the strength of Goku and Gohan. I understand, Elder, Dandy swiftly uttered in Namekian, making the second wish to Shenlong Purunga. At that moment, Gohan, Vegeta, and Goku confronted Ginyu, Berta, and Rikum simultaneously. You scoundrel, perish. Vegeta unleashed a fierce golden energy wave, obliterating Rikum to nothingness. With the Kaioken X2 Kamehameha, Goku, now far more powerful than Ginyu, utilized his knowledge of Jinyu's techniques from Gohan, offering him no chance, ultimately annihilating Ginyu with the Kamehameha. The situation was dire, with Frieza looming as a formidable adversary, and time was of the essence. Thus, Goku held no intention of mercy, nor did he allow his opponent to execute the body-swapping maneuver. Gohan faced Berta, who had previously been no match for him, and now was even less so. Had Berta not hidden behind Ginyu to ambush him, the outcome would have mirrored that of Bardock. With a single energy wave, Gohan shattered Berta into mere dust. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan stood united. The Ginyu Force had been vanquished. Now only Frieza and his minions remained. Gohan's fists cracked ominously. Suddenly, Gohan and Goku felt their energies surge dramatically, startling Vegeta. What on earth? Vegeta exclaimed, observing the escalating power of Gohan and Goku, which surpassed his wildest expectations. On Namek, the Elder, who had just unleashed his fury, regained his composure. It matters not. There exists a place called Earth, where Dragon Balls can also grant wishes. Frieza's scouter suddenly detected two formidable energy signatures on the rise. The latest model revealed Goku and Gohan's combat power escalating until the device reached its limit and ultimately exploded. What? Why have two individuals with such overwhelming power suddenly emerged? Surpassing the scouter's maximum threshold? Frieza's gaze shifted toward the Elder, realization dawning upon him as he smirked darkly. So it is because of the Dragon Balls. However, since Dragon Balls exist on Earth, you are no longer of use, Elder. The Elder's crimson eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight as Frieza obliterated him and Nail, reducing them to ashes amidst a dazzling explosion. The previously dark sky reverted to daylight, yet the radiance felt cold and unwelcoming. Frieza emerged from the smoke, landing steadily on the ground. If their combat power exceeds 1 million, this state may not bode well. I have not transformed into my final form for quite some time. I shall entertain these fools in my original guise. Frieza clenched his fists, his aura beginning to shift as he shed his armor, power surging within him as debris floated around. With the Elder's demise, Shenlong Purunga dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls, once the size of basketballs, transformed into mere white stones. Bulma looked on in astonishment. What is happening? We haven't even made our third wish, yet Shenlong has vanished. Dandy and Karu knelt helplessly, tears brimming in their eyes. The Elder, he has passed. Kellen stated gravely. No, Nail's energy has also vanished. Frieza knows we summoned Shenlong and has killed the Elder and Nail. Suddenly, Namek trembled violently. Bulma lost her balance and fell to the ground. What is happening? I despise this planet, she cried, rubbing her sore behind. Frieza's power continued to rise. How could this be? He had already been overwhelmingly strong. Kellen clutched his head in fear, realizing he had been of little use during his time on Namek. At that moment, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta sensed Frieza's escalating energy, sending chills down their spines. This cannot be. It is true. Frieza can still elevate his power. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Is this a one-time elevation to his final form? Gohan pondered, turning his gaze toward his father, Goku. Though his own power had increased significantly, Goku's strength had surged even more, at least doubling Gohan's combat power. However, it made sense. He was merely 5 years old, lacking the experience and training compared to Goku. The final confrontation with Frieza was upon them. They just needed to endure this most arduous moment. And a smooth path lay ahead. Gohan gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his martial arts uniform tattered, while Vegeta's battle attire mirrored his own. Only Goku remained impeccably dressed. Chapter 26. Frieza's final form. The tremors of planet Namek ceased as Frieza transformed into his ultimate form. Stripped of much of his adornment, he appeared more restrained, with patches of purple skin on his head, shoulders, chest, wrists, and ankles, lending him a simplified yet formidable presence. However, his power was incomparable to what it had been before. Those scoundrels! Frieza swiftly propelled himself forward, his speed inducing a sense of trepidation. As he passed, mountains crumbled and waves surged. He recalled the detection of 2 Namekians' positions, fueling his relentless flight. Not good, Dad. Frieza is heading toward Uncle Krillin and the others. Suen Wuon, in a burst of speed, raced towards Krillin's direction. Suen Wuon followed closely behind, urging, "Let us hurry, Wuon." Vegeta, observing Suen Wuon and Wufon's departing figures, felt a momentary lapse in focus, his emotions tumultuous. The overwhelming power of Frieza's final form rendered him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Just moments ago, Kakarot and his child had experienced a significant surge in their strength. Could it be due to the Dragon Balls? Vegeta clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in frustration. How infuriating that Kakarot had surpassed me by such a margin. Yet, facing Frieza, defeat was inevitable. What should I do? Vegeta sensed Frieza's unfathomable energy, compounded by his history of servitude under Frieza, leaving him devoid of the courage to confront him. Moreover, Wufan's memories of a previous encounter with Frieza haunted him, where he had been utterly devastated. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Vegeta's mind. Wufan had mentioned resurrecting Piccolo, the Namekian from Earth. This meant the Dragon Balls on Earth had been restored. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you're destined to be torn apart by Frieza here. I am heading to Earth. Even if the Dragon Balls cannot grant me immortality, they will empower me to defeat Frieza. I refuse to remain here waiting to be killed by him. Vegeta observed Suen Wuon boarding the spaceship that had arrived on planet Namek, racing towards his objective. Frieza had always been his greatest concern, followed closely by Kakarot. The immense power Frieza now displayed led Vegeta to believe there was no chance of victory. With Wufan and Suen Wuon heading towards Krillin, escape seemed implausible. At that moment, Krillin sensed Frieza advancing toward them at an unimaginable speed, his strength exceeding all expectations. Frieza is coming this way. Krillin trembled. Suddenly, Suen Wuon and Wufan arrived, standing before the group. Wuon, you made it. Oh, Bulma exclaimed, leaping onto Suen Wuon's back, tears streaming down her face. Suen Wuon smiled gently. Bulma, I'm sorry for worrying you. A great battle is imminent. Wufan, Krillin, you must take Bulma and the others away from here. I'll handle things. I brought a spaceship. Boom. Before Wufan or Krillin could respond, a booming voice echoed through the sky as the spherical spaceship Suen Wuon had brought ascended, departing planet Namek. Wufan gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, what happened to the pride of the Saiyan prince? How could he steal our spaceship? Bulma chimed in, exactly. Vegeta is nothing but a spaceship thief, a rogue. Krillin remarked, but we still have the ship we arrived in, right, Bulma? Right. I almost forgot. Bulma nodded vigorously, retrieving a capsule that resembled a beetle and producing the spaceship, which settled onto the ground. Krillin, Bulma, Kalu, and Dondi boarded the ship, yet Wufan remained, standing resolutely beside Suen Wuon. Dad, I know my strength is inferior to yours, but yours is still no match for Frieza. I must stay. To me and Mom. You are the most important. I want to be a burden. Wufan's determined expression contrasted with his tattered purple martial arts uniform, reminiscent of Piccolo's. Very well, Wufan. Suen Wuon pondered for a moment before smiling and calling out to Krillin, you all need to leave quickly. Wukong, Wufan, be careful. Krillin urged as the four entered the spaceship. Bulma quickly took the pilot's seat, following commands to lift off the ground. Don't think you can escape, you lot. A piercing scream echoed from the horizon as Frieza, fingers aglow with purple energy, furiously targeted Suen Wuon, Wufan, and the ascending spaceship, unleashing a crescent-shaped beam of violet light. Danger! Move aside. Suen Wuon and Wufan instinctively dodged, but Frieza's attack cleaved the spaceship in two. Kalu, caught in the beam's path, was engulfed in a shower of purple blood, the shock rendering them incapable of reaction. Boom! The violet beam split planet Namek asunder, lakes and oceans cascading through the fissures, and the shattered spaceship plummeting to the ground, producing a deafening roar. Suen Wuon and Wufan stared in disbelief, drenched in cold sweat, mechanically turning to witness Frieza descending leisurely to the ground. Ha ha ha. I never expected you fools to provoke me so foolishly. I could never have imagined things would unfold this way. Unforgivable. I shall not rest until each of you is dead, so you can comprehend the terror of Frieza? He clenched his fists, bellowing at Suen Wuon and Wufan, radiating a murderous aura that sent chills down Wufan's spine. Meanwhile, Krillin and Bulma crawled from the wreckage, the spaceship utterly destroyed. What on earth just happened? Bulma lamented, feeling as if her insides had been shattered. Had she not been strapped in, the outcome would have been dire. Kalu and Dondi wept for Kalu, whose eyes had remained wide open, having perished before he could comprehend his fate at Frieza's hands. It's not the time for sorrow, Dondi. We'll hinder Wukong if we stay here. We must leave at once. Krillin urged. Right. Dondi wiped her tears, glaring at Frieza with fury. Haha. I can't believe there is still a Namekian brat alive. But where is Vegeta? Did that Saiyan prince flee? Frieza mocked, unaware of Vegeta's absence. Chapter 27. Suen Wuon vs. Frieza. So, you are Frieza. You appear quite different from what I imagined. Somewhat diminutive, Suen Wuon remarked coolly, positioning himself protectively in front of Wufan and the others. Frieza's gaze shifted to Suen Wuon, surprise flickering in his eyes. You seem oddly familiar, ah. You are that Saiyan who dared to defy me on planet Vegeta. You resemble him perfectly. Frieza recalled that the Saiyan who had challenged him was Bardock, Suen Wukong's father. Suen Wukong cast a knowing glance at Suen Wuon, who, understanding instantly, quietly retreated to join Krillin, Bulma, and Dandy. Is that Frieza? Bulma trembled, her body quaking with fear. Completely paralyzed by terror, Suen Wuon gently placed his hand around Bulma's waist and handed the black bag to Krillin, saying, "Hurry and leave this place, Uncle Krillin, Dandy. Take the other Dragon Balls with you. This battle is for my father." Ah, yes. Krillin and Dandy quickly packed the petrified Dragon Balls into the bag and departed with Suen Wuon, leaving the battlefield to Suen Wukong and Frieza. Having destroyed the departing spaceship, Frieza allowed them to go, savoring the prospect of tormenting them later. "Saiyan, you should have followed Vegeta's lead and left sooner, but you won't escape for long. Besides Namek, Earth also possessed Dragon Balls. Before fulfilling my desire for immortality, let these Saiyan monkeys witness the terror of Frieza." Bang! Bang! The ground trembled beneath Frieza and Suen Wukong as dust erupted, the sky, ground, and water shattering continuously, waves crashing, and the air resonating with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Moving at such speed that it was beyond the naked eye, the primitive creatures on Namek sensed an instinctual danger and began to flee. As an ordinary person, Bulma could not perceive the battle between Frieza and Suen Wukong. Having shared many experiences together, she felt like a burden, helplessly held by Suen Wuon. The spaceship has been destroyed by Frieza, and the one brought by Wukong was taken by Vegeta. What should we do? After being placed on level ground by Suen Wuon, Bulma expressed her frustration. "They're still away. Uncle Piccolo has been revived, right? Lord Kai, can you hear me?" Suen Wuon called out loudly. Lord North Kai had been monitoring the situation on Namek and quickly responded through telepathy upon hearing Suen Wuon's voice. "I hear you, Wuon." "Great. Lord Kai, Uncle Piccolo must have been revived as well," Suen Wuon asked with concern. Piccolo, gripping North Kai's shoulder, replied, "Wuon, I have been revived, and you've grown stronger. I regret not being able to fight alongside you. Frieza's power would have overwhelmed me in the past. Is there anything you can do?" Suen Wuon nodded earnestly, responding, "With Uncle Piccolo revived, the Supreme Kai must have returned as well. Lord Kai, contact the Supreme Kai immediately. Use Earth's Dragon Balls to revive those Namekians who fell to Frieza and Vegeta. This way, the Grand Elder will also be restored. Then, we can use the Namekian dragon to make our final wish and return to Earth together." Bulma exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, if we do that. Not only will the Namekians be revived, but we will all be saved." "Wuon, you truly have a plan." North Kai quickly replied, "I understand. I will contact the Supreme Kai right away. You must hold on. Stay strong, Wuon," Piccolo urged. Suen Wuon's gaze focused ahead. He could clearly see the fierce clash between Frieza and Suen Wukong. Even with the Kaioken X10, Suen Wukong was barely managing against Frieza's overwhelming power. Krillin remarked, honestly, "I can't see Wukong and Frieza anymore. Their speed is unfathomable, their powers beyond comprehension." Suen Wuon remained silent, still bewildered by Vegeta's escape, prompting him to reorganize the memories of the traveler within him. The actions of Vegeta on Namek indeed aligned with his recollections. He remembered how Piccolo attempted to flee during his battle with Frieza, but was intercepted. Their current unfamiliarity could turn them into enemies at any moment. With clarity restored, Suen Wuon ceased to concern himself with Vegeta and concentrated on the battle ahead. He could faintly discern Suen Wukong, whose clothing was tattered, revealing the blue shirt beneath. "Am I not powerful enough to concentrate my strength in my back as a Super Saiyan?" Suen Wuon attempted an alternative transformation into a Super Saiyan, but found it futile. Suddenly, Frieza and Suen Wukong distanced themselves, facing each other. Frieza appeared somewhat disheveled, nursing wounds, while Suen Wukong bore even more severe injuries. Frieza brushed off the dust from his attire, commenting, "You're quite capable, aren't you? Besides my father, you're the first to dirty me. This is the first time in my life I've felt this exhilarated. I never expected a Saiyan of your caliber to exist, unlike those foolish ones of the past. It would be a pity to kill you. How about joining us? I will overlook the matter of the Dragon Balls." Suen Wukong felt a surge of excitement and smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, but that's impossible. This is the first time I've encountered such a formidable opponent. The thrill is invigorating. Truly clueless, aren't you, Suen Wukong? Next, I'll let you fight me with both hands. Consider it a special offer." Frieza, composed, placed his hands behind his back his tail swaying gently, striking the ground with a resounding thud. Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance, weighing the pros and cons. In their previous battle, he had noticed that Frieza did not sense energy like they did. Is that so? The outcome is still uncertain. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Sun Wukong sprang forward, the ground caving beneath his tremendous power as he charged at Frieza. Frieza leapt backward, his feet and tail colliding with Sun Wukong's fists and feet, producing a series of sharp, echoing sounds. In an instant, Frieza seized an opening, ensnaring Sun Wukong's neck with his tail, constricting it tightly. Sun Wukong strained against Frieza's tail, letting out a pained wail. Frieza, watching Sun Wukong struggle, let out a triumphant laugh. Chapter 28. Kaioken X20. Damn it, why can't I break free? Sun Wukong roared in frustration, gripping Frieza's tail and biting down hard. Frieza suddenly trembled in pain, as if electrocuted, quickly retracting his tail and examining the bite marks. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong landed a powerful punch to Frieza's face, unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks that caught Frieza off guard. Frieza retaliated, striking Sun Wukong with a fierce blow that sent him crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth, a smirk playing on his lips. Didn't you say we wouldn't use our hands? Hee hee. The time for special treatment has ended. Frieza's crimson eyes locked onto Sun Wukong as he replied, You're quite strong, but I'm growing weary of this battle. It's time to end it. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to work under me? It would be a pity to kill you. Unfazed, Sun Wukong responded, That's impossible, Frieza. I will never engage in such murderous acts. I have long anticipated your response. You are even more obstinate than those Saiyans. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. You now have but one path before you, and that is to meet your demise. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing Sun Wukong's ebony hair to sway softly. Unfazed by Frieza's menacing threat, he retorted, You speak too boldly. I have yet to be defeated by you. Frieza, with a chilling grin, declared, Even if you still possess some strength, even if we account for your previous techniques, as long as I exert 50% of my power, you shall be reduced to cosmic dust. Sun Wukong felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow and replied, You truly overestimate yourself. If you wish to deceive, you must present a reasonable basis. Frieza spread his arms wide, his tail arched, and his feet positioned forward and back, bowing his head slightly, his eyes wide open, embodying the stance of a sovereign. Then let us wait and see. I must confess, I have not engaged in such vigorous activity for quite some time. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a crimson aura, instantly amplifying his power to 10 times the Kaioken, colliding fiercely with Frieza, propelling them from the ground into the sky, and then crashing down onto the sea. Frieza's speed and strength were formidable, dominating Sun Wukong with an overwhelming display of power, leaving him unable to counter. Suddenly, exploiting a gap, Frieza delivered a heavy blow, sending Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. A barrage of energy blasts rained down like a torrential downpour. And even with the tenfold Kaioken, Sun Wukong found no opportunity to retaliate, being relentlessly pummeled. As the energy intensified to 20 times the Kaioken, Frieza's energy blasts were instantly repelled. What? Frieza exclaimed in shock as Sun Wukong shaped his hands into a distinctive pose, resting them at his waist. The energy blasts sent soaring from Sun Wukong scattered across Namek, prompting Gohan and others, who were hiding, to swiftly evade. Bulma screamed sharply as Gohan lifted her, her eyes wide with terror at the continuous roars surrounding them. Once they reached safety, Bulma remained shaken, having witnessed the explosion's mushroom cloud up close, which horrified her as an ordinary person. Is it not over yet? I truly wish to leave this place, she lamented, tears in her eyes, turning to Gohan. Gohan shook his head and replied, Gathering the Dragon Balls takes time. If successful, it should be dark by now. The Namekians have not yet been revived. So let us wait a little longer. Krillin and Dandy returned as well, narrowly escaping the scattered energy blasts which had nearly claimed their lives. Uncle Krillin, Dandy, please protect Aunt Bulma. My father is currently at a disadvantage. I must assist him. Gohan sensed Sun Wukong's energy surging again, likely having used the 20-fold Kaioken, which would only complicate matters further. I will join you. Although my fighting power is not on par with yours, I am certain I can still be of help. Krillin clenched his fists, a hint of reluctance in his voice. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan nodded and said, Very well, Uncle Krillin, Let us proceed together. Dandy. Ensure Aunt Bulma's safety. With that, Gohan and Krillin sped away, leaving Dandy and the frightened Bulma behind. Sun Wukong glared fiercely at Frieza, a blue energy wave coalescing in his palm. For Gohan, for Chi-Chi, for Earth, and for the future of all Namekians, I shall not be defeated by you. With a titanic roar, he elevated his energy to its peak, fully unleashing the 20-fold Kaioken. Regardless of whether you retain half your strength or if you speak truthfully or deceitfully, I shall bring you down, Kamehameha. The blue energy wave surged toward Frieza with incredible speed and vast range, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Frieza's palm pressed down hard against the Kamehameha wave, his expression contorted with effort and his furious roar echoing, clearly struggling to withstand the onslaught. Sparks erupted as the energy clashed, even light seemingly consumed by the explosion's force, creating a violent tremor that nearly swept Krillin off his feet, had it not been for Gohan's grip. The 20-fold Kaioken pushed Sun Wukong to his limits. His body nearing exhaustion, the sparks in the air dissipated, and Frieza's palm, having absorbed the Kamehameha, was scorched, revealing numerous wounds. Sun Wukong's attack had only inflicted minor injuries upon Frieza. Is this truly happening? It seems he spoke the truth. He has only exerted half his power. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, his energy waning significantly, his breathing becoming erratic. Frieza internally mused, that was a close call. How could this Saiyan unleash such formidable power? Cursed Saiyan. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Sun Wukong, fury radiating from him. That last move hurt quite a bit. You will pay for that. Frieza lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Sun Wukong sprawling to the ground. Staggering to his feet, Sun Wukong pondered his next move. The 20-fold Kaioken had exhausted him completely. He realized he had pushed himself too far. It seemed he had no choice but to employ the spirit bomb. He raised his hand slowly, gritting his teeth as he focused on gathering energy, all the while gazing at Frieza. Frieza paused, observing Sun Wukong's raised hands, and inquired, "What are you attempting to do?" Chapter 29, Gathering the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb is a technique passed down to Sun Wukong by the North Kao, allowing him to absorb the energy from all living beings, plants, insects, animals, and even humans, into a single energy sphere, which can then be used to launch an attack. However, the gathering process takes considerable time, exposing Sun Wukong's vulnerabilities to Frieza. Absorbing energy from this planet alone would not suffice to defeat Frieza, so he expanded his range of absorption. I shall draw energy from nearby planets as well. Lend me your power. Sun Wukong felt the energy from Namek was insufficient, thus broadening his focus. Frieza, unable to sense the energy, regarded Sun Wukong's raised hands with a skeptical gaze. Do you harbor some peculiar intentions? Yet, with your feeble state, I find it hard to believe you can accomplish anything. Suddenly, a swift figure darted forward, and Gohan delivered a fierce kick, sending Frieza soaring through the air. What? Frieza flipped midair, landing on the ground, fixing his glare on Gohan. You are the little brat who thwarted my plans. Gohan, what are you doing here? Get away. You are no match for him. Sun Wukong anxiously shouted, fatigued and desperate. Gohan replied resolutely, Father, leave this to me for now. With a surge of energy, disregarding Sun Wukong's warning, Gohan unleashed his full power and charged at Frieza. Oh, your name is Gohan, so you are his son. Frieza observed with amusement as he effortlessly evaded Gohan's strikes, retreating casually from each attack. A brutal knee strike landed squarely on Gohan's chest, causing him to cough up blood, feeling several ribs shatter upon impact. In that moment, his consciousness began to fade. Gohan, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo, who had been observing from Kaio's planet, instinctively called out. Yet, Gohan, propelled by sheer willpower, clung to Frieza's knee, blood trickling to the ground, mingling with the red dust, resembling a blood-red rose amidst the chaos. Little brat, you are quite resilient. I shall enjoy tormenting you before your father, Frieza sneered. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, who stood with his hands raised. His visage filled with fury, which brought him great delight. With a resounding strike, Frieza's palm came crashing down upon Son Gohan's head, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Blood staining the earth in a long crimson trail. Is it not enough yet? How infuriating. Be swifter. Share your energy with me. It must be quick. Sun Wukong roared inwardly, yearning to rush forward immediately. Son Gohan, struggling to rise, placed his palms on his waist, conjuring a deep green energy. His gaze unwavering and resolute as he glared defiantly at Frieza, undaunted. Frieza strolled leisurely towards Son Gohan, chuckling darkly. "Ah, you are indeed stubborn, little one. You have no idea of the terror that is Frieza." Son Gohan's youthful voice was imbued with determination. Frieza paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he regarded Son Gohan's steadfast gaze, reminiscent of a time long past, when planet Vegeta had not yet met its demise at his hands. King Vegeta, the father of Vegeta, had rallied all the first-class warriors to resist him. The reason behind King Vegeta's audacity to defy him was a whisper of lore, that Frieza feared the united Saiyans. The notion of unity was almost laughable, as when faced with him, King Vegeta and those Saiyan warriors were filled with dread and terror, ultimately meeting their end, even Vegeta himself. "I detest your gaze." Returning to the present, Frieza observed that Sun Wukong and Son Gohan did not exhibit the fear he desired. "I fear you not." Upon arriving at planet Namek, I had already resolved myself. I fear no one, not even you, Frieza, despite your golden skin. Prepare yourself for the Wangwu Jing Tianzhong. With a mighty shout, Son Gohan gathered 2 strands of deep green energy, ensnaring Frieza within them, the flickering energy arcs relentlessly striking him, eliciting painful cries. "Ah, let go of me, you wretched brat." Frieza was bound by Son Gohan's Wangwu Jing Tianzhong, the electric shocks inflicting immense agony upon him. Wow, the Wangwu Jing Tianzhong from Master Roshi is truly astonishing. I never imagined Gohan had mastered this technique. Sun Wukong beamed with pride, intensifying his absorption as the Genki Dama continued to swell. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Yamcha, alongside Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, gazed intently at the unfolding situation on planet Namek. "This is amazing. It's Master Roshi's Wangwu Jing Tianzhong. Gohan, you have it mastered," Yamcha exclaimed, recognizing the technique from their first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Master Roshi, under the alias Chung Long, had used it against Sun Wukong. "Well done, Gohan." Piccolo could not suppress his smile. "This is fantastic." Yes, Krillin has joined the fray as well. On planet Namek, Frieza struggled desperately to break free from the bindings. His eyes bloodshot with rage, nearly losing his sanity at the unexpected turn of events. "Krillin, act quickly," Son Gohan shouted, his voice urgent. Krillin, clad in the same orange GI as Sun Wukong, stood atop a peak, raising his palm as a golden disc materialized, its edges serrated and spinning rapidly. "Well done, Gohan. Here comes the Chi Yuan Zhan." Krillin hurled the Chi Yuan Zhan towards the ensnared Frieza. "How dare you?" Frieza's body swelled with power, his aura surging like a tempest, startling Sun Wukong. "Is this Frieza's full power? Get back, Gohan." Although Son Gohan sensed the shift, it was too late. Frieza, unleashing his full might, instantly broke free from the Wangwu Jing Tianzhong, condensing a deadly beam of energy at his fingertip, shattering Krillin's Chi Yuan Zhan without hesitation, piercing directly through Krillin's right chest. So swift was the attack that Krillin could not react in time, clutching his gushing wound as he collapsed to the ground. Gravely injured yet still alive, utterly devoid of strength to resist. At that moment, Frieza seized Son Gohan by the hair, lifting him with a pained scream, his inflated form contracting back to normal. "You wretched child, how dare you inflict such pain upon me? This is my retribution." A faint red energy sphere enveloped Son Gohan, immobilizing him entirely. "Stop, Frieza," Sun Wukong shouted, recalling the horrors of this technique. Son Gohan, at this juncture, lacked the strength to break free from the binding. Chapter 30, The Malice of Frieza. Frieza cast a casual glance at Sun Wukong, regarding him as a mere toy, relishing the sight of Son Gohan struggling within the red translucent sphere of his technique. With a swift motion, Frieza's tail lashed out like an iron rod, striking Son Gohan's head with force, rendering him unconscious and sending him flying. Frieza moved with blinding speed, intercepting Son Gohan mid-fall and delivering a brutal elbow strike to his lower back. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Son Gohan succumbed to excruciating pain, losing consciousness. His spine shattered, and his body uncontrollably plummeting to the ground, creating a massive crater, causing the binding technique to dissipate. "Gohan." Sun Wukong glared at Frieza with unbridled fury, nearly breathing fire. On King Kai's planet, Yamcha seethed with rage. "This is unbearable. Gohan, Wukong, they are battling on planet Namek while we go on." Piccolo clenched his fist, blood seeping from his palm, gritting his teeth. The North Kai was equally anxious. Where are the Supreme Kais? They must hurry. If they delay any longer, Gohan and the others will be killed by Frieza. On the ground, Son Gohan succumbed to the overwhelming pain and fainted. I will deal with you first, little monkey. Before attending to your father, Frieza raised his finger, conjuring a fiery explosive orb, ascending slowly as he prepared to unleash the very technique that had once obliterated planet Vegeta. It's working, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. The massive Genki Dama shimmered, drawing Frieza's attention. What is that? Frieza trembled, the enormous Genki Dama exceeding 50 kilometers in diameter. Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Krillin shouted, his grievous chest wound miraculously healed, joining forces with Dandy to lift Son Gohan and flee swiftly. Thank you, Krillin, Dandy. Though curious about Krillin's sudden recovery, there was no time for questions as Sun Wukong hurled the Genki Dama with all his might towards Frieza. Frieza's emotions swung wildly. Before he could recover from the shock of the enormous Genki Dama, he saw the revitalized Krillin. Above him, the colossal Genki Dama descended, thrust by Sun Wukong's force. The destruction-inducing explosive orb collided with the Genki Dama, causing no obstruction, annihilating and dissipating upon impact with Frieza. Damn it! Frieza's fury erupted as the Genki Dama struck him. The force of the impact creating waves that pushed back the sea and sent crabs scuttling away. Sun Wukong immediately dropped to the ground, with Dandy pinning Son Gohan down, while Krillin shielded Bulma. A resounding explosion echoed across the sky, plunging the world into darkness as water and debris were thrown into the air by the cataclysmic force. The formidable power of the Yuan-Chi-Dan explosion was still underestimated by Sun Wukong and his companions. They were uncontrollably swept away by the blast. Amidst a tempest of wind and rain, with sand and droplets striking their bodies painfully, after an indeterminate amount of time, the radiance returned to the planet Namek, revealing a vast depression at the center of the once mighty sea, where water continuously poured in, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. The ground was buried under layers of dust and mud, and in the midst of a flowing current. Krillin and Dandy managed to drag the unconscious Son Gohan to the shore. That was truly perilous. Dandy, quickly, treat Gohan. His breath is faint, and without intervention, he will perish, Krillin urged anxiously. I understand, Dandy responded, placing his hands upon Son Gohan's chest, as the antennae-like appendages of the Namekian glimmered with a gentle light, enveloping Gohan in a soothing aura. Meanwhile, Bulma emerged from a mound of sand, feeling as if her entire body was falling apart. Why must I, a mere housewife, endure such torment? She lamented, brushing off the sand with disdain, her face also smeared with dirt. Suddenly, she noticed a hint of an orange martial arts GI peeking out from the sand ahead. Without a second thought, Bulma rushed over, using her delicate hands to clear the debris, eventually revealing the severely weakened Sun Wukong. Cough, cough. Bulma? Sun Wukong spluttered, coughing up a mouthful of sand. He had sustained significant injuries in his battle against Frieza, in addition to exhausting his energy. With Bulma's help, he rose to his feet. And as her previously frantic heart calmed upon seeing him, she exclaimed, Wonderful. Wukong, you are truly remarkable. You defeated the terrifying Frieza. Ha ha ha. Frieza was indeed a formidable adversary. Bulma, have you seen Gohan? Sun Wukong asked, filled with concern, remembering how Gohan had been severely beaten by Frieza and subsequently blown away by the Yuan-Chi-Dan shockwave. Daddy. The tender and familiar call brought a joyful smile to Sun Wukong's previously tense face. Gohan, he exclaimed, looking up to see the healed Son Gohan, along with Krillin and Dandy, flying towards him. Upon landing, Krillin hurriedly said, Wukong, Bulma, it is splendid. Everyone is safe. Thank you, Dandy. Indeed. Dandy nodded earnestly, approaching Sun Wukong and extending his palm to initiate the healing process. Feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. So that was it. Krillin was healed by you earlier. Thank you. No problem. We have finally avenged those fallen Namekians by defeating that vile monster, Dandy replied, brimming with excitement. Unlike Krillin and Bulma, Son Gohan remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. After his near-death experience, he sensed a substantial increase in his power. However, when attempting to harness that strength, he found himself unable to transform, indicating that he still lacked sufficient might. Suddenly, a familiar yet overwhelming pressure enveloped them, prompting Sun Wukong. Krillin and Son Gohan to turn. They beheld Frieza standing atop a small, elevated ridge, his tail blown off by the recent explosion, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Frieza! Bulma exclaimed, her heart plummeting upon witnessing that he had not perished, crying out in terror. With a slow lift of his finger, Frieza unleashed a deadly beam that instantly obliterated Dandy's head. Stop, Frieza! Sun Wukong roared, as rage surged within him, unable to accept that his final technique, the Yuanchi Dan, had failed to vanquish Frieza. Ha ha ha. Now, you shall have no further chances. I will relish tormenting you. Next, it will be your turn, little bald one. Frieza sneered, his gaze fixated on Krillin, who was almost disemboweled with fear. Chapter 31, Super Saiyan. Be careful. Son Gohan pushed Krillin aside with all his strength, his slight frame now completely under Frieza's control. Why rush to your demise, little brat? Frieza growled, glaring furiously at Son Gohan. Gohan, stop. Frieza, please. A chilling sensation coursed through Sun Wukong's entire being, filled with anger and helplessness as he could only watch Frieza snuff out life after life before him. Daddy! Frieza's hand clenched tightly, and the suspended Son Gohan was instantly shattered into pieces, blood splattering across Sun Wukong's face, still warm. Krillin, witnessing Gohan's brutal demise, was paralyzed with fear, his body trembling, consumed by anger and despair over his own inadequacy. Bulma's face turned pale, as the loss of Dandy and Son Gohan unfolded before her eyes, plunging her heart into a dark abyss. Ha ha ha. Now it is your turn, little bald one. Frieza taunted, a smug grin on his face as he pointed his finger at Krillin. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. You killed Gohan. The heavens trembled, and lightning gathered as the debris around Sun Wukong stirred with his fury, his hair and eyes shifting dramatically amidst the cacophony of roaring winds. With a final, primal roar akin to a wild beast, Sun Wukong underwent a profound transformation. His dark hair turned golden, and his emerald eyes brimmed with rage, destruction, and an insatiable desire to annihilate everything in sight. The raw, savage instinct erupted forth, culminating in his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Krillin and Bulma stood dumbfounded, gazing at the transformed Sun Wukong, the flickering golden aura imprinted indelibly in their minds. Sun Wukong, filled with hatred, glared at Frieza and urgently instructed, Krillin, while I still possess some semblance of reason, take Bulma and hide at once. Wukong, Krillin called out, stunned, while Bulma, her trembling form steadied by the sight of Sun Wukong, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, found it impossible to forget. Krillin, I told you to leave quickly. Do you hear me? I am losing control. Sun Wukong's roar snapped Krillin and Bulma back to reality. I understand. Wukong, Krillin replied, lifting Bulma into the air as they fled the scene, while Bulma's gaze remained fixed upon Sun Wukong, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Impossible. Isn't a Saiyan only capable of transforming into a giant ape? What is happening? Frieza muttered, his brow furrowed with concern, deeply unsettled by Sun Wukong's metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Krillin was engulfed in complex emotions, replaying the moment when Gohan had pushed him aside, unable to shake the memory, tears brimming in his eyes, his heart aching. Damn it. Gohan, why did you have to save someone as useless as me? Filled with bitter tears, Krillin landed with Bulma on a flat piece of ground, far from Sun Wukong and Frieza. Back on Earth, at Bulma's home, Chi-Chi trembled as an ominous feeling spread through her, her heart feeling as though it might explode at any moment, causing her coffee to spill onto the floor. Mrs. Wukong, what is the matter? Is the coffee not to your liking? Mr. Briefs asked, noticing Chi-Chi's tears. Chi-Chi, with tear-filled eyes, replied, Gohan is in trouble. Something has happened to Gohan. Don't worry, Chi-Chi. Wukong has already reached Namek. Everyone will return safely. The Ox King reassured her. Indeed, indeed. Chi-Chi, Wukong, and the others will surely return. Master Roshi added hastily. On King Kai's planet, witnessing Dandy and Son Gohan fall to Frieza's hand, he lamented, Gohan is gone. Why has Wukong's hair turned golden? Yamcha, filled with sorrow, quickly inquired about Son Wukong's transformation. King Kai answered, no mistake, Super Saiyan. Goku has become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu. And Piccolo stared at King Kai in surprise. King Kai nodded excitedly, saying, that's right, Goku has become a Super Saiyan. And maybe Frieza won't be a match for him now. Piccolo's pupils dilated, and he quickly said, more importantly, tell Kami to change his wish. Now that Gohan is dead, change his wish to resurrect those killed by Vegeta and Frieza's gang. Yes, I'll contact Kami on Earth right away and tell him to change his wish immediately, King Kai said hastily, shifting his gaze from Namek to explain the situation on Namek to Kami on Earth and Popo, who was collecting the Dragon Balls. I'm truly enraged, Frieza. On Namek, Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, glared furiously at Frieza. Kill him. Now blinded by rage and instinct, Goku only wanted to kill Frieza. Bang! The ground beneath his feet cracked. Goku moved with incredible speed, rushing towards Frieza. Before Frieza could react, Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. While Frieza flew through the air, Goku instantly appeared above him, clenching his fists and slamming Frieza into the ground, creating a massive crater that spread and cracked. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed, sparks flew, and Frieza burst from the crater, flying in front of Goku. Saiyan, huh? So you're trying to accuse me of indiscriminate killing, aren't you? Does that mean it was right for you Saiyans to kill so many people in the past? That's why you perished. Suen Wuon was eerily calm. His emerald green eyes were devoid of any emotion, cold and ruthless. Frieza laughed upon hearing Suen Wuon's reply. Ha ha ha, I wiped them out. I just didn't like those monkeys. Ha ha ha. Suen Wuon clenched his fists, his slightly deep voice filled with murderous intent. This time, it's my turn to punish you. Ha ha ha. Punish me, Frieza? Even wild monkeys have their limits when they're overconfident. You can't beat me. Even if you really become the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza's words made Suen Wuon smile somewhat sinister. Yeah. Flames gathered in his palms and were continuously hurled at Suen Wuon. Frieza's breathing was becoming erratic. He was slightly out of breath. Suen Wuon was now putting immense pressure on him, and his initial composure was long gone. Chapter 32 Death and Resurrection Goku, now a Super Saiyan, engaged in a fierce battle with Frieza. They had unknowingly moved through countless locations, including dilapidated Namekian houses. As the battle dragged on, Frieza's mental state began to crumble. Who are you? The mentally broken Frieza trembled as he questioned Goku. Goku's expression was cold. Didn't you already know me? I'm a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. I came here from Earth to defeat you. Originally, I had a peaceful heart. But now, driven by anger, I've awakened into a legendary warrior, Super Saiyan Goku. His final words were almost a shout. The terrain of Namek was altered by their battle. Although Vegeta had stolen Goku's spaceship and escaped, reducing their interactions, now, fueled by anger and transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku acknowledged his Saiyan identity. He would use this power to defeat Frieza. The battle was fierce. Krillin's mind kept replaying the scene from just moments before, Gohan dying before his eyes to save him. Bulma, however, was no longer afraid. The image of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan in his rage kept replaying in her mind, an indelible mark. Suddenly, she felt that Namek, millions of light years from Earth, wasn't so bad after all. Boom. Suddenly, a great upheaval began. Lava erupted. Frieza seized an opportunity to destroy Namek's core. But fearing being caught in the blast, he didn't destroy Namek outright. The 5-minute countdown to Namek's explosion, a scene previously only seen in movies and novels, apocalyptic in its entirety, was now clearly visible. Krillin and Bulma scrambled to escape. Lava began to gush from the earth, flowing over the surface, into rivers, and flooding the seas. Many of Namek's primitive creatures began to commit suicide, but most were fleeing for their lives. But in this situation, where could they possibly escape to? During the earth-shattering battle on Namek, Popo on Earth finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. With the incantation, Shenron appeared. On Earth, the once bright daylight suddenly turned dark. Master Roshi and the others at Bulma's house immediately realized that someone had gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron. Even Chi-Chi, who had been heartbroken, stopped crying upon seeing the dark sky. Shenron means Goku and the others succeeded. That's wonderful. Master Roshi exclaimed with joy. Ox King said, yes, Chi-Chi look. Someone summoned Shenron. It means Piccolo has been resurrected. Goku and the others really succeeded. Chi-Chi's swollen eyes, filled with tears, drifted into the boundless starry sky. Her longing and blessings for her family filling her heart. The hazy darkness made it impossible for her to see the end, but a familiar voice kept calling her name. Is this hell? It's so dark. The feeling of death is awful. But changing Uncle Krillin's second death is still worthwhile. I just wonder if Dad has become a Super Saiyan. Gohan. Gohan, wake up, Gohan. The voice grew clearer, and Gohan suddenly opened his eyes. In his vision, Dende and Karoo exclaimed with delight, "Great! Gohan, you're finally awake." Gohan sprang to his feet. Looking around at the beautiful scenery, the birds were singing, the flowers were blooming, and beneath his feet lay a lush green grassland. The familiar blue sky and white clouds made him feel somewhat disoriented. Are we in heaven? Gohan hadn't yet returned to reality from the shock of death. A gentle breeze made him feel refreshed, and he asked Dende and Karoo. Karoo quickly replied, No, Gohan, you're alive. Not only that, we're all alive. We succeeded. Dende said anxiously, Yes, we're on Earth now. We're safe. Suddenly, a bright light blinded Gohan, like a mirror. Looking closely, Gohan realized it was Krillin, who, along with Bulma, was rushing towards him. Krillin excitedly hugged Gohan, weeping, Thank goodness. You're back. Thank goodness. Thank you for saving me. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, this is Earth. Am I really back? Gohan felt a strong sense of isolation. Although painful, after experiencing death and resurrection, he had developed some strange understanding of death. Child, cough, cough, cough. You're not feeling well. Elder Da, supported by Nail and Elder Muley, approached and, noticing Gohan's unusual condition, quickly said. Krillin released Gohan. His expression panicked. Had something happened to Gohan? I'm not in a good state, Elder, I thought. After I died, I felt so quiet, so peaceful. I knew nothing more. And Gohan felt his strength increase dramatically. Having been resurrected from the brink of death, he even wondered if he would become even stronger if he died again and was resurrected. The Elder naturally sensed Gohan's thoughts, which is why he planned to guide him before he breathed his last. He couldn't bear to see a talented child ultimately head down the path of self-destruction. All things possess a spirit. Child, you are still too young. Such thoughts are quite inappropriate. The Grand Elder, using his final breath, spoke to Suen Wuon. Suen Wuon, half comprehending, nodded slowly. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Where's my father? How is he? And what about Frieza? After pondering for a moment, Bulma explained the situation that had unfolded. At that time, he had been engulfed in death, lost in unconsciousness, entirely unaware of the events transpiring around him. By the time he awakened, everything had concluded. Suen Wuon had altered his wish, choosing to remain on Namek and battle alongside Frieza until the end. However, many things had changed. Suen Wuon had discovered a spherical spaceship left behind by the Ginyu Force, and, with the attention of King Kai and others, managed to escape Namek, venturing into the cosmos. King Kai was continuously monitoring Suen Wuon's situation. Suen Wuon sighed in relief. It could be said that this was a joyful outcome. All the Namekians who had perished were revived, and Vegeta had stolen Suen Wuon's spaceship, likely to arrive on Earth in a few days. Yet, there lingered a sense of sorrow. The Grand Elder had passed away, and the new successor to his position was Elder Muley. A somber atmosphere enveloped all Namekians, with Dende and Karoo weeping inconsolably. Suen Wuon, too, shed tears, mourning the Grand Elder, who, having reached a ripe old age, had left with a smile upon witnessing the survival of his people. Chapter 33 The so-called knowledge on Kaio's planet. Piccolo imitated the former Suen Wuon, departing from the planet and traversing Snake Way to return. Yamcha, Tianjinhan, and Chaos remained temporarily on Kaio's planet to train. Meanwhile, Suen Wuon and the others found themselves in an unfamiliar location. Bulma had already contacted her father, Brief, who would be arriving shortly. Earth truly is the best. And the Dragon Balls of Namek can even revive someone more than once. Even Chaos can be brought back. Bulma stretched, feeling as if her experiences on Namek were a dream, the horrifying visage of Frieza still giving her chills upon recollection. Suen Wuon's purple martial arts uniform was tattered, making him look no different from a beggar as he conversed with Dende and Karoo. I had no idea I had been revived by the dragon. If I had known, I would have loved to see my father deliver a beating to Frieza. Suen Wuon exclaimed, filled with indignation. Karoo remarked, on Namek, a year is equivalent to 130 days. By then, not only will your father return, but others will also be revived. Chaos will be revived too. Suen Wuon's expression turned serious as he thought of Vegeta. Unlike the memories of the traveler, Vegeta had seized the opportunity to escape with the spaceship. Perhaps the Vegeta of the future would change, but for now, he remained a villain. Suen Wuon doubted whether the Vegeta from the traveler's memories was the same as the one he had encountered, finding it hard to imagine that he would eventually marry Bulma and have children. No matter the path, it is a long journey. Vegeta will certainly come to Earth. Now that my father has gone to Yardrat, as long as I transform into a Super Saiyan before Vegeta arrives, he will not be my match. I refuse to believe that this prince on horseback can soar into the skies, Suen Wuon pondered to himself. Suddenly, a sound pierced the sky, and a large orange aircraft soared into view. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, "It's my father and the others." Elder Muley chuckled, "I apologize for the disturbance, Miss Bulma." As the aircraft descended, a voice filled with emotion called out, "Wukong, my Wukong." Chi-Chi rushed toward Suen Wuon. "Mother." Suen Wuon lowered his head slightly, exchanging glances with Krillin, Bulma, Dandy, and Elder Muley, hastily shaking his head, signaling them not to disclose his death at the hands of Frieza, especially not to his mother, Chi-Chi, having previously agreed. Everyone nodded gently, vowing to keep it secret. Judging by Chi-Chi's current demeanor, learning about Suen Wuon's demise would surely send her into a faint. A mother's worry spans 1,000 miles. Suen Wuon, now only 5 years old, had been away for over a month. And this journey had taken him far beyond mere miles, soaring through the cosmos. Upon seeing Suen Wuon's current state, Chi-Chi burst into tears. "Oh, how did your clothes become so tattered? Who have you been fighting? My Wukong is turning into a delinquent." "Hee mother, I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly alright." Suen Wuon replied, "By the way, I want to introduce you to my good friends I met on Namek, Dandy, and Karu." Suen Wuon gently extricated himself from Chi-Chi's embrace and made the introductions. After releasing Wukong, Chi-Chi stood up and looked at Dandy and Karu. At that moment, Dandy and Karu appeared somewhat shy, akin to children visiting a friend's house and encountering their parents. "Hello, Wukong's mother. I am Dandy. I am Karu." Chi-Chi's expression darkened slightly as she glanced around at the Namekians, murmuring, "2 little Piccolos, and a whole crowd of them." "Mother, don't be afraid. The Namekians are like deities. They are a peaceful race pursuing friendship and kindness," Suen Wuon quickly assured. Dandy and Karu were at a loss for words. The near destruction of the Earth by King Piccolo was a memory that lingered vividly. Why was Satan able to deceive so successfully? Because, during the confrontation with King Piccolo, humanity had exhausted all available tactics, military forces, high-tech weaponry, poison, and more, yet found no recourse, leaving them in utter despair. Suen Wuon followed Chi-Chi and the Ox King back to Baozi Mountain. Once home, Suen Wuon changed into a fresh purple martial arts uniform. "Wukong, you've been gone for over a month, and you've fallen behind in your studies. You must catch up during this time. I do not oppose your martial training with your father, but academics cannot be neglected," Chi-Chi said, holding a stack of study materials taller than herself. Suen Wuon, preparing to train, weakly replied, "But I have already completed my middle school curriculum." Chi-Chi smiled. "Much of this knowledge cannot be learned in school. It was given to me by Bulma's mother." "Bulma's mother?" Suen Wuon inquired curiously about the contents of the books. Bulma and Brief were renowned inventors, so any materials from them would not be trivial. Dimensional space, astronomy, astrophysics, temporal particle calculation formulas. These topics were entirely different from what he had encountered before. And Suen Wuon gazed at Chi-Chi in astonishment. Chi-Chi displayed a gentle and sweet smile. "Wukong, to be honest, I do not wish for you to learn martial arts solely to fight others. However, since it is your choice, I will not hinder you. By merging martial arts with scholarly pursuits, I believe our Wukong will become an extraordinary literary martial artist." "Yes, I will surely do so. Thank you, mother." Suen Wuon exclaimed excitedly, placing the books in his room, unable to part with the one on dimensional space. Space exists as a form of material relative to time, an infinite essence with bounded portions, and the extension of positional values. No. Suen Wuon, who had been captivated, suddenly realized and tossed the dimensional space book onto the bed. "I must focus on training urgently. I need to become a Super Saiyan as soon as possible." "That's right. Vegeta might arrive on Earth at any moment. Now is not the time to delve into these matters." Suen Wuon shook his head vigorously and dashed out of the room. Chi-Chi sat in the living room, watching television while her father, the Ox King, was outside hunting. Suen Wuon, like his father, had quite the appetite. "Wukong, you've come out. Are you going to pick flowers? There's a bathroom in your room." Chi-Chi watched anxiously as Suen Wuon hurriedly donned his shoes, her brow furrowed in confusion. No, it's not that. That rascal Vegeta has stolen the spaceship that Dad took with him. I don't know when he'll arrive on Earth, so I need to prepare for training. I'll be back before dinner." After Sun Wukong dashed outside, he soared into the sky and vanished from Chi-Chi's sight, heading towards the place where he once trained with his uncle Piccolo. Under the azure sky, a landscape of mountains and valleys unfolded, reminiscent of planet Namek. At the tender age of 4, Sun Wukong was taken by Piccolo, and it was here that he trained for an extended period. His transformation began in this very place, and the battles against the Saiyans also commenced here. Suddenly, a deep and steady voice resonated behind him, causing Sun Wukong to instinctively create distance. He turned around, gathering energy into a ki blast within his palm. "Uncle Piccolo!" Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, dissipating the ki blast in his hand. "You've grown stronger, surpassing me completely." Piccolo retracted his fist, pleased with Sun Wukong's reflexes, which had exceeded his expectations. "What brings you here, Wukong?" Piccolo inquired with curiosity. Sun Wukong's expression turned somber as he explained, "Uncle Piccolo, after the events on planet Namek, I have come to fully understand my own weakness. I cannot bear to see my father, mother, and you, Uncle Piccolo, vanish from my sight. Therefore, I must become stronger, just like Dad, and attain the form of a Super Saiyan." Piccolo felt a sense of satisfaction with Sun Wukong's transformation. He no longer required prodding to train and had taken the initiative to pursue his own path. "I witnessed everything that transpired on planet Namek from King Kai's planet. Wukong, if you are willing to train diligently, with your innate talent, I believe no one will be able to challenge you in the future. Not me, nor Goku." Piccolo's praise was sincere, as he had witnessed Sun Wukong's potential firsthand. Sun Wukong scratched his head shyly. Piccolo assumed a combat stance, and the two gracefully landed atop a mountain peak, preparing for a sparring session. "Wukong, let me see the progress you've made." "Be careful, Uncle Piccolo." With a swift motion, Sun Wukong dashed towards Piccolo's rear, delivering a flying kick aimed at his shoulder. So fast, Piccolo's pupils widened as he extended his arm, catching Sun Wukong's leg. "Huh!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, using Piccolo's grip as leverage to launch a kick towards his chest. Piccolo was sent tumbling back several hundred steps, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, Sun Wukong utilized the ground to propel himself forward again, executing a seamless series of movements, something he would never have been able to do before. The experience gained from planet Namek had filled the gaps in his training. Previously, he could not have performed such fluid actions. Piccolo flashed a mischievous grin, regaining his balance and lifting his leg to kick towards Sun Wukong. Given Sun Wukong's smaller stature, he became a harder target to hit, especially as he advanced through the air. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's figure flickered like a mirage, vanishing. Suddenly, Piccolo felt a gentle touch at the back of his neck. Sun Wukong's hand rested there. "Ha ha! Uncle Piccolo, how about that? I win." Sun Wukong cheered, landing on the ground. In their previous training sessions, he had never bested Piccolo, yet now he had triumphed in mere seconds. "Impressive, Wukong. It seems your strength extends beyond mere power," Piccolo remarked, turning to gently rub the back of his neck, a smile gracing his features. "Of course. It's all thanks to your teachings, Uncle Piccolo," Sun Wukong declared proudly, hands on his hips. Suddenly, Piccolo lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed at Sun Wukong, who had anticipated the move. He leaped back lightly, spreading his legs and grasping Piccolo's arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent Piccolo crashing to the ground. "Uncle Piccolo, I knew you would try that move. I was prepared for it," Sun Wukong said, pulling Piccolo up and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Just like that. Maintain this momentum, Wukong. Do not slack off," Piccolo advised with a smile. I will never give up on training, just as I once abandoned my studies." After seeing the memories of the traveler, Sun Wukong could no longer allow his father, Sun Wukong, to face those challenges alone. He could not simply hide behind his father's protection while danger loomed. The most arduous trials on planet Namek were now behind him, and for the looming threats of Cell, Majin Buu, and the God of Destruction, he resolved to train even harder. After returning from planet Namek, nearly a week passed. On this day, Sun Wukong was training with Piccolo and Krillin when he sensed a familiar and powerful aura emanating from the cosmos. "It's Vegeta. He has truly come to Earth," Krillin exclaimed, his face paling. Although Sun Wukong had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, he felt confident that he could handle Vegeta. "It's manageable, but we must not underestimate him. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, let us go together." "All right." Sun Wukong activated his flight technique, with Piccolo and Krillin following closely behind as they soared towards West City and Bulma's home. A spherical spaceship pierced through Earth's atmosphere, gradually descending toward the surface. The speed began to slow, and the Namekians residing at Bulma's house instinctively looked up, their expressions tightening with resentment as the familiar aura reminded them of the deaths they had suffered at Vegeta's hands. Bulma's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "This spaceship, Vegeta has truly come to Earth," Mrs. Brief exclaimed, watering her plants, her voice rising in alarm. "The spaceship thief is coming." As the spaceship neared the ground, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin arrived just in time. Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo. Bulma felt a surge of confidence upon seeing Sun Wukong. The other Namekian smiled and waved at him. Piccolo and Nail exchanged glances, both resembling one another closely. Thanks to Sun Wukong, Nail had not assimilated with Piccolo as he had in his memories and was still alive. "Wow, he looks just like Brother Nail." Dondi and Karu exchanged astonished looks. The spaceship landed, and the hatch slowly opened, revealing a figure that left Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin in utter shock. Bulma exclaimed incredulously, "Vegeta, why are you wearing Goku's clothes?" Vegeta, equally astonished at the sight of so many familiar faces, felt his mind whirl. Shouldn't these individuals have perished on planet Namek at Frieza's hands? How could they be on Earth? More importantly, he was embarrassed to be seen in his current attire. Pooh! Clint could no longer contain his laughter, and soon afterwards, Bulma, Burifurin, and Sun Wufan joined in with hearty laughter. Eventually, as if caught in the infectious merriment, the other Namekians began to chuckle as well. Even Bick displayed a faint smile. "No laughing, you bastards. No one is allowed to laugh," Vegeta shouted in exasperation. Now, he deeply regretted wearing Kakarot's tattered clothing, especially in front of Kakarot's acquaintances. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Bulma laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face, gently waving her hand as she said, "So, you wandering prince, what brings you to Earth? Is it for the Dragon Balls?" Vegeta surveyed his surroundings and spotted the Namekians he had slain and asked, "How did you return? That scoundrel Frieza didn't kill you?" Sun Wufan solemnly replied, "Naturally, we were resurrected using the Dragon Balls on Earth. As for Frieza, he has already been defeated by my father." "What did you say? Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Vegeta exclaimed, nearly shouting as he approached Sun Wufan. Bulma, feeling quite displeased, retorted, "What do you know? Goku is currently on Yard Rat. Unfortunately, you, the thief, did not witness Goku transform into a Super Saiyan." "What do you mean? Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan? You Earth woman, don't joke with me. Do you even understand what a Super Saiyan is? Only 1 in 1,000 can possess that potential. How could Kakarot, that lowly warrior, ever become a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta pointed to himself with pride, defiantly stating, "If anyone is to become a Super Saiyan, it should be me, the Prince of the Saiyans." "Huh, you, a petty thief of a spaceship, could never compare to Goku. He could defeat you with a mere finger, and even Frieza, that vile fiend, has been vanquished by him." The thought of witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek made Bulma's heart flutter, a dream she had experienced many times. It felt like a drowning person seeing the shore or a desperate soul catching a glimpse of dawn. Seeing Vegeta still in disbelief and belittling Goku, Bulma raised her middle finger at him, filled with contempt. The notion of Kakarot becoming a Super Saiyan was difficult for Vegeta to accept. He believed Bulma's words, for otherwise, Frieza would not have shown mercy. However, he could not come to terms with it. After a prolonged silence, Vegeta turned to Sun Wufan and asked, "What does a Super Saiyan look like?" Klin stepped forward to explain to Vegeta, golden hair, emerald green eyes, and an uncontrollable fury. Sun Wufan did not see it. But Klin's explanation reminded Vegeta of an unforgettable scene. "Vegeta, do you still desire the Dragon Balls? I must inform you that it is futile. The Dragon Balls are currently in a cooling period, and they cannot be used for another year. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige." Sun Wufan unleashed his full power, having become even stronger after being resurrected from death, his strength having soared to new heights. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, unwilling to accept Sun Wufan's current prowess. "I am not in the mood to fight you, but should you wish to engage, I am prepared to do so." "Kakarot's son." Vegeta fixated his gaze on Sun Wufan, and the atmosphere became tense, with neither truly wanting to engage in battle. Ultimately, it was Bulma who broke the tension, saying, "You should take off Goku's clothes. I am not accustomed to seeing you in them." Vegeta was instantly infuriated by Bulma's words, his anger boiling over. Shut up. You detestable Earthwoman. Do you think I wanted to wear Kakaroto's clothes? If my battle suit hadn't been nearly destroyed in my fight against the Ginyu Force, I would never have donned his attire. And what? Does Kakaroto only own that one outfit? How infuriating. Vegeta temporarily remained, though he did not stay at Bulma's home. Every time Bulma saw him, she would recall the image of him in Goku's clothing, causing her to laugh uncontrollably. Now, with a dark expression, Vegeta left with a multi-purpose capsule house and several outfits, seeking a location on Earth to train. Many days had passed. He was now clad in a complete black leisure suit, looking quite fashionable. With sunglasses, he would certainly resemble a Saiyan elder brother. Vegeta had yet to discover the gravity chamber inside the spacecraft. Otherwise, he would not be training in the outskirts of Baidu, surrounded by towering mountains and desolate wilderness. He had been training here for many days without encountering a single soul, making it an ideal training ground. Choosing to remain on Earth, he lived a solitary yet proud Saiyan existence. The fact that Kakaroto had transformed into a Super Saiyan left Vegeta feeling somewhat bewildered. His long-standing goal of defeating Frieza had been achieved, yet he felt a mix of resentment and joy regarding Kakaroto's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Frieza had finally met his end by the hands of their Saiyan kin. If Kakaroto can become a Super Saiyan, then I, the Prince of the Saiyans, must be able to as well. I shall discover what makes this Earth so different. After learning of the wish granted by Dandy, Vegeta lost interest in the Dragon Balls for enhancing his power. He realized that even without the guidance of the Dragon Balls, Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon would reach such heights in their subsequent battles. It was merely a precaution taken by the Elder to grant such a second wish. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle interrupted Vegeta's thoughts. There are still people in a place like this? Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he climbed to the mountain peak. Looking down at the source of the sound, a striking woman with short purple hair was riding a motorcycle to escape, dressed in a green short-sleeved shirt and orange jeans, exuding a sense of competence and wearing red fingerless gloves. Behind her, 3 purple metallic robots pursued her, their abdomens emblazoned with a red double triangle insignia, within which were 2 white characters. The anxious expression on the woman's face betrayed her thoughts. Impossible. The Red Ribbon Army should have been destroyed by that little demon with a tail. How could they still have the capability to hunt me down after all this time? Chapter 36. The Vengeful Phantom of Hell. The Red Ribbon Army. Even someone as oblivious as Suen Wuon would not forget that notorious name. The relentless robots continued their pursuit, emitting mechanical voices. Target, Xiren, locked. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns unleashed a hail of bullets. This woman, Xiren, had once been a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army. When Suen Wuon dismantled their headquarters, she had seized the army's treasury and escaped. Xiren's skills were exceptional among humans, and with a twist of the throttle, she accelerated, deftly maneuvering through the mountains as bullets rained down, kicking up clouds of dust. Boom! The robots flew in the air, their engines spewing twin jets of flame, relentlessly pursuing her. Vegeta, observing the scene, remained indifferent and showed no intention of intervening. Bang, bang, bang. Xiren drew her handgun and fired at the pursuing robots, each shot bouncing harmlessly off their armor. Cut it. Xiren holstered her pistol and sped ahead. Suddenly, one of the robots opened a cannon, launching a missile towards Xiren on her motorcycle. What? Xiren gasped, accelerating with all her might. Although she evaded the missile's explosion, the shockwave sent her flying, crashing to the ground and scraping her arm against the hard earth, leaving a trail of blood. Suddenly, it felt as though the sky had darkened. Luolan lifted her head, and before her stood the imposing silhouette of a massive purple robot. The hum of machinery filled the air as the glass canopy automatically opened, revealing a cockpit that had been under the control of a computer all along. Long time no see, came the voice of an elderly man. Colonel Luolan's heart trembled at the sound, sending shivers down her spine. It's you, Dr. Galuo? I can't believe after all these years, you still remember me. The computer's voice resonated with a sense of nostalgia. Luolan swallowed hard, rising to her feet while clutching her bleeding arm. Dr. Galuo, why are you pursuing me? If this is about my escape back then, I have nothing to say. Did you not also flee like I did? Or is it money you seek? Humph, I am not here for that, Colonel Luolan. I require your skills to rejoin the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Galuo stated, extending an invitation. Luolan was taken aback, bewildered. The Red Ribbon Army still exists? I thought it had disbanded after Sun Wukong destroyed its base. As Kakarot's name reached Vegeta's ears, his interest was piqued, and he continued to eavesdrop, surprised to hear mentions of Kakarot. Dr. Guluo's voice dripped with hatred and madness. The current incarnation of the Red Ribbon Army has resurrected to exact vengeance upon Sun Wukong. Its sole purpose is revenge. Revenge. Ziluolan's face turned pale as memories flooded back of the small boy with a tail, wielding a red staff, who single-handedly obliterated their army of millions. Though she had acted nonchalantly at the time, recalling those events filled her with dread. Why did such extraordinary beings exist in this world? No, please, Dr. Guluo. Are you jesting? I will not consent to avenging Sun Wukong. Ziluolan adamantly refused. Anticipating her reaction, Dr. Guluo's tone grew cold. If you refuse, your only fate is death. You know too many of the Red Ribbon Army secrets, and you must perish. Better to oppose you than to face that monster Sun Wukong. In a swift motion, Ziluolan retrieved a grenade from her pocket, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the cockpit just as the glass canopy began to close. She quickly shielded her head with her hands, ducking down at a distance. Boom. The sturdy fortress was often the first to be compromised from within. The control system of the purple robot was instantly obliterated, the glass canopy shattered, leaving only a smoking husk on the ground. Ziluolan gasped for breath, gazing at the heap of scrap metal that had once been a formidable robot, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, she quickly realized her danger. As long as she lived, Dr. Guluo would continue to hunt her. What to do? That old man would not let me go. I know too much about the Red Ribbon Army's internal affairs, but to oppose Sun Wukong. As she steadied her motorcycle, she shook her head, dispelling the terrifying thought. Right, I can seek Sun Wukong as protection. He has defeated Demon King Piccolo. And I heard he must have vanquished the aliens that invaded Earth recently. A smile spread across her face. Her previously troubled expression transformed. As long as I tell him about the Red Ribbon Army, he will surely protect me. Yes, that's the plan. But how to find Sun Wukong? Her thoughts turned once more, and after a moment of consideration, she exclaimed, of course. Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation in West City, is a friend of Sun Wukong. If I find her, I will certainly locate him. Whoosh. Just as Ziluolan revved her motorcycle and prepared to head towards West City, a key blast whizzed past her, striking a massive rock. Crash. The shattering debris jolted her heart, and she instinctively drew her handgun, flicking off the safety in a fluid motion, turning to face her target within 2 seconds. Vegeta smirked. Hey, Grenade Lady, were you just looking for Kakarot to protect you? Ziluolan gritted her teeth, angered by Vegeta's taunt, her gun still aimed at him. Though fear began to creep in, she maintained her composure. You audacious alien. You were the one eavesdropping all along. And who is Kakarot? I mean Sun Wukong. Recognizing Vegeta from the news, with his extraordinary prowess, she quickly grasped that she was in grave danger. Surrendering was not an option. Put away your toy, Grenade Lady. I am not like this heap of scrap metal, Vegeta declared, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing her mention Kakarot, he could not help but intervene. Chapter 37. Resurrection. Ziluolan secured her gun, her cerulean eyes fixed on Vegeta. Wait, you should have been defeated by Sun Wukong, she questioned, her words piercing Vegeta's heart like a blade. I will defeat that Kakarot. He can transform into a Super Saiyan, and as a Saiyan prince, I too shall achieve that. What do you know, Grenade Lady? Unable to defeat Sun Wukong. And you think you can intimidate a weak woman? You, alien, can do as you wish. Ziluolan found Vegeta's sudden anger baffling, but soon understood that she had struck a nerve, yet she had no intention of apologizing. Vegeta felt another stab of frustration. Why was everyone fixated on Kakarot? That shameless woman, and now this Grenade Lady. Why did I even stop this Grenade Lady? He pondered, recalling how he lost his composure upon hearing about Sun Wukong. Even when he was on Namek, it was the same. After much contemplation, Vegeta looked earnestly at Ziluolan and said, forget about seeking Kakarot. Allow me to protect you, Grenade Lady. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, and one day I will surpass that lowly warrior Kakarot. Ziluolan felt as though lightning had struck her, with her arms crossed defensively over her chest. She regarded him with suspicion. You want to protect me? Is this some alien joke? You just tried to blow me up, and now you wish to shield me? I would rather seek safety with Sun Wukong. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a ki blast that obliterated a distant mountain. The ground trembled violently under Zi Luolan's astonished gaze as an explosion erupted. Grenade lady, I told you not to seek Kakarot. I will protect you. Zi Luolan nodded like a chick pecking at grain, her eyes dull and devoid of light. Her mind was already reeling with images of a tragic life ahead, reminiscent of scenes from a melodramatic film, leaving her feeling hopeless. It's over. I never thought I would escape Dr. Galuo, only to be abducted by an alien. I would rather end my suffering than endure a fate worse than death. With a heart full of trepidation, Zi Luolan transformed her motorcycle back into a universal capsule and followed Bei Jita as they departed. Should she sense any discord, she would not hesitate to take her own life, refusing to grant Bei Jita any satisfaction. She was not vain, although not the quintessential delicate flower. She undoubtedly belonged to the realm of beauty. Meanwhile, the deity who had been observing from the temple was left dumbfounded upon seeing Bei Jita accompanied by Zi Luolan, a sight that shocked him for an entire year. Is that really Bei Jita? The deity muttered skeptically. As the 130th day arrived, Sun Wu Fan, Chi Chi, Niu Mo Wang, Gui Xian Run, Wu Long, Pu Er, and others gathered at the home of Bu Er Ma in West Capital, with Bei Jita bringing Zi Luolan along as well. Initially anxious, Zi Luolan soon discovered that Bei Jita, aside from being somewhat aloof, did not act against her. Gradually, she felt at ease living with him. Moreover, her culinary skills improved their meals, making Bei Jita's impression of her far superior to that of Bu Er Ma, who often mocked him. Who was that woman? Bu Er Ma exclaimed in astonishment. Has Bei Jita found a wife? Is she that beautiful? Should I also consider marriage? Clint expressed his envy. What a mess! Sun Wu Fan exclaimed, involuntarily echoing a phrase he had learned from the memories of a traveler. Grasping his head in frustration, Sun Wu Fan felt chaos ensue. According to the traveler's memories, Bei Jita was supposed to be with Bu Er Ma. How could this be? Who was this suddenly appearing woman with purple hair? Upon returning home, Sun Wu Fan resolved to organize the traveler's memories thoroughly, as he had only skimmed the significant plot points previously. Hello, I am Zi Luolan. She greeted everyone politely. Hello, Sun Wu Fan, Clint, and the others responded courteously. With Dandy's summons, the once bright sky darkened, and Shun Long Bo Luanjia ascended into the heavens. The first wish was to summon Sun Wukong back to Earth. However, Dandy's invocation in Namekian failed, as Sun Wukong rejected the call. This outcome astonished everyone, except for Sun Wu Fan, who was already aware, while Bei Jita appeared to ponder deeply. Though the Ye Te La race possessed a lower combat level, they wielded remarkable abilities. Bei Jita felt he could no longer remain on Earth waiting for Kakarot, his gaze drifting toward the modified spherical spaceship, his mind swirling with other thoughts. What on earth is Kakarot up to? Chi Chi expressed her discontent. Gui Xianren teased, I see it now. Wukong must be too afraid of his wife to return. Who would have thought a Super Saiyan could fear his wife? Shut up, you old pervert, Chi Chi retorted, delivering a sharp elbow to Gui Xianren's head. Elder Mu Li stated, in that case, we can await the next summoning opportunity. Let us resurrect your companions this time. Thank you so much, Elder Mu Li. Bu Er Ma expressed her gratitude joyfully. Subsequently, 3 wishes were granted to resurrect Yamu Cha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. After a heartfelt reunion, Bo Luanjia vanished, and the sky regained its former brilliance. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air echoed as the spherical spaceship slowly ascended, eventually breaking through the atmosphere and entering the cosmos. That thief has stolen the spaceship again. Bu Er Ma fumed. Zi Luolan stared blankly at the now invisible sky, exclaiming, I didn't even get on. Wasn't he there in agreement to protect me? What kind of prince abandons me like this? Curiously, Bu Er Ma inquired. Miss Zi Luolan, how did you come to know Bei Jita? Ah, that is quite a long story, but when will Sun Wukong return? I have matters to discuss with him. Zi Luolan sighed heavily. Chi Chi, with a wary expression, asked, what do you need to discuss with my Wukong? Zi Luolan, feeling no romantic inclinations towards Sun Wukong, simply found him a source of security, stating, I have information regarding the Red Ribbon Army that I need to share with Sun Wukong. However, since you are all his friends, I can share with you. But you must ensure my safety beforehand. Red Ribbon Army. Yamu Cha, Gui Xianren, Clin, Wulong, Sun Wu Fan, Chi Chi, and Bu Er Ma all exclaimed. With the exception of Sun Wu Fan and Chi Chi, as the others had encountered the Red Ribbon Army directly. In the home of Bu Er Ma, Mrs. Brief smiled as she served coffee and beverages to the guests. Ziluo Lan recounted her encounter with Bei Jita and the reasons for being pursued by Dr. Jero. Originally a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army, she possessed substantial insider knowledge, which left Suen Wuon somewhat dazed. After reorganizing his memories, he indeed found information regarding Ziluo Lan. Had it not been for Bei Jita training in the North Capital, she might have been silenced by Dr. Jero. Clint inquired, "Is the research on androids still ongoing?" Piccolo scrutinized, "Androids? What can a human from Earth research that could rival Frieza?" Buerma wholeheartedly agreed, "Exactly. Wukong has transformed into a Super Saiyan, defeating even the cosmic tyrant Frieza. What is the Red Ribbon Army? It has long since become history." Recalling how she had seen Bei Jita training recently, comparing it to the androids, Ziluo Lan felt much more reassured. Suen Wuon then asked, "Aunt Ziluo Lan, do you know where Dr. Jero's research facility is located?" The term aunt struck Ziluo Lan like a dagger to the heart. She realized she was no longer young. "I do not know the exact location, but somewhere in the North Capital. After the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed by Sun Wukong, Dr. Jero sought funding for his research and appeared in scientific magazines," she replied. Suen Wuon fell into contemplation. His initial intention was to defeat Dr. Jero swiftly to resolve the crisis, but he soon abandoned that thought. His strength was insufficient. Androids 17 and 18 had likely already been developed. Moreover, he yearned for battle. The previous encounter with Frieza was not comparable to the current situation. Feeling a growing fervor within, Suen Wuon looked at Piccolo with determination, saying, "Uncle Piccolo, please guide me in my training. I wish to become a Super Saiyan like my father before he returns." "All right, Wuon." Piccolo smiled appreciatively, as he too had made significant progress training alongside Suen Wuon. Chi-Chi was about to say something, but ultimately sighed in resignation. As a mother, she genuinely wished for her child to avoid a life of violence. However, Suen Wuon understood the importance of balance. He continued his studies alongside his training. "Be back before dinner, Wuon." Chi-Chi gently patted Suen Wuon's shoulder with a warm smile. "I know, Uncle Clint, Uncle Tianjin Fan, everyone, please come along." Suen Wuon invited the group. Tianjin Fan and Jiao Zi exchanged glances and chuckled. "Not right now, Wuon. We need to head back and review some things." Yamu Cha added, "I've been away for quite some time. While I would love to train with you, I have much to discuss with Buerma." Clint, appearing somewhat bashful and reddening, stammered, Sorry, Wuon, Piccolo, but I won't be able to train with you either. I have a date." His voice trailed off at the end. Buerma exclaimed in surprise, "What? Dating? Kellen, you actually have a girlfriend?" Tianjin Fan, Chi-Chi, and others looked at Kellen with astonishment. "Indeed, after the events on Namek, I felt the desire to marry. Through introductions in the matchmaking market, I met a lovely girl. Although we are not yet married, Kellen appears bashful like a young maiden, embodying innocence." Yamucha laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Kellen, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, Kellen. When the time comes for your wedding, don't forget to invite us. I, Yamucha, will definitely lend a hand." Kellen expressed his gratitude. Congratulations poured in from Chi-Chi, Suen Wuon, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Dondi, and others, all smiling at Kellen. Only Suen Wuon felt a peculiar sensation, as he noted that Bic remained aloof and showed no reaction. After escorting his mother Chi-Chi home, Suen Wuon trained with Bic, contemplating Kellen's new girlfriend, particularly the phrase about meeting her through the matchmaking market, which sent shivers down his spine. This feeling stemmed from the memories of a traveler, and even though that person had vanished completely, Suen Wuon sensed their disdain for Kellen's current girlfriend. Time passed, and 130 days later, at Bulma's home, Shenlong appeared once more in the sky. Suen Wuon, Kellen, and Bulma were present. Dondi asked Suen Wuon, "Wuon, do you have any wishes to convey to Shenlong? We have a total of 3 wishes, and we only need to save the last one for ourselves." "Thank you so much, Dondi. Tell Shenlong that we all wish for good health." Suen Wuon quickly replied, as he had been concerned about his father Sun Wukong's viral heart disease. "Good health?" Kellen inquired curiously, dressed in a suit and appearing invigorated, clearly in the throes of love. Suen Wuon nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed, I worry about my father on the alien planet. I also worry about my mother, who recently caught a cold." Understanding Suen Wuon's intentions, everyone smiled appreciatively. Dondi communicated Suen Wuon's wish to Shenlong in Namekian. After a moment of silence, Shenlong responded, "One wish can only grant health to one person." "What?" Is it really that inflexible? It's not like we're asking for the resurrection of the dead, Kellen exclaimed. Perplexed, weary of the limitations of the Namekian dragon, Elder Muley stepped forward, addressing Suen Wuon. In that case, Wuon, let the first and second wishes grant health to your father and mother. We don't mind. Kellen raised his sturdy arm, smiling. I've never been ill. So I'm fine, Wuon. Thank you, everyone. Dondi, I appreciate your help. Suen Wuon politely expressed his gratitude. Dondi made the first and second wishes to Shenlong. Then for the third wish, they asked for a planet suitable for Namekians to inhabit. With tears in their eyes, Dondi and Karu bid farewell to Suen Wuon and Kellen. The Namekians departed Earth, arriving at their new homeland. Suen Wuon began his intense training to become a Super Saiyan, striving to transform before his father's son Wukong returned. Chapter 39. A turning point. Transformation training continued, and aside from his rigorous practice, Suen Wuon also dedicated a small portion of his time to reading. A monotonous yet vital pursuit. Day after day, he persevered. Having witnessed such a future through the memories of a traveler, Suen Wuon refused to remain complacent. Reveling in peace while neglecting his training and relying solely on his father's son Wukong. One day, after breakfast, he helped Chi-Chi clean the dishes and then picked up the book on dimensional space, settling on the sofa. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation, a constricting feeling that prompted him to sit up and look behind him, only to discover that his tail had regrown. Grasping his fluffy tail, Suen Wuon suddenly had a thought. He yearned to experiment with it in the future. Even if it was a failure, keeping the tail wouldn't be a disadvantage. Chi-Chi returned to the hall and was astonished at the sight, exclaiming, Your tail, Wuon, it has grown back. Shouldn't you remove it? It might be inconvenient for school. Suen Wuon shook his head, wrapping the tail around his waist, replying, This is a part of my body. I'd prefer to keep it. Didn't my father have one just like mine when he was young? Indeed, if you wish to keep it, then let it be, Chi-Chi agreed. After regaining her health, the wrinkles on her face vanished, and her skin appeared as delicate as a newborn's. The so-called healthy body exceeded Suen Wuon's expectations. For instance, if she accidentally cut herself, she healed swiftly. In short, it was remarkable. Suen Wuon was curious about his father's son Wukong's condition. The book on dimensional space inspired him greatly, and during his free time, he often immersed himself in its pages. As time passed, Suen Wuon set the book aside in his room and flew out to train with Bic, returning at dusk. Anger was merely a catalyst, but lacking guidance and a trigger. Suen Wuon could not yet harness the profound despair that fueled Son Wukong's power on Namek. Another half-month passed, and one day, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Kellen gathered to train together. The azure sky was adorned with drifting white clouds. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air as a small boy with a tail soared through the sky, surrounded by a translucent white aura, followed closely by Kellen, Bic, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha, who teamed up against Suen Wuon. Kiko Cannon. As Bic, Kellen, and Yamcha worked in tandem to restrain Suen Wuon, Tianjin Fan, hovering above, cupped his hands to form a funnel shape before shouting, unleashed his Kiko Cannon towards Suen Wuon below. Anticipating the attack, Yamcha and the others scattered. Suen Wuon took the full brunt of Tianjin Fan's Kiko Cannon, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Dust swirled as Suen Wuon rose to his feet, his arms and legs adorned with red rings. The weighted training gear Bic had prepared, each weighing a ton. Key manipulation. Yamcha formed 2 key blasts with his palms, a technique he had created himself. Though later learned by Suen Wukong, Kellen, and others, the 2 blasts were directed at Suen Wuon under Yamcha's control. With a whoosh, Suen Wuon emerged from the crater at high speed, narrowly avoiding the blasts that detonated, showering sparks everywhere. Kellen, who had been waiting for Suen Wuon, suddenly stepped in front of him, the blinding light of the solar flare forcing Suen Wuon to instinctively close his eyes. The searing pain in his eyes made him gasp. Bic appeared in an instant, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent Suen Wuon flying. Letting out a pained howl, Suen Wuon crashed through several mountains before finally coming to a halt, his purple martial arts uniform tattered and his body bruised. Incredible. With 4 tons of weight, you're still holding up under our relentless assault. Tianjin Fan praised. Suen Wuon wiped the blood from his lips and floated before them, smiling. Uncle Tianjin Fan, if this were a real battle, I would have perished long ago. Just like earlier, if Uncle Bic had unleashed the Makankasapo, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Understanding the importance of self-reflection is essential for personal growth. Mistakes are not to be feared. Rather, it is the refusal to acknowledge and correct them that is truly daunting. Sun Wukong's son, Suen Wuon, embodies this self-awareness even at the tender age of 6, a considerable time having passed since the events on Namek. Piccolo, utilizing his magical abilities, relieved Suen Wuon of his burdensome weights, allowing him to feel a newfound lightness. After a brief stretch of his limbs, Suen Wuon exhaled a deep breath. Having just endured the intensity of battle while encumbered by 4 tons of weight, now unshackled, he sensed a warm current flowing through his body, invigorating him. As he descended gently from the air, Piccolo and the others followed closely behind. Krillin inquired, "Wuon, do you aspire to become a Super Saiyan?" Suen Wuon nodded, his face lighting up with a bright smile. "Indeed, this time, I shall concentrate my power in my back and unleash it through sheer fury." Suddenly, the surrounding debris began to levitate, stirred by the raw energy emanating from Suen Wuon. The force of his power clashed in the air, causing Krillin's eyes to widen in astonishment. He recalled witnessing Suen Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan on Namek, and now, Suen Wuon's appearance mirrored that moment almost perfectly. The air filled with a mix of anger and sorrow as Suen Wuon let out a primal roar, unleashing a golden aura that sent the stones and dust flying. His hair, tail, and eyebrows transformed to a brilliant gold, and his emerald eyes radiated an icy, emotionless intensity. He had succeeded, through relentless training and exploration. Suen Wuon had finally attained the form of a Super Saiyan. So this is the essence of a Super Saiyan, he mused, feeling an exhilarating sense of control. His wicked smile sent shivers down the spines of Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and the ever-watchful Jiaozi. Yamcha nervously swallowed, observing the drastic change in Suen Wuon. Is this really what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Why has Wuon transformed so significantly? Suen Wuon wrestled with the violent impulses that accompanied his newfound power. This elevation in strength came with a perilous mindset, akin to a beggar who suddenly wins the lottery, eager for the world to recognize his fortune. Similar to the newly transformed Vegeta, he found himself grappling with this mindset. However, Suen Wuon understood the folly of such thoughts, bolstered by the memories of his past life. He resisted the intoxicating allure of his newfound strength and gradually acclimated to the state of a Super Saiyan before returning to his usual base form. Chapter 40. The Revenge of F. After enduring arduous and tedious training, Suen Wuon had finally achieved the status of a Super Saiyan. He reminisced about his yet-to-be-born younger brother, Sun Wutian, feeling a pang of envy. How could someone so inexperienced, who could not even fly, become a Super Saiyan? The order of training seemed entirely askew. Nonetheless, even after attaining this formidable form, Suen Wuon remained diligent in his training, time slipping by steadily. Over a year had elapsed since the conclusion of the Namek incident. At Bulma's residence, Oolong, Yamchu, Puar, and Zyro Lan gathered with Bulma. Bulma sported an explosive hairstyle and donned a fashionable red plaid dress, exuding style. Yamcha took a sip of juice, feeling a refreshing sensation wash over him, reveling in the comfort of peaceful days. How delightful it is to live in tranquility. Bulma glanced at Zyro Lan and remarked, "It's quite irresponsible of Vegeta to leave you alone. He promised to protect you, yet he has been absent for over 6 months." Zyro Lan offered a strained smile. "I am truly sorry for the disturbance during this time, and I appreciate the job you provided, allowing me to stay here." Bulma waved her hand dismissively, laughing, "Not at all. Appointing you as the security chief for our capsule corporation is hardly a burden. No, Bulma, you are far too kind. I owe you my gratitude for shielding me from Dr. Gero's pursuit," Zyro Lan replied, their bond having blossomed into sisterhood. Once a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army, Zyro Lan commanded tens of thousands, hence Bulma's comment about her being underappreciated. Suddenly, the sound of a craft slicing through the sky echoed as a spherical spaceship descended gracefully to the ground. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it possible that Vegeta has returned? He must have gone into space to seek Goku. I wonder if he found him." Bulma scoffed. "He likely returned because his fuel was nearly depleted." As the hatch opened, Vegeta emerged, briefly lingering on Zyro Lan before shifting his gaze to Yamcha and the others, inquiring, "Has Kakarot returned?" Bulma, astonished, asked, "Did you not find him?" Vegeta remained silent, staring at his hands, disappointment settling in as he learned that Sun Wukong had not returned. However, Yamcha's next words stirred a tempest within him. "By the way, Vegeta, have you become a Super Saiyan?" Yamcha asked. Vegeta clenched his fists with frustration, declaring, If that lowly warrior Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan, then, as the Prince of all Saiyans, I surely can as well. Once I achieve that form, I will surpass Kakarot." Hearing this, Yamcha, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "So you haven't transformed yet? Wufan has become a Super Saiyan while you were away from Earth." Following in Goku's footsteps, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his voice, demanding, "What did you say? Are you telling me Kakarot's son, Sun Wufan, has also become a Super Saiyan? Impossible." Yamcha shrugged innocently, reveling in Vegeta's agitation. After all, Vegeta had previously been defeated by the androids. Leaving a bitter taste in his mouth, a small act of revenge seemed justifiable. When I, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Jiaozi were present, Wufan's transformation into a Super Saiyan altered his personality entirely. If you don't believe me, you can ask him directly. He should be at home studying right now. Vegeta's anger was palpable. His rival Kakarot had become a Super Saiyan, and now even Sun Wufan had surpassed him. This father-son duo had eclipsed him in power. "Your clothes are in tatters. You haven't changed them in ages. Go take a shower and put on something clean." Zyrolon suddenly approached Vegeta, pointing at his attire. Her call snapped Vegeta from his contemplation, and he followed her silently, his previously tumultuous thoughts beginning to settle. Bulma, Yamcha, and the others watched in wide-eyed disbelief as Vegeta complied, wondering if they were seeing things. Oolong exclaimed, "No way. That guy Vegeta is actually behaving." Poor remarked, "It seems there's a connection. Vegeta and Zyrolon appear more reliable than Krillin. We have tried endlessly to persuade him. Hopefully, Krillin can regain his senses," Yamcha noted, feeling an unsettling chill at the thought of Krillin's girlfriend, who had significant issues. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction. "That fool Krillin won't listen to us. He was angry with us earlier. Perhaps he will come to his senses once he faces the consequences." At Baozi Mountain, at noon, Sun Wufan was engrossed in his studies. Upon closer inspection, one would notice he was delving into knowledge typically reserved for middle school, as the 6-year-old Sun Wufan had already embarked on learning advanced subjects. Chi-Chi brought back those books from Bulma's house, which proved to be quite beneficial for him. However, there were many concepts that Sun Wukong could not yet comprehend, as his study time was still insufficient. He understood that to grasp the knowledge, one must integrate scholarly pursuits with martial arts, and he was earnest in this endeavor, not merely speaking idly. Suddenly, a tremendous aura surged forth, causing the books in Sun Wukong's hands to tumble to the ground. Frieza was indeed alive, and the other presence was none other than Kurd Wong, the father of Frieza, from the memories of the time traveler. Sun Wukong had no time to retrieve the fallen books. He hurriedly returned to his room to don his purple martial arts uniform, not even pausing to bid farewell to Chi-Chi, and flew directly out of the window toward the designated landing site. Has it come to this? Frieza, accompanied by his father, had come to Earth for revenge. Would Trunks appear next? Sun Wukong pondered to himself, uncertain of what other changes might transpire. As he flew at high speed, he soon spotted Krillin, clad in an orange martial arts uniform. At that moment, Krillin appeared somewhat haggard, his smile strained, bearing no resemblance to the joy of love he once exhibited. "Wukong, you've come too," Krillin remarked, his entire demeanor exuding a sense of numb fatigue. Uncle Krillin, what has happened?" Sun Wukong hesitantly inquired, fully aware of the reason, yet knowing that Krillin was enmeshed in his own turmoil. "It's nothing. I'm fine," Krillin forced a smile, maintaining silence as they soared together at high speed, eventually reuniting with others along the way. Upon joining the group, Sun Wukong was taken aback upon seeing Vegeta. Vegeta, dressed in a pink short-sleeved shirt and yellow trousers, regarded Sun Wukong with a dismissive snort, saying little else. Though he did express mild surprise at the sight of Sun Wukong's newly regenerated tail. It had not grown back since being severed by Jackalope, leading Vegeta to suspect that the rotund individual had employed some trickery to seal it. Yamcha soon arrived with Bulma, setting her down and maintaining a distance. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, Sun Wukong gazed at the two in astonishment, asking, "Uncle Yamcha, Aunt Bulma, what is going on?" "After my resurrection, we parted ways amicably," Yamcha replied, exhibiting remarkable calmness. Bulma nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, even during our time together, We were merely coexisting. Rather than remain entangled, it was better to separate. Yamcha remained silent, reflecting on how, since their breakup, Bulma had transformed while he remained unchanged, understanding her reasons. Feeling overwhelmed, Suen Wuon clutched his head, realizing how much had transpired. Diverging from the memories of the time traveler, the once minor character, Zinyu, had reappeared, now entangled in an inexplicable relationship with Vegeta. Look! Piccolo's sudden exclamation brought everyone back to the present as a massive circular spaceship pierced the atmosphere, beginning its descent. Indeed, it's Frieza. Wuon, how do you feel? Can you handle this? Suen Wuon, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded. Uncle Piccolo, I'm fine. Neither Frieza nor this unfamiliar aura poses a threat to me. Hearing his words instilled confidence in the others as they moved forward. Vegeta cast a deep glance at Suen Wuon, clenching his fists in frustration over his own weakness. Feeling angered that he, the Prince of Saiyans, had been surpassed by Kakarot and his son. As the spaceship's hatch opened, a colossal figure emerged, followed by Frieza and a multitude of smaller soldiers equipped with scanners. Is this Earth? The massive figure, towering over Frieza, observed with disdain. He was Kurd, Frieza's father, and had come to Earth seeking revenge against Suen Wuon. This planet seems quite beautiful. It could fetch a handsome price, Kurd remarked, surveying the landscape with interest. Frieza's appearance had drastically changed. Though he survived the explosion on Namek, he was left with numerous mechanical augmentations and injuries. You too, leave no one alive. Kill every inhabitant of this planet, he commanded. Yes, Lord Frieza. The bloodthirsty soldiers responded as they set off. In an instant, a swift light cut through the air, and to everyone's astonishment, the two soldiers were swiftly dispatched, their limbs severed before they even realized what had happened. The sound of a sword being sheathed echoed as a graceful young woman suddenly appeared before Frieza and his cohort, with neck-length black hair and sparkling blue eyes. Her demeanor turned cold as she donned a red vest over purple attire, accentuating her figure, a sword slung across her back. Who are you? Frieza asked, taken aback. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you just declared your intent to annihilate everyone on this planet, correct? Her voice was calm yet firm. Indeed. But you don't seem particularly clever, Frieza retorted, irritated by her presence. The young woman scoffed. Are you referring to yourself? Reduced to this pathetic state, and still daring to come to Earth seeking death? I know all about you, Frieza and Kurd. Frieza chuckled in surprise. Oh, what an honor. I never expected my name would reach such a remote place, but you seem unaware of my terror. I know that you will die here, and you will meet your end at my hands, Frieza. No matter how you disguise yourself, death is your inevitable conclusion. The young woman smirked, her aura surging dramatically as the soldiers' scanners exploded. This is impossible. Are you a Saiyan as well? Frieza gasped, witnessing her transformation, reminiscent of events on Namek. Kurd's forehead beaded with cold sweat as the soldiers trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Suen Wuon and his companions, flying toward the scene, sensed the overwhelming aura. This energy feels like that from Namek. Could it be Goku returning? Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Suen Wuon quickly shook his head. No, it's impossible. While it resembles a Super Saiyan's power, this energy far surpasses my own. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Let us hurry and find out what is happening. Everyone, be cautious and conceal your presence. We don't yet know who we are dealing with. The others nodded in agreement, suppressing their auras as they gradually descended to the ground, stealthily moving to avoid detection. At this moment, the young girl's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. Her golden locks stood erect, and her emerald green eyes gazed indifferently at the stunned minions of Frieza, devoid of any emotion. The atmosphere crackled with electric arcs, a testament to her overwhelming power. Although transforming into Super Saiyan second level was unnecessary to deal with them, it was the only way for them to comprehend the extent of their own foolishness. Frieza was utterly petrified by the surge of strength emanating from the girl, and Kurd felt his body weaken, an overwhelming desire to flee rising within him. The girl slowly drew her sword from behind her, its blade shimmering with a golden aura. The Super Saiyan second level, an advanced form of the Super Saiyan, was now upon them, and she challenged them to choose their demise. Frieza, in a fit of rage, shouted at his minions, "What nonsense is this about Super Saiyan second level? I am the Emperor of the universe. I am the sovereign of this realm. You, wretched monkey, do you understand?" He commanded his subordinates to attack, insisting they eliminate the girl. The minions, mechanically obeying Frieza's orders, felt a terror gripping their hearts. Herder trembled, urging, Frieza, for the love of all, let us confront her. Frieza, spitting with fury, bellowed, now. The minions, though frightened to their core, advanced under duress. The girl's sword radiated a dark green light, crackling with fearsome electricity, and with a graceful flick, she unleashed a torrent of energy. Universal cataclysm. The dark green energy surged forth, engulfing a multitude of minions in its wake. The acrid scent of charred flesh made Frieza and Herder instinctively retreat. Unable to scream as the minions were reduced to ash before the girl's might, swept away like black snowflakes by a gentle breeze. Aya! Frieza and Herder roared in unison as they charged toward the girl. Die! Frieza's fingers coalesced into a concentrated beam of death, striking the girl. Yet, her surrounding golden aura shattered Frieza's assault effortlessly. Just as she prepared to retaliate, a ki blast suddenly pierced Frieza's chest, and in her moment of shock, Herder had struck from behind. Father! Frieza exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to see Herder's cruel expression, igniting an inferno of wrath within him. He never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of his own progeny. The girl remained silent, her cold green eyes observing the brutal conflict between Frieza and Herder. With a resounding explosion, Frieza's body was obliterated by Herder's attack, a feat that would not have been possible had it not been for the element of surprise. Herder fell to his knees before the girl, bowing deeply. Forgive me. My inept child provoked you, and I have dealt with him. Please, gracious one, grant me your mercy. His ability to bend and submit was chilling, causing the girl's murderous intent to deepen, revealing that Herder was a greater threat than Frieza. As she tossed her sword into the air, she gracefully sidestepped, sheathing the blade with a crisp sound. Herder felt a wave of relief wash over him. He yearned to escape this place and vowed never to return, opting instead for a leisurely life as a powerful overlord. He silently cursed Frieza, lamenting that if it weren't for his thirst for vengeance, he would never have returned to this desolate place. With a swift motion, the girl raised her hands, dispensing with unnecessary words. Just as Herder relaxed, he was caught off guard by a robust golden ki blast. No! Herder cried out in anguish as the energy obliterated him into ashes before crashing into the spaceship, shattering it into fragments. The violent explosion whipped the girl's golden hair, and the entire confrontation, from the onset to Herder's demise, transpired in less than a minute. As the dust settled, the girl reverted to her original form, her aura calming, and her once cold blue eyes softened as she gazed at the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. What? As Suen Wuon, Piccolo, and others advanced, they suddenly sensed a vast energy dissipating. What has happened? Frieza's energy has vanished, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Suen Wuon, feeling cold sweat bead on his forehead, quickened his pace, eager to uncover the truth. If a being as strong as Trunks had arrived, it was implausible that they would be this formidable. The situation had deviated significantly, and as the group arrived, they beheld the startling truth. Yamcha widened his eyes, pointing at the black-haired, blue-eyed girl. Who is that? Did she vanquish Frieza and his minions? He queried. Is she also a Saiyan? Tien Shinhan asked gravely. Vegeta immediately retorted. Impossible. There are only 3 Saiyans left, myself, Kakarot, and the half-breed Gohan. No other Saiyans remain. Suen Wuon, only 6 years old, felt utterly bewildered. It was not Trunks but an unknown girl, and she wielded a sword, exuding an effortless grace that far surpassed Trunks. Suddenly, Suen Wuon's gaze fixated on the sword the girl carried, a jolt of recognition coursing through him. Piccolo, look, that sword she bears is the one you gifted me. Back then, Suen Wuon was but a tearful child, witnessing the demise of his father and Raditz, training on King Kai's planet. His transformation was largely due to Piccolo's guidance. Clad in an orange tunic like his father's, yet marked with the character for demon, and equipped with the sword, he embarked on his journey of survival, eventually training alongside Piccolo. That sword, a cherished keepsake, resembled the one the girl now possessed, igniting doubts about her identity. Piccolo, equally astonished, exclaimed, "It can't be. Who is she?" Yamcha felt an uncanny familiarity with the girl, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Though unconfirmed, he hesitated to voice it, fearing he might be mistaken. Could it truly be? He mused. Krillin interjected, regardless of her identity, her Saiyan lineage is undeniable. The energy she unleashed was reminiscent of Goku and Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan. I will never forget that. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration, filled with resentment upon hearing Krillin's confident assertion. First, Kakarot and his son had both transformed into Super Saiyans, and now, a mysterious Saiyan girl had emerged. More troubling was her ability to attain the Super Saiyan form, exacerbating Vegeta's sense of inadequacy. Chapter 43. The girl's name. The towering mountain swayed gently in the breeze as the girl's hair danced in the wind. No need to hide any longer. I have already sensed your presence. Come forth. Her gaze fell upon Suen Wuon and his companions as she greeted them with a warm smile and a friendly wave. A stark contrast to her demeanor when confronting Frieza and Kurter. Upon the discovery of Suen Wuon and Piccolo, a sense of unease washed over them. How could they have been found? They had suppressed their energy. Krillin, glancing at Piccolo, inquired of Suen Wuon. What should we do? Should we go out? Suen Wuon shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. It doesn't seem like a ruse. That girl is far superior in strength than we are. Whatever her intentions, we cannot thwart them. The girl playfully waved her hand, cheerfully announcing, Everyone, come along with me. I know you have many questions, and once Mr. Wuon returns, I will clarify everything for you. With that, she soared into the sky at a leisurely pace, deliberately allowing Suen Wuon and the others to follow. She wants us to follow her, everyone. What should we do? Krillin asked the group. Vegeta, gritting his teeth in frustration, decided to follow suit, closely followed by Suen Wuon and Piccolo, then Tien Shinhan, and the somewhat reluctant Krillin. Just as Yamcha prepared to take flight, Bulma clasped him tightly. Hey, I want to go too. Don't leave me, your ex-girlfriend, behind. What are you even doing? Yamcha replied, exasperated. Hurry up, they are leaving, Bulma urged. With a resigned sigh, Yamcha wrapped his arm around Bulma's shoulders and flew into the air, feeling somewhat awkward. Stealing a glance at Bulma, his suspicions grew stronger. Surely not, he thought uncertainly. The group landed in a spacious area strewn with rocky debris from the mountains. After the girl touched down, she retrieved a box from her red vest and produced a universal capsule, tossing it down. A refrigerator brimming with beverages appeared before them. The girl gestured to the crowd, smiling. Everyone, there is still some time until Mr. Wuon returns. Please help yourselves to the drinks. As she mentioned Mr. Wuon, she coughed lightly, feeling somewhat awkward. I want tea hold back then, Bulma declared confidently as she strode over. Oh, I like that one too. I want it, Suen Wuon exclaimed, sprinting towards the drink he favored, oblivious to the girl's gaze upon him. Thank you, sister, he said, taking the beverage he rarely had at home, as his mother, Chi-Chi, often admonished him about the health risks of drinking soda. Suddenly, the girl, upon hearing Suen Wuon's address, inadvertently sprayed her drink all over Bulma's face, causing her to cough violently, her cheeks reddening in shock. Hey, that is so messy. How could a girl do something so crude? Bulma protested, wiping her face with a handkerchief, visibly displeased. The girl ignored Bulma, focusing instead on the bewildered Suen Wuon. Perhaps you should refrain from calling me sister. Your tail has already grown. Suen Wuon realized his blunder. It had been a polite reflex, and upon noticing the girl gazing at his tail, he smiled. Indeed, it has grown. But you too are a Saiyan. Where is your tail? The girl gently shook her head. It's different. Although I possess Saiyan blood, I was born without a tail, unlike you. I see. Suen Wuon recalled the memories of the 6th universe's Saiyans, who similarly lacked tails. Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Chaozu soon arrived, while Piccolo and Vegeta remained silent, arms crossed, and observing the scene. Bulma, noticing the girl's red vest, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward her. Have we met before? Why are you so indifferent towards me? Bulma, adjusting her damp clothing, asked curiously. You will know when Mr. Wuon returns, the girl replied coolly, casting a disinterested glance at Bulma before crouching down to chat with Suen Wuon. With wide eyes, she asked, Can you transform into Super Saiyan already? Suen Wuon nodded vigorously, smiling. Indeed, but not as powerfully as you. Your energy earlier was far superior. The girl beamed, stating, Your potential far exceeds mine. It's only a matter of time before you surpass me. Vegeta strode forward, hands on his hips, demanding, Who are you? How do you possess such formidable strength? There should only be me, Kakarot, and this half-breed, Gohan. Aside from us, there are no others, so you cannot be a Saiyan. Who exactly are you? The girl appeared slightly troubled as she stood, her blue eyes lazily scanning Vegeta. Suddenly, everyone froze, even Sun Wukong, who stared blankly. Vegeta's hair stood on end, sweat trickling down his brow, as the girl had somehow appeared behind him, her voice light and teasing, her calm gaze devoid of any ripples. Uncle Vegeta, why are you so impatient? Did I not say I would explain everything when Mr. Wukong returns? When did you become so fast? Vegeta shivered, realizing the girl hadn't even transformed into Super Saiyan yet, and her strength had utterly overwhelmed him. How far was he from breaking through to Super Saiyan? Sensing the cautious looks from the others, the girl sighed softly, releasing Vegeta and retracting the refrigerator. I will explain my origins when Mr. Wukong returns, but for now, I can share my name. I am Bra, 16 years old. My goal is to become the strongest Saiyan girl in the universe. I enjoy training and cuddly bears. As for my most admired person, I cannot reveal that just yet. Upon hearing the girl's name, Sun Wukong's pupils dilated, and his mind surged with tumultuous waves. His brain struggled to comprehend. Wasn't she the daughter of Vegeta and Bulma from the memories of the traveler? But why did Bra have black hair now? What on earth had transpired? Chapter 44. The return of Wukong. The group awaited Sun Wukong's return, the recent clash between Bra and Vegeta having reached a temporary lull. Vegeta sat alone on a stone, contemplating. Had it not been for waiting for Sun Wukong, he would have likely left to train long ago. Sun Wukong reclined on a large rock, gazing at the sky, lost in thought, still reeling from Bra's revelation. Upon hearing her name, he realized how much she resembled Bulma, especially her large eyes. Yet why did she have black hair? Where had the discrepancy occurred? Was this girl's arrival related to the androids from the future in the absence of Trunks? Gohan. Piccolo's voice snapped Sun Wukong back to reality. He sprang to his feet, asking, "What is it, Uncle Piccolo? You seem troubled. Is it because of Bra?" Although Piccolo appeared indifferent, he genuinely cared for Sun Wukong's well-being. Sun Wukong nodded, glancing at Bra, who sat atop a stone over a meter high, her legs swinging lightly as she gazed at him. Upon meeting his eyes, she smiled sweetly and waved gently. Yet, for some reason, Sun Wukong found her smile ominous, as if she were about to devour him. He nodded mechanically, now certain that Bra was indeed Bulma's daughter, with strikingly similar eyes and face shape. However, he remained perplexed as to why Bra seemed so indifferent toward her mother. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the sky, prompting everyone to look up in surprise. "Dad's back!" exclaimed Suen Wuon, his face alight with joy. A spherical spacecraft descended from the heavens, soaring overhead before landing heavily on the ground with a thunderous roar. Dust billowed around them, and unable to contain his excitement, Suen Wuon dashed forward, followed closely by Krillin and the others. "Wait for me. Take me with you," Bulma called anxiously, but resigned to her fate, she ran after them alone. Beneath the pit, the spherical spacecraft resembled the small ships used by Frieza and his cohorts. During the explosion of Namek, Suen Wukong had seized the opportunity to escape in a ship left behind by the Ginyu Force. As the hatch gradually opened, Suen Wukong emerged before the crowd, dressed in a white shirt, black armor, and a white sash around his waist, complemented by red trousers. Seeing the jubilant crowd, he too appeared taken aback. "Why are you all here?" Suen Wuon nearly leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Dad." Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaos cheered. "This is wonderful. Wukong has truly returned." Suen Wukong activated his flight technique, ascending into the air before gracefully descending. Puzzled as he asked, "How did you know I would return?" Bulma explained, "It was this girl who informed us of your arrival." "Who is she?" Suen Wukong inquired, gliding to the edge of the pit, having never encountered this girl before. Bra looked up with a gentle smile, greeting him, "Welcome back, Daddy." Everyone, except for Yamcha, was left utterly speechless by Bra's address, their eyes wide with shock. And even Vegeta and Piccolo were no exceptions. Suen Wukong, momentarily stunned, soon trembled in disbelief, exclaiming as he plummeted from the air, landing in the pit and colliding with the spacecraft, dirtying his attire. Leaning against the ship, Suen Wukong pointed at Bra, incredulous as he asked, "You? What did you just call me?" Bra smiled sweetly, unfazed by the situation, and replied, "Daddy, some things are better kept hidden. I'll explain everything to everyone in due time." With a serious expression, Bra stood before them, yet her presence felt entirely devoid of any aura. Suddenly, in the astonished gaze of Suen Wuon and the others, her hair, eyebrows, and eyes transformed into a striking shade of purple, standing upright like a Super Saiyan, emanating an eerie energy that instilled a sense of formidable pressure. This was Bra's self-destructive transformation, distinct from the one depicted in the manga. Unlike Vegeta, who lost his eyebrows and bore a face resembling Super Saiyan Goku, Bra appeared more like a Super Saiyan. However, none of this was part of Suen Wuon's memories of the past. The memories concluded with the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, leaving him unaware of the subsequent events involving Moro. Barrier. With her palm raised, Bra summoned a purple energy shield that enveloped everyone. Once everything was secured, she clapped her hands lightly and said, "Now we needn't worry about any eavesdroppers." Then, turning her gaze towards Suen Wuon, she teased, "I'm your little sister, not your big sister." Suen Wuon stiffly nodded, pondering the peculiarity of Bra's demeanor. Although he could not sense her current power, it was evident that she surpassed any Super Saiyan form by a considerable margin. How could Bra be so powerful? And why had she traversed time from the future to this moment? Suen Wuon emerged from the pit once more, gazing at Bra in astonishment. "You are my child? This is impossible. I only have Suen Wuon with Chi-Chi." He then asked, "Did you defeat Frieza and his minions? I thought it might have been Suen Wuon." Piccolo and Vegeta perked up, their curiosity piqued. Bra, still with her purple hair, explained, "I traveled from over 20 years in the future in a time machine made by Mom, Daddy." The others, aside from Suen Wuon, were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. Krillin suddenly snapped back to reality, recognizing a potential blind spot, and asked, "Wait, Bra, your mother created the time machine? You mean?" Bra nodded, looking at Bulma, and confirmed, "That's right. My father is Suen Wuon, and my mother is Bulma. I was born about 4 years from now." Bulma and Suen Wuon were momentarily petrified. Yamcha nodded knowingly, saying, "I thought so. I never imagined Bulma would end up with Wuon." Suen Wuon appeared distressed, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at his father, his voice trembling as he said, "How can this be? Dad can't be unfaithful to Aunt Bulma. How could he become such a scoundrel?" Chapter 45. A shocking change from the future. Suen Wuon was on the verge of tears, prompting Suen Wuon to snap back to reality. "No, that's impossible. Wuon, don't cry. How could I ever do such a thing? Chi-Chi would be furious if she found out. This isn't real." Suen Wuon quickly knelt down to help wipe away Suen Wuon's tears. He too was bewildered by the situation. A girl named Bra had suddenly appeared, claiming to be his and Bulma's daughter. How could he possibly have a child with Bulma when he only had Suen Wuon with Chi-Chi? Bra's sweet call of Namekian sent shivers down Suen Wuon's spine. "What do you want?" he asked, positioning himself protectively in front of Suen Wuon, like a hen shielding her chicks. His gaze toward Bulma was tinged with disdain. He could no longer affectionately refer to her as Aunt Bulma, the woman who had seemingly usurped his father. Bulma, too, felt a pang of distress. She harbored deep feelings for Suen Wuon, and memories of him transforming into a Super Saiyan haunted her thoughts, intensifying her affection. Yet, with Bra's sudden revelation, she was filled with both fear and astonishment. "Wait, Bra, since I'm your mother in the future, why are you treating me so coldly?" Bulma asked, her expression pleading. Bra looked surprised. "Am I? Mom, am I really cold to you?" "Yes, you are," Bulma retorted, exasperated. Bra smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I was just startled by your calling me sister." Krillin glanced at Bulma, Suen Wuon, Bra, and Suen Wuon, quietly commenting, "This atmosphere feels quite strange. Tien, chaos." And Yamcha nodded in agreement. Piccolo inquired, "Bra, if you claim to have traveled from the future in a time machine, why reveal your identity now? If Wuon had never been with Bulma, wouldn't you cease to exist?" Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Suen Wuon turned to Bra, pondering why she boldly disclosed her identity when previous time travelers had been so cautious. Beulah rested her chin on her thumb and explained, "The multiverse possesses a certain plurality. The fact that the parents of this space-time are not together does not affect me, as we do not exist on the same temporal plane." Bulma pondered aloud. "Is this a paradox of time? Beulah, if that is the case, what compels you to traverse time to arrive in this world?" With tears welling in her large, expressive eyes, Beulah caused a heavy silence to fall over the gathering, as an overwhelming weight settled in their hearts. "The universe is vast, comprising 12 realms, and we inhabit the 7th. The astonishing revelation regarding the 7th universe left Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others momentarily stunned. However, Sun Wuon was taken aback by Beulah's extensive knowledge of the future, questioning what had transpired. Beulah continued, "The ruler of these 12 universes is none other than the Omni King. One day, the Omni King obliterated 8 of the universes, leaving only the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th, thus extinguishing all hope of resurrection. The Dragon Balls vanished along with them." As she recounted this, Beulah broke down in tears, sobbing into Sun Wukong's embrace. The heart-wrenching sound of her cries tightened the hearts of all present. And no one doubted Beulah's identity, especially Sun Wukong, who had gleaned from the memories of the time traveler that the Omni King harbored intentions of annihilating 8 universes. Had it not been for his father, Sun Wukong, the Omni King may have acted upon such thoughts. In that moment, Sun Wukong felt a piercing sorrow. Beulah's tears soaked his shoulder as he gently patted her back. Having lost all hope of resurrection, "Beulah, what is truly happening? Does this mean we are all destined to perish in the future?" Sun Wukong inquired urgently, rising from Sun Wukong's embrace and gently wiping her tears. Beulah explained to Sun Wukong, 10 years into the future, Oni-chan will fall victim to an ambush by an android known as Majin 21, who will also steal your powers. Following that, both Papa and Uncle Vegeta will meet their end, and ultimately, everyone will be slain by Majin 21, who will also destroy the Dragon Balls of New Namek. Majin 21, you say? Please elaborate on this, urged Sun Wukong, certain that the memories of the time traveler contain no mention of such an android, indicating an unforeseen twist in fate. Beulah nodded and addressed the group. Android 21 was created by Drive Jero of the Red Ribbon Army. 3 years hence, she will emerge on an island in the South City, accompanied by 2 androids who will wreak havoc and absorb life energy to feed a being known as Cell. This is all too chaotic. My mind cannot comprehend it, Krillin lamented, clutching his head in exasperation. Sun Wukong queried in astonishment, the Red Ribbon Army. The same one I defeated? Vegeta recalled the words of Videl, while Tien Shinhan and Piccolo shared similar sentiments, as they too had not fully grasped Beulah's revelations. Beulah sighed. Uncle Krillin, I may have complicated matters. Allow me to explain slowly. Though the Red Ribbon Army was dismantled by my father, Dr. Jero, one of its key figures, managed to escape. In his quest for vengeance against my father, Dr. Jero clandestinely continued his research on androids. Among these is Cell, a product of multiple gene recombination. Possessing the cells of my father, Oni-chan, Uncle Tien Shinhan, Uncle Piccolo, and Uncle Vegeta. 3 years from now, on an island in the South City, one of the 2 androids will be Dr. Jero himself, who, in his pursuit of immortality, will transform himself into an android and commence large-scale destruction to facilitate Cell's feeding on life energy. Beulah's voice grew fierce with anger as she expressed her disdain for Dr. Jero, wishing for him to suffer 1,000 deaths. Unbeknownst to everyone, Dr. Jero had prepared a contingency plan, the creation of the new android, Majin 21, who would become one of the catalysts for the complete annihilation of hope. Chapter 46. The departure of the maiden. Beulah paused, allowing the group to digest the shocking information she had just shared, each revelation detonating like a bomb in their minds, including Sun Wukong, who possessed the memories of the time traveler. He was certain there was no record of Majin 21, indicating the existence of an unknown android. Yet the mention of Majin evoked memories of Majin Buu, leading him to ponder any potential connection. As Sun Wukong contemplated, he found himself lifted uncontrollably into the air. Beulah embraced him, her cheeks flushed with excitement and her breathing becoming uneven. He. I never imagined Oni-chan was so adorable as a child, all chubby. I truly miss you all. Let me hug you. Can't breathe. Sun Wukong gasped, struggling desperately. At only 6 years old, he was oblivious to why Krillin looked at him with envy, feeling as though he might suffocate. Beulah, let go of Wukong. He appears to be in distress, Sun Wukong interjected. Hearing his words, Beulah playfully stuck out her tongue before releasing Sun Wukong. Once on the ground, he gasped for air, nearly having succumbed to an unintended tragedy. Beulah, indeed, was exceedingly mischievous, and he regretted his previous sympathy for this future sister, who had nearly smothered him. Apologies, Oni-chan, I was just too excited. But you likely don't comprehend all of this yet, do you? He. As Beulah prepared to pounce once more, Sun Wukong quickly sought refuge behind Sun Wukong and Piccolo, realizing he was outmatched and needed to hide. Piccolo raised his head, having listened to Beulah's account, and understood the necessity of establishing a protective barrier, likely to guard against the lurking Dr. Jero. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something and said, "Wait, if we can find Dr. Gero early and eliminate him, wouldn't that resolve the android situation entirely?" Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, "Humph, no one is permitted to act recklessly. 3 years hence, those lacking confidence in their strength should refrain from intervening." Kakarot, you too understand? Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am equally curious about the future androids. I had thought that after Frieza, we would face no more formidable foes. I can feel my blood boiling. Likewise, 3 years from now, we shall meet at the designated location, Tien Shinhan declared, brimming with fighting spirit. Bulma was exasperated. How can you all be so nonchalant? Did you not hear Beulah? This is a catastrophic crisis. Beulah placed a hand on Bulma's shoulder and said, "Mother, I advise against such actions. Dr. Gero has androids 16, 17, and 18, which he has sealed away. Their power is formidable, far beyond what you can currently handle. They are merely frozen and restrained due to Dr. Gero's lack of control." Sun Wukong, taken aback, asked, "Are they truly that strong?" Beulah nodded gravely. "Indeed, they are powerful, and you cannot contend with them at present. Your combined strength would be insufficient to tackle even one. It would be wise to use this time to enhance your abilities." On the morning of May 12th, 3 years from now, on a small island in the southwest of South City, we must confront Dr. Gero, who will have transformed into androids 19 and 20. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Ha ha. Vegeta clenched his fists, laughing with excitement. I never imagined there could be such beings on this planet. Kakaroto, what do you think? I too yearn to engage in battle with them. Beulah, what can you tell us about Android 21? Sun Wukong wore a faint smile. Yet he did not overlook the pressing matters at hand. Beulah replied, Android 21 was not initially in her Majin form. She is an ultimate fusion android that surpasses Cell, capable of preying on living beings to acquire energy and grow indefinitely, much like us humans. However, after consuming a cell from a creature known as Majin Buu, the originally gentle Android 21 developed a terrifying evil personality, transforming into Majin Android 21. At that time, I could only defeat Majin Android 21 thanks to her assistance. It was a near victory. Beulah glanced at Son Gohan, who was hiding behind Sun Wukong and Piccolo, and remarked, at that time, the strength of Majin Android 21 was no match for Oni-chan and Dad. She was only slightly stronger than Uncle Vegeta. As long as we are cautious, there should be no problem. Vegeta, feeling exasperated, mentally grumbled about Kakaroto's offspring, realizing that this family could be quite infuriating, especially being compared by Beulah. With her hands clasped behind her back, Beulah smiled brightly and said, I've said what I needed to say. Father, Oni-chan, Mother, and all the uncles, I must take my leave. Time travel is not permitted, and it is only under Master Keisai's plea that I was allowed to operate the time machine and arrive here. Master Keisai? Son Gohan was momentarily puzzled, planning to later delve into the memories of the time traveler, as many details had escaped his attention. Beulah retrieved a universal capsule and tossed it down, revealing a spherical glass-covered spacecraft equipped with 4 cannon-like energy blocks, which was indeed the time machine she had used for her journey. The purple protective shield was retracted by Beulah, returning it to its original state, and as the glass cover of the time machine opened, she entered the cockpit. Through the glass, Beulah gazed at the waving crowd, tears brimming her eyes, filled with reluctance. Father, Oni-chan, Mother, even with my warning about being cautious of Majin Android 21, the Omni King still intends to destroy 8 universes. The god of destruction from the 7th universe is incompetent as well. Sighing with a heavy heart, Beulah piloted the time machine, vanishing from their sight. The future holds the destruction of 8 inferior universes by the Omni King, and with the 7th universe ranked second to last. Beulah left with a profound sense of sorrow. Everyone remained in a state of shock for a while. After some time, Piccolo crossed his arms and addressed the group. Anyone lacking confidence in 3 years should not bother showing up, as it would hinder our progress. Oh, are you speaking about yourself? Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Piccolo, his demeanor defiant. Tianjin Fan suggested, let us plan to meet an hour early on May 12th, around 10 in the morning. Agreed. I can feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Everyone, let us give it our all. Yamcha, still fervent about his martial arts, was filled with enthusiasm. Only Krillin appeared somewhat apprehensive, his desire for stability mirroring Bulma's, and after hearing Beulah mention the even more formidable androids 16, 17, and 18, he abandoned that thought. 3 years until the androids. Son Gohan mused inwardly, his face alight with anticipation. He, like Vegeta and Sun Wukong, felt an insatiable thirst for battle. Especially after transforming into a Super Saiyan, that desire intensified. Chapter 47. It's time to learn to drive. It turned out that the memories of the time traveler revealed that Trunks had transformed into Beulah, leaving everyone in a state of awe. Vegeta, hands in pockets, turned to Sun Wukong and asked, Kakarado, you must have learned some impressive techniques from the Aditella Star, right? It's unlikely you returned empty-handed. Though their combat power is not overwhelming, they possess many unique abilities. Indeed, unfortunately, due to time constraints, I couldn't learn more techniques. I have, however, mastered instant transmission, Sun Wukong informed the group. Instant transmission, a technique learned on Aditella Star, requires setting a destination beforehand, using ki to grasp a target. This method cannot transport one to an unoccupied location. Sun Wukong then demonstrated instant transmission, vanishing after sensing Master Roshi's ki and reappearing with Master Roshi's sunglasses, leaving Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and the others in stunned silence. What a practical technique. Son Gohan recalled the book on dimensional space and began to delve into his own martial arts training. A teacher can guide one to the door, but the cultivation must be personal. Whether it was Krillin, Yamcha, or Tianjin Fan, after achieving significant progress, they all began to explore their unique martial arts. For instance, Krillin developed the Ki Blade, Yamcha the Spirit Ball, and Tianjin Fan, originally from the Turtle School, also innovated techniques such as the Solar Fist and the Multiform technique. As for his father, Sun Wukong, it would be naive to think he was merely a brute. The memories of the time traveler revealed that he had neglected his martial arts due to academic pursuits, but he was now different. Krillin, once you return, please return these sunglasses to Master Roshi, Sun Wukong said, handing the sunglasses to Krillin with a smile. Understood. Krillin, trying to look cool, donned the sunglasses and flashed a victory sign at Son Gohan, his bald head adding to the comical effect. Bulma quietly observed from the sidelines, her gaze furtively glancing at Sun Wukong before swiftly averting her eyes. The revelation of Beulah arriving from the future made her instinctively wish to distance herself from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had been married to Chi-Chi for quite some time and had children. She felt like an intruder in someone else's family, a third party, and found it hard to face Chi-Chi. As everyone dispersed, Sun Wukong invited Piccolo. Piccolo, would you like to train with me and Gohan? I need someone strong to spar with. It helps with progress. Sure, but don't underestimate Gohan. He has also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo's words astonished Sun Wukong, who exclaimed, Amazing, Gohan. You can transform into a Super Saiyan on your own now. Yes, Dad. It's all thanks to Uncle Piccolo and everyone's support that I was able to break through my limits and become a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan replied, scratching his head with a grin. Sun Wukong asked, That's great, Gohan. How have you all been during my absence? Everyone is doing well, Dad. What about you? Have you noticed any changes in your body? I made a wish with the dragon from Namek for your and Mom's health. Son Gohan's eager expression made Sun Wukong ponder for a moment before nodding. I see now. Indeed, I felt much better and more comfortable lately. Thank you, Gohan. As long as you, Mom, and everyone are safe, that's all that matters, Son Gohan replied joyously. The three returned home, and upon seeing Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears as they embraced, a moment filled with warmth. Yet, upon hearing about the androids coming in 3 years, Chi-Chi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she glanced at Son Gohan. Sun Wuon promptly responded, Mother, rest assured, I will not neglect my studies. As you can see, aside from the literary papers that require personal interpretation, I have achieved full marks in all other subjects. Chi-Chi smiled gently. Mother knows Wufan is quite impressive and has done exceptionally well. However, her gaze shifted to Sun Wukong, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, she questioned, Why does our adversary never seem to cease? Why can't our family live in peace? Why? Why her tone brimmed with frustration. Sun Wukong replied calmly, Chi-Chi, there is no alternative, I apologize. I will certainly prevail, and afterward, we shall all go to the seaside together. Really? Father, are you truly going to take us with you? Sun Wufan asked, raising his head with eager anticipation. Yes, it's settled. Sun Wukong gestured a victory sign and smiled. Chi-Chi, filled with excitement, cradled her chin with her hands. Wonderful. Our family will drive, enjoying the roadside scenery, and upon reaching the seaside, Wukong, you should learn to drive. How about that? Well, driving is much faster if we fly. Isn't it? Sun Wukong responded with a light-hearted tone. 3 years later, he scratched his head lightly and chuckled. Chi-Chi, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "No? You have not seen that couple on the neighboring mountain, driving together so joyfully. I envy them tremendously. In this society, there are hardly any who do not possess a driver's license, and I fear you might be the only one left, Wukong." Sun Wukong then glanced at Piccolo, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold, and remarked, "Piccolo doesn't he have one either?" Piccolo, caught off guard, widened his eyes and angrily questioned, "What do I need that for?" Chi-Chi looked at both Sun Wukong and Piccolo, stating, "So neither of you will be enrolling in the driving school tomorrow? I believe this is a splendid opportunity for both of you to learn societal norms." What? Piccolo was bewildered as to how he had been unwittingly implicated. He had come to train with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly waved his hands. "Wait a moment, Chi-Chi. Why the sudden demand?" Chi-Chi crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "In any case, starting tomorrow, both of you will set aside your training and obtain your driver's licenses. I will contact Bulma immediately to assist in expediting the process. If you do not comply, I shall not cook for you, understood?" The final raised voice showcased her authority as the head of the household, causing Piccolo to jump slightly, and he stiffly nodded in agreement with Sun Wukong. P.S. Author's note. To those who have not read the original Dragon Ball, yet feel compelled to criticize me with comments from sources unknown, I am at a loss for words. If you find my writing unworthy, you might as well read the original instead. I have seen your previous comments, and clearly, you have not read Dragon Ball and are simply leaving baseless negative reviews. It's quite exasperating. But at least you are not among those mindless keyboard warriors who indiscriminately lash out. Chapter 48. Driving Training Class. Wait a moment. Mother, did you mention Bulma? Sun Wufan began, but was abruptly met with a stern reprimand from Chi-Chi. Wufan, have I not taught you to be polite? You should address her as Aunt Bulma. Calling her by her first name is very rude. Do you know how much Aunt Bulma has helped you? She has provided you with books and assisted you in your studies, allowing you to balance martial training with your education. Sun Wufan wished to refuse and declare that he no longer wished to have any dealings with Bulma, but upon seeing Chi-Chi's disappointed expression, he swallowed his words. And the myriad thoughts in his heart ultimately condensed into a single phrase, "I'm sorry, Mother. There won't be next time." Chi-Chi's face softened into a relieved smile. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is truly commendable. I will contact Bulma right away to discuss the matter of Wukong and Piccolo enrolling in driving school. With that, Chi-Chi hummed softly as she entered the house to call Bulma, engaging in a conversation that only women can fully understand. On the other end, Bulma had just returned home and was taken aback upon receiving Chi-Chi's call. The thrill of a secret illicitly shared quickened her heartbeat, especially upon seeing Bra, as she felt an inexplicable blend of resistance and anticipation. However, upon hearing that Sun Wukong and Piccolo were to take driving tests, Bulma became intrigued, envisioning the cautious antics of the two, which would undoubtedly lead to chaos. The following day, Sun Wukong donned a red short-sleeve shirt and blue trousers, while Piccolo was fully armored in a yellow top, deep blue pants, and purple arm sleeves, along with a sun hat to conceal his identity. Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings, noting that the driving test area was expansive, complete with separate asphalt lanes. Thanks to Bulma's assistance, he mused, is this truly the driving training class Chi-Chi mentioned? It's so vast, yet why is it so deserted? Piccolo, slightly irked, retorted, honestly, being here with you is quite the misfortune. What does this have to do with me? Sun Wukong sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, apologizing, sorry. Chi-Chi's personality is just like that. In any case, let us get our licenses quickly and return to training. Piccolo chuckled, that's the only option. However, one cannot underestimate the power of that earthling who can silence a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, Vegeta, clad in a black tank top and trousers that revealed his muscular physique, called out. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Humph. That shameless woman Bulma was blabbing about you taking the driving test, so I came. I never expected you to be such a dull person, wasting time on such trivialities, Vegeta scoffed, hands on his hips, regarding Sun Wukong with disdain. Sun Wukong chuckled. What can I say? Hee, Vegeta, your outfit. Regaining his composure, he observed Vegeta. noticing that even in training attire, he appeared somewhat different. Vegeta smirked wickedly. Like you, I'm here to take the driving test, Kakarot. Let us see who can get their license faster, shall we? Piccolo's shoulders sagged slightly, feeling exasperated by the Saiyan prince's peculiar competitive nature. Oh, that sounds good, Vegeta. I feel a surge of excitement. Let us settle this. Suen Wuon, with his competitive spirit ignited, became increasingly interested in the upcoming training. After a short while, Bulma, Brief, and Mrs. Brief, along with Chi-Chi, Suen Wuon, Yamcha, Violet, Oolong, and Puer, arrived. Even Tianjin Han and Dumpling were intrigued enough to join. Suen Wuon pointed at the crowd in astonishment. Chi-Chi, Wufan, Master Roshi, why is everyone here? At that moment, Chi-Chi, adorned in a red chi-pao, exuded grace. Her long hair, previously tied up, flowed freely. Her fresh, unadorned appearance, lacking any makeup, rivaled that of the urban beauty Bulma beside her. Her pure and clean aura, capable of sharing a ride on the flying Nimbus with Suen Wuon, was something Bulma could never hope to possess. Master Roshi, sporting sunglasses, chuckled. Hee, I heard that you, Wuon, are taking the driving test, so I came to see. Krillin's bald head shone brightly under the sun as he exclaimed, Wuon, I never imagined you would engage in this. Suen Wuon cheerfully inquired, Krillin, are you joining us? No, I don't need to. I've had my license for ages. Krillin scratched his bald head and laughed. Bulma introduced to everyone. This driving school is the finest in Shido. Many prominent figures have learned to drive here, and the instructors provide exceptional service. I've reserved the entire venue, so Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta, you can feel at ease here. Suen Wuon quietly distanced himself from Bulma, not wishing to look at her. At the tender age of 6, he understood the concept of right and wrong, and this affair felt inherently wrong. Once, he had affectionately called her Aunt Bulma, but now, he harbored a deep dislike for her. Bulma, aware of Wufan's aversion, felt somewhat helpless. She could not explain herself, as she indeed harbored impulsive thoughts towards Suen Wuon and was quite conflicted about what to do. The sound of footsteps approached, and 3 graceful female instructors arrived, catching the eye of Kame Sennin, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. One of them, dressed in a white chiffon skirt and a red t-shirt, possessed fair skin and delicate features, her almond-shaped eyes possessing a subtle allure. Her long, well-proportioned legs were clad in black stockings, exuding a hint of mature charm. Mr. Piccolo, I am Jia, and I will be your driving instructor, guiding you through this period. Please take good care of me. The other 2 instructors positioned themselves before Suen Wuon and Vegeta respectively. The instructor for Vegeta radiated youthful exuberance, with a voluptuous figure and a slim waist, her wavy burgundy hair captivating the eye. She wore a light short-sleeve top, a short skirt, and black stockings, flashing a smile that revealed 2 cute dimples. Mr. Vegeta, I am Hui, your driving instructor for this duration. I look forward to working with you. The instructor before Suen Wuon was the most striking of all, with a perfect figure that turned heads. Her face was heart-shaped, radiant as white jade, with soft lips and a gentle demeanor. Her mesmerizing eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, evoked feelings of affection. Hello, Mr. Suen Wuon, I am Fu Xiaozhu, the top instructor here. I will do my utmost to help you learn to drive. Please take good care of me. Suen Wuon, unlike the aloof Vegeta and Piccolo, courteously responded to Fu Xiaozhu. Hello, I look forward to it. Outside, Suen Wuon rested his chin on his hand, astonished. So this is really where we come to learn to drive? Chapter 49. 2.5 years of training results. The roar of engines filled the air as, under the guidance of their instructors, Piccolo, Suen Wuon, and Vegeta began their formal driving lessons. With Jia's guidance, Piccolo learned quickly, his sharp mind allowing him to master the controls and accelerate with pride, casting glances at Suen Wuon and Vegeta. Unbelievable, is this a joke? Vegeta accelerated fiercely, while Hui watched in alarm, pressing the gas pedal to the floor in pursuit. No, Vegeta. Use the brake. I can't take it anymore. It's too fast. Hui fastened her seatbelt, trembling in fear. How annoying, Vegeta scoffed. Isn't it just the brake? He was puzzled, thinking it should be the brake, but instead opened the car door and stamped his foot on the asphalt, leaving a deep groove as Hui looked on in horror. Danger! Mr. Suen Wuon, quickly steer the wheel. Fu Xiaozhu shouted from the passenger seat, unable to maintain her usual calm demeanor. Suen Wuon looked at Fu Xiaozhu, incredulous. You want me to steer? Really? Yes, hurry. We're about to crash. Fu Xiaozhu urged, a sense of urgency in her voice. Sun Wukong focused, gathering energy in his palm. And with a swift motion, he redirected the steering wheel, playfully handing it to Fu Xiaozhu. I did it. Fu Xiaozhu and Sun Wukong exchanged wide-eyed glances as they rapidly collided with Vegeta's car, which had come to a halt. Vegeta's shoe had already worn through the sole, and as he unfastened his seatbelt to inquire what had happened, he was unexpectedly propelled out of the vehicle. Dazed, he landed with a roll just before hitting the ground. Impressive, Mr. Vegeta. Yui clapped her hands, having remained safely inside the vehicle. Infuriated, Vegeta shouted at the rear-ending Sun Wukong. How dare you, Kakarot? Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, Vegeta. Oh no, your shoe. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noticed Vegeta's remaining shoe and stifled a laugh. How dare you criticize me, Kakarot? Vegeta pointed at the steering wheel that Sun Wukong held, fuming. Fu Xiaozhu, regaining her composure, remarked, Mr. Sun Wukong, with your driving skills, you'll need to wait another 3 years to get your license. Sun Wukong, alarmed, replied, no way. I don't have that much time. I need to train harder to prepare for the androids in 3 years. Fu Xiaozhu tilted her head, perplexed. Training? Androids? Oh, I see. Is this for a movie? Piccolo drove confidently past Sun Wukong and Vegeta, under Bai Jia's guidance, navigating smoothly and swiftly. Huh, two fools. Bai Jia applauded. Excellent, Mr. Piccolo. I believe you will soon obtain your driver's license. Vegeta clenched his fists, seething. Meanwhile, those watching from a distance, including Chi-Chi and Zyro, looked on with concern, while Bulma sighed in resignation. I knew it would be like this. Fortunately, I reserved the venue in advance. As time passed, Vegeta and Sun Wukong gradually honed their driving skills under their instructor's guidance, soon racing against Piccolo, transforming their lessons into high-speed competitions. Ultimately, the trio obtained their licenses, and the driving class concluded, leading back to the mundane routine of training. 2.5 years had passed, with each person diligently honing their skills. One day at Baozi Mountain, a boy with light golden hair, dressed in a purple martial arts uniform, sat quietly in a chair, engrossed in a book, peaceful and serene. His light green eyes lacked their usual sharpness. This boy was Sun Wuon, cautiously extending his finger to turn the fragile pages, fearful of damaging them. Be careful, be careful. I must be more careful, he murmured, nervously swallowing. Wufan, come out for dinner. Chi-Chi's voice startled Sun Wufan, causing him to lose control of his strength. Oh no, he exclaimed as he inadvertently tore the book in half. Tears threatened to spill as he lamented. It's so difficult to control the power of a Super Saiyan in normal form. Gently placing the torn book on his bed, which was already patched with tape from previous accidents, he thought of balancing academics and martial arts. Wufan, it's time for dinner. Chi-Chi knocked lightly on the door again. I'm coming, Mom. The door's unlocked. Sun Wufan carefully descended from his chair and moved normally. As Chi-Chi opened the door, she noticed the torn book on the bed and sighed at her son's light golden hair. Oh dear, you've torn another book, Wufan. It's all right. Mom will help you fix it later. Come eat. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful in the future, Sun Wufan quickly apologized. In the hall, a family of 3 was enjoying breakfast. At this moment, Sun Wukong still bore the form of a black crab-headed creature. Sun Wufan had now surpassed his father, Sun Wukong, in strength, and his current state could be described as full-powered Super Saiyan. The delicate book was fragile, and Sun Wufan struggled to control his strength, risking tearing it apart. With a hearty appetite, he devoured most of the lavish breakfast, which ended up in Sun Wukong's and Sun Wufan's stomachs. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi were washing the dishes when he turned to glance at Sun Wufan, seated on the sofa, and chuckled. Wufan, you've already surpassed me. Hee. Don't let your guard down in your training, or I might just catch up. Not a chance. I won't let you surpass me, Dad. I'll become even stronger. So don't get left behind. Sun Wufan replied, lightly scratching his nose and smiling. Chi-Chi looked at him and said, Wufan, your rebellious state is necessary for mastering your power and maintaining your everyday form. With that in mind, why not take some time to relax? You've been training with Wukong and Piccolo or studying for the past 2 years without a proper break. Chapter 50. The Resurgence of the World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wufan pondered and nodded, realizing that his mother Chi-Chi was indeed correct. He had been training with Sun Wukong and Piccolo, or buried in books. Even now, as a full-powered Super Saiyan, most of his time was still spent reading, and he had not ventured out to have any fun. Since that's the case, let us go out and have some fun today, Wufan. Sun Wukong said cheerfully. Sure, but where should we go? Sun Wufan mused. Suddenly, the television broadcast a piece of news. The long-suspended world's greatest martial arts tournament would be held again, gathering martial artists from all over the world, with the champion receiving a prize of 5 million. Is the world's greatest martial arts tournament really coming back? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Chi-Chi covered her face shyly and said, I can't believe it. I have such fond memories of that time, and now it's being held again. Sun Wufan was well aware of what his mother meant. It was at the 23rd World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament that his parents, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, first met on the arena. His mother had fought her way into the top 8 and was quite different from that shameless woman, Lan Fong, who resorted to tricks. Time was of the essence. Back then, the androids had emerged to create chaos. Dad, Mom, why don't you take me to the venue? I'm curious about the place where you fell in love, Sun Wufan asked with a smile. Oh, Wufan, how can you say that? Chi-Chi blushed, feeling bashful at the memory of her boldness at that time, and was also annoyed that Sun Wukong had treated their marriage so lightly. Hee, Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. It's settled then. The venue for the world's greatest martial arts tournament is still quite far away. The three of us will ride on the Nimbus to get there. The yellow clouds soared through the sky, with Sun Wufan nestled in Sun Wukong's embrace while Chi-Chi held onto his arm. As the harmonious family descended from the Nimbus upon seeing the venue, they were filled with anticipation. This would be the 24th World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament, which had been interrupted due to the chaos caused by Piccolo during the 23rd event, and it was only now being resumed. What a nostalgic place. I didn't expect it to be so grand. Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on a large tree, reminiscing about their reunion in the rain, which felt like ages ago. Are you Wukong? A sudden exclamation drew the trio's attention, and they turned to see a blond man, wearing sunglasses and a suit, looking excitedly at Sun Wukong. Oh, it's you. Sun Wukong recognized him as the host from several previous tournaments. The blonde host exclaimed, I can't believe I'm seeing you all again. Mr. Wukong, are you here to participate in the tournament? Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, sorry, but I can't participate as I need to battle some formidable androids. Androids? Are they like the ones from the Demon King Piccolo? The blonde host asked nervously. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before responding, I suppose so. However, Piccolo has changed for the better now. I haven't encountered the androids yet, so I'm not sure what they're like, but they are strong. We've been diligently training to face them. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the host felt relieved and turned his gaze towards Chi-Chi and Sun Wufan. Is this your child, Mr. Wukong? Did he dye his hair? Sun Wufan looked at his mother, who was trying to stifle a laugh. His mother had remarked that he looked like a delinquent, and now the host echoed the sentiment. Moreover, what kind of sunglasses was he wearing? They could still see the color of his hair. Sun Wukong chuckled and shook his head, understanding Sun Wufan's frustration. He gathered his energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura sparkling around him, leaving the blonde host in awe. This is a Super Saiyan transformation, a form we possess. This is my child with Chi-Chi, named Sun Wufan. After reverting to his normal state, Sun Wukong introduced him to the host. Hello, uncle. Sun Wufan politely greeted. Hello, Wufan. The blonde host snapped back to reality and smiled courteously. Whatever happens to you, I won't be surprised anymore. It's a pity that the tournament hasn't been held since the last disturbance caused by Piccolo, as I was hoping to see you compete again. Miss Chi-Chi, Mr. Wukong, and Mr. Wufan, let us have lunch together. It's on me, don't worry, there will be plenty. The blonde host cheerfully suggested, addressing Sun Wufan as Mr. and showing respect despite his youth. Really? Thank you so much, host. Wow, I've heard the food here is delicious. Sun Wufan exclaimed. Thank you, uncle. Dad, Mom. Can I go explore a bit? I want to see other places. He gazed longingly around, feeling confined to reading and training at home. Chi-Chi nodded with a smile, saying, Sure, but be careful. Don't forget that uncle is treating us to lunch. I won't forget. I'll be back soon. Sun Wufan dashed off. Without his father or mother beside him, it felt as if he had been liberated, stretching his arms wide as he ran swiftly down the street. The venue for the world's greatest martial arts tournament was still set in the city, not as grand as he remembered from the Buu saga. The asphalt road was sparsely populated with pedestrians and vehicles. As Sun Wufan glanced at the towering buildings around him, his initial excitement began to wane. Suddenly, He sensed an imminent collision ahead. A man with an explosive hairstyle had wide eyes, just about to say something, when Suen Wuon, undeterred, leaped over his head with a flawless somersault. "Sorry for scaring you, uncle. Goodbye," Suen Wuon called back while running, leaving the startled man behind, who was dressed in a brown training outfit and white pants. The World Martial Arts Tournament truly showcases an abundance of skilled fighters. I never anticipated that the child, who is nearly the same age as Bai Di Li, would possess such agility. It seems my training has yet to suffice. Satan, I must secure the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The man clenched his fists, rallying himself. Chapter 51. Gathering Suen Wuon continued his run, intending to return after wandering for a while. How curious. That child with the explosive hairstyle seemed strangely familiar. Could he be a participant in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Lost in thought and distracted by the opponent's weakness, Suen Wuon failed to recognize the child whom Satan had just encountered. Unconsciously slowing his pace, he noticed that the area appeared quite desolate. Although the World Martial Arts Tournament had resumed, it paled in comparison to the glory of previous editions. Furthermore, the events surrounding the Demon King Piccolo had led many exceptional martial artists into seclusion, allowing someone like Satan to claim the championship. Had he participated in earlier tournaments, he likely would not have even reached the top 8. The sky was clear, and the weather was indeed pleasant. Suen Wuon was unaware of how long he had been walking when he arrived at an open park. There were many children of his age playing joyfully, some in groups, while others were accompanied by their parents. Mother must have wished for our family to live this way. Observing these scenes, Suen Wuon comprehended his mother Chi-Chi's desire for a peaceful family life. Suddenly, he noticed a couple painting on the grass, dressed in neat suits. Curiosity piqued. He approached them. The husband was capturing his wife's likeness against a backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. The wife, with her long, wavy brown hair and a light yellow dress, looked slightly startled upon seeing Suen Wuon. "How remarkable! It looks as if the painting has come to life," Suen Wuon exclaimed in astonishment. The husband exuded a refined and intellectual aura. His wife gazed at Suen Wuon with curiosity and asked, "Are you here alone, little one?" Suen Wuon shook his head and replied, "No, my dad and mom are chatting with an uncle. I came out to play by myself. Your parents are quite irresponsible. How can they let such a young child be alone outside?" The husband's wife reacted with some annoyance upon hearing Suen Wuon's words. Suen Wuon earnestly responded, "No, absolutely not. My dad and mom are the best in the world." The husband and wife exchanged glances and chuckled. "Mirasi, if we have a son in the future, perhaps he'll be as sturdy as him," the husband said. "Humphew, there are still children around, and we finally have some time to rest. Why discuss such things?" The wife playfully scolded her husband. The husband wrapped his arm around his wife's slender waist and suggested, "If it's a girl, we shall name her Pails." Suen Wuon tilted his head, unable to comprehend these adult conversations at the age of 9. He looked up at the sky, realizing a considerable amount of time had passed. "I apologize for interrupting you, Uncle and Auntie. I must return home for dinner." Suen Wuon politely addressed the couple. "Is your home nearby?" the husband inquired, slightly lowering his head to meet Suen Wuon's gaze. "No, Uncle, my home is at Baozi Mountain, which is quite far. Farewell." Suen Wuon took to the skies, leaving the couple astonished as he vanished into the distant horizon. "Did I just see that correctly?" Battis, the wife, Mirasi, asked her husband. Battis shook his head. "No, it was real. That child can indeed fly. He is certainly no ordinary person." Mirasi wondered, could he be a participant in this World Martial Arts Tournament? Perhaps so. After all, this world is filled with extraordinary individuals, just like Suen Wuon, who once defeated the world-destroying Demon King Piccolo and saved the world, only to vanish without a trace. That child may be akin to those hidden masters, Battis, possessing some knowledge, speculated. Mirasi, perplexed, questioned, Demon King Piccolo? Aren't those just tales to frighten children? Surely, there are no individuals capable of destroying a city with a single blow. Alas, it is all true, Mirasi. I never expected to encounter such remarkable beings. It is a pity I did not inquire about their contact information, Battis lamented. Mirasi consoled him. Our Battis group is a significant sponsor of this World Martial Arts Tournament, isn't it? That golden-haired child must be a participant. We can surely get to know him later. Indeed, it shall have to suffice, Battis replied, gazing in the direction Suen Wuon had departed, a gentle smile gracing his face. At that moment, Suen Wuon remained unaware of the thoughts of the passers-by. Events in many places were beginning to undergo astonishing transformations. The golden-haired host was well aware of Sun Wukong's appetite, and the family of three enjoyed a delightful meal together. Before parting, Sun Wukong and the golden-haired host exchanged contact information, and then the trio rode the Kintown Cloud back home. As for the couple who had been expressing their affection, Sun Wukong had long forgotten them, as they were merely strangers encountered on the way. This excursion had indeed been beneficial, calming Sun Wukong's previously restless heart. Sitting in a chair in his room, he casually flipped through a book, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Time swiftly passed, and the awaited day arrived. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi awoke, and while washing up, they noticed Sun Wukong's shoes were missing from the entrance. "What's this, Wukong?" Chi-Chi rushed to Sun Wukong's room, her anxiety causing her to forget to knock. The bedding was neatly folded, appearing as solid as tofu blocks. The bed was already cool, and the purple martial arts uniform in the wardrobe was also absent. Clearly, Sun Wukong had departed early. Wukong is missing." Chi-Chi expressed her deep concern. Sun Wukong, bare-chested and showcasing his well-defined muscles, sensed Sun Wukong's energy and sighed in relief. "Chi-Chi, Wukong is outside exercising and warming up. He is fine and will return shortly." "Really? Wukong, please go call him back for dinner. You both will soon be fighting those android fiends. If you don't eat well, how can you face the enemy?" Chi-Chi voiced her disapproval. "All right, I will be back immediately." Sun Wukong instantly teleported to find Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had awakened early, his anticipation for the upcoming battle against the androids filling him with excitement. Troubled thoughts had kept him from sleeping, and even reading had been futile, prompting him to step out for training. Upon returning, he sheepishly explained his absence, took a shower, had breakfast, and then set off with Sun Wukong and Piccolo towards the southern capital. On a small island outside the southern capital, the Z-fighters gathered atop a mountain. Each had undergone intense training over the past 3 years in preparation for the battle against the androids. Chapter 52. The breathless androids. Before reaching the valley, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Krillin had already been waiting there. Sun Wukong observed Krillin's forlorn expression and asked, "Krillin, why do you look so drained? We are about to face unknown monsters. How can you be so unenthusiastic? How can I feel happy? I am not a Super Saiyan like you all." Krillin's voice carried a sense of helplessness, as he felt increasingly overshadowed by Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong's tail had also emerged, having been previously coiled around his waist. The color of his tail matched his hair, a pale gold. "Wukong, are you also a Super Saiyan?" Tianjin Fan inquired in surprise. Yamcha remarked, "I can't sense the typical violent energy of a Super Saiyan at all." Sun Wufan nodded with a smile, exclaiming, "This indeed embodies the essence of a Super Saiyan. I can now effortlessly control the power of a Super Saiyan." After speaking, Sun Wufan transformed back into his ordinary form, with his black hair and dark eyes, exuding a calm and natural demeanor. Even amidst the transition between the Super Saiyan and his regular state, there was no ripple of disturbance, as noted by Kuririn, Yamcha, and the others. "Impressive, Wufan," Kuririn remarked with a bittersweet smile, recognizing that Wufan's current strength rendered the transformation into a Super Saiyan indistinguishable from his normal state. They, seasoned warriors, understood the difficulty of such mastery all too well. Sun Wukong added with a grin, "While I can maintain the Super Saiyan transformation regularly, I cannot reach the level you have. Wufan, you have far surpassed me. I still have much to learn. Without Uncle Bick and my father, my progress would not have been so swift," Sun Wufan replied, scratching the back of his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noticed something amiss and inquired with curiosity. Strange, where's Vegeta? You would never miss this." Yamcha chuckled and said, "Vegeta will be here shortly. You might not know, but he is now with Zilulin and has even had a son named Tenix. I can't believe they are together. I envy that. I too wish to find a partner who is neither beautiful nor ugly, but someone who understands me for marriage." Kuririn's expression revealed a sense of sorrow, the weight of past relationships evident in his demeanor. He had harbored deep feelings for Marin, yet she had taken advantage of him, leaving him heartbroken after countless efforts without reciprocation. He learned the hard truth that unrequited affection often leads to anguish. Thus, Kuririn realized that being overly devoted yields no reward. Genuine feelings can be easily manipulated, and ultimately, one can only rely on oneself. Sun Wufan smiled at Kuririn, saying, Do not worry, Uncle Kuririn. You will surely find a girlfriend even better than Marin, one who is both beautiful and gentle. When mentioning gentleness, Suen Wuon briefly thought of Android 18. Though only 9, he was still naive regarding relationships, yet he recalled the admiration many had for Android 18 from the memories of the traveler. Despite her lacking gentleness, the envy directed towards Kuririn suggested that she must possess admirable qualities. Kuririn observed Suen Wuon's earnest expression, the innocence still evident in him, reminding him of the unforgettable moments on the planet of the mics. Wuon, when you grow a bit older, you will understand my troubles. You are still too young to grasp the complexities of the adult world. For now, just grow up joyfully and without worries. Without worries. Suen Wuon thought of the chaotic events from the traveler's memories and realized that avoiding worries was nearly impossible. Unless one grew strong enough to dictate their fate, threats would always loom. Suddenly, the sound of a flying vehicle echoed through the sky. Jackalope piloted the craft, delivering senza beans, having gathered them over 3 years with the guidance of the Kaioshin. After conversing with everyone for a while, Jackalope departed, as his nature and power did not permit him to engage in direct combat. Bic, Tianjin Fan, and the others stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the city below. It's odd. Even though time has passed, why haven't we sensed any particularly strong energy? Yamcha pondered. Boom. Suddenly, an energy wave struck Jackalope's vehicle. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene. Suen Wuon pointed towards the sky, exclaiming, "Look! Over there!" The two figures in the air glanced at them before descending into the city. They emitted no energy signature, rendering their appearance unseen. Kuririn stood at the edge, cold sweat trickling down as he observed the city below. Upon sensing Jackalope's energy, Suen Wuon sighed in relief, thankful that Jackalope was unharmed. Since we can't sense them through energy, let us search with our eyes, Bic suggested. Suen Wuon placed the senza beans in his clothing and stated decisively, "All right, everyone split up to search, but do not engage in prolonged battles. If you find anything, notify the group immediately. Kuririn, you go check on Jackalope. He should still be alive." Kuririn nodded emphatically. Whoosh. The group dispersed into the city, yet after separating, Suen Wuon concealed his energy and stealthily followed Yamcha. Androids emitted no energy, making them undetectable. Suen Wuon recalled the traveler's memories of Yamcha being ambushed by androids, prompting his cautious pursuit of Yamcha. On a paved road, two figures moved like machines. One was a diminutive, plump individual adorned with golden earrings and a hat marked with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, his pale skin almost startling. In his hands, he bore rings capable of absorbing energy. This was Android 19. The other was an elderly man, Android 20, with skin resembling withered wood, similarly adorned with golden earrings and a long black hat bearing the same insignia. Android 19 observed the pedestrians with an unsettling grin. Oh, suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. Yamcha, who had been hurriedly searching, froze in place. Suen Wuon, who had been stealthily following Yamcha, also heard the scream. Someone is screaming. Yamcha rushed towards the source, with Suen Wuon covertly trailing behind, prepared to act. Chapter 53. Confrontation after recently slaying several individuals and absorbing their life energy. Android 20's computer detected an unknown energy entity approaching. 19. There is a human with an exceptionally high energy level coming towards us. Android 19 replied. I have also detected the same energy signature. This individual has surpassed human limitations, and there is another human as well. Android 20's aged face bore no expression as he remarked, it appears to be a police officer. The one who has surpassed human limits must be our target, Suen Wuon. Yamcha arrived at the scene only to find a grim tableau, numerous bodies strewn across the streets. This must be the work of the androids. Where could they be? Yamcha searched the surroundings, yet found no trace of them. From a distant high-rise building, Androids 19 and 20 observed Yamcha from above, devoid of any emotion. No, this individual is not Suen Wuon. He does not match our data. It is highly likely he is Yamcha, Android 19 stated. Regardless of his identity, we can still gather more energy. Shall we engage? Android 20 asked. Suddenly, their computer detected a surge of energy approaching them at high speed. The target's energy signature far exceeds that of Yamcha. Android 19 exclaimed, astonished. It's coming rapidly. In Android 20's view, a golden silhouette sped towards them. Yamcha, still searching, paused in realization. This energy, it's Wuon. He is coming towards me. On the rooftop, androids 19 and 20 leaped into the air, transforming into Super Saiyan Suen Wuon, their forms becoming illusions that gradually faded from there in Yamcha's sight. That was an afterimage. Where did they go? Yamcha noticed the two figures soaring through the air, bewildered by their sudden disappearance. On the 19th, Suen Wuon's figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, prompting confusion. On the 20th, a loud warning echoed. 19, be cautious. Quickly evade. The target is behind you. Seizing the opportunity after employing the afterimage technique to deceive the enemy, Suen Wuon launched a swift assault, a golden aura enveloping his being. With a powerful kick, Suen Wuon struck fiercely against the corpulent form of 19. The ensuing explosion resounded throughout the heavens, leaving Yamcha and 20 dumbfounded. At that moment, the remaining Z warriors also took notice of the disturbance. Sensing the surge of Suen Wuon's energy in the air, instantly grasping the situation and rushing towards him, the artificial human 19 was obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind as Suen Wuon's golden hair stood erect, and his pale green eyes gleamed with sharpness, demonstrating no superfluous expenditure of power even in his Super Saiyan state. Impossible. He actually killed 19 in one blow. 20 exclaimed incredulously, his expression animated, starkly contrasting his previously stoic demeanor. You must be Dr. Gero. I've seen your photo in magazines. You so-called artificial humans have finally made an appearance, Suen Wuon stated, gazing intently at 20. 20 paused momentarily, responding, how peculiar. How did you learn we are artificial humans? Moreover, it appears you anticipated our arrival here. Although the traitor Violet knows some secrets of the Red Ribbon Army, she couldn't possibly know our movements. Tell me, why is that? If you wish to know, then challenge me with your strength, Dr. Gero. Suen Wuon retorted coldly. Dr. Gero has long perished. What remains is the artificial human 20, inheritor of his vengeful will, destined for immortality. With a whoosh, Yamcha soared into the air, standing beside Suen Wuon. Before Yamcha could inquire, Suen Wuon asked first, Uncle Yamcha, did you hear that agonizing scream? Yes, but how did you detect them? Yamcha questioned, perplexed. As I approached, I deliberately concealed my energy and spotted their red ribbon insignia, which prompted my sudden attack, Suen Wuon explained, although his seemingly credible words concealed the fact that he had indeed learned to deceive. Now, he could lie without a flicker of his eyes or a racing heartbeat. Gazing down at the city beneath him, Suen Wuon positioned his palms towards 20, declaring, fighting here would endanger the residents. We must relocate to an uninhabited area. With a thunderous shout resonating through the clear sky, Suen Wuon unleashed his energy, forming a powerful vortex that surged from all directions, propelling 20 into the air. Yamcha struggled to maintain his balance against the gust, while the other arriving Z warriors hurriedly steadied themselves. What is Wuon doing? Suen Wuon gritted his teeth, managing to remain grounded against the force of the wind. Pedestrians in the city were caught in the fierce winds, which kicked up clouds of dust. Girls in skirts instinctively clutched at their hems, attempting to prevent any embarrassment. Krillin, supporting Yajirobe, gazed down from a mountain peak at the scene below, where the gusts stirred the city into a frenzy, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left them both astounded. Is Wuon's energy already detecting the artificial humans? Krillin pondered anxiously. After conferring with Yajirobe, he dashed towards Suen Wuon's location as soon as the wind subsided. Once the gusts ceased, Suen Wuon charged forward with remarkable speed. The previous technique he executed was known as the Ki Blast, whose name mattered little. Its lethality was limited, but it could manipulate the airflow to displace the target. Yamcha, still awestruck in midair, exclaimed, incredible. He blew that artificial human away. Truly, he is Goku's son. As the winds calmed, the others arrived at great speed, with Krillin being the last to reach them. Sensing Suen Wuon's energy ahead, Piccolo inquired of Yamcha. That was created by Wuon, wasn't it? What exactly transpired? Yamcha smiled and explained, Wuon wanted to avoid collateral damage to the city, so he blew the enemy away. By the way, Wuon has already killed one artificial human. Is that so? Huh. We can't let Wuon handle everything alone. Let us hurry and ensure he leaves one for us. Suen Wuon transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared towards Suen Wuon's direction. Wuon, wait for us. Krillin and Yamcha followed closely, with Piccolo and Tien Shinhan also moving swiftly behind. Chapter 54. Energy exchanged. The sky was a deep azure, waiting for the rain. While I awaited you, on a desolate island, a youth clad in a purple martial arts uniform suddenly appeared, standing tall with golden hair spiking upwards, devoid of any ripples. His keen, pale green eyes surveyed the heavens. A fierce sea breeze swept in, bringing towering waves that surged with a potent gale. A chilling scream pierced the air, as the figure of artificial human 20 was swept through the tempest, crashing heavily before Suen Wuon with a resounding thud. The waves cascaded like raindrops upon the island, and the air was filled with water droplets that formed a perfect rainbow under the sunlight. 20, with tattered clothing, rose from the deep pit, gazing at Suen Wuon, his heart now brimming with terror. As the droplets fell, aside from the rainbow reflected in the sky, the island returned to tranquility. With a defiant roar, 20 exclaimed. With a 97 similarity to the data, you are Suen Wuon, the son of the target, Suen Wuon. Cursed be. With a surge of energy, Suen Wuon charged forward, his foot leaving an imprint on the ground as he approached 20 without further ado. Do not underestimate artificial humans. 20's eyes glowed crimson, yellow beams shooting forth. With a whoosh, the grass beneath him trembled slightly, leaving a light footprint as the yellow beams missed their mark, striking the distant ocean instead. A colossal wave erupted, reaching heights of thousands of meters. Meanwhile, evading 20's attack, Suen Wuon leveraged his foot and instantly appeared before 20. What? With this thought, Suen Wuon delivered a powerful punch to 20's face, leaving a deep imprint. Had this been a mere human, Suen Wuon's punch would have shattered bones. As 20 crashed into a nearby hill, dust erupted, and the splashing waves fell silent, restoring calm. Suen Wuon examined his hands, marveling at his fluid adaptability. Had this been in the past, he would have braced for the blow, either ignoring it or attempting a grand maneuver in the air. This was the fruit of his training. His combat experience had vastly improved compared to before. Now, even if he returned to face the Ginyu Force, he would surely perform better, no longer an easy target. 20's face revealed mechanical circuitry, the shell shattered by Suen Wuon's strike, sparking with electric arcs, presenting a terrifying visage that seemed devoid of any sensation of pain. As the sea breeze tousled Suen Wuon's hair, 20 remarked, "Humph, Suen Wuon, have you not realized? Your power has been absorbed by me." He lightly touched the injured area on his face. Suen Wuon clenched his fists tightly at his waist, adopting a fighting stance, prepared for what lay ahead. Even if you have absorbed my power, to me, it is merely a drop in the ocean. You are number 20, correct? This implies that number 19 was slain earlier. Now, reveal your abilities. Do not allow me to eliminate you so easily. Prepare to face my attack. With a fierce cry, number 20 unleashed a torrent of energy blasts directed at Suen Wuon. In response, Suen Wuon thrust his palm forward, conjuring a transparent energy bubble that absorbed the widespread energy blasts, akin to a dragon drinking from a river. What? My attack was actually absorbed. Number 20 staggered back in astonishment. Suen Wuon gazed at the shimmering energy bubble in his palm, which pulsed with golden turbulent energy, forming tiny whirlpools. His sharp, pale green eyes slowly turned toward number 20. Experience the taste of your own attack. Suen Wuon hurled the energy bubble at number 20. In a desperate attempt, number 20 extended his palm, activating his energy absorption device to counter Suen Wuon's move. Just as the energy bubble was about to make contact, a glint of insight flashed through Suen Wuon's cold green eyes, causing the energy bubble to rupture. The absorbed energy blasts instantaneously expanded, surging toward the horizon and enveloping the startled number 20. The world dimmed as the vast wave of energy engulfed the sky, leaving Suen Wuon and his companions, who were hastening to join him, in awe. What is that? Krillin gasped, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that had he been caught in that wave, he would have been utterly obliterated. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction, remarking on Suen Wuon's unchanged energy, while recognizing that such an unfathomable attack could not be of Suen Wuon's own making. It appears he has indeed devised that technique. That technique? Could it be that Suen Wuon has created a powerful new move? Yamcha inquired, astonished, glancing at Piccolo. Suen Wuon chuckled, stating that Suen Wuon had succeeded in creating his technique, energy exchange, which allowed him to generate energy bubbles from his own ki, successfully absorb his opponent's attacks, and convert them into his own energy, returning them doubled. Who would have thought he could actually achieve this? Sun Wukong has truly become an exceptional martial artist. Tian Jinhan stood in disbelief, recalling that at the same age, Sun Wukong had not even left the Paozhu Mountain at 9. Tian Jinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others could scarcely fathom the heights to which Sun Wukong would ascend in the future. Let us hurry. Sun Wukong dashed forward at high speed, followed closely by his companions, as they made their way to Sun Wukong's location. At that moment, Sun Wukong stood resolute, his golden hair billowing in the sea breeze. Gazing at the now disheveled number 20, whose exoskeleton was torn in numerous places, exposing metallic skeletal structures within. His hat was destroyed, revealing his brainstem through a layer of dark green glass, creating a bizarre sight. The reason Sun Wukong developed this energy exchange technique was due to considerations for the future, anticipating the emergence of peculiar magical powers and self-destructive foes. Creating this technique was no simple feat. The energy conversion required precise rotation and diffusion, much like the energy bubble that absorbed attacks. If designed too thin, it would fail to withstand an attack. If too thick, it would be no different from a ki blast. The practical results thus far were highly satisfactory, though there were drawbacks. While absorbing an opponent's moves, one becomes stationary, unable to attack or move, essentially becoming a living target. Additionally, if the opponent's power far surpassed his own, the energy bubble would be incapable of withstanding the attack. Yet, nothing in this world is perfect, and Sun Wukong was content with his current state. Number 20's energy absorption device evidently had its limits, as he had not fully absorbed the counterattack, leaving him in his current pitiful state. Chapter 55. The Awakened Directive. With a whoosh, Piccolo, Tian Jinhan, and Sun Wukong arrived, landing one after another. Sun Wukong's gaze softened as he smiled, exclaiming that they were too slow. Hee, my apologies, Wukong. May I leave this android to your father? Sun Wukong, now in his Super Saiyan form, grinned mischievously. Though they had been fighting for merely a minute, the intensity was palpable. Number 20's eyes burned with hatred, fueled by Sun Wukong's previous destruction of the Red Ribbon Army's dream of world domination. Dr. Gero's objective was vengeance against Sun Wukong, seeking to reclaim control over the world. Is this what an android looks like? How tragic. Yamcha remarked, having seen number 20's previous form, now marred and grotesque, with parts of his brain exposed. Suddenly, Vegeta materialized, clad in blue battle attire, having observed the fight from the shadows. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he understood that Sun Wukong had surpassed him significantly, progressing rapidly while he himself had also advanced. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the others were taken aback. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta smirked, saying, Kakarot, it seems that you and your son are not the only ones capable of achieving Super Saiyan form. With a thunderous roar, the storm clouds scattered, revealing a massive crater beneath Vegeta's feet. With golden hair and green eyes, he too had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Krillin could scarcely believe his eyes, exclaiming, impossible. Vegeta can also become a Super Saiyan. A golden aura enveloped Vegeta, whose Super Saiyan form appeared particularly volatile compared to the calm demeanor of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Kakarot, I tremble with excitement. The moment I defeat you and reclaim my title as Prince of the Saiyans is drawing near. Sun Wukong smiled, replying, Yes, Vegeta. I will fight you, but not just yet. Once we resolve these troublesome matters, you can have your way. With a huff, Vegeta glared at number 20, who had been reduced to scrap by Sun Wukong. Vegeta's steps quickened as he charged at number 20, his Super Saiyan form brimming with fervor, driven by his Saiyan blood's thirst for battle. Hey, Vegeta, he is my target, Sun Wukong exclaimed in confusion. Sun Wukong gently shook his head, his aura calm and reined in, saying, Father, let Uncle Vegeta fight. According to Bra's description, there are even stronger androids to come, including the unknown number 21, whose existence is not even documented in the memories of the time traveler. Sun Wukong contemplated, recalling Bra's account of that android having absorbed the power of Majin Buu, possessing abilities akin to Majin Buu. However, even without Buu's power, the unknown number 21 would likely surpass Cell. According to Bra, number 21 was a fusion-type ultimate android created based on Cell. Strangely, rather than fear the unknown number 21, Sun Wukong felt exhilaration, his blood boiling with anticipation for a confrontation. He was determined to grow stronger for that battle. The conflict between Vegeta and number 20 swiftly approached its climax. Severely weakened by Sun Wukong, Number 20 found himself at Vegeta's mercy when the latter seized the opportunity to shatter the energy absorption device. With a powerful explosion, Vegeta obliterated number 20 into fragments, ending the life of the android created by Dr. Gero at Vegeta's hands. In the fleeting moment before the cataclysm of the Big Bang, the eyes of Android 20 suddenly blazed crimson as its internal computer emitted a final command that went unnoticed by those around. In an obscure research facility beyond the northern metropolis, a petri dish held a piece of flesh that rapidly expanded, while interconnected conduits relentlessly infused energy into it. Gradually, an unidentified life form resembling an insect began to take shape, adorned with mottled black spots, its visage bearing a slight resemblance to humanity, complete with a pair of wings and a tail. Finally, as the energy fully coursed through it, this enigmatic entity opened its eyes. With a resounding crash, the creature's fist struck the glass of the petri dish, shattering it and scattering the shards across the floor along with the culture medium. It was still insufficient. It had not yet achieved its complete form and had awakened prematurely, necessitating further energy absorption. Had something gone awry with androids 19 and 20? This unknown life form was none other than the ultimate fusion android, Shalu. Aware of its impending fate, Android 20 had utilized its internal computer to issue a final directive, liberating all androids. Was it seeking vengeance against Suen Wuon? Perhaps, but it could also be seen as a goal of existence. A life devoid of purpose is profoundly mundane. Shalu gazed at its hands, the culture medium slowly dripping from its form onto the ground. Suddenly, a loud impact reverberated from above, startling Shalu. Could it be androids 17 and 18? It seemed that 20 had indeed encountered a mishap, rousing these beings as well. Observing its own hands, Shalu noted their somewhat rugged appearance and revealed a wicked smile, an idea forming in its mind. Indeed, androids 17 and 18 were modified beings based on humanity, designed to harness boundless energy. If it could absorb even one of them now, it could evolve into its complete form. Shalu's excitement surged as it contemplated its hands, initially intending to launch a direct assault, but suddenly sensed numerous powerful energies approaching swiftly. These formidable presences were likely Suen Wuon and his companions. It seemed unwise to engage them directly. The absorption of these two androids would have to be executed covertly. Shalu relinquished the idea of absorbing 17 and 18. Recognizing the necessity of consuming energy and maintaining clarity amidst the unfolding chaos, it resolved to conceal itself and hunt down the scattered humans. Above, two dormant capsules marked with the numbers 17 and 18 were forcefully opened, and a male and female figure emerged. Android 17, a youth with flowing black hair, donned a scarf and gold earrings, his blue eyes scanning the surroundings with indifference. Android 18, a girl with similarly long hair, wore a blue vest and a black and white checkered long shirt, exuding an aura of cold detachment. She surveyed her environment, processing the directives transmitted to her, and comprehended the situation. That old fool, Dr. Gero, is finally dead. 18, it seems we are free at last. With a fierce expression, 18 unleashed a ki blast, obliterating the research facility in a conflagration of sparks, reducing the entire valley to ruin. Calm down, 18. 17 said with a slight smile as they landed on a hill overlooking the destruction. The mountain has collapsed, yet it poses no threat to us. Now that scoundrel Dr. Gero is dead, we are liberated. What are your plans, 17? 18 brushed the dust from her attire, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her features. After a moment's contemplation, 17 replied, in our newfound freedom, we must establish a purpose. Otherwise, our existence would be dull. Surely, as androids, we should aim to eliminate Suen Wuon. What do you think? Are you suggesting we follow the orders of that detestable Dr. Gero? 18 retorted coldly, her disdain for the scientist evident. 17 shook his head gently. It is merely a goal. Are you not curious about the nature of the individual whom Dr. Gero so despised? Indeed, I am curious. But do you know where Suen Wuon resides? 18 countered. 17 sighed, gazing at the remnants of the research facility that 18 had obliterated, the cave now a ruin. You see, your impulsiveness is excessive, 18. Dr. Gero had dispatched insectoid robots to monitor Suen Wuon, gathering extensive data, including his residence. I wonder if we can still locate it. I'd prefer not to get my clothes dirty in the process. Why not simply wreak havoc in the city and eliminate some people? Suen Wuon is bound to come. 18 suggested, her desire for cleanliness clear. 17 nodded reluctantly. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. It seems someone is approaching. 18 looked ahead, sensing multiple energy signatures soaring toward them from the horizon. Oh, have we been discovered? Does this mean Suen Wuon is on his way? How delightful. We need not waste time searching for him. I wonder what sort of man he is. The data suggests he possesses a tail. With a gentle flick of her golden hair, styled in a side part, 18 expressed her keen interest in the figure that had so incited Dr. Gero's disdain. A brisk wind rustled through 17's black hair, and he mused that much time had elapsed since their last encounter. Suen Wuon had likely changed. Yet the prospect of confronting one who had evoked such loathing in Dr. Gero promised a profound sense of accomplishment. After dealing with androids 19 and 20, the group soared toward the northern metropolis, the air growing increasingly frigid, prompting Krillin to shiver. It is freezing. The north is indeed cold, he remarked. Hang in there. Tianjin Fan replied. I feel it too. We shall arrive shortly. Piccolo scoffed. Humans are truly troublesome. Suen Wuon turned to Vegeta, inquiring, Vegeta, how far is Dr. Gero's research facility that Violet mentioned? I am uncertain. Violet only indicated that it lies in a valley beyond the northern metropolis. But the exact location remains unknown, Vegeta responded. Gohan, wearing a gentle smile, added, now that Dr. Gero is deceased, the androids are still within the facility. We can take our time to locate them and eliminate them. Humph, Gohan, I will not permit you to do that. Vegeta interjected with a huff. Gohan silently regarded Vegeta, while Suen Wuon echoed, I share your sentiments. If we do not confront those formidable adversaries, it would feel like a missed opportunity. Moreover, they have not committed any heinous acts. It feels unjust to eradicate them. I understand, Father. I would never indiscriminately kill them. Perhaps, freed from Dr. Gero's control. They are not as malevolent as 19 and 20 were, Gohan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Krillin. Seemingly struck by a thought, Vegeta looked at Gohan with a sly smile. Say, Gohan, are you not intimidated by the so-called Majin 21 android? It is understandable, after all. You are still a child under 10. Piccolo, Suen Wuon, Yamcha, and the others turned their attention to Gohan, who had just realized the implications of Vegeta's remark regarding his age. Suen Wuon did not refute. Any life possesses an instinctive fear and vigilance towards the unknown. Within the memories of the traveler, there was no information concerning the android number 21, which rendered Suen Wuon exceedingly cautious. Moreover, there was the prior warning from Bula, who had intentionally traversed through time to alert them. Although fear was indeed present, it was not to the extent of being paralyzed. I desire to confront the formidable demon, android number 21, and personally vanquish her, Suen Wuon responded with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, Yamcha pointed towards a rising cloud of black smoke in the distance. That is in the mountainous region, Piccolo remarked gravely. Krillin proposed, could it possibly be Dr. Gero's research facility? Have those androids awakened? Awakening is preferable. Let me, Super Vegeta, obliterate all that scrap metal, and then it will be your turn, Kakarot, Vegeta declared with a sinister grin, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Piccolo gestured towards the summit of a nearby mountain, exclaiming, Look, there are two individuals. Who are they? Suen Wuon gasped, having never seen them before. They were androids number 17 and 18. Where is android number 16? According to the traveler's memories, shouldn't androids 16, 17, and 18 appear together? Suen Wuon pondered, momentarily caught off guard, sensing that the situation diverged from his expectations. Completely unable to perceive the energy of the two, it was evident that they were indeed androids. However, it remained uncertain if they were the ones Bula had mentioned. Let us descend and inquire for clarity regarding their identities. Perhaps they possess information about android number 21. Suen Wuon suggested, casting a concerned glance at Suen Wuon. Indeed, coming back to his senses, Suen Wuon nodded, and together they descended to stand before androids 17 and 18. Chapter 57. A different temporal trajectory finally arrived, exclaimed Suen Wuon. Android 18 gently brushed her golden hair aside, her gaze fixated on Suen Wuon while completely disregarding the others. Android 17 echoed her sentiment, stating, he appears to be quite presentable, doesn't he? Android 18, indeed, it is Suen Wuon, with a compatibility of 99% with the data. Android 18's voice was somewhat alluring, light and melodious. 99% is quite impressive. Dr. Gero's information is indeed comprehensive. Suen Wuon pointed towards the two. having overheard their previous dialogue, and asked, "Are you androids number 17 and 18? Both androids exchanged surprised glances. "Oh, it is indeed an honor. The renowned Suen Wuon recognizes us," Android 18 stated, crossing her arms. Suen Wuon stepped forward and inquired, "Is it just the two of you? Where are androids number 16 and 21? Are they not with you?" Android 16, Android 21. The expressions of androids 17 and 18 shifted to confusion as they looked at Suen Wuon. "I know of android 16, but android 21? Have you heard of her 18? Android 17 questioned with intrigue. "I do not know. Dr. Gero never mentioned anything about android 21. Has he actually created a new type of android?" Android 18 replied nonchalantly. "Then where is android 16? Is he not with you?" Suen Wuon was eager to grasp this reason. According to the traveler's memories, android 16 should have accompanied androids 17 and 18, yet the current circumstances were disparate. "Child, you are quite perplexing. According to the data, with a 95% similarity, you must be Suen Wuon, but why would android 16 be with us?" Android 17 retorted. Suen Wuon was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond, as he began to suspect whether his presence had led to a significant deviation in their temporal trajectory. However, Piccolo and the others held no doubts. Bula had previously mentioned the trio of androids 16, 17, and 18. Piccolo placed a hand on Suen Wuon's shoulder and solemnly stated, "It seems that due to Bu La's influence, the timeline has diverged, causing the disappearance of android 16, Wuon." Suddenly enlightened, Suen Wuon sought forgiveness. At the tender age of 9, he had indeed done his utmost, also considering 18 and Krillin, thus failing to grasp the situation earlier. It was only after Piccolo's reminder that Suen Wuon comprehended that it was not the timeline that had strayed too far, but rather that the timeline he occupied was the true primary positive timeline from the traveler's memories. What is the true primary positive timeline? It is akin to how, according to the traveler's recollections, Trunks' future of despair represents the actual developmental trajectory, where Suen Wuon would succumb to a viral heart disease, while android 16, emerging due to Trunks' intervention, belongs to a parallel timeline. Just like at present, Suen Wuon sensed a malevolent aura emanating from androids 17 and 18, reminiscent of a destructive and capricious nature. As for the timeline Bula inhabited prior to her traversal, it featured androids 16, 17, and 18 coexisting, and the trajectory of their development was likely a parallel timeline altered by Trunks' actions. These interchanged timelines prompted Suen Wuon to cast a sympathetic glance at Krillin. The malevolent android 18 might not be able to remain with him, while the timeline Bula occupied was likely on a normal course. Noticing the tail sprouting from Suen Wuon's back, android 18's playful demeanor emerged, as she smiled faintly. "A tail, Suen Wuon. You have grown a tail. How delightful." "Suen Wuon, where is your tail?" "That was removed long ago," Suen Wuon replied, perplexed, as he observed that although android 18 was undeniably beautiful, she appeared somewhat peculiar. "What a pity. You could have been a more charming man. However, killing you will provide me with greater satisfaction." Android 18's smile grew increasingly sinister, her laughter sending shivers down Krillin's and Yamcha's spines. This android 18 is a psychopath. Both Krillin and Yamcha thought in unison. Vegeta, observing that androids 17 and 18 completely disregarded him, felt the veins in his forehead bulge, his fists clenched tight, and his energy surged. Taking a step forward, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, smirking coldly. "Oh, I say, are you planning to kill Kakarot?" Android 17, intrigued, remarked, "Your demeanor has changed. According to the data, the similarity index is 91%. You must be Vegeta." "Heh, I am more than just my demeanor. You will not kill Kakarot, for you will perish at my hands first, as I am now Super Vegeta." Vegeta clenched his left fist, then pointed his thumb towards himself, his expression one of pride. "Humph." Android 17 and 18 displayed faint smiles. Android 17, hands on his hips, regarded Vegeta. "It seems that arrogance is a trait of the Saiyans. Is Kakarot the same? Those who lack the capability, yet still strive to be heroes, seldom live long." "You shut your mouth, mere scrap metal. How dare you speak to me this way? Kakarot, none of you should interfere. I will ensure their remains are unrecognizable. Which of you will come to meet your demise first?" Vegeta's anger flared at Android 17's words. For he, like Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon, had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet these androids continuously spoke of Suen Wuon, completely disregarding him. The Prince of the Saiyans. As Suen Wuon's countenance subtly shifted, he grasped, through Piccolo's admonition, the malevolent nature of the beings before him, Android 17 and Android 18, who were indeed capable of taking lives. He promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Vegeta." These two androids seemed quite different from the previous ones, 19 and 20. Without a trace of compassion, Vegeta interrupted, "Silence, Wuon. This is my battle. Even if I perish, it is none of your concern. Who dares to challenge me first? Is it that pompous little brat? Or perhaps the female? Shall I annihilate you all in one fell swoop? How amusing. Such arrogance. Very well, let me handle this. By the way, can you, the child named Suen Wuon, transform into this dazzling golden form? Does your fluffy tail also turn golden?" Android 18 stepped forward, casually brushing aside her bangs, displaying a disinterested demeanor towards Vegeta. Suen Wuon stepped back, fear evident on his face as he shielded his tail. "Why do you keep staring at my tail, you woman?" With a playful smirk, Android 18 replied, "If you wish to turn me into a woman, I would be quite agreeable." With a mischievous laugh, she then leaped into action, swiftly charging at Vegeta to commence their battle. Chapter 58. The cold and ruthless Android 18. What audacious words. Yamcha and Krillin felt a shiver run down their spines. This Android 18 was truly malevolent. The clash of fists and feet echoed through the air as the combat between Android 18 and Vegeta ascended from the ground into the skies. Vegeta's strikes were fierce and relentless, yet Android 18's assaults were even more brutal, targeting fatal vulnerabilities. The onlookers, including Suen Wuon, shifted their gazes in tandem. With a thunderous roar, a mountain crumbled, and Vegeta and Android 18 briefly separated, each regarding the other. Spitting blood, Vegeta wiped the crimson from his lips, having been struck by Android 18's uppercut, which would have felled an ordinary person. Conversely, Android 18 remained unscathed, her cold demeanor igniting Vegeta's ire. "Now that my warm-up is complete, let me warn you, I will show no mercy simply because you are a woman. Besides, you are no woman at all, merely a heap of scrap metal." A golden aura enveloped Vegeta as he elevated his power to its zenith, charging at Android 18. In a flash, Android 18 vanished, reappearing behind him, seizing his arms, and forcefully driving her knee into his back, bringing him to his knees with a pained cry. "You call me scrap metal? Unlike the 19 you encountered before, I am not so easily dismissed. And even if I spread my legs, can you penetrate this?" Her smile grew increasingly sinister as she tightened her grip on Vegeta's wrists, intent on tearing him apart. Agonizing pain surged through Vegeta's body, his emerald eyes blazing with fury. "Ultimate Flash," he shouted, unleashing a tempest of energy centered around him, radiating outward and engulfing everything in a brilliant light. "Everyone scatter," Suen Wuon urged, as they swiftly dispersed. Android 17 evaded the blast's radius, chuckling, "Vegeta's power far exceeds the recorded data, but is that all he has?" A blinding beam erupted, obliterating the surrounding valley and leaving a stark emptiness. The citizens of the northern capital witnessed the spectacle, rendered utterly speechless. As sparks faded and dust settled, Vegeta gasped for breath, his cold emerald eyes fixed on Android 18. She, too, appeared less than pristine. Though unharmed, her attire was tattered, her purple vest torn, revealing her alabaster skin beneath the damaged black and white checkered shirt and jeans. "Is that all your strength? How infuriating that you've sullied my clothing." With a swift movement, Android 18 vanished from Vegeta's sight. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick to his left arm. A guttural scream escaped him, blood mingling with saliva as Android 18 shattered his arm, fracturing it beyond the realm of life. The assault continued unabated. Her fist struck Vegeta's left eye, blinding him. He collapsed, his energy dissipating, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta, Suen Wuon's pupils dilated in shock, while the others stood aghast at Vegeta's plight, poised to rush to his aid, yet halted by Android 17. "Remember, Vegeta warned that if you intervened, I would join the fray," he taunted. Android 18's exquisite features contorted with rage as she bent slightly, her delicate hands gripping Vegeta's head, her fingers digging into his flesh. Amidst his anguished cries, she lifted him effortlessly. "Oh, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, I shall delight in slowly crushing your skull. Should your indomitable spirit survive, you may yet glimpse your own brains." Resembling bloody tofu, Her sinister laughter sent chills down the spines of those present. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's dire state, instinctively covered his head, feeling the dread of a woman intent on shattering Vegeta's skull as if she were a demon of the underworld. Stop this! Suen Wuon's hair, eyebrows, and tail transformed to a golden hue, his emerald eyes cold and resolute. He kicked Android 17 aside and, leveraging the ground, teleported directly in front of Android 18, delivering a heavy blow to her face. Android 18's beautiful visage contorted as she was hurled backward, crashing into the debris left behind, creating a massive crater. Simultaneously, Suen Wuon transformed into a Super Saiyan, tossing a Senza beam to Krillin before instantaneously appearing before Android 17. Though no words were exchanged, Krillin understood immediately. Racing forward at high speed, Vegeta, his consciousness blurred, recognized the small golden figure instantly, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. Had Suen Wuon not intervened, Android 18 would have surely crushed his skull, and his pride lay shattered once more. Krillin and the others, suppressing their lingering fear from Android 18's earlier display, rushed to Vegeta's side, feeding him the Senza bean. As he chewed and swallowed, his wounds healed, and his strength returned. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he glared at the now revitalized Android 18, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, relying on this again." Piccolo looked on, discontented with both Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon's father, feeling increasingly powerless, and resolved to elevate himself, lifting his gaze to the sky as it was time to reclaim his true self. Android 18 gently caressed the wounds on her face, unimpressed by Suen Wuon's lack of restraint. "Did your parents not teach you not to strike a lady? Unbeknownst and uninterested in your kind, you two are entirely unlike the Android 17 and 18 I know. I shall show no mercy. Prepare yourselves, for I will unleash my full power to obliterate you, granting you no chances." Suen Wuon previously maintained a watchful stance regarding 18, influenced by his respect for Klin, even though he was aware of her nefarious nature. However, the recent demeanor of 18 was far removed from the one he recalled from his memories, the one who had married Klin and bore children. With no internal pressure weighing upon him, Suen Wuon decided to seize the moment, unleashing his full power to obliterate 18. Chapter 59. The City of Disappearing Humans. It was cold, exceedingly cold. Though there were 4 distinct seasons here, most of the time was steeped in chill. A gust of icy wind swept past 18, ruffling Suen Wuon's golden hair. "Oh, even your fluffy tail has turned golden. You appear far more formidable than Vegeta," 18 teased, playfully lifting her golden locks as if she had spotted something amusing. Suen Wuon's gaze sharpened, and with minimal words, he propelled himself towards 18 with a powerful stomp. So fast, 18's beautiful eyes narrowed. By the time she registered his movement, Suen Wuon's fist had struck her abdomen with tremendous force, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through her body, contorting her features, and causing blood to mix with saliva to spill from her mouth. The modifications of her android body allowed 18 to recover quickly. She was not immediately vanquished by Suen Wuon's assault, although pain still coursed through her. Her blue eyes turned crimson, reflecting the ferocity ignited within her. Retreating a few steps to create distance, she gathered energy for a series of ki blasts aimed relentlessly at Suen Wuon. Swish, whoosh. Suen Wuon's figure darted through the barrage of ki blasts, inching closer to 18, compelling her to retreat further. "Damn brat." 18 leaped back, propelled by her boundless energy, unperturbed by the expenditure. To illustrate, she resembled an infinite artillery platform. It was in this momentary pause that Suen Wuon seized the opportunity. He forcefully stomped the ground, leaving clear footprints as dust erupted around him. Utilizing this momentum, he leaped forward, appearing directly behind 18. Boom! His fist landed heavily against 18's lower back, the sheer power causing her delicate form to lurch forward. Blood trickling from her lips. Suen Wuon, understanding that this 18 was not the one he once knew, resolved to end her life. He was also cognizant of Cell's looming presence and knew he needed to conserve energy for that encounter, intending to eliminate 18 with minimal expenditure. Wary of using the precious Senza beans, with a thunderous crash, 18 fell to the ground, creating a massive crater. Suen Wuon raised his palm high, gathering a golden aura, and launched a Kamehameha wave. As the dust settled, 18, still recovering from her fall, was struck directly by Suen Wuon's powerful blast. The force of the Kamehameha far surpassed that of a regular ki blast, igniting a brilliant explosion that sent a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, shaking the very earth beneath them. Vegeta, having consumed a Senzu bean and observing from a distance, was astonished. That kid Wufan has gained considerable combat experience since the Namek saga. He acknowledged Suen Wuon's potential, recognizing the Saiyan blood coursing through him. As for Suen Wuon, he remained the opponent Vegeta longed to challenge. Suen Wuon positioned his hands in a flower shape at his waist, his gaze fixed on the trembling figure of 18 as she attempted to rise. A blue aura began to coalesce. Just as he was about to unleash the Kamehameha to obliterate 18, Suen Wuon materialized before him, startling Suen Wuon. Suen Wuon had adapted to the full power of Super Saiyan, perhaps slightly weaker than Suen Wuon, but not by much. With greater age and accumulated battle experience, he stood as a formidable presence. Unless the disparity in power was overwhelming, it was difficult to ascertain who would triumph. 17 had been defeated by Suen Wuon, his youthful bravado completely shattered. Had Suen Wuon not held back, 17 would have met his end. The Kamehameha that Suen Wuon had been charging remained intact, while 18, lying in the deep crater, seemed utterly drained. Her crimson eyes reverted to their original blue as she gritted her teeth, trembling as she gazed up at Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon, appearing more pitiful than 17. "Father, why do you stop me?" Suen Wuon asked, his pale green eyes devoid of emotion. "Tch, Kakarot. I knew it would come to this," Vegeta muttered, arms crossed, casting his gaze elsewhere. Klin glanced at Piccolo and Vegeta, then quietly remarked to Tianjinhan and Yamcha, "Everyone, it seems 17 and 18 might also change like Piccolo and Vegeta did." Yamcha nodded in agreement, recalling how they transformed from foes to friends. Tianjinhan, however, remained silent, his attention fixed on the city in the distance. Emptying his mind to focus entirely on the city of Bei, he sensed numerous life forces gradually dissipating, their energies waning. "Piccolo, Klin, have you noticed? Many life forces in the city are fading." "What?" Vegeta, Klin, Yamcha, and Piccolo turned their focus towards the city, sensing the diminishing life forces. Yamcha, in disbelief, felt a chill run through him as the cold wind brushed past. "No, it can't be. How could a city like Bei have so few people? What on earth has happened?" Tianjinhan replied gravely, "I don't know, but it likely has a significant connection to the androids." Androids. Klin felt a wave of dread wash over him. He knew all too well that Dr. Gero's creations were designed with the singular purpose of destroying Suen Wuon. This obsession had persisted since the creation of Android 8. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo said, "Damn it. Although it pains me, our strength is insufficient to intervene in this conflict. We should wait until Wufan and Wuon conclude their fight before we step in." Vegeta remained motionless, clenching his fists in frustration without uttering a word, transforming into a beam of light as he soared into the skies. His defeat at the hands of 18 had tempered his anger. He needed a moment of solitude to collect himself. Klin and Piccolo watched Vegeta disappear into the distance. Piccolo remarked, "Let him have his peace. His pride as a Saiyan prince has been shattered by 18. In the sky, both Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon, in their Super Saiyan forms, faced each other. Suen Wuon, questioning his father, was met with Suen Wuon's gentle smile. "They have not committed any heinous acts, Wuon. I apologize for halting you. Let us grant them a chance for redemption." Chapter 60. The Hidden Self-Father. The premise for redemption is that they must possess humanity. Suen Wuon exclaimed, growing anxious. In the memories of the Traverser, Trunks' future was ravaged due to the actions of 17 and 18, rendering it a hellish landscape. The cruel and tyrannical 18 he remembered was starkly different from the one before him. Suen Wuon was deeply suspicious that this 18 might actually endanger Klin. Fearing that a mere game loss could lead her to crush Klin's head, just as she had treated Vegeta. "Wu Fan, I apologize. Let us grant them a chance. Number 17 and number 18 are not like the other androids. They were originally human, transformed by Dr. Gero. They too are victims. If they truly commit evil acts, I will intervene." Suen Wuon gazed at Wu Fan with a serious demeanor. Number 18 trembled as she stood, gritting her teeth. Although a ripple of emotion stirred within her at Wukon's words, she stubbornly declared, "Suen Wuon, do as you wish. Spare me your heroics." "No. 17 and I have self-destruct devices within us. If I maximize their power, none of you will survive." The mention of the self-destruct mechanism left Piccolo, Krillin, and the others aghast. Wu Fan chuckled softly, dissipating the Kamehameha energy he had gathered and gently landing before number 18. Sun Wukong, with a resigned expression, descended to the ground as well. Self-destruction. Father, you see they do not appreciate your kindness. The best solution to this problem is to eliminate the enemy. Wu Fan recalled the words of a cool, impressive figure from his memories of the other world and conveyed them to his father, Sun Wukong. With his palm, he formed a transparent bubble aimed at number 18. Should she self-destruct, his technique could absorb the energy released in an instant. Number 17 approached, hands on hips. With an indifferent expression, number 18, cease this at once. We have just escaped the clutches of that old fool, Dr. Gero. We are free now, and I do not wish to end my life without fully experiencing this world. Number 18 remained silent, observing Wu Fan's cold demeanor. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his aura had changed dramatically. Had Sun Wukong not intervened, Wu Fan's final Kamehameha would have surely obliterated her. With a slight huff of dissatisfaction, number 18 turned her head, indicating her agreement with Sun Wukong's words. Sun Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan form to his normal state and reassured Wu Fan. Wu Fan, look, no. 18 has agreed not to destroy the city. Let us give them a chance. Very well, I shall heed your words, father. Wu Fan let the transparent bubble dissipate. Returning to his youthful, innocent self, he appeared utterly different from the Super Saiyan he had just been, his personality reverting to its usual state. Seeing the dispute resolved, Piccolo spoke up hastily. Sun Wukong, Wu Fan, we sensed a significant disappearance of energy in the city of Baidu. The situation is far from over. There are still unidentified androids causing havoc. Both Wu Fan and Sun Wukong turned their attention to the distant Baidu city, quickly breaking into a cold sweat. Impossible. This energy. Baidu is a large city. It should house millions. What is happening? Sun Wukong had initially focused on number 17 and no. 18, and only now noticed the alarming situation. Wu Fan felt a cold breeze sweep through, sending shivers down his spine. A sense of urgency overtook him. Is it no? 21 or Cell? Which android is responsible? Father, Uncle Piccolo, we must hurry. If we delay any longer, the city's inhabitants may be slaughtered. With a swift motion, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and darted towards Baidu City. Wu Fan, wait for us. Piccolo called, concern evident in his voice. Sun Wukong, now in Super Saiyan form, sped away, disregarding number 17 and number 18 for the moment, with Tianjin, Yamcha, and Krillin close behind. Number 18 tilted her head, curiosity etched on her face. Are we truly being let go? Who is this number 21? There is no record of this android, nor of Cell either. They do not appear to be mere fakes. Number 17 replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Wu Fan's anxious demeanor suggests that number 21 is no ordinary foe. Have you recovered, number 18? Number 18 responded. We possess limitless energy. We merely exhausted ourselves earlier, but after a brief rest, we are much improved. What do you intend to do, number 17? Naturally, we shall investigate. The tension in the city indicates that whoever is there is formidable. What say you, number 18? Number 17 smiled. Number 18 crossed her arms defiantly. Do you still wish to aid them? That little brat Wu Fan just wanted us dead, and yet you wish to help? Number 17, hands on hips, chuckled. I merely find it entertaining to accompany them. Besides, if Sun Wukong and his allies are slain, we shall no longer be bound, will we? Humph, should death come. It is Sun Wukong who should fall at our hands. Number 17, let us go see what manner of creature awaits us. Number 18 and no. 17 took to the skies, racing after the others towards the city of Baidu. The sun shone brightly, yet Baidu was eerily cold. After number 17 and no. 18 had destroyed Drive Jero's lab, Cell had stealthily fled to Baidu, while Sun Wu Fan, Sun Wukong, and the others confronted number 17 and number 18. Cell roamed the vast city, consuming lives with his agile tail. By now, he had devoured 3/4 of Baidu's population. What once appeared grotesque was now becoming increasingly refined. Nearing his perfect form, sensing the energy emanating from Wu Fan and Sun Wukong, Cell felt vindicated in his actions. He suppressed his hunger, allowing number 17 and no. 18 to divert attention while he operated in the shadows. Even upon achieving his perfect form, he realized that facing both Sun Wukong and his son simultaneously would be insurmountable. Clearly, the power of his complete form was insufficient. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught his attention, a delivery truck. With Piccolo's cells within him, Cell's hearing was acute. Abba, why are there so many clothes and vehicles on the road? Where are all the people? What is going on? Sinua, something feels amiss. We should leave quickly. A procurement truck, laden with the villagers' hopes, arrived in the vast city of Baidu to gather supplies. The journey was long, and entering the city was never easy, so the villagers would entrust their needs to the village chief, who would then procure everything in one trip. The man called Abba, robust and imposing in a blue winter coat, bore a scar on his face. Despite his fierce appearance, his smile was warm and genuine. Sinua, a girl with striking red hair and delicate features, wore a yellow down jacket. Her large, frightened eyes surveyed the eerie stillness of the Baidu streets. Fear etched across her face. As Abba approached a turn in the road, he prepared to leave Baidu. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes. The truck was not large, and the abrupt stop jolted Sinua, who was strapped in the passenger seat, causing her forehead to collide with the windshield. Ouch! Abba, why did you stop so suddenly? Sinua winced, clutching her now bruised forehead, tears pooling in her eyes. Abba's expression turned grave as he beheld Cell blocking their path, his form unlike any ordinary being, instilling terror in Sinua. What manner of creature is this? Sinua felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Even with the air conditioning running inside the vehicle, an overwhelming chill enveloped her. After shifting his gaze from Sinua, Sha Lu turned his attention to Abba, observing the two as they exited the car with keen interest. To think that you, an obsolete model of android, number 8, still exist in this world. Abba was taken aback, for it had been a long time since he had heard such a designation from the lips of this monstrous being. In disbelief, he looked at Sha Lu and inquired, "Are you also an android?" Sinua, momentarily startled, recovered from her fear and gazed at Sha Lu, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "An android? Impossible. Didn't T. Wukong destroy the Red Ribbon Army? How could there still be androids? Oh, I see from your address that you too are a friend of Sun Wukong. However, I possess no information on you, number 8. I intend to absorb the life force of this lovely girl. Will you attempt to thwart me?" Sha Lu countered, his demeanor laced with mockery, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Abba positioned himself protectively behind Sinua, regarding Sha Lu with wariness as he resolutely declared, "You are the one responsible for the deaths in the city. If you wish to harm Sinua, you must first contend with me." What can you, an outdated and discarded android, possibly accomplish?" Sha Lu advanced towards them, his footsteps resonating against the asphalt like a haunting melody. Sinua, concealed behind Abba, was drenched in cold sweat, her hands clenched tightly in her pockets, her heart racing at the sound of Sha Lu's approach. As Sha Lu's tail swayed, the distance between them diminished. Upon reaching a critical proximity, Sinua cried out, "Abba, bend down." Abba hesitated momentarily, but obeyed Sinua's command, lowering himself as if bowing. In that instant, Sinua, under Sha Lu's bewildered gaze, brandished a handful of lime powder and unceremoniously hurled it into Sha Lu's eyes. Oh! The intense burning sensation in his eyes elicited a cry of agony from Sha Lu as he shielded his face. "My eyes! You beast! You wretched bastard! My eyes! How dare you throw lime powder? Truly a vile creature. That wretched woman. Indeed, none of Sun Wukong's friends are simple. Your name is Sinua, is it? Just you wait. I will not let this go." Sha Lu, having underestimated Sinua, who possessed a mere combat power of 5, had focused solely on Abba. Anticipating the elimination of Abba before absorbing Sinua, he was thus caught off guard by the significant disadvantage he faced when the lime powder struck his eyes, rendering him temporarily blind. Bam! Temporarily blinded, Sha Lu collided with a streetlight, staggering aimlessly in search of water, oblivious to Sinua and Abba. Sinua retrieved her defensive handgun, only to be pulled back by Abba, who urgently advised, "He is not an opponent to be dealt with using a gun. Sinua, we must flee." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Abba and Sinua hastily boarded a truck. Accelerating down the asphalt road towards the outskirts of the city, their hearts pounding in terror at the prospect of facing Sha Lu. Bam! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Sha Lu crashed through a clothing store, sending the patrons inside into a frenzy of screams. "The monster has entered. Owner Motte, the monster is here. Run." The cacophony of panic ignited Sha Lu's anger, having just suffered a significant setback from Sinua. He redirected his fury onto the people in the clothing store. Whoosh! Whoosh! Though he could not see, Sha Lu could hear and sense the beams of energy released from his fingers, extinguishing one life after another until only two remained. A sneeze broke the tense silence, followed by a barrage of bullets aimed at him. Bam! 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 You monster, get out of my way. Sha Lu had intended to eliminate this individual, but was halted by a sudden shift in energy and the preceding sneeze. Although I may be blind for now, a sneeze suggests a transformation. You must be Lan Chi, as recorded in my files. To my surprise, I have encountered another friend of Sun Wukong. You know Wukong? Who are you? A woman clad in work attire, brandishing a handgun seemingly conjured from thin air, with cascading golden waves of hair framing her sculpted visage, exuded an air of icy resolve, betraying not an ounce of fear. Who am I, you ask? My name is Sha Lu, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero to annihilate Sun Wukong. With a self-satisfied expression, Sha Lu kept his eyes closed, his palm brushing against the wall, remnants of lime still clinging to his visage. Lan Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Androids cannot exist. The Red Ribbon Army was dismantled by Wukong. How can they still be present? Having entered the restroom, Sha Lu turned on the faucet, allowing the powerful stream to wash over his eyes, the fiery sensation mingling with tears. Lime in the eyes must never be rubbed, as the corrosive nature can cause irreversible damage. The urgent remedy is an abundance of water to cleanse the eyes. Many are unaware of this and mistakenly delay treatment, resulting in permanent damage. However, as an ultimate fusion-type bioandroid, Sha Lu required no further treatment. After approximately 10 minutes of flushing, the burning sensation subsided. He raised his head to gaze into the mirror. As the water cascaded down, Sha Lu extended his hand to clear the droplets from the mirror's surface. The reflection revealed an increasingly human-like visage, his eyes moist and bloodshot, the water glistening upon him, rendering him somewhat disheveled. That wretched woman. The thought of the incident ignited a growing fury within Sha Lu, his fists clenched. Suen Wuon, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Emerging from the store and stepping onto the street, his primary target was Sun Wukong, with Suen Wuon now a close second, his rage boiling over. Sensing a mass of energy signatures approaching the city, Sha Lu paused. Could it be? Sun Wukong and the others are coming? Have number 17 and number 18 been killed? Weighing the risks, he realized that revealing his current strength would only lead to his downfall, especially with the formidable powers of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. Abandoning the thought of eliminating Suen Wuon, Sha Lu swiftly maneuvered to the side and fled. Soon reaching the seaside of Beidu City, he plunged into the ocean, knowing that flying would expose him to Sun Wukong and the others. Now was not the time for direct confrontation. He would seek another city to hunt. As Sun Wukong and his companions swiftly traversed the skies towards Baidu, they pondered the peculiar nature of the ultimate bioengineered being, Sha Lu, as described by Beulah. Unlike the Sha Lu from the Memories of the Traveler, who required the absorption of Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve his perfect form, Beulah spoke of a Sha Lu that merely needed to siphon sufficient life energy to attain completeness, a being that Dr. Gero held in high esteem. With so many people vanishing from Baidu, Sun Wukong surmised that Sha Lu was likely responsible. However, he yearned to locate Android 21. For the unknown is often the most unsettling and terrifying. The existence of 21 left Sun Wukong's heart in disarray, compounded by Beulah's haunting words that he had perished at her hands. Perceptive as ever, Piccolo suddenly noticed a scene below, a medium-sized truck, followed closely by a particularly swift hover motorcycle. The individuals on board were clearly in a state of frantic urgency, far exceeding the speed limit, seemingly fleeing from peril. Piccolo recalled his earlier driving lessons with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, which granted him some insight into speed and driving etiquette. The others glanced downward and, upon recognizing the familiar figure atop the motorcycle, felt a shudder run through their souls. Lan Chi, it truly was her, exclaimed Krillin in disbelief. Yamcha glanced at the speechless Tianjin fan, whose expression was laden with bittersweet memories, and remarked, how could she be in Baidu? We must descend at once. The encounter with Lan Chi harked back to the time when Sun Wukong and Krillin sought training under the Turtle Hermit. The sage had made a peculiar request of them, to return with a charming girl. After enduring various tribulations, the duo managed to bring Lan Chi back to the Turtle Hermit's abode atop the Kintown Cloud. Following the calamitous battles against the Saiyans, both Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had perished, leaving Lan Shi devastated and wandering aimlessly until she unwittingly arrived in the frigid city of Baidu. The call of Lan Shi echoed from the heavens, and the golden-haired Lan Shi, riding her hover motorcycle, felt the resonance of those voices, hauntingly familiar even after the passage of years. Wukong, Tianjin Fan has returned. Piccolo is alive. No, wait. Piccolo was supposed to have perished. Shouldn't the Dragon Balls have vanished? She wondered, her heart racing. Overcome with emotion, she leapt off her motorcycle, landing on the sturdy asphalt, elatedly raising her arms in celebration. Seated behind her, Mortai remained in shock, bewildered by the sight of a human soaring through the air. As Lan Shi jumped from the vehicle, he was left speechless. I haven't even disembarked yet. His panicked cries turned into a shriek as he, along with the motorcycle, collided with the roadside barrier, careening uncontrollably into a deep drainage ditch, leaving only the idling hover motorcycle beside the obstruction. On the truck, ABA and Sinuo also heard the familiar cries. ABA leaned out the window, catching sight of the descending Z warriors, and one figure among them filled him with nostalgia. Wukong, it's really you, he exclaimed with fervor. Where's Wukong? Sinuo, upon hearing that name which haunted her dreams, momentarily forgot the animosity brought by Shalu, her once dim eyes now sparkling with hope. He soaring in the sky. Although he has grown, I could never forget him. ABA parked the truck by the roadside, unbuckled his seatbelt, and hurriedly exited, joining Sinuo on the asphalt, both exclaiming joyously, Wukong, we are here. Sinuo leapt with excitement, her eyes brimming with tears, having faced the terrifying Shalu without shedding a single drop. Upon hearing the calls, Sun Wukong turned his gaze, his pupils dilating in astonishment as he waved exuberantly. It's ABA and Sinuo. Hi, Sinuo. ABA. Sun Wukong's momentary confusion lingered as he questioned who these individuals were. The approaching androids 17 and 18 were equally taken aback. It must be Android 8. The records indicate he perished alongside Master Yuta at your hands. Wukong. 18 questioned. Not at all, Wukong replied. After I rescued the village chief with ABA, he chose to remain in the village, living alongside the residents. Living together? 18 observed as she gazed below, noting ABA's rugged demeanor transformed into a warm, cheerful smile, with his bright blue eyes reflecting admiration for Sun Wukong's orange-clad figure, which appeared magnified in her sight. Chapter 63. The passage of time. Upon hearing 18's words, Sun Wukong finally recognized the identities of these two figures from the traveler's memories. The long-standing cold weather and the remote village's location aligned perfectly with their circumstances. He was astonished to encounter not only Lan Shi, but also them. Sinuo produced a silk handkerchief, hastily wiping the dust from her hands, her excitement propelling her towards them. As everyone descended, golden-haired Lan Shi swooped down like a swallow into a forest, embracing Tianjin Fan. This is not a dream. You are truly alive. How wonderful, Tianjin Fan. Everyone is still with us. Tears streamed down Lan Shi's face, soaking Tianjin Fan's clothing. A mixture of emotions swelled within Tianjin Fan, a warmth flooding through him as he gradually wrapped his arms around Lan Shi. I'm sorry, Lan Shi. After a moment, Lan Shi stepped back from Tianjin Fan's embrace and, gazing at Yamcha and Piccolo, inquired, how have you all survived? Wasn't he the Dragon Balls supposed to vanish with Piccolo's death? Tianjin Fan glanced at Sun Wukong and then sighed softly, filled with an ineffable sense of resignation. Lan Shi, after we perished, Wukong, Krillin, and Gohan endured numerous trials, and I will recount them to you in due time. Time is indeed a formidable force. The girl who once stumbled upon a nearly frozen boy with a tail in an icy landscape had toiled to rescue him from death. Though the simple fare of hot water and bread was meager, the boy relished it, acutely aware of the girl's humble circumstances, thus consuming far less than before. The villains in the tower captured their village chief, and upon learning of this, the boy seized his Rui Bang and gallantly rushed to the tower, liberating the chief from the clutches of evil. Yet, he soon returned, shivering from the cold. After donning warm clothing, he wielded his Rui Bang once more, braving the tower to vanquish the outdated Terminator androids and the fearsome ice-dwelling creatures, while also finding joy in playful encounters with a purple-clad ninja, ultimately forming a bond that allowed him to rescue the village chief and dismantle the tower. As the boy bid farewell to his companions and embarked on a new journey, he remained unaware of the indelible impression he had left on the heart of that youthful girl. Even after the passage of time, she did not forget that boy, rejecting the advances of others within her village. Despite reaching the age of marriage, she continued to wait for him. The girl longed to see the boy once more, to convey her feelings, and now, after many years, their paths crossed again. But the world had changed. The once youthful boy had become a father, and the secret affection she had harbored for so long remained unfulfilled. Though Suen felt a pang of melancholy, she managed to smile and engage with Suen Wuon and the others. Even as he matured, Suen Wuon retained the essence of the boy she once knew. I can hardly believe you are married, Wuon. Your appetite must be vast. I can only imagine how your wife must struggle each day. Hee. Chi truly works very hard. She dislikes the idea of Wu Fan and me fighting with others outside. I have never set a good example for Wu Fan. Suen Wuon lowered his head to glance at his side, where Suen Wu Fan stood, and smiled as he spoke. Suen harbored feelings for Suen Wuon, not just Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo, but even the 9-year-old Suen Wu Fan could perceive it. His eyes sparkled with admiration, just like Bulma's. Suen Wu Fan was taken aback to discover that aside from Bulma, there was someone else who admired his father, Suen Wuon. The gaze of someone in love is unmistakably different. Suen Wu Fan then turned his attention to number 18, who, at that moment, was chatting with No. 17 and Aba. The two women were quite curious about the old model android number 8, and their conversation predominantly revolved around Suen Wuon. Suen Wu Fan keenly noticed that number 18 occasionally cast glances at his father, Suen Wuon, her gaze mirroring that of Suen. Why has it come to this? I am truly sorry, Uncle Krillin. I have ruined your romantic prospects. Tears welled up in Suen Wu Fan's heart. He longed to weep, feeling utterly devastated. What had he done wrong? The timeline had diverged drastically from what Bra had described. This butterfly effect is far too significant. Krillin, unaware of any of this, certainly did not know that Suen Wu Fan was on the verge of tears. After breaking up with his ex-girlfriend Marin, he sought a kind, gentle, and understanding girl. And as for appearance, he was satisfied as long as she wasn't too unattractive. Initially, he was curious about Suen, but he quickly suppressed his feelings upon realizing her affection for Suen Wuon, which left him feeling a pang of jealousy. He thought of his ex-girlfriend Marin, who was so insipid that even Master Roshi's turtle could be taken aback by her, and he couldn't help but feel envious. Why do all these gentle, beautiful, and considerate girls gravitate towards Wuon? When will I encounter someone like that? Krillin sighed inwardly, filled with envy for Suen Wuon's romantic fortunes. Of course, excluding Bulma and number 18 from his thoughts, he was referring to Chi and the present Suen. After reminiscing, Suen and Jean Lan Chi explained the situation in the city, and Jean Lan Chi cautioned Suen Wuon to be wary of Shalu, a bioengineered android that roamed the city, devouring people. They had both escaped from the city. Suen Wu Fan hastily inquired, Shalu, Aunt Lan Chi, have you seen anyone else apart from him? Jean Lan Chi shook her head. No, only that monster. However, when I saw him, he had his eyes closed, and there was lime powder around his eyes. Lime powder? Suen Wu Fan tilted his head. The inexperienced youth momentarily puzzled, and the others felt the same. Suen produced a small pouch containing lime powder from her pocket and said, that monster tried to eat me, and while he was distracted, I sprinkled lime powder in his eyes. This is quicklime. It should be enough to incapacitate that monster. Then, Aba and I hurriedly drove out of the city and met you all. The unexpected method of using lime powder against the eyes astonished Suen Wu Fan and the other Z fighters, leaving everyone dumbfounded, although they had yet to see Shalu. With number 17 and number 18 as precedents, they estimated Shalu's strength to be formidable, certainly surpassing that of Frieza. Suen, a seemingly fragile woman, according to Raditz, possessed a meager combat power of only 5. Suddenly, Suen Wu Fan recalled a line spoken by a character he admired from his past life. Underestimating a woman's strength will lead to dire consequences. Chapter 64, Suen Wu Fan's decision. At this moment, Suen Wu Fan felt immense regret. Why hadn't he brought some lime with him when he went to Namek? If Shalu could be thwarted, then Frieza, who was considerably weaker than Shalu, might also be vulnerable. He learned a valuable lesson. Even the seemingly insignificant ant can bite when cornered. Suen Wu Fan remembered how Suen dared to walk alone in the freezing cold and even brought home a strange boy with a peculiar tail. Who else would dare do such a thing? For instance, when Bulma first encountered Suen Wuon, She immediately fired her gun. Had Wukong not been exceptionally resilient, he would have perished from being hit by both a car and gunfire. Suen Wuon held a favorable impression of Suen Wuon, far surpassing Bulma and number 18. Even though she admired his father, Suen Wuon felt no animosity towards her. She was gentle, elegant, and decisive in her actions, with hardly any flaws aside from her impoverished background. Suen Wuon, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, along with number 17 and number 18, soared into the city. Suen Wukong, Suen Wuon, Aba, Lan Chi, and Tianjin Fan had much to discuss. Should any situation arise, they would elevate their energy to the maximum, and Suen Wukong would instantly use instant transmission to rush over. No. 18 initially hesitated to come, but found her clothing nearly destroyed from her earlier battle with Suen Wuon. Upon reaching the city, she found an unoccupied store and changed into a new outfit. She donned a white short-sleeved shirt, layered with a black vest, adorned with a pearl necklace, and wore black gloves along with 2 arm sleeves, completing her look with dark denim jeans. Number 18 had quite a good fashion sense. Her appearance was reminiscent of the new attire from Suen Wuon's memories, and number 17 also donned a new outfit. The group spread out to search, and Yamcha inadvertently discovered a store ravaged by Shalu, with pools of blood, corpses, overflowing water from the bathroom, and walls of reinforced concrete smashed to pieces. Krillin eventually obtained information about Shalu from a survivor in North City, who recounted how Shalu had sprinted and jumped into the sea, fleeing from North City. After learning this, Krillin quickly shared the news of Shalu's escape with everyone, calling them together to explain the situation before regrouping with Suen Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and the others outside the city. It's truly unfortunate that he has escaped. Suen Wukong chuckled wryly, rubbing the back of his head. No. 18 stood by the roadside with her hands in her pockets when she suddenly noticed something. A man was trembling as he crawled out from a deep ditch. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, number 18 observed that Suen Wukong and the others were still engrossed in discussing Shalu, and she playfully lifted her foot, stealthily kicking the man on the head. As the man raised his head, he saw a foot coming straight for him, having barely managed to crawl out of the gutter. He was knocked unconscious by number 18's kick, sliding back down into the ditch. Mission accomplished. Number 18 stifled a laugh and resumed her nonchalant stance, watching Suen Wukong as if nothing had happened, her demeanor unaffected. Suen Wuon raised his head and announced his decision to the group. Dad, I intend to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training once more. What? Suen Wukong and Krillin were taken aback. Tianjin Fan inquired. The hyperbolic time chamber? What is that? Suen Wukong explained to everyone. The hyperbolic time chamber is a special alternate space that overlaps with our world. Time flows differently there. 1 year inside the chamber equates to just 1 day outside. Yamcha widened his eyes in astonishment. Such a place exists? Suen Wuon nodded earnestly before going to Namek. I entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Master Roshi. At that time, I was too weak to stay there for long. The earth is vast, and Shalu could be hiding anywhere. We would never find him. His goal is the same as number 18's, to kill my father. Therefore, he will not reveal himself until he has absolute confidence in his strength. As Suen Wukong's name was mentioned again by Suen Wuon, number 18 displayed a hint of discontent, pouting slightly before casting a worried glance at Suen Wukong. Upon realizing he was unfazed, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Krillin, looking utterly perplexed, exclaimed, "Are we really going to let him roam free to cause harm?" It was evident that he sensed the auras of Wuon and Wukong, which deterred him from engaging directly. However, he was oblivious to the fact that they had the spirit time room at their disposal. Once he made his appearance, he would face Wuon and Wukong, who had mastered their training within the spirit time room. After dealing with Sharu, they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had fallen. Piccolo, displaying remarkable clarity of thought, quickly grasped the situation after Wuon decided to enter the spirit time room, with Wuon possessing the memories of a time traveler as a reference. A direct comparison between them was utterly impossible. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo is right. Sharu would only dare to reveal himself if his power surpassed both mine and my father's. Father, let us train in the spirit time room together. I wish to grow stronger. We must transcend Super Saiyan, ensuring Sharu can no longer act with impunity. Very well, Wuon. But before we enter the spirit time room, we must inform your mother. Otherwise, Chi-Chi will worry. Suen Wukong responded with a smile. Okay, Dad, Wuon replied. Aba, looking concerned, gazed at Sinuo. Before he could speak, Sinuo interjected, Wukong, do your best. I believe you will defeat that monster. If you win, be sure to return and tell us in the village. Yes, I will, Sun Wukong assured her. Goodbye, Sinuo, Aba. Unaware of Sinuo's true intentions, he summoned the flying Nimbus, allowing the golden-haired Lanchi to sit atop it as they soared into the distant sky. On the vast asphalt road, the girl's gaze lingered, unable to shake off her thoughts, while the boy remained as carefree as ever. Aba stood silently by, absorbed in his own thoughts. After a long moment, the girl finally smiled faintly. Aba, let us go. Since Sheru has departed, we should return to gather supplies and head back to the village. Aba took the driver's seat. Glancing at Sinuo, Sinuo, you saw that monster. He will not spare you. It is safest for you to stay with Wukong and the others. Sinuo gently shook her head. Her bright eyes filled with resolve. Aba, you heard that once Wukong and the others defeat Sheru, they will use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who were killed. If I accompany them, I would only be a burden and possibly even a hostage. Once they defeat Sheru, everything will be all right. I believe in them. Sinuo did not wish to add to the troubles of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, nor distract them with her safety. Chapter 65. Oppressive emotions as the sun set. Painting the sky in a beautiful tapestry, the group was on their way back. Piccolo soared ahead towards the heavenly temple, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan, accompanied by Lanchi, headed towards Kame House, aligned with Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan's direction. Krillin glanced back, his heartstrings tugged by Sinuo's every move. She was beautiful, affectionate, gentle, considerate, and understanding. Though her attire was somewhat heavy, he estimated that her figure was not dissimilar to that of his ex-girlfriend. This was the type of girl he desired. Apart from her modest background, he could find no other flaws. She was the very image of the partner he yearned for, yet sadly, such a girl was already taken. Stop staring, Krillin. She is already quite far away. If you truly like her, go after her. If you don't speak up, how will she know your feelings? Yamcha advised. Sun Wufan perked up, attentively listening. As for the memories of the time traveler, he had long since grown numb to them. With number 16 gone and no 21 non-existent, he thought, let them be. As long as he became stronger, he need not fear them. Krillin bitterly smiled. Who wouldn't he be smitten by such a girl? Yamcha, don't you feel anything? Of course I do. But Sinuo is not like the other girls I've encountered, Yamcha replied. After his breakup, he had shed all inhibitions, frequently visiting lively places, engaging with various women. However, he would never pursue a homely girl like Sinuo. That would truly be despicable. Sun Wufan glanced at his father, Sun Wukong, and remarked, Aunt Sinuo caused Sheru considerable trouble. He will not let her off easily. What? Sinuo and Aba are in great danger. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, a flash of insight striking him. Yamcha stated, indeed, Wukong, you hadn't noticed. Sinuo wishes not to burden you or distract you. So she intends for us to eliminate Sheru first before you go to her. Wukong, do not forget this. I understand. We will certainly deal with Sheru. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, now fully aware of Sinuo's intentions, feeling a weightier sense of responsibility. Achoo! Suddenly, the golden-haired Lanchi, sitting on the Nimbus, sneezed. Aside from her changed personality, her appearance had transformed as well, revealing the gentle blue-haired Lanchi. Ah, it's the Nimbus. Wukong, Tenshinhan, it's you all. Long time no see. Blue-haired Lanchi cheerfully greeted, securely seated on the Nimbus. Sun Wufan, filled with curiosity, witnessed the transformation between the two Lankies firsthand and marveled. How is this even possible? Why does a mere sneeze result in such a change? The golden-haired Lanchi is fiery and bold, while the blue-haired one is gentle and serene. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong bid farewell to the others and swiftly headed towards Baozi Mountain, while the rest continued on to Kame House. With smoke curling upwards, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan landed before their home. Hee Wufan, are you hungry? Chi-Chi has prepared dinner for us. Yes. Sun Wufan clutched his stomach. A whole day had passed, filled with numerous events, from South City to North City, now returning home as the sun began to set. After dinner, they still needed to train in the spirit time room. The door swung open, and Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron with a bright smile. Welcome back. You must be hungry. Upon hearing Bulma's name, Sun Wufan's previously joyful expression shifted, his soft gaze turning sharp. Bulma stepped out of the kitchen, similarly clad in an apron, wielding a spatula, and cheerfully announced, everyone. Welcome back. Wufan, Wukong, have the androids been dealt with? With a cold demeanor, Sun Wufan remained silent, swiftly changing into slippers before gracefully entering the bathroom to wash up. Ignoring Bulma entirely. The matter with the androids is not yet fully resolved. There remains one Sheru android, lurking somewhere, wreaking havoc. We cannot locate him. Bulma, what brings you to my home? Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. Bulma replied with a smile, Chi-Chi and I are learning how to cook, so I came over today. By the way, what do those androids look like? I'm quite curious. I initially intended to take a look at the androids, but this morning, I had a sudden urge to learn to cook with Chi-Chi. After washing up, Sun Wufan emerged from the bathroom, his expression filled with displeasure as he questioned, Aunt Bulma, why do you want to go there? Do you wish for those ruthless, cruel androids to kill you? Or do you want to be taken hostage by them to threaten us? Ah, Wufan. Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong were taken aback, not expecting Sun Wufan to suddenly become angry. Bulma, observing Sun Wufan's serious demeanor, teased, Wufan, I was merely joking, don't take it to heart. Be careful, or you may find no girls will be interested in you in the future. Who cares about that? Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wugohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan, exclaimed loudly, causing Bulma's heart to momentarily falter. His pale green eyes coldly fixated on Bulma, and the air around him crackled with a hint of electricity, fueled by his anger. What is it with girls? Are they so special that they can create trouble at will? Can they act thoughtlessly, disregarding the circumstances, and impose moral obligations on me? Bulma i.e., are girls truly free to do as they please? Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and a look of contentment emerged on his face as he sensed a sudden surge in Sun Wugohan's power. However, it was fleeting. Wugohan was on the verge of surpassing even Super Saiyan. The androids were entirely unaware of their energy, lurking in the shadows. And there was an ominous unknown entity, Android 21, who threatened to annihilate me, you, everyone, to destroy Earth, Namek, 8 universes, and everything. Tears welled in his eyes as Sun Wugohan, unwilling to linger, turned and walked away, leaving everyone with his silhouette. Father, I can train alone now. Cell is lurking outside, and we cannot enter the hyperbolic time chamber simultaneously. I will go first. He changed back into his shoes. Wait, Wugohan, we haven't eaten yet. Let's have a meal first. Kiki called out. Mother, I'm not hungry. You all eat. I'm heading to the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wugohan opened the door, his icy green eyes casting a cold glare at the dazed Bulma, and stated, Bulma i.e., you are more detestable than Android 18. People like you, wealthy and self-important, believe everyone should adore you, but those who do are merely seeking something from you. With a loud slam, he closed the door. Still in his Super Saiyan state, he swiftly flew toward the sacred world of the Kais, arcs of electricity flickering around him. Chapter 66. Re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber with the heavy sound of the door closing, the others finally regained their senses. It was the first time in her life that Bulma had encountered someone speaking to her in such a manner. Sun Wukong remained astonished by Sun Wugohan's growth, as if he were on the brink of a breakthrough. He turned to Bulma and said, I apologize, Bulma. Wugohan has been under immense pressure lately, especially after learning about Android 21. He has devoted more time to training. Bulma gently shook her head. If it were in her youth, she would have argued with Wugohan, insisting on her point regardless of reason. The men she encountered, upon realizing her identity and beauty, often displayed eager, frivolous expressions. Reflecting on this, Bulma gazed at Sun Wukong. Realizing how different he was, she was no longer the same. Kiki expressed her concern. Ever since that bra from the future arrived, Wugohan has been troubled. It's truly worrisome. Sun Wugohan soon arrived at the temple. In addition to Piccolo and Bobo, androids 17 and 18 were also present, which surprised him. Piccolo inquired, Wugohan, why are you here alone? Where is your father? Sun Wugohan, still in his Super Saiyan form but less ferocious than before, replied, Father and I cannot enter simultaneously. If Cell makes a move, it could be disastrous. That is indeed wise. That cunning Cell is hiding because of you. Wugohan, are you planning to enter the hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo crossed his arms, questioning him. Yes, I am. By the way, where is Ko Shin? Your energy seems absent. Wugohan asked Piccolo. Holding his mouth, he noticed Bobo's dejected demeanor, unable to believe that Piccolo had fused with Ko Shin during his absence. Piccolo explained, even if I revert to my original state, my power is only comparable to Android 17. I fear I may still fall short against Cell. Do not worry about the Dragon Balls. I have already spoken with Bobo. Once Goku arrives, I will have him use instant transmission to locate a Namekian capable of creating Dragon Balls to serve as Kaioshin. After the fusion, the Dragon Balls on Earth reverted to their original stone form, and Piccolo began to prepare for what lay ahead with Cell. Android 18 stood at the temple's edge, clouds drifting by, unable to see anything, and curiously asked, "How does that person named Bobo observe the situation below? There's nothing to see but white clouds." Bobo explained to 18, "Only after inheriting the position of Kaioshin can one observe the realm from here. What do you wish to see?" Did Kaioshin see Cell? Suen Wuon reverted to his normal state, his expression softening with curiosity as he directed his question to Piccolo. Piccolo shook his head. Kaioshin sensed abnormalities in the north, but Cell has kept his energy concealed. Unless he reveals himself, we cannot locate him. Is that so? Uncle Piccolo, shall we enter the hyperbolic time chamber together? I believe your guidance will help me progress more swiftly. Suen Wuon inquired eagerly. While he could train alone, having a companion would provide mutual support, enhancing their development. Piccolo smiled faintly. All right, Wuon, but do not underestimate me. With a playful grin, Suen Wuon scratched the back of his head and followed Piccolo toward the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Android 18 wore a regretful expression, her cheeks flushed, and with a teasing smile, remarked, "What a pity. It's already evening. I thought I could catch a glimpse of Goku's home and have a live broadcast." Suen Wuon spun around, feigning a fierce demeanor, but his slender frame was effortlessly lifted by Piccolo. "Evil android, what are you planning? What do you want to do to my father? I know you still want to kill him. Stay away from my dad. Uncle Piccolo, let me go. I want to teach her a lesson. Father only said not to kill her, not that I couldn't beat her up. I want to give her a good lesson, an evil android, devoid of humanity, shamelessly spying on my father." Wuon, enough of this, Piccolo sighed, exasperated, and opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, turning to glance at the giggling Android 18. "And you, 18, enough with the antics. Mind your behavior. Uncle Piccolo, let me go? I want to teach her a lesson. This evil android is inhuman." Wuon protested, struggling as Piccolo carried him like a monkey into the chamber. 18 laughed lightly, her cheeks tinted with excitement. "How adorable. That fluffy tail is so lively. I wonder if I can fit in after spreading my legs." Bobo, maintaining a neutral demeanor, instinctively distanced himself upon hearing Android 18's words, breaking into a cold sweat. Evil, devoid of humanity. This Android 18 is truly wicked, Bobo thought, glancing nervously at the indifferent Android 17, feeling a sense of dread. At Kakaro's home in Bowsy Mountain, after satisfying his hunger, Suen Wuon felt inexplicably drowsy and lay down to sleep, while Kiki and Bulma stood nearby. Bulma held a special petri dish, her face resolute. Kiki comforted her. "Bulma, are you truly determined to proceed with this? From the moment your child is born, he will have no father. Indeed, it has been decided. I shall not meddle in your family affairs. This is my resolution. I will diligently nurture Beulah, guiding her to become an extraordinary warrior akin to Wuon. The path chosen by Bulma, involving artificial gene cultivation, is one of no return. Suen Wuon does not accept her, nor does Chi-Chi, and Suen Wuon would never betray her. She will wait, and her persistence, along with her emotions, can only be proven through the passage of time." Initially, Chi-Chi was opposed, aware of Beulah's origins from the future. Her resolve has wavered, perhaps out of sympathy. She is fortunate, having swiftly captured Suen Wuon's heart. Wuon has expressed his fondness for Beulah. Though it may be a verbal trap, it can be considered an acknowledgement. Conveniently, Wuon is not present. "Bulma, I must ask you one last time. Have you truly made this decision?" "I am resolute and will not regret it," Bulma replied firmly. Chapter 67. New Namek Star Awakening. In the early morning, Suen Wuon felt a haze clouding his mind. Just as he was about to rise, he discovered a soft figure nestled in his embrace. At that moment, Chi-Chi, with her hair disheveled, appeared both gentle and radiant, her eyes fluttering open slightly. "Good morning, Wuon," she greeted. "Good morning, Chi-Chi. How did I sleep so soundly?" Suen Wuon mused, holding his head. "You were exhausted, Wuon, due to the turmoil surrounding the androids. Please wait a moment while I prepare breakfast." Chi-Chi rose, softly kissing Wuon on the lips before departing. Having shared a life together, Suen Wuon smiled faintly as he rose. Wuon must have been in the hyperbolic time chamber for quite some time. He should have surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan by now. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Wufan clenched his fists, channeling his energy to its peak. His golden hair and green eyes transformed as he became a Super Saiyan, his aura expanding continuously. Surrounding him, arcs of electricity crackled, and his seemingly frail body swelled impressively. His golden hair grew longer, and the fur on his golden tail seemed to stand on end. Clad in a purple martial arts uniform, exuding an air of ferocity and madness. Humph! Wufan smirked coldly, surveying his hands. He had ascended to a stage beyond the Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan 2. Piccolo had long since removed his weighted training gear and shook his head upon witnessing Wufan's transformation. Wufan, this is still not sufficient. To master the power of this stage, you have much further to go. You are still young, lacking in experience. Wufan reverted to his normal state. Though he had achieved Super Saiyan 2 shortly after entering the chamber, he struggled to control this newfound power. The transition into Super Saiyan 2 often clouded one's judgment with its inherent ferocity. Ultimately, his youth and inexperience necessitated further training. Uncle Piccolo, let us continue our training. Wufan took a deep breath, calming his emotions. He was determined to train until he could transform into Super Saiyan 2 at will. Very well, Wufan. I am ready. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction at Wufan's resolve as they resumed their training. Using instant transmission, Sun Wukong arrived at the KO's palace, where Yamcha, Krillin, and Tenshinhan had already prepared everything. 17 and 18. How did you end up here? Sun Wukong inquired, surprised. 18 playfully flicked her golden hair, teasingly responding, What? Am I not welcome? Not at all, just a bit surprised. Oh, you've changed your outfits. Sun Wukong observed, noting the stark difference in 17 and 18's attire from before, as his thoughts had been preoccupied with Ba, Sinuo, Lanchi, and Shalu the previous day. 18 feigned hurt, but understood Sun Wukong's character. With a playful twirl, she remarked, I changed before we parted yesterday. It seems I must show you my new outfit for you to truly appreciate it. What do you think? It suits you well, though it feels a bit peculiar, Sun Wukong mused thoughtfully as he regarded 18 and 17. What is peculiar about it? 18 queried, inspecting herself and 17 without finding any issue. Sun Wukong pondered aloud. It just feels strange. 18, you and 17 are both androids like a Ba, yet you feel different. Why is that? I am not like a Ba, 18 replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. 17 carefully explained, 18 and I are different types of androids. We were originally ordinary humans, enhanced to possess limitless energy, age slowly, and require only minimal water for sustenance. 18, with her striking eyes fixed on Sun Wukong, blushed slightly, her demeanor provocatively suggesting, moreover, I can bear children like a normal human female. So, Sun Wukong, would you like to experiment to understand the difference between me and a Ba? I apologize, I misspoke. I always thought you were like a Ba, a mere robot. Sun Wukong admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, deliberately ignoring 18's remark. Bobo interjected, addressing Sun Wukong. Wukong, I have something crucial to discuss. The KO has now fused back with Piccolo, and the Dragon Balls on Earth have reverted to stone. What? This complicates matters. What about those who were killed by the androids? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Bobo replied, before Piccolo merged with the KO. He had already planned to travel to New Namek to find a Namekian capable of creating Dragon Balls to serve as the new deity for our Earth. Indeed, this resolves the Dragon Ball issue perfectly. I shall search for them, Sun Wukong declared, his demeanor turning serious as he touched his forehead with his index and middle fingers, focusing on sensing the energy of his target for instant transmission. After a prolonged moment under the gaze of his companions, Sun Wukong chuckled with resignation. Alas, I cannot locate it. The distance is far too great, and I am unsure of the direction. The group exchanged incredulous glances, thoroughly exasperated. Fear not. I shall consult the North KO. He will certainly know the way to New Namek. Sun Wukong vanished with instant transmission, arriving at the North KO's domain. Guided by the North KO, Sun Wukong finally sensed the energy of New Namek and executed instant transmission to arrive there. Elder Muley was taken aback upon seeing Sun Wukong. Although they had never met, Elder Muley and the other Namekians were well aware of Sun Wukong's legendary status for defeating Frieza and saving their race. After Sun Wukong introduced himself, he received a warm welcome from the Namekians. Sun Wukong was pleasantly surprised by their hospitality. He had expected a brief conversation similar to his experience with Piccolo. After a short discussion, Sun Wukong explained his purpose. Seeking a Namekian skilled in the creation of Dragon Balls to serve as the deity for Earth. Chapter 68. Wufan's Transformation. Dondi, Elder Muley called, directing the attention of the group toward two young Namekians of Wufan's age. Dondi and Kalu, it has been a long time. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Having previously met Dondi and Kalu during his time on Namek, Kalu, filled with excitement, trotted over and exclaimed, "Long time no see, Wukong." Dondi also appeared somewhat reserved. Elder Muley had indeed spoken of him. Elder Muley chuckled and said, "Mr. Wukong, I won't elaborate further. Dondi is a dear friend of your son Wufan and Mr. Kellen. Since his arrival here, he has been missing Earth and his friends dearly. His talents are remarkable, and he is sure to become a competent deity. How impressive. At such a young age, he can already create Dragon Balls. I look forward to your guidance, Dondi." "No, I should be the one saying that, Mr. Wukong." Dondi and Suen Wukong exchanged greetings with a handshake. After bidding farewell to Elder Muley and the other Namekians, they instantaneously transported to the Kaioshin planet. After introducing Dondi to the North Kaioshin, they instantly teleported back to the Earth Temple. Dondi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really the new deity? Indeed. His name is Dondi. Do not be deceived by his youth. His abilities are truly exceptional, Suen Wukong introduced. Seeing familiar faces, Dondi exclaimed, "Long time no see, Kellen. Where's Wufan? Is he not here?" Bobo explained, "A formidable enemy has appeared on Earth, and Wufan, along with Pike, has gone to train in a secluded place. You will see them soon." With curiosity sparkling in her blue eyes, 18 said, "Suen Wukong, is this the little Pike you brought from Namek? Can he really create those miraculous Dragon Balls?" "His name is Dondi," Suen Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head in a somewhat helpless manner. Dondi nodded earnestly. Addressing everyone, "It will take approximately 100 days to complete the Dragon Balls." 100 days? Does it really take that long? Suen Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Dondi nodded, suddenly recalling something, his face lighting up with excitement. "However, if it's to resurrect the original Shenlong model from Earth, it can be done immediately." "Really?" Bobo interjected. Having previously assisted the deity in creating the Shenlong model, Kellen remarked, "If everything goes smoothly, can it grant 3 wishes like the Dragon Balls from Namek?" Yamucha added, "Can one wish resurrect many people? For instance, those who were killed by the androids?" Dondi responded, "That would require some adjustments initially, but that would limit it to 2 wishes. Tianjin Fan inquired, "Is that all that can be done?" Suen Wukong smiled and said, "Very well, Dondi, let us proceed with that." Bobo produced the completed Shenlong model and placed it on the ground. Just as Dondi was about to prepare his magic to recreate Shenlong, the door of the room of spirit and time opened, drawing everyone's attention with the sound of footsteps. "Ah, Wufan and Pike have emerged so soon. It has only been a little over a day," Suen Wukong remarked, bewildered. Tianjin Fan crossed his arms, gazing at the door, stating, "Wufan must have become much stronger." 17 quietly approached 18 and whispered, 18, "Wufan used to want to fight you. Are we not leaving? Wufan will definitely be stronger after training, at that time. Suen Wukong may not be able to stop him." 18, hands on her hips, glanced at Suen Wukong, her eyes sparkling slightly as she said, "At most. He would just give me a good beating. Besides, once Wufan finishes training, that fluffy tail of his will certainly be more lively." Seeing 18's demeanor, 17 chose not to say more. The door to the room of spirit and time swung open, and Pike and Wufan stepped out one after the other, closing the door behind them. Wufan had noticeably grown taller. After spending over a year in the room, his black hair had lengthened past his neck, as cutting hair was impossible inside. Clad in matching purple martial arts attire with a red belt, Pike, however, wore his weighted gear. "I'm back. Although it hasn't been long outside, it has been over a year since I last saw you all. Daddy, Uncle Kellen, Uncle Yamucha, Uncle Tianjin Fan, Mr. Bobo, 17, 18 Dondi. Long time no see." Wufan greeted everyone with a smile, leaving them momentarily stunned. 18, with a puzzled expression, circled around Wufan and asked, "Wufan, you're actually greeting me? I remember you wanted to fight me before." Wufan sheepishly scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. "I apologize, 18, please don't take it seriously. I was just joking. I'm truly sorry." The change in Wufan was palpable to everyone. He had matured significantly, exhibiting a calm and natural demeanor. Yet, the pressure of the environment had forced a child of merely 10 years to grow up, a complex feeling indeed. 18 glanced at Wufan's fluffy tail and refrained from teasing him as before. Her eyes brightened slightly as she gently punched him on the chest. I may have gone a bit too far, Wufan. I'm sorry. Wufan smiled, his gaze falling upon the Shenlong model encased in a glass dome. Dondi, are you planning to resurrect Shenlong? Indeed, Wufan. Long time no see. Congratulations on emerging from your training. How has your training been? Have you become stronger? Dondi asked, embracing Wufan joyfully. Wufan replied, of course I've grown stronger, but I must remain discreet. That villain Shalu is still lurking on Earth. I fear that revealing my energy might cause him to resurface. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, stronger than a Super Saiyan? Excellent. That way, we need not worry about Shalu. If he dares to reveal himself, he will surely perish. Suen Wuon, curious, scrutinized Pike, resting his chin on his thumb, and after a long contemplation, spoke, Shunka. Pike's expression was priceless, nearly causing him to lose his composure at Suen Wuon's address. Please, just call me Pike. I was originally one with the deity. 18 turned to Suen Wuon, hands on her hips, saying, you dare to say that to me, Suen Wuon? Suen Wuon sheepishly scratched his head and laughed. I sincerely apologize. Now, I shall pay a visit to Vegeta. Training together in the room of spirit and time will expedite our progress. Wufan, I leave things outside in your capable hands. Rest assured, Daddy, Wufan nodded calmly. Compared to the Wufan before entering the room of spirit and time, he had undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 69. Return to the research facility. High mountains and flowing waters, an endless horizon. The howling wind rustled through the spiky black hair of Vegeta, who stood motionless on the edge of a cliff, reflecting on the past scene with lingering resentment. He vaguely sensed the future of the Super Saiyan. Complete defeat. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had regained his pride and the dignity of a Saiyan prince, only to have it shattered once more by 18. Had it not been for Wufan saving him, he might have perished. Whoosh. Suen Wuon instantaneously appeared behind him. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance, stating, do not disturb me, Kakaluot. If you are here to mock me, feel free to laugh as you wish. Don't say that, Vegeta. I know a great place for training. There. One day outside equates to an entire year inside. The divine temple of the deity, Suen Wuon said, looking at Vegeta. Vegeta turned around, his demeanor more composed than the earlier volatile and reckless Saiyan, and asked, is that true? Come, join me. I intend to cultivate alongside you. Now that Wufan has emerged from the room of spirit and time, he has surpassed the threshold of Super Saiyan. Training together will surely expedite our progress. Sun Wukong extended his hand, issuing an invitation. Vegeta cast a glance at Sun Wukong, appearing remarkably composed, his demeanor markedly different from before. He remarked, having transcended the Super Saiyan bottleneck, his potential has always been astonishing. Very well, Kakarot, I shall enter that chamber with you, but allow me to go in first. Kakarot, you must know, you have always been my ultimate goal. Sun Wukong responded. This time, the adversary cannot be vanquished by a single individual. Besides the ever-concealed Cheru, there is also the 21st unit mentioned by Bra, as well as the missing 16th unit. Surely, you are aware of this. You will regret this, Kakarot, Vegeta retorted, gripping Sun Wukong's shoulder, and together they instantaneously relocated to the temple. The others within the temple were present, and after casting a fleeting glance at the 18th unit, Vegeta's gaze shifted to Wufan. Having trained for over a year in the room of spirit and time, Wufan had grown taller and exhibited a more mature aura than before. Vegeta intentionally remarked, oh Wufan, it seems you have indeed grown considerably stronger. You truly are a remarkable hybrid with Saiyan blood. I wonder if you possess the confidence to defeat that unknown 21st unit should you encounter it now? Wufan chuckled softly, I can't say for certain. Only by truly witnessing her will I understand her strength. If we do cross paths, I'll simply do my utmost. Vegeta regarded Wufan with a hint of astonishment. In the past, Wufan would have fervently argued that he was Earthling, and would have passionately asserted his determination to thwart the 21st unit. Life forms evolve in response to their environment, and Wufan was no exception. This was what one might call maturity. Vegeta entered the room of spirit and time first, and before Sun Wukong followed, he turned to Wufan with a smile, saying, the outside world is yours to manage now, Wufan. Yes, rest assured, father. Wufan nodded with a smile. As the door to the room of spirit and time closed, Wufan turned to everyone and stated, let us first gather the Dragon Balls in advance. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tianjin, Uncle Klin, I entrust you with the collection of the Dragon Balls. Leave it to us, Wufan. Yamcha signaled a victory gesture. Clin looked at Wufan with curiosity, asking, Wufan, do you have other matters to attend to? Uncle Piccolo, 17th and 18th units, and I need to revisit Dr. Gero's research facility. There may still be some leads there. By the way, Uncle Clin, if you encounter Sheru or the others, elevate your energy to the maximum. I will arrive in an instant, Wufan stated, placing his fingers on his forehead with a gentle smile. In an instant, Wufan, have you also learned Goku's instant transmission? Tianjin asked in surprise. Wufan nodded, smiling. I have been studying this technique with father since before he returned, but there are still many aspects I do not fully grasp, which is why I have yet to master it. 17th, 18th, I rely on you. The 10-year-old Wufan now exhibited greater composure and maturity. With a swift motion, Tianjin, Clin, and Yamcha set out towards West City to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar. Dandy called out loudly, take care on your journey, Clin, and everyone. The research facility has long been destroyed by the 18th unit. It is now nothing but ruins. Even if there is anything left, it is likely gone. The 17th unit remarked. Wufan smiled. Villains always have hidden chambers or basements. We should investigate the site first before making any decisions. If all else fails, we can always return. The 17th and 18th units exchanged glances and followed Wufan and Piccolo as they departed the temple, flying toward North City. Before long, guided by the 18th and 17th units, they arrived at their destination, the research facility of Dr. Gero, now reduced to rubble and debris. The one responsible for this destruction, the 18th unit, frowned in dissatisfaction, hands on her hips. She had not anticipated that her actions would indirectly aid that scoundrel, Dr. Gero. Had she known the facility still held value, she would never have committed such an act. Piccolo and Wufan extended their palms toward the ruins, their energies surging as they combined their forces. A powerful gust of wind stirred the dust, sweeping it away with a ki blast. As the dust settled, only large clumps of earth and stones remained, which could not be dispersed with excessive force, lest they inadvertently destroy any clues. Wufan, let us clear these obstacles. All right, Uncle Piccolo. Together, Piccolo and Wufan began to shift the large stones and debris. The 17th unit, standing by, raised his hand with a look of resignation, saying, It doesn't look good just watching. I'll help too. The 18th unit gazed at her attire, her face reflecting reluctance. I just changed into new clothes. I don't want to get them dirty. Wufan turned, his youthful visage breaking into a smile. It's all right. You've already been a tremendous help. If it were just Piccolo and me, we would still be searching for some time. Thank you, 18th and 17th. The 18th unit raised an eyebrow, hands on her hips. Her blue eyes fixed on Wufan. He had changed significantly since emerging from the room of spirit and time. What exactly transpired in there with Piccolo? Her curiosity deepened. Chapter 70. Clues of the androids. The 17th, Wufan, and Piccolo were far from ordinary, swiftly clearing away the larger stones and debris. The dilapidated cryogenic chamber, computers, wiring, and nutrient liquids were all reduced to fragments. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Wufan to shiver. North City was notably cold, and he was nearly oblivious to it. Piccolo observed a deformed iron ladder and door, piecing together the situation. It seems this is the underground research facility, completely obliterated by the 18th unit. Wufan, you were correct. Sheru's laboratory lies beneath this research facility. Wufan picked up a green vial stained with liquid, his expression crestfallen. Even the basement where Sheru was cultivated has been destroyed by the 18th unit. Are we truly to return empty-handed? Piccolo replied, let us search a bit more. There are still many areas we have yet to investigate. The 18th unit joined in, assisting with the search, though she was hesitant to soil her clothes. Eventually, her attention was captured by a ruler trapped beneath a pile of stones. After clearing away the debris, the 18th unit crouched down, her hands clad in black gloves, and began to excavate the dirt, uncovering a ruler, a pen, and a compass. As she continued to dig, she discovered several sheets of paper hidden beneath the rubble. Her eyes brightened as she unearthed more papers, and despite acquiring some dust on her attire, she pressed on, revealing a total of 6 sheets inscribed with various information. This is, come quickly. Hearing the 18th unit's call, Wufan, Piccolo, and the 17th unit halted their search and rushed to her side. What is it? 18th, have you found something? Wufan, unable to see over the debris, utilized the flight technique to hover above. joining 17th and Piccolo in observing the blueprints held by the 18th unit. Wufan's eyes widened in shock. These were the design blueprints for the androids. The 18th unit confirmed. Indeed, this includes designs for myself, the 17th unit, the 19th, 20th, Sheru, and the 16th unit. On the 16th, Suen Wuon was startled when Bike raised his voice a few notches, exclaiming in surprise. Shiba handed Suen Wuon the blueprints of number 16, inviting him to take a look. The schematics depicted a humanoid figure, devoid of color, yet its visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the number 16 etched in the memories of the time traveler. The existence of number 16, an artificial human, was a reality, yet the question lingered, why was he not present? Alongside this enigma, the blueprints of Shalu only deepened Suen Wuon's confusion. The personalities of number 17 and number 18 could be confirmed as those from the future timeline of Namek. Yet the presence of number 16, who had seemingly vanished and was not alongside number 17 and number 18, raised further inquiries. In Bike's hands lay the design for Shalu. And upon glimpsing the blueprint for the number 20 artificial human, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, causing a cascade of complex thoughts to crystallize into clarity. Indeed, it dawned upon him that he might be grasping something vital. Suen Wuon, number 17, and number 18, intrigued, turned their gaze toward Bike. Uncle Bike, what have you deduced? Suen Wuon inquired, lifting his head. We have all fallen into a misconception, Wuon. Do you recall number 19 and number 20? Bike asked with a smile. Suen Wuon nodded gently, responding, of course, I remember. Moreover, artificial human number 20 was Dr. Gillo's attempt at achieving immortality, having number 19 modify himself in the process. Bike continued, thus, this is the crux of the matter. That unknown number 21 artificial human was likely transformed from an ordinary human, akin to Dr. Gillo himself. What? Suen Wuon exclaimed, astonished. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, equally taken aback by the revelation that, aside from Dr. Gillo, there were others delving into the study of artificial humans. How astute, Bike. Please, do continue. I yearn to hear more of your thoughts, urged number 17. After passing the blueprints to Suen Wuon, Bike addressed the group. We need not delve further into Dr. Gillo's intentions. Let us instead discuss the Red Ribbon Army. Once, they dominated the world, and during that era, research into artificial humans was already underway, exemplified by Aba. Indeed, Suen Wuon, number 17, and number 18 nodded attentively. Bike elaborated. Thus, it stands to reason that the scientists of the Red Ribbon Army were not limited to Dr. Gillo alone. The enigmatic number 21 must have some connection to him, likely being an exceptionally talented scientist, perhaps even Dr. Gillo's assistant. In any case, number 21 must possess substantial knowledge of Dr. Gillo's research, even if their views diverged. Disagreements? Uncle Bike, why do you suggest this? Suen Wuon inquired, perplexed. Bike smiled. Wuon, this is what we have overlooked. Do you recall what Bulma mentioned? No. 21 was originally a kind and gentle individual, but transformed into a being of antagonism, known as Majin 21, after assimilating a cell from a creature called Majin Buu. The artificial human number 16 must have taken advantage of Dr. Gillo's inattention to escape and subsequently transformed himself, intending to oppose the creations of Dr. Gillo. Clarity washed over Suen Wuon as Bike's words triggered memories of Bulma's earlier statements, which he had almost forgotten. A kind-hearted individual would naturally resent Dr. Gillo's actions, leading to conflict, a perfectly rational conclusion. The motives and conflicts likely aligned with Bike's speculations with over 80% certainty. Suen Wuon gazed at Bike with admiration, marveling at his brilliance, and it was no wonder that in the time traveler's recollections, Majin Buu sought to absorb Bike due to his intellect. As long as Bulma's assertions about the future were accurate, number 21 would not emerge before Majin Buu, and if he did, he would not become our adversary. Our focus must remain solely on confronting Shalu. Understood, Wuon? Absolutely, Uncle Bike. The investigation at the research facility had yielded substantial insights. With the blueprints of No. 16 and the insights from future Bulma, Bike had untangled the previously murky situation. After Suen Wuon secured the design blueprints, the group conducted a cursory search for any additional items, but found none. They proceeded to obliterate the location with a key blast before Suen Wuon utilized instant transmission to return to the temple. Chapter 71. The emergence of Shalu with a sudden flash, sensing Dandy's energy, Suen Wuon instantaneously transported himself along with Bike, number 17, and number 18 back to the temple. Welcome back, Wuon. What discoveries have you made? Dandy inquired with a cheerful expression. Suen Wuon beamed and nodded, brandishing the blueprints in his hand. The findings were substantial. All thanks to Uncle Bike. Without him, I would have been lost, unable to comprehend the situation. Is that so? Incredible, Wuon. What is the current state of affairs? Dandy. Appear and friend, urged for details. Suen Wuon recounted Bike's analyses to Dandy and Bobo. How remarkable. Mr. Bike is truly impressive. Dandy, much like Suen Wuon, held Bike in high esteem. Sensing the fervent admiration directed at him, Bike coughed lightly and said, Wuon, please take the blueprints to Bulma and see if she can devise something to counter Shalu. Bulma, auntie? Very well, I shall head there immediately. Suen Wuon, feeling somewhat bashful due to a previous outburst at Bulma, recalled the tumult of emotions he had experienced regarding Shalu and number 21. After bidding farewell to Dandy, he soared towards West City, design blueprints in hand, swiftly arriving at Bulma's residence. Landing in the courtyard, Mrs. Brief greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, Wuon. It's been so long. You've grown quite a bit and seem sturdier too. I apologize for the intrusion. Is Bulma home? I need to speak with her. Suen Wuon sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, feeling a tad overwhelmed by Mrs. Brief's exuberance. Bulma is in the lab. Allow me to escort you there, Wuon. Mrs. Brief took Suen Wuon's hand, leading him toward the laboratory, while he walked awkwardly, taking small steps as she guided him. By the way, Wuon, I've heard you've been battling artificial humans alongside your friends. How impressive. At such a young age, you fight alongside adults against those fearsome foes. Mrs. Brief said with her eyes still narrowed in a smile. I still have much to learn from my father, Uncle Bike, and everyone. I am far from their level. Suen Wuon replied with a forced smile, wishing to retract his hand, but Mrs. Brief's grip felt too firm, and releasing it seemed impolite. Continuing on their way, Mrs. Brief remarked, thanks to your efforts, we are protected, allowing me to go shopping. I found some lovely clothes at a newly opened department store. If something were to happen, I would miss the chance to wear them. Let us go on a date, Wuon. I have matters to attend to. The crisis with the artificial humans is not yet resolved. Besides, I'm only 9 years old. Suen Wuon recalled his years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. Feeling quite exasperated, Mrs. Brief, still with her eyes narrowed in a smile, responded, 9 years old? You really are quite young. I've never been on a date with such a little boy before. Finally, the research institute arrived, and Suen Wuon felt a wave of relief wash over him. When Mrs. Bulma departed, she smiled and waved at Suen Wuon, saying, Wuon, I'll go make you a cup of coffee. Watching her retreating figure, Suen Wuon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that he was indeed not adept at interacting with Aunt Bulma's mother. Knocking politely on the door, Suen Wuon was soon greeted as the door to the research lab swung open, revealing Bulma clad in a white lab coat, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Her eyes sparkling with a gentle clarity. Wuon, what brings you here? The dragon radar was already taken by Krillin and the others. Bulma's expression shifted slightly, her gaze wandering elsewhere with an air of guilt. Aunt Bulma, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. I was unjustly angry with you and uttered many inappropriate words. Suen Wuon stood earnestly before her, his head bowed slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident. No, Wuon, I too have made significant mistakes. You are correct. I have been rather headstrong, recklessly approaching the dangerous androids and inadvertently causing you trouble. I am the one who should apologize, Bulma replied with a warm smile. Suen Wuon wished to express further contrition, but Bulma interrupted him. Let bygones be bygones, Wuon. The future, as Bra mentioned, must be a great source of pressure for you. When the time comes, face the challenges head-on. If Majin 21 appears, train hard to confront her. Aunt Bulma, indeed, I have other matters to discuss. Please take a look at these design blueprints. Suen Wuon presented the designs, and upon receiving them, Bulma examined them closely, her astonishment evident. These are the designs for the androids, including number 16. Have you seen him? No, I have not encountered him, nor have I seen Cell. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo wishes to know if you have developed anything to counter Cell. Bulma shook her head with a sigh. Scientists are not omnipotent, I regret to say, Wuon. According to the designs, Cell is a biochemical weapon with multiple fusion genes, entirely different from numbers 17 and 18. If you need me to create a device to incapacitate or detonate 17 and 18, I could manage that, but Cell is entirely out of my reach. Indeed, how frustrating it is to wait for him to reveal himself, Suen Wuon lamented, a look of disappointment clouding his features. Suddenly, Suen Wuon sensed an extraordinarily powerful and chaotic energy from the south, a mix of Krillin's, Tien's, Yamcha's, his father Suen Wukong's, Piccolo's, Vegeta's, Frieza's, and Cooler's energies, all jumbled together. He has finally appeared. Cell has made his entrance, he thought. What is it, Wuon? Bulma inquired, noticing his sudden change in demeanor. Cell has indeed revealed himself. Aunt Bulma, I must go at once. Goodbye. With a finger pressed to his forehead, Suen Wuon sensed Cell's energy and instantly vanished from Bulma's sight. In an instant, Suen Wuon materialized within the city of Nandu, where silence reigned. The streets were strewn with garments, desolate and chilling. Before him stood the perfect form of Cell from his memories, his tail tucked beneath his wings. His visage resembling that of a human, yet with a mechanical quality to his limbs. His green skin was speckled with dark spots, and his head bore protrusions reminiscent of horns. According to my data, you must be Suen Wuon, correct? Where is your father, Suen Wukong? Why hasn't he come? Cell remarked with a self-assured smile, confident in his own power. Do you share the same objective as those androids, to eliminate my father? Suen Wuon's gaze sharpened, yet his energy remained calm and undisturbed. Ha ha ha, Dr. Gero is my creator. All androids he has fashioned share a singular purpose, to kill Suen Wukong. It seems to be Dr. Gero's obsession. Any other goal pales in comparison to this, Cell replied with a hint of self-mockery. Now, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of Suen Wukong? I can no longer sense his energy, which piques my curiosity. It appears you hold many secrets that Dr. Gero failed to uncover. Take your curiosity to the underworld, Suen Wuon declared, unleashing a ki blast from his palm before dashing forward. Caught off guard by Suen Wuon's sudden attack, Cell attempted to deflect the ki blast with a bare hand, only to retaliate with a punch aimed at Suen Wuon. In a flurry, Suen Wuon's form flickered, dissipating before Cell's eyes. A mere afterimage. Cell recognized the technique, his confidence unshaken. Suen Wuon reappeared behind Cell, launching a powerful kick. But Cell vanished just before impact, employing the same technique to deceive Suen Wuon. As Suen Wuon landed, he looked up to see Cell hovering above him, releasing a ki wave that hurtled toward him. With a forceful strike, Suen Wuon deflected the ki wave, sending it crashing into a distant skyscraper, obliterating it in the process. He then leaped back lightly to regain his footing. Cell, descending from the sky, launched a rapid assault with his fists. In that moment, Suen Wuon thrust his palms into the ground, elevating his leg and delivering a heavy kick to Cell's face, sending him flying. As Cell landed, he floated in midair, and upon seeing Suen Wuon charging at him, he leaped higher, allowing Suen Wuon to pass beneath him. Upon halting, Suen Wuon's foot struck the ground with immense force, shattering the earth beneath him as he propelled himself toward Cell, where they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows in midair. The speed of their confrontation was breathtaking, the air filled with the sounds of breaking and impact, leaving Piccolo and Dandy, observing from the Kai's temple, utterly astonished. Dandy, having recently assumed the role of Kai, quickly learned to observe the mortal realm, while Piccolo, having fused with the Kai, shared in the awe. Incredible! Wuon has grown immensely powerful. Is that monster Cell? He seems far stronger than Frieza. Dandy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he could only perceive fleeting shadows. Wuon is fighting him. What does Cell even look like? Number 18 pondered, unable to sense the energy, standing alongside Piccolo and Dandy at the edge of the temple, still unable to see clearly. Crossing his arms, Piccolo stated, Cell possesses formidable strength. However, after training diligently in the hyperbolic time chamber, Wuon's power far exceeds that of Cell. Meanwhile, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin, who were searching for the Dragon Balls, paused in astonishment. This is Wuon and Cell's energy. Despite the distance, it feels so close. Truly impressive. Krillin marveled. The level of power is beyond imagination, Yamcha mused, glancing at his hands with a resigned smile, feeling increasingly inadequate in the wake of Suen Wuon's growth. This time, he refrained from expressing any desire to catch up to Suen Wukong. With each collision of fists and feet, the resounding booms echoed through the air as Suen Wuon struck Cell squarely in the face, only to receive a retaliatory punch in return. With a resounding thud, Suen Wukong fell to the ground, the force of Shalu's final punch striking him squarely in the face. As he descended from the air, he executed a graceful spin, landing smoothly on the ground. Impressive, Suen Wuon, Shalu remarked excitedly, observing his opponent. To think you could match my perfect form. The Saiyan cells within Shalu stirred, igniting his thirst for battle. Suen Wuon remained composed, displaying no signs of distress. His attire was untouched, mirroring Shalu's own pristine appearance. You have been hiding all this time to avoid combat, and now you reveal yourself willingly. Shalu, with that confident demeanor of yours, have you yet to unleash your full power? Shalu smirked, spreading his arms wide. Although I am still quite young, are you not perceptive? Indeed, during my time in Baidu, I sensed the energy signatures of both you and Suen Wuon. I realized that even as a perfect being, I would be no match for the two of you should you join forces. He continued, consider this an honor, Suen Wuon. You are the first to witness my ultimate power, the super android. Clenching his fists, Shalu's energy erupted, and under Suen Wuon's astonished gaze, arcs of electricity crackled around him, signifying a significant increase in strength. The super android Shalu was akin to the lightning-infused entity from the memories of the travelers. How did you come to master such power? Suen Wuon questioned, genuinely taken aback. Shalu relished the surprise on Suen Wuon's face. Scared, are we? My power is merely a fraction of what it could be. While I could eliminate you at any moment, I have no desire to do so. What do you intend to do? Suen Wuon's gaze hardened. He was far from intimidated. Having spent time in the spirit time room, I wish to inquire about Suen Wuon. What is he doing? Why has he not come? Shalu's energy crackled ominously around him. My father is training with Uncle Vegeta. Once he emerges, he will undoubtedly be stronger. Shalu, if you have something to say, speak plainly, Suen Wuon replied, his voice rising with intensity. Shalu casually remarked, training, is it? How quaint. I shall grant you 10 days, hoping that upon Suen Wuon's return, he will pique my interest. I propose a martial arts tournament akin to the World Martial Arts Tournament, but your only opponent will be me. It will be a one-on-one battle, should I win. The next challenger will step up, with no limit to the number of participants. As for the location and further details, I will broadcast them via television. The more participants you gather, the better your odds. Suen Wuon narrowed his eyes, responding, this seems uncharacteristic of your cautious nature, Shalu. I merely wish to kill Suen Wuon in front of the entire world, instilling fear and despair everywhere, Shalu replied, embodying the malevolent traits inherited from Piccolo Daimao. Chapter 73. A sudden heartbeat, the energy radiating from Shalu astonished Piccolo, Krillin, and others. That Shalu is truly a monster. His strength continues to rise. His energy now far surpasses that of Wukong, Yamcha lamented. Tianjin Han expressed his confusion. It is peculiar. Wukong's strength seems largely unchanged. After all, he emerged from the spirit time room, so he should have improved. Krillin interjected, Tianjin Han, are you suggesting? Tianjin Han nodded earnestly, indeed. Wukong must be concealing his true power. Krillin, Yamcha, we must hurry to collect the Dragon Balls to prevent any unforeseen complications. All right, Krillin and Yamcha agreed, following the Dragon Ball radar's guidance. In the Heavenly Temple, the overwhelming energy of Lightning Shalu stunned Dondi and Piccolo. This is bad. Wukong is in danger. Dondi expressed with concern. Do not worry, Piccolo reassured. Though Shalu's strength exceeds our expectations, he still falls short compared to Wukong. Shalu is not yet Wukong's match. Let us observe quietly, Dondi. Could it be? With such power, Shalu is still not Wukong's equal? Just how strong is Wukong now? Dondi pondered, unable to fathom. Piccolo furrowed his brow, stating, while Wukong is stronger than Shalu, defeating him will not be easy. If we are not careful, Shalu could escape again. Suen Wuon shared this concern, fearing Shalu's potential to flee. He was indeed stronger than Lightning Shalu, but not to the point of overwhelming victory, especially given their proximity to the ocean. In mere moments, dozens of thoughts raced through Suen Wukong's mind, yet he maintained a calm exterior. Had it been his former self, he would have transformed into Super Saiyan 2 without hesitation. Shalu, we will meet again in 10 days, but I hope you do not regret this. I will not allow you to harm my father. With a crisp sound, Shalu turned, exclaiming, such fighting spirit. Farewell. His black wings unfurled as he soared into the sky, no longer concealing his energy. Suen Wuon reverted to his normal state, watching Shalu's retreating figure with a fierce determination. Just wait, Shalu. Once my father and the others emerge, you will have no further opportunities. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, you shall meet your end. Sun Wukong instantaneously returned to the temple, explaining the recent events to Piccolo, Dondi, and androids 17 and 18, along with the reasons for not transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to confront Lightning Shalu. Piccolo smiled faintly. You did well, Wukong. It would have been disastrous if Shalu managed to conceal himself again. With 10 days remaining, Goku and Vegeta will surely emerge, and Shalu will only enjoy his triumph for a short while. Suddenly, 3 familiar energies approached. Yamcha, Tianjin Han, and Krillin had gathered the Dragon Balls and returned. Sun Wukong recounted Shalu's intentions to the trio. What? Shalu intends to do that? Yamcha felt utterly helpless. Tianjin Han turned to Sun Wukong, asking, Are you currently stronger than Shalu? If so, once Goku and Vegeta emerge, you should re-enter the Spirit Time Room. With your talent, you will undoubtedly emerge even stronger, and Shalu will have no chance of escaping you. Indeed, Wukong, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing that Sun Wukong was somewhat stronger than Shalu, his anxiety diminished. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, smiling, I will enter again, but I need some time. The harsh environment of the Spirit Time Room makes it difficult to find tranquility. Super Saiyan 2 had reached a bottleneck in power. Even with extensive training in the Spirit Time Room, it would be futile. The environment influences one's state of mind. Sun Wukong required a few days to relax both his body and spirit before returning to the Spirit Time Room. When he emerged again, he aimed to master the full power of Super Saiyan 2. In that case, with a significant disparity in strength, Lightning Shalu would have no chance of escaping his grasp. In the vast expanse of the plains, Shalu hovered in the air, contentedly observing. This place is quite suitable. Let us begin constructing the venue for the martial arts tournament. Ensuring the arena is even larger than that of the World Martial Arts Tournament, with numerous cells from various beings. Shalu quickly fashioned a wide and grand arena under his command. Excellent. Although it lacks some decorations, we can address that later. Time to head to the television station. Shalu was satisfied with the arena he had created and flew toward the city. After bidding farewell to his companions, Sun Wukong departed the temple, flying toward Baozi Mountain. He intended to take these days to fully relax both his body and mind. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to see Android 18 following him closely. On the 18th, what are you following me for? What do you think? My clothes were soiled back at the Research Institute, and there's nothing suitable for me to wear at the temple. Number 18 spread her hands, a look of discontent on her face. Sun Wukong recalled the design blueprints of the androids that Number 18 had discovered at the research facility. Without that memory, they would have never been able to confirm the existence of Number 16. I'm sorry, but those are my mother's clothes at home, Sun Wukong assessed Number 18. Noting that her figure was not much different from his mother, Chi-Chi's. His gaze fell upon Number 18's prominent curves and her exquisite, aloof features, drawing his attention in an unsettling manner. It was strange, he had never felt this way before, but after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he suddenly found Number 18 remarkably beautiful, cold yet captivating. He began to understand why Krillin, Master Roshi, and other travelers were attracted to girls. Number 18 seemed to have discovered something new, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed Sun Wukong flying ahead. With a teasing tone, she remarked, You're 10 years old now. Children at this age are indeed curious about the opposite sex. Wukong, do you think I'm pretty? What? Sun Wukong snapped back to reality, nearly tumbling from the air. He quickly turned his head, his heart racing, his youthful face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. I was incredibly rude. Number 18. Number 18 accelerated to his side, and Sun Wukong dared not look at her. The blush creeping down his neck, and even to his ears. Oh, you're blushing, Wukong. Let me see, she urged. No, Number 18, please, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Wukong, turn around quickly. Let me see, she insisted. Number 18, please don't, he pleaded. Chapter 74. Cell on television with Sun Wukong's heart fluttering. Number 18 found herself amused, especially since he kept his head down, unable to meet her gaze, making him appear adorably bashful. Furthermore, his resemblance to Chi-Chi, with delicate yet resolute features, made him quite charming. Sun Wukong felt as shy as a girl, filled with self-reproach. What had he done? The memories of the traveler reminded him that this Number 18 was the same as the one from Trunks' timeline, devoid of humanity, yet he found her appealing. The traveler's memories of her included a severed hand and a cruel death. Number 18, Suen Wuon took a moment to steady himself, wishing to express his apologies. However, upon turning to face her, they met eye to eye, both feeling each other's breath. A pleasant fragrance enveloped him, causing his previously calm demeanor to flush anew. Your face is really red. It looks like you could bite your lip and draw blood. What are you trying to say? Wuon? Number 18 playfully bit her gloved hand, removing it, and reached gently towards his cheek. Just as her fingers were about to touch him, Suen Wuon instinctively pulled away, leaving number 18 slightly disappointed. She donned her gloves again, pondering. As expected, he still harbors a strong aversion. It seems I must take my time. Suen Wuon bowed earnestly, stating, I'm truly sorry, number 18. I don't know why, but there seems to be an inexplicable allure about you. Number 18 crossed her arms, explaining that Suen Wuon's reaction was not unusual. After all, it was common for people to admire beauty, regardless of gender. It was merely that this was his first encounter with such feelings, especially with an android like her. Wuon, I think it's necessary for me to visit your home and have a proper discussion with your mother. Number 18 turned with a mischievous smile on her face. Before she could feign departure, Suen Wuon could no longer contain himself and grasped her wrist. No, number 18, I beg you, please do not mention this to my mother. If she finds out, she will be extremely angry, and that is a terrifying prospect. Even my father dares not provoke her wrath. Suen Wuon's expression was one of desperation. Number 18 wore a triumphant smile, not turning back or releasing his grip, saying, Wuon, you wouldn't want your mother to discover that you are a little lecher, would you? I am not a lecher. Number 18. What is it you want me to do? Suen Wuon released her arm, inquiring. With a cheerful demeanor, number 18 replied, I haven't decided yet. Let us keep it in mind for now and discuss it after we deal with Cell. Suddenly, Suen Wuon recalled something and quickly added, that's fine. But please do not engage in any immoral actions against my will, and keep your distance from my father. Number 18 turned, resting her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she gazed at Suen Wuon. Her seemingly cold smile had an alluring charm, and her large blue eyes sparkled with life. I would never go against your wishes, Wuon, you can rest assured. As for your father, Suen Wuon, even if I were willing to be his lover, a man like him wouldn't reciprocate. Number 18 thought to herself, as for a husband, nurturing from a young age is best. Wuon, I will never defy your desires. Once you grow up, you will truly become my ideal. Suen Wuon was bewildered, feeling utterly helpless as he thought, willingly becoming my father's lover? It seems she acts upon her whims, devoid of humanity. Krillin uncle, this has nothing to do with me. This number 18 is utterly inhuman, completely different from the one you married. Upon returning home, Chi-Chi and Ox King were seated in the living room watching television. As Suen Wuon opened the door, both turned to look at him. Wuon, you're back. How was your time in the hyperbolic time chamber? Have you become stronger? Chi-Chi asked excitedly. I'm back, mother. Grandpa. Ox King chuckled warmly. Welcome back, Wuon. You've grown taller. Number 18 entered right after, causing Chi-Chi and Ox King's eyes to widen in astonishment. Ox King pointed at number 18 in disbelief, asking, Wuon, who is this beautiful girl? Is she your girlfriend? Chi-Chi shared a similar thought. She would not oppose Suen Wuon having a girlfriend, having experienced love herself. However, the age gap between Suen Wuon and number 18 was evident, and she absolutely would not approve. She felt a twinge of concern that her Wuon might be deceived by this seemingly wicked woman. Before Suen Wuon could explain, number 18 stepped forward and stood beside him, saying, Mr. Ox King, please refrain from such jokes. They are troubling for both Wuon and me. My name is number 18, and I am an android. Although we were once enemies, we have now become friends. We were at Dr. Jero's lab looking for something, and unfortunately, my clothes got dirty. That's why I came here with Wuon to change. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, Miss Chi-Chi. Suen Wuon looked up, astonished at number 18's demeanor. He had expected her to cause chaos, even imagining a confrontation between her and his mother. It seemed this wicked android was not as bad as he had initially thought. Perhaps he had been too one-sided in his judgments. I see. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Number 18, you are indeed beautiful. However, I have many clothes, just none as fashionable as yours. If you don't mind, you can borrow some of mine for now. The weather is sunny, and your clothes will dry quickly. Thank you for your patience. On the 18th, as Chi-Chi led 18 Hao towards her room, The television suddenly switched to a news channel that was being broadcast worldwide. At that moment, Sha Lu stood upon a stage, a cold smile gracing his lips, and the room fell silent. 18 Hao's beautiful eyes narrowed as she inquired, "Is that Sha Lu?" Wu Fan nodded in silence, his gaze fixed on the television. On the screen, Sha Lu wore a faint smile, addressing the world, "Good morning to all. I wish to take a moment of your time to share some delightful news that will enhance your lives, making them more exhilarating and enjoyable. I am Sha Lu, and as you may recall, many have fallen victim to the monster that terrorized you. I am the evolved form of that monster, a bioengineered being far surpassing the likes of Piccolo Daimao. I owe my existence to those who provided me with life essence. However, rest assured, I no longer require it. Instead, I present to you a game. Should you lose, I will obliterate all of humanity on this planet." Chapter 75. Sun Wukong and Vegeta emerge meanwhile. In the Kame house, Master Roshi and viewers around the world witnessed Sha Lu's live broadcast, which incited widespread panic. Many who had previously encountered Piccolo Daimao were reminded of the terror he instilled. "I shall host the Sha Lu Game Martial Arts Tournament. Listen closely. The rules pertain to your very existence. The location is a plain to the northwest of Zhongdu, and the arena is ready. Unlike the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament, if a contestant loses, they may substitute another to face me. The rules favor you greatly. Even I will tire after multiple bouts. The remaining rules are largely consistent with the World Martial Arts Tournament. Surrender or touching any part of your body outside the ring constitutes a loss. Furthermore, I will show no mercy. Dying in battle also counts as a loss. If all contestants fail against me, as I mentioned before, I will eradicate every human on this planet." With his palm directed behind him, Sha Lu unleashed a wave of energy, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Walls and buildings crumbled under the force, leaving deep gouges in their wake, while a distant mountain crumbled to the ground. "I relish your fearful expressions as I utterly devastate this planet. I eagerly await that day. To those who underestimate me, I trust many of you still remember the horror and despair brought forth by Piccolo Daimao," he remarked with a sinister laugh. Sha Lu then soared through the breach he had created, vanishing from the television screen, leaving behind a scene of destruction and devastation. In their home, Sun Wufan let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Sha Lu, revel in your pride while you can. Your demise awaits in 10 days. Chi-Chi, filled with concern, asked, "Wufan, you are going to fight such a dangerous foe. Do not worry, mother. My strength now surpasses his. However, I fear he may escape, which is why I have concealed my true power. That cunning fiend will be even harder to track down if he flees," Wu Fan replied. "Then I shall ask no further, Wu Fan. Please be cautious," Chi-Chi urged, her gaze fixed on her son, who, despite being around 10 years old, bore a weight far beyond that of ordinary children. Chi-Chi took 18 Hao to her room to change clothes. While the world outside trembled in terror at Sha Lu's declaration, many who had experienced the reign of Piccolo Daimao were haunted by memories of that fear. All efforts seemed futile. After enduring an extended period of peace, numerous individuals had nearly forgotten the terrifying monsters that once roamed the earth. Piccolo Daimao had nearly become a mere urban legend. Many fled to remote areas to hide from Sha Lu, embarking on futile endeavors that stirred great chaos. However, the memories of the boy who once defeated Piccolo Daimao, a savior who descended like a divine warrior, lingered in the minds of those aware of the past. The name Sun Wukong emerged once more into the public consciousness. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan and the others, 18 Hao donned Chi-Chi's outfit, typically reserved for special occasions. "I apologize, 18 Hao. This is all I have for now," Chi-Chi said with regret. "It's quite all right," 18 Hao replied, glancing at her hands. "Thank you. It fits well enough, aside from being a bit snug around the chest and hips." Chi-Chi, slightly flustered, remarked, "It seems your figure surpasses mine, but worry not. Your clothes will dry by evening." Wu Fan, having changed into casual attire, relaxed on the sofa with a book in hand. 18 Hao approached curiously, smiling, studying. "Wu Fan, I never imagined you were so diligent. From a young age, I aspired to be a great scholar. However, after experiencing the Saiyan events, I realized that danger is ever present, and I cannot remain sheltered under my father's protection," Wu Fan replied without looking up. 18 Hao was taken aback. Having anticipated Wu Fan to be like Sun Wukong and Yamcha, solely focused on physical prowess. "Reading cannot alleviate your mind and body, Wu Fan. Be cautious. If you focus too intently, you may end up nearsighted," she jested. Wu Fan, as if struck by lightning, dropped his book in realization. Oh, is that so? He stammered, suddenly aware of the implications. What's wrong? 18 Hao asked, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. I was merely trying to offer a friendly reminder, she said, unsure of her misstep. Wu Fan, filled with anxiety, queried, 18 Hao, if one becomes nearsighted, isn't that rather unfortunate? He had a multitude of thoughts but struggled to articulate them. According to the memories of his past life, he indeed wore glasses in the future due to nearsightedness. 18 Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Some individuals develop nearsightedness for various reasons, which cannot be avoided. However, maintaining good health is paramount. Avoid staring at one thing for too long without blinking. Wu Fan obediently closed his book, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. Indeed, preserving his health was crucial. He wished to avoid nearsightedness and the vulnerabilities it might bring in battle. Thank you, 18 Hao. I will be mindful. That's fine, but why are you so agitated? 18 Hao inquired, puzzled by his reaction. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, the doors of the room of spirit and time opened, and after nearly 2 days, Sun Wukong and Vegeta emerged. Sun Wukong appeared unfazed, while Vegeta bore a slight frown. Their clothes were tattered, revealing their muscular physiques. Welcome back, Wukong. Have you surpassed Super Saiyan? Piccolo asked. Hee, all is well. Wu Fan must have reached that level by now, though he may still lag behind a bit. Sun Wukong responded with a grin. Humph, Kakarot, do not celebrate too soon. I shall not fall far behind. If a lowly warrior like you can transcend Super Saiyan, there is no reason a Saiyan prince like myself cannot, Vegeta retorted, having not yet attained Super Saiyan 2, but he was close. Capable of transforming into Super Saiyan with a calm demeanor. Chapter 76. The Clash of Auras. Subsequently, Bick elucidated the situation to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, elaborating on the events involving Shalu and his formidable strength. Sun Wukong, incredulous, exclaimed, what? Has Shalu grown this powerful? Even Gohan cannot be assured of defeating him? Che, that wretched android. Vegeta muttered with slight dissatisfaction, noting that the focus had once again shifted to Son Gohan and Sun Wukong. Bick remarked, Shalu is still observing us with his previous strength, which is why he confidently reveals himself and dares to host a martial arts tournament. Gohan lacks absolute certainty in defeating him, hence he has concealed his own power. To completely eradicate Shalu? Indeed. The threat he poses is far greater than that of androids 17 and 18. However, the idea of a martial arts tournament is quite intriguing. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, recalling the multitude of lives consumed by Shalu, and shared his thoughts. Android 17, with his hands in his pockets, had remained in the temple and, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, expressed mild displeasure. What do you mean, Sun Wukong? Are you implying that I must prove my threat is greater than Shalu's? No, that's not what I meant. My apologies, Sun Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Humph, Android 17 turned away, ignoring Sun Wukong and expressing his discontent. Sun Wukong glanced around, puzzled. Where is Android 18? Is she not with you? Ah, she went to your house with Gohan, Sun Wukong, Yamcha said with a hint of mischief. To my house? What for? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. Because 18 got her clothes dirty, so she's changing at your place, Yamcha grinned, envisioning the scene where 18, alongside Chi-Chi and Bulma, would create quite the spectacle. Gossip is human nature, and as a bystander, Yamcha, being Bulma's ex-boyfriend, had the least standing in this scenario, while 18 posed the greatest threat. Little did he know that 18 had long abandoned her pursuit of Sun Wukong upon realizing its futility, choosing instead to act without restraint. Embodying the persona of the android 18 from Trunks' timeline, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong and said, to eliminate him completely? Heh, Kakarot, this hardly resembles you. It seems you lack the confidence to thoroughly defeat Shalu. Sun Wukong replied with a faint smile, I am uncertain. I must see him for myself first. Bick, with a stern gaze, interjected, Hey, Wukong, now is not the time to confront Shalu directly. Do not expose your strength. If Shalu senses something amiss, he might retreat into hiding. Sun Wukong touched his forehead, assuring, I won't transform into Super Saiyan 2, so rest assured. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from the temple, appearing not far behind Shalu, clad in a bright orange martial arts uniform. Without turning, Shalu confidently declared, So, it's you, Sun Wukong? How do you find this arena? Which will determine the fate of the world in 9 days. Satisfied? Upon returning, Shalu had adorned the corners of the arena with sharp, conical marble structures. Sun Wukong assessed the arena, remarking, if it determines fate, it seems rather constricted. Shalu's expression turned cold as he faced Sun Wukong. The desire to kill him having long been an obsession of Dr. Gero. Having only seen him in records, this was his first encounter with Sun Wukong in person. Boom. The world trembled. Even without direct confrontation, the clash of their auras triggered immense upheaval. Dark clouds loomed, illuminated by ominous lightning. Sun Wukong gazed intently at Shalu, declaring, I will participate in the tournament, so refrain from killing anyone before then, understood? Shalu observed Sun Wukong quietly, not unleashing his full power. After a prolonged silence, he smiled. It seems the tournament will be even more thrilling than I anticipated. Very well, however, should any fool provoke me. Ha ha ha. With that, Sun Wukong instantly transported himself back to the divine temple, where the dark clouds dissipated, restoring tranquility and light to the earth. Upon returning, Sun Wukong wore a subtle smile, stating, I sensed he hasn't unleashed his full strength. Shalu is still concealing his power. In my current state, even transforming into Super Saiyan may second not suffice to defeat him. No wonder Gohan feels he cannot fully overpower him. Big spoke gravely, if even you say so. This may be our only chance. If we do not eliminate Shalu now, we may not have another opportunity. You should all use the hyperbolic time chamber again. There is still time to decide the order. Gohan needs to alleviate his pressure to attain a more natural state. He will enter the chamber on the 7th day. Sun Wukong chuckled, I won't need it. For the remaining 9 days, I will train in the outside world. I hadn't anticipated that Gohan would wish to enter the chamber. I'll do the same. For the remaining 9 days, I too will train outside. Vegeta felt the constraints of his own limits. Knowing that merely staying in the hyperbolic time chamber without doing anything would impose a significant burden on his body, preventing him from transcending Super Saiyan. After reaching a bottleneck, remaining in the chamber would only result in needless suffering, hardly qualifying as training. Thus, Gohan planned to spend some time outside before re-entering the chamber. Whoosh! Vegeta soared into the sky, departing the temple, while Tianjin, Fan, and Yamcha entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train, followed by Klen. As Sun Wukong prepared to bid farewell and utilize instant transmission to leave, Android 17 called out to him. Wait, Sun Wukong, are you heading home? Yes, 17. Is there something you need? Sun Wukong inquired. Android 17 explained. 18 is currently at your house, and your instant transmission is quite convenient. Please take me with you. Oh, I see. Very well, 17. Place your hand on my shoulder. Sun Wukong transported himself and Android 17 back to Baozi Mountain. Opening the door to find Chi-Chi engaged in lively conversation with Android 18, sharing an apparent bond of camaraderie. Ah, 18, why are you wearing Chi-Chi's clothes? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished at 18's attire. Chapter 77. The undersea cave of the past. Chi-Chi pointed to the clothesline outside, saying, 18's clothes were soiled and are currently being washed. So she's wearing mine for the time being. Sun Wukong followed her gaze, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Android 17 entered, maintaining his usual demeanor. I apologize for intruding. 17. What brings you here? Android 18 asked, surprised. Android 17 shrugged. I was bored. Staying in the temple was uninteresting, so I came over. The environment here is quite pleasant, with mountains, water, and wildlife. Chi-Chi smiled warmly. 17. I've heard about you from 18. Why not both of you stay here? 18 has already decided to live here, and I plan to help her get a large house made from a universal capsule, just like Bulma did. Meanwhile, Son Gohan sat on the sofa, meditating, having taken 18's previous comments about his eyesight to heart, beginning to consciously protect his vision. As for the idea of Android 18 living as a neighbor at Baozi Mountain, he naturally opposed it. However, did his opposition hold any weight? At present, 18 and her mother, Chi-Chi, resembled long-lost sisters. When he casually mentioned this, he was met with a flurry of criticism. Humph, that wicked android. She claims she has given up on my father, but I see through her ulterior motives. I will not allow her to succeed. I will keep a vigilant watch over you. 18. Sun Wuon mused silently, his eyes slightly opening, filled with determination. 18 hesitated and replied, There's no need for trouble, Chi-Chi. Acquiring a universal capsule house is quite simple for me. Do you have the funds? You're not thinking of robbing a bank, are you? Sun Wuon sat up, his gaze turning icy. Sun Wukong also directed his attention toward 18, while Chi-Chi glared angrily at Suen Wuon. Yet it was 18 who spoke first. In the past, transportation was not well developed, and maritime trade was of utmost importance. Who knows how much gold and jewels lie hidden beneath the sea? With my abilities, such feats are effortless. 18 said with a smile, undeterred by the situation. With the restraint of Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon, she and 17 would refrain from causing havoc in the city. The mention of treasures beneath the sea plunged Suen Wuon into deep thought, as if he had recalled something significant. 17 interjected. It's not as simple as you make it sound, 18. Nowadays, with advanced technology, most of it has already been salvaged. No, wait, I remember now. I recall. Suen Wuon exclaimed, standing up in excitement. 18, hands on her hips and head tilted in curiosity, asked, "What have you remembered?" Ignoring her, Suen Wuon turned to his father. Suen Wuon, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Dad, do you remember what you once told me? When you, Aunt Bulma, and Uncle Krillin were searching for the Dragon Balls. You reached an underwater cave filled with treasures. Ah, did I mention that? But it's true. We found what seemed to be the 3-star Dragon Ball." Although the cave has collapsed, Suen Wuon pondered for a moment before responding. Chi-Chi was astonished. "Really, Wukong? Why didn't you tell me?" Suen Wuon sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I forgot. But there indeed was a great deal of treasure. Yes, Dad. With our current strength. Returning there to find the treasure would be a cinch. Afterward, Mom won't have to struggle as much. And we won't have to worry about money in the future," Suen Wuon said, arms wide open, brimming with anticipation. Chi-Chi chimed in excitedly. "Exactly. 18's house will be sorted out, and we can build a new home instead of living in a capsule house." Suen Wuon suddenly froze, realizing he regretted his words. The capsule house could be taken away at any time, but building a foundation for a house meant they would truly reside there. 18's eyes sparkled. "Wonderful. To integrate into life, one cannot do without money. 17, you should join us." "Fine. I suppose it's better than being bored." 17 replied with a resigned shake of his head. Suddenly, Suen Wuon reacted, looking at 17 and 18 with surprise. "So you two are siblings? I thought you were a couple." 18 felt a surge of indignation. "How could you think we were a couple? We look so alike. Don't call me that. I'm not some scoundrel," Suen Wuon exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected label from 18. With her arms crossed, she retorted coldly. "To assume that a maiden-in-waiting has become a couple with her brother is not the mark of a scoundrel? Or else, how could you entertain such thoughts, scoundrel?" Suen Wuon hastily waved his hands. "No, I didn't know you were siblings. It's not like that, 18, it's really not. I'm truly not a scoundrel." Chi-Chi sighed, rubbing her forehead. All right, 18, don't be angry. Wukong is always like this. I will contact Bulma right away and arrange for her to help transport the treasures." The treasure in the underwater cave was left behind by pirates, while the Red Ribbon Army was also searching for the Dragon Balls at the time. After a morning's work, Suen Wuon, 17, and 18 managed to bring all the treasures from the sea floor. The gold and jewels filled over 80 boxes, which was quite a sight. When Bulma learned of the situation from Chi-Chi, she had prepared many large boxes, but was nearly out of stock. When Chi-Chi offered to share with Bulma, she declined, stating that she didn't lack funds and preferred that Suen Wuon, Chi-Chi, and Suen Wuon could live better lives. For that reason, she arranged to connect with buyers. No longer needing to worry about finances, on the 7th day, Suen Wuon re-entered the room of spirit and time for training. With only 3 days remaining until the Cell Games commenced. During this time, 18 had already finalized the designs for her house, a 2-story apartment. And Chi-Chi planned to rebuild her home as well, mirroring 18's design. Additionally, the king mobilized the defense forces to launch an armed attack against Cell. Hundreds of thousands of troops were utterly destroyed by Cell, plunging the people of Earth into deeper panic and helplessness, reminiscent of the powerlessness felt during the reign of Piccolo Daimao. Simultaneously, the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, which had been rebooted, concluded without any significant excitement. The golden-haired host felt a tinge of disappointment, but continued to energetically announce Satan as the champion of the 24th tournament, originally ending quietly. The tournament gained renewed interest due to Cell, as expectations surged once more. This anticipation stemmed from the previous champion, Suen Wuon, who had once defeated Piccolo Daimao and saved the world, as well as the emergence of Satan in the public eye. Due to the butterfly effect initiated by Suen Wuon, the initial subtle changes grew increasingly significant, leading to numerous events taking unexpected turns. Chapter 78. The approaching Cell Games once again. Suen Wuon entered the room of spirit and time, while outside, the complete annihilation of the defense forces resulted in greater chaos among the populace. At Baozi Mountain, 18, chatting with Chi-Chi, scoffed, what a so-called strongest King's defense force. Their level of power is less than 1/10 of what the Red Ribbon Army once had. No wonder that old fool, Dr. Jero, aimed to eliminate Suen Wuon. Suen Wuon remained silent. The loss of countless lives weighed heavily on him, unlike 18, who viewed it with indifference. On the television, the king, resembling a wolf dog with his white mustache and glasses, addressed the world. Citizens, I am your king. As you witnessed in the recent broadcast, my forces launched a full-scale attack but suffered devastating losses at the hands of Cell. This is my responsibility, and I sincerely apologize. At this moment, I find myself powerless. However, do not panic. I believe that the young savior who once defeated Piccolo Daimao, Suen Wuon, will appear again. Let us pray to the gods together. The king bowed deeply on television. 17 glanced sideways at Suen Wuon and asked, speaking of which, there's a legend about the Dragon Balls. Someone once wished to become king using them. Could it be this dog? Humph. Chi-Chi coldly interjected, what kind of king? It was the Red Ribbon Army that brought about this situation. He should take responsibility instead of passing the blame to my Wuon. The television channel switched to a live broadcast featuring a dark-haired, bespectacled host in a suit, speaking into a microphone. I have delightful news to share. Our prodigious fighter, Mr. Satan, has resolved to participate in the Cell Games. He has recently triumphed as the champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. Let us extend a grand welcome to our hero, Mr. Satan. Has the World Martial Arts Tournament already concluded? However, if one named Satan has claimed the championship, his prowess must indeed be formidable, mused Suen Wuon as he gazed at Mr. Satan on the television, perplexed. Chi-Chi interjected, Wuon, have you forgotten what the host mentioned? Many experts have long since retired after Piccolo's time. Speaking of which, he had the audacity to invite our family of 3 to dinner without a hint of surprise. Suddenly, the sound of an aircraft filled the air, prompting Chi-Chi to rise hastily. Bulma has arrived, and so has number 18. She has brought the buyers along. The buyers have arrived. Number 18 could hardly contain her excitement. After a knock on the door, Chi-Chi swiftly opened it to reveal Bulma, accompanied by an elegant gentleman clad in a suit. At last, we meet, Mr. Suen Wuon, the man exclaimed. His excitement palpable even before Bulma could introduce him. Suen Wuon inquired, do you know me? The gentleman nodded and introduced himself. My name is Batiste, the founder and president of the Batiste Group. We have maintained a long-standing trade relationship with Miss Bulma's Capsule Corporation. Our jewelry business is merely one facet of my conglomerate. Chi-Chi, astonished, exclaimed, the Batiste Group, the globally renowned Batiste Group? Bulma has mentioned that it ranks among the top conglomerates in the world, consistently occupying a position in the wealth rankings alongside Capsule Corporation. Batiste smiled. Miss Chi-Chi, however, no amount of wealth can surpass the treasure of life itself. I have long wished to meet Mr. Wuon, but lacked the opportunity. I happened to encounter your son, Gohan, near the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet regrettably, we could not engage further before he flew away. Gohan met you? Chi-Chi replied, taken aback. He never mentioned it. Treating you merely as a passerby artist. Batiste's enthusiasm left Suen Wuon and Chi-Chi somewhat overwhelmed, yet it was evident that Batiste sought to align himself with Suen Wuon. His sponsorship of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament was indicative of this. As for the jewelry business, the outcome was predictable. For safety, after receiving permission from Chi-Chi and Suen Wuon, Batiste even brought his wife, Melas, to Baozi Mountain. It was clear that such a successful entrepreneur was no fool, especially given the imminent threat posed by Cell, who sought the destruction of humanity. In the Heavenly Temple, Son Gohan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. His purple martial arts uniform tattered after 3 months of rigorous training. He had finally reached his goal. Cell would not escape. Piccolo, observing Son Gohan from outside, remarked with a smile, it seems Cell is doomed. How has it gone, Gohan? Your mastery of Super Saiyan 2 must be further refined. Son Gohan grimaced, his youthful face contorted in complaint. I never wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again. It is simply unbearable. Uncle Piccolo, now that I am out, it feels as if I have stepped into paradise. Ha ha ha. Gohan, rest well over the next few days. The Cell Games are about to commence. And I am certain Cell's expression will be quite spectacular. Piccolo said, magically providing son Gohan with a new purple martial arts uniform. Goodbye, Dandy, Uncle Piccolo, Mr. Popo. Son Gohan yawned, feeling utterly exhausted. Gohan, do come and play when you have the chance. Dandy waved farewell. Upon sensing his father Suen Wuon's energy, son Gohan instantaneously teleported home. In his house, apart from number 17 and number 18, a woman had also arrived. Ah! The woman gasped in surprise at son Gohan's sudden appearance. Who are you? How did you get into my house? Son Gohan had indeed forgotten about Melas and Batiste. Recognizing son Gohan, Melas appeared hurt as she said, You've forgotten me, Gohan? We met at a park outside the World Martial Arts Tournament. I was the one who painted. Son Gohan recalled and exclaimed with delight, It's you. Auntie, how did you end up in my house? And what about that uncle who paints? Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, along with number 18, both wearing aprons. Gohan, you're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. This is your Aunt Melas. Do be careful, as she is expecting a little one, Chi-Chi warned gently. Expecting? Son Gohan curiously glanced at Melas's abdomen. Melas smiled tenderly, gently caressing her belly. Indeed, it has been confirmed. It's a girl, and we decided to name her Paris. Chapter 79, The Opening of the Cell Games Paris. What a lovely name, son Gohan remarked playfully. After conversing for a while, they became more familiar with one another. Though he could not help but feel intrigued upon hearing about the wealth of the Batiste family, particularly regarding their jewelry dealings. 10 days swiftly passed, and after everyone had prepared, they gathered at the Heavenly Temple. Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, number 17, number 18, Tianjinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha moved swiftly towards Cell's location, ready for the ultimate confrontation. At this moment, Cell stood proudly at the center of the arena. Sensing the presence of Sun Wukong and the others, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips, unaware of the formidable challenge that awaited him. From a distant hill, a reporter concealed himself, broadcasting the event through his camera, announcing, with a resolve to face death, we bring you exclusive coverage of the Cell Games. Cell remains motionless, and with less than 20 minutes until the game commences, the hero Mr. Satan has yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, the sound of an aircraft slicing through the sky reverberated, and as it descended, the noise caught Cell's attention, as well as that of the host and the audience watching the live broadcast. What is that? The emblem of the Batiste group. The host recognized the aircraft's insignia at once. Upon landing, dozens of burly bodyguards clad in suits emerged, with a blond man at the center, wearing sunglasses and flanked by 3 individuals carrying cameras. Cell regarded the blond host in silence, curious about the audacity of this insect who dared to approach him. The hidden figures merely cowered in the corners, trembling as they attempted to capture his image. The blond host stepped forward, displaying no sign of fear, and addressed Cell, Greetings. Mr. Cell, I am the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This coverage is fully sponsored by the Batiste Group, and we have received the King's permission to broadcast the Cell Games live to the world. Oh, the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Cell mused, intrigued by the blond host's audacity as he engaged him in conversation. You possess quite a bit of courage. Who has given you such gall? Is it Sun Wukong? Cell unleashed his murderous intent, causing the blond host and his imposing companions to panic, fear evident on their faces. The blond host, despite his trepidation, bravely stated, Mr. Cell, with your power, if you truly wish to annihilate all of humanity, you would not need to grant us a chance. The reason you are hosting the Cell Games must be to defeat Mr. Wukong and his companions, am I correct? Cell remained silent, his cold gaze piercing. The blond host continued, Mr. Cell, you also desire to personally defeat Mr. Wukong before the eyes of the entire world, do you not? What do you think? Who would prevail between myself and Suen Wukong? Shalu appeared to be quite amused, sensing the intriguing nature of the host of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. The blond host, without a moment's hesitation, declared, Mr. Wukong and his companions will undoubtedly triumph. The suited men behind him were left speechless, while Shalu's expression remained inscrutable, masking either joy or anger. After I defeat Suen Wukong and his allies, I hope you remain as you are now. Shalu slowly raised his open palm, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. With a whoosh, a wave of energy shot towards a distant valley, where a journalist and his crew, who had been covertly filming, were obliterated into fragments, their camera reduced to rubble, buried beneath a cloud of dust. The blond host mechanically turned his head just as Dayton and his group, who had just arrived in a car, were equally dumbfounded. One of Dayton's disciples, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Just now, Shalu unleashed a yellow blast that completely obliterated that mountain. Ah, more bothersome flies have arrived, incessantly buzzing, much like that wretched woman named Sinuo, utterly infuriating. Hee hee. I shall consider this a warm-up." Shalu shouted furiously, casting a derisive glance at Dayton's vehicle, his palm emitting a wave of energy. At that moment, the broadcast channel had connected to the blonde host, and the scene was being streamed live across the globe. "This is bad. Jump out of the car." Dayton, wide-eyed with terror, felt the gravity of the situation and hurriedly opened the door to leap out. However, the others lacked his agility, and his disciple and secretary were annihilated alongside their vehicle. "Mr. Dayton," the blonde host was astounded, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground, his mind reeling. Did he truly become so arrogant from the flattery of others, completely unaware of Shalu's terrifying nature? Before you arrive, let us witness a shower of blood." Shalu pointed menacingly at Dayton, unleashing a savage, wrathful laugh. Dayton's body began to float uncontrollably, a technique reminiscent of Frieza's abilities, akin to the ritual of sacrifice during the birth of Super Saiyan. Why am I floating? Stop. What are you doing? Dayton's heart raced with fear, recalling past events he wished to forget. His real name was Make. In his youth, he trained at a martial arts dojo in a place called Dayton City, rising to become the world champion due to his considerable strength and a stroke of luck when his opponents fell ill. One fateful day, while intoxicated at a tavern with his master, he mocked the hairstyle of Tao Bai Bai, resulting in his master being killed and him suffering severe injuries. From that day forth, he vowed never to battle against foes of indeterminate identity and overwhelming strength. Now, he had a singer wife named Majin. With the resumption of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, he participated for his wife and for Bidalai, ultimately claiming victory, momentarily forgetting past pains. Reflecting now, he thought, "Am I destined to follow in my master's footsteps? Am I to perish? I do not wish to die." Majin Bidalai. Tears streamed down Dayton's face as he gazed at Shalu in despair. Shalu felt a pang of pain in his eyes, recalling events from Baidu. And he could no longer dismiss these insignificant ants, erupting into a maniacal laugh. Sinuo, I shall employ methods hundreds of times more brutal to eliminate you." Suddenly, Suen Wuon arrived in a flash, landing before Shalu and delivering a high kick. Lacking the power of Super Saiyan transformation, the force was insufficient, and Shalu was pushed back several meters on the arena. With a whoosh, Dayton fell from the air, and Suen Wuon swiftly caught him by the collar, gently placing him on the ground. As Suen Wukong and the others descended from the sky, the game orchestrated by Shalu was set to commence. Chapter 80. Lightning Shalu and Suen Wuon. I am saved. Thank you for rescuing me. I am truly grateful. Dayton exclaimed, weeping as he clung to Suen Wuon's leg. Suen Wuon's cold gaze softened slightly, filled with a mix of disdain and helplessness as he attempted to shake him off. All right, calm down. Stop crying. Your snot is getting all over my martial arts uniform. Please let go of me." The stoic 18 approached Suen Wuon, stating, "If you do not release him, I will kill you." Dayton, momentarily jolted back to reality, quickly released Suen Wuon's leg, standing up with trembling limbs, his eyes wide, sniffling, and panicked. He pleaded, I understand. Please do not kill me." Suen Wuon, repulsed, shook off his pants, while 18, with a hint of warning, remarked, "Don't frighten him." "Humph, who is frightening him? I do not know why, but I find him utterly displeasing. Wuon, keep your distance from him." 18 eyed Dayton with suspicion, her instincts urging caution. After Suen Wuon had cleaned himself, he breathed a sigh of relief, while the blonde host had begun conversing with Suen Wukong. "You are truly bold and dedicated," Kring remarked in astonishment. Of course. I am an exceptional professional host. Under any circumstance, I will not forget my responsibilities," the blonde host replied, adjusting his sunglasses with a smile. Suen Wuon, 18, and the trembling Dayton approached as they observed Shalu rubbing his eyes, his face contorted with rage. Suen Wuon suddenly comprehended why Shalu had turned his wrath upon these ordinary individuals. "Aunt Sinuo, you are truly invincible," Suen Wuon exclaimed in admiration, recognizing her as the only woman he genuinely respected, unlike his mother Chi-Chi, 18, or Bulma, who had never inspired such feelings of praise. Shalu crossed his arms, surveying Suen Wuon and his companions below the arena, electric arcs dancing around him as he smirked. Who among you wishes to ascend and meet your demise first? Suen Wuon turned to his companions, saying, Father, everyone, allow me to take the lead. It is time to put an end to Sha Lu's reign. Initially, I intended to be the first, but given the extraordinary nature of this opponent, I shall concede this opportunity to you. Wuon, we will keep watch of our surroundings. You can focus on the battle. Suen Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan, ready to assist, while Vegeta scoffed before also assuming Super Saiyan form, with Piccolo and others following suit. Suen Wuon steadily approached the arena, his golden aura swirling as he transformed into Super Saiyan, facing Sha Lu with renewed strength. He ascended to Super Saiyan 2, causing no disturbance, but exuding an air of calmness, electric arcs flickering around him, his golden hair lengthening. Thank you for your patience, Sha Lu. Suen Wuon, dressed in a purple martial arts uniform, stood in Super Saiyan 2, his golden tail swaying gently, green eyes sharp and focused. Piccolo smiled approvingly. Wuon, your control over Super Saiyan 2's power has become quite adept. TCH, you have already reached this level. Vegeta gritted his teeth, realizing he had fully mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan, while Super Saiyan 2 remained out of reach. Suen Wukong could also transform into Super Saiyan 2, but not with the same tranquility as Suen Wuon. The more composed one was, the more stable their control over their power became. Sha Lu sensed that Suen Wuon's energy now rivaled his own, yet he remained unafraid and eager for battle. Shall you take the first step into the arena? Very well. The greatest pleasure must be reserved for the end. Sun Wukong, it is now time for you to experience the ultimate power that transcends the complete form. Whoosh, whoosh. The figures of Sha Lu and Sun Wukong vanished before the eyes of the golden-haired host and others, leaving countless spectators momentarily stunned. The golden-haired host, having witnessed much, addressed the audience through the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, does it not seem strange that Sha Lu and Sun Wukong have disappeared? In truth, they have not vanished. If you listen closely, you can still hear the sounds of combat. Their speed is so extraordinary that they elude our naked eyes. Unbelievable. Who is this host? Exactly. What do you mean we can't see them? They must be hiding. Many viewers, upon hearing the golden-haired host's words, erupted in curses. Despite witnessing so much, they were unwilling to accept the host's explanation. Oblivious to the viewers' sentiments, the golden-haired host continued. During the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd World Martial Arts Tournaments, a gathering of heroes took place. The one battling fiercely against Sha Lu is none other than Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wukong. It was in that year that the Demon King Piccolo was defeated by Mr. Sun Wukong, saving us all and rescuing this world. Now, Mr. Sun Wukong's child, Sun Wukong, has taken up the mantle to combat the crisis threatening our world, engaging in a fierce battle with Sha Lu. The mention of the Demon King Piccolo silenced the enraged crowd, forcing them to reluctantly accept the reality. This world harbors immense powers, beings that have returned from the dead, and monsters capable of annihilating existence. Now, encountering events that diverge from the memories of travelers, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. The power of lightning Sha Lu surpassed that of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 form, and in the days that followed, he continued to refine his strength. However, in comparison to Sun Wukong's ability to control Super Saiyan 2 at will, his power was still insufficient. Sun Wukong had already surpassed Sha Lu by a significant margin. Bang! Each time Sun Wukong's figure emerged in the crowd's view, his attacks landed heavily upon Sha Lu, delivering punches, knee strikes, flying kicks, and elbow blows. While Sha Lu failed to land a single blow on him. Bang! Sun Wukong clenched his fists and delivered a powerful strike, sending Sha Lu crashing to the ground, shattering the arena. The ground fractured outward from the point of Sha Lu's impact. Satan's eyes nearly bulged out. He was utterly dumbfounded that the young Sun Wukong, roughly the same age as his daughter, could defeat such a terrifying monster. Huh! Sun Wukong unleashed a fierce energy wave towards the grounded Sha Lu. Spit! Sha Lu coughed up purple blood, his palms forming a claw-like shape. Kamehameha. The robust blue energy wave collided with Sun Wukong's energy blast, the clash dimming the brilliance of the world around them. Both Sha Lu and the viewers who witnessed this scene were left speechless, while the golden-haired host stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting to commentate. The Kamehameha wave relentlessly pressed forward, targeting Sun Wukong, suspended in midair. Chapter 81, For Bodies of the Fist. The casually released energy wave could not hope to suppress Sha Lu's concentrated Kamehameha. Whoosh! Sun Wukong maneuvered in the air, making a wide turn. Under Sha Lu's astonished gaze, he landed a heavy punch to Sha Lu's abdomen. The Kamehameha dissipated, and Sha Lu spewed saliva mixed with blood, landing at the edge of the arena. Magic Flash Bomb. Sun Wukong formed a golden, robust energy sphere in his palm and hurled it forward, then paused before charging in. Sha Lu's gaze sharpened. The power of the Magic Flash Bomb equated to that of the Magic Flash, far beyond that of an ordinary energy blast. With great effort, he caught the Magic Flash Bomb. Gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his arms, he exerted all his strength to fling it away. Bang! At that very moment, as Sun Wukong descended, his legs brutally struck Sha Lu's head, mercilessly crushing it. Were he an ordinary life form, he would have been killed by Sun Wukong's foot. Sha Lu unleashed an energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong leaped back, evading Sha Lu's attack and landing smoothly. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing the battle between Sun Wukong and Sha Lu. Compared to before, Sun Wukong had become an entirely different fighter, smiling softly and remarking, "Your combat skills have improved significantly." Wukong. Sha Lu stood up, his nearly flattened head causing the golden-haired host and the live audience to feel a chill. It was truly unbelievable. Sha Lu's head, which had clearly been crushed, was somehow still intact. This scene was somewhat unnerving. The golden-haired host continued to comment, his voice trembling. Sha Lu's head rapidly restored itself, revealing a sinister grin as he laughed maniacally. Sun Wukong. This stage that decides the fate of the world is indeed too small. Since that's the case. Boom. Sha Lu unleashed an energy wave that obliterated the arena beneath him, while Sun Wukong soared into the air to evade the destruction. Dust swirled, and the blinding light compelled Krillin and the other spectators to instinctively shield their eyes. Sun Wukong gently descended from the air as the dust settled. Arcs of electricity flickering around him, and the second round of battle with Sha Lu commenced. This world is but a stage for this game, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, uttering not a word, as his energy surged. Lightning Sha Lu had attained Super Saiyan 2 form, and the disparity in power was not insurmountable. Defeating him would not be an easy feat, and more importantly, Sha Lu must not be allowed to escape. Solar Flare. Sha Lu revealed a cold smile, placing his palms on his forehead. Sun Wukong, who had been focused on Sha Lu, swiftly closed his eyes, while Sun Wukong and others did the same. Only the golden-haired host, wearing sunglasses, remained unaffected. Whoosh! After executing the solar flare, Sha Lu instantly appeared behind Sun Wukong, condensing an energy blast in his palm. Sun Wukong shifted his body to the right, and then pivoted, trapping Sha Lu's arm with his right arm before forcefully leaning back, striking Sha Lu's face with the back of his head. Sha Lu winced in pain as Sun Wukong swiftly turned to deliver an elbow strike to Sha Lu's abdomen, followed by an uppercut that sent him flying. Universal Shockwave. Sun Wukong's palms glowed with a dark green light, crackling with electricity as he charged towards Sha Lu. Just as the universal shockwave was about to hit Sha Lu, he split into four, scattering and surrounding Sun Wukong. That is Tien Shinhan's own technique. The golden-haired host, having witnessed much, exclaimed, "This is the four bodies of the fist, a technique used by Tien Shinhan in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. I can't believe Sha Lu can use this technique too." The camera shifted to Tien Shinhan, whose grim expression was now visible to the audience. During the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Satan turned stiffly at the golden-haired host's words, realizing that this technique had indeed appeared before, questioning if he had heard wrong. Suddenly, memories flooded back. The sponsor of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Batiz, had looked at him with disappointment, not even sparing him a glance. The golden-haired host had also mentioned that the skill level of participants in this tournament was disappointingly low. Satan's gaze shifted forward, where Sun Wukong was entangled with the four Sha Lus, their forms barely visible. That boy named Sun Wukong appeared to be of a similar age to Biddy Lee. If he were to be with Bai Di Li, it would undoubtedly propel him to great heights. Moreover, the bashful demeanor he displayed after rescuing me suggests he is indeed a gentle and kind-hearted individual. As Sa Detian contemplated this, he envisioned the future with Sun Wufan as his son-in-law, delighting in the thought of his own ascension. Just then, a chilling voice, laced with murderous intent, interrupted his reverie, causing Sa Detian to shudder. He turned to find number 18, her fists clenched and a frosty expression upon her face, glaring at him. Absolutely not. I was merely feeling grateful to be alive, Sa-de-Tian hastily explained, though he was intrigued about the relationship between the striking blonde woman and Suen Wuon. Was she his sister, or perhaps his mother? It might be wise to avoid provoking her, and he resolved to play matchmaker for Bai Li in due time. If successful, Sa-de-Tian would soar to unprecedented heights. Number 18 stood with her hands on her hips, distancing herself from Sa-de-Tian, her expression one of disdain. For reasons unknown to her, she was increasingly irritated by the explosive-haired man and felt an urge to unleash a ki blast upon him. Sheru's four-body fist appeared even more proficient than Tianjin Fan's technique, prompting Tianjin Fan to exclaim in frustration, "How infuriating." While the four bodies can transform into four individuals, their power becomes diluted. Yamcha interjected, yet Sheru's strength and speed seem unaffected. Tianjin Fan replied, "Though it pains me, Sheru has mastered the four-body fist far better." In an instant, Sheru surrounded Suen Wuon with his four copies, each executing distinct techniques. Kamehameha, Demon Flash, Demon Beam, Ki Blast. Suen Wuon darted upwards, the violent clash of energy beneath him creating a colossal mushroom cloud. The force was so intense that had it not been for Sun Wukong shielding the blonde host and others, they might have been blown away. Don't even think about escaping. As Suen Wuon soared into the sky, the four Sheris emitted arcs of energy, hot on his trail. Suen Wuon glanced back with a calm smile. "I've been waiting for you." Chapter 82. Kamehameha Demon Flash with his left hand. Suen Wuon summoned four Kamehameha blasts, save for his thumb, and hurled them towards the approaching Sheru. Boom, boom, boom. The Kamehameha blast struck Sheru, causing him to crash to the ground, his forms collapsing back into one. Suen Wuon launched a Demon Flash, but Sheru, with a fierce glare, gathered energy for a ki wave, using its recoil to propel himself into the sky, escaping the blast radius. The battle raged on, yet Suen Wuon remained unfazed. Had he been his former self, facing off against the tenacious Sheru would have stirred impatience within him. But now, his calm demeanor remained intact, even amidst a life-and-death struggle. Undaunted by the Saiyan blood coursing through him, with swift movements, Suen Wuon closed in on Sheru, who crossed his arms defensively. Their clash reverberated through the air, the force sending tremors through Sheru's entire being, fracturing his arms. He plummeted to the ground, landing amidst the dust of the previous explosion. Had he not blocked with his arms, Suen Wuon's kick might have shattered his skull, with purple blood spilling from his mouth and nostrils. Sheru felt his resolve faltering. He realized Suen Wuon's power far surpassed his own. Despite having attained a form beyond full power, he had not inflicted a single injury upon Suen Wuon. "Why? How can you possess such strength?" "I have attained the ultimate power. I am the strongest." He unleashed his ki blade, a golden-edged energy disc, aimed at the airborne Suen Wuon. "That is my ki blade." As Suen Wuon soared, Sheru coldly manipulated the ki blade, pursuing him. Yamcha, astonished, remarked, "Sheru has combined my ki control with the ki blade. What a formidable opponent." Piccolo, gritting his teeth, trembled. "Sheru is a significant threat. We must not let him escape." "I know." Suen Wukong's pale green eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, ready to transform into Super Saiyan 2 to thwart any escape attempt. With a derisive smile, Sheru pointed to the sky, channeling Frieza's death beam towards Suen Wuon. Suen Wuon tilted his head, evading the initial death beam, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his pale green eyes as he maximized his energy. With a furious roar, Suen Wuon's golden aura erupted, creating an energy shield that shattered both the ki blade and the incoming death beam. What? Sheru was momentarily stunned by the intensity of Suen Wuon's power. Gathering pale green energy in his palm, Suen Wuon manifested the Wan Gui Jing Tian palm, shaping it into a sharp energy spear. This was a new technique he developed by continuing the legacy of Kame Sennin's Wan Gui Jing Tian palm, converting the energy into a solid form while maintaining the original technique's potency. Catch! Suen Wuon hurled the dark green energy spear, crackling with arcs of electricity, toward Sheru. Thud! The speed was overwhelming, and Sheru had no time to react as the energy spear pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Sheru let out a pained scream, the dark green energy coursing through him, paralyzing him with electric shocks. Through the live broadcast, Kame Sennin, witnessing this moment, was astounded, unable to believe his eyes, while Oolong and Pu'er were left speechless. "That's my Wan Gua Jing Tian Palm," Kim Senin exclaimed. "Isn't that the technique you used against Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Oolong added. Pu'er, leaning on the table, remarked, "Incredible. Sun Wufan is only 9 years old, even more formidable than Wukong at that age." At last, the battle with Sheru had concluded. Kim Senin's eyes sparkled behind his sunglasses. Now that Sheru was immobilized by the Wan Gua Jing Tian Palm, the energy spear would not dissipate until its power was fully expended. Sun Wufan descended before Sheru, his pale green eyes cold and devoid of emotion, his aura surging to its peak, ready to eliminate Sheru once and for all. "Wonderful, wonderful. Wufan, you've done it." Sheru is utterly immobilized. Sun Wukong cheered excitedly. The blonde host, equally elated, announced, "Fantastic. Look, everyone. Sheru is completely immobilized by Sun Wufan's Wan Gua Jing Tian Palm. We have won." Both the viewers of the live broadcast and those anxiously waiting at Baozi Mountain, including Chi and Nyo Mo Wang, finally felt at ease. Sun Wufan formed a flower-shaped gesture with his hands before him, golden energy accumulating and radiating outwards, enveloped in a halo of blue light. "What is that?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. Piccolo crossed his arms, wearing a smug expression as he looked at Sun Wukong. "What do you think, Wukong? You didn't expect this, did you? Besides the completely new Wan Gua Jing Tian Palm, Wufan has combined my Demon Flash with the Kamehameha to create a new technique." The rumbling sound reverberated as the white clouds above were dispersed by the energy unleashed by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was acutely aware that within Shalu lay a core cell. If he did not obliterate it, Shalu could not be vanquished. Throughout the battle, he had been searching for an opportunity to bind Shalu, before unleashing his full power to annihilate him. The disparity in power between Sun Wukong and Lightning Shalu was not insurmountable. Even a full-force attack that missed its mark would be a mere waste of energy. The Kamehameha wave burst forth, a brilliant blend of gold and blue energy that obscured the light. As it struck Shalu's body, amidst his furious and resentful roars, not even a single cell remained. Utterly annihilated and evaporated. Yet the onslaught did not cease. The Kamehameha wave continued its trajectory, piercing through the clouds and into the vastness of outer space, escaping the solar system and settling within an unknown galaxy. The fusion of the Kamehameha wave and the magic flash was not merely a sum of their individual powers. The sky became a blinding spectacle, captivating those present, including Sun Wukong and his companions. The violent tremors it unleashed caused the earth to shudder, inducing a cold sweat even among the likes of Bick. During training in the hyperbolic time chamber, the magnitude of this power had not been apparent. The entire galaxy quaked. And had it struck the Earth or any celestial body within the solar system, it could have resulted in catastrophic destruction. As the dust settled, the sky regained its former hue. Sun Wukong stared blankly at his own hands, fearing that Shalu might resurrect. Thus, he had amplified his power significantly, never anticipating the immense force that would arise from the combination of the magic flash and Kamehameha. To illustrate, if two individuals of equal strength were to unleash a Kamehameha, it might shatter a stone, while the magic flash could obliterate a mountain. "Wukong, you've acted recklessly. Thankfully, your Kamehameha wave extended beyond the solar system. Otherwise, Bick would have been apprehensive upon his arrival," Sun Wukong admonished. Sun Wukong reverted to his usual form, his dark hair and eyes softening as he lowered his head in humility. "I apologize, Uncle Bick, Dad, and everyone. I did not expect such power. Given that Shalu possesses Uncle Bick's cells, I feared he could resurrect." Sun Wukong reassured him, "It's all right, Wukong. Just be cautious next time. You are still unfamiliar with this technique. With practice, you will learn to concentrate its power." "I understand, Father." Sun Wukong humbly accepted his error. His purple martial arts uniform devoid of dust, having maintained the upper hand throughout the encounter with Lightning Shalu. As Sun Wukong grew, so too did his combat experience. The events on Namek felt like a dream, vivid and recent. Many memories diverged from the experiences of the traveler, altering the course of events. For instance, in the traveler's recollection, his father, Sun Wukong, would perish due to Shalu's self-detonation. Sun Wukong, however, could not afford to repeat such mistakes and had even developed the energy exchange technique, sending Lightning Shalu directly to the underworld. Further changes emerged. For instance, the person broadcasting the events funded by Body, was replaced with the original host of the World Martial Arts Tournament, bringing the battle against Shalu into the public eye. Daz, too, would have no opportunity to deceive as he had in the Traveler's memories. Wow. Krillin, Suen Wuon, Yamcha, and No. 18 jubilantly tossed Suen Wuon into the air, celebrating their victory. Bick and number 17 beamed with smiles from the sidelines, while Vegeta crossed his arms, watching the scene unfold. Meanwhile, this entire spectacle was captured by an insect-like surveillance device. On an unnamed island beyond the South City, a plethora of animals thrived amidst dense forests. Atop a mountain, an entrance to a laboratory could be seen, where a tall man with an orange pineapple hairstyle observed everything unfold through a screen. Should Suen Wuon be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as Android 16 from the Traveler's memories, albeit devoid of the Red Ribbon Army's insignia. Android 16 wore a subtle smile, exuding an aura of both intimidation and benevolence. He left his seat and descended a staircase. Inside a massive glass container, a graceful figure floated within a nurturing liquid, her long brown hair drifting gently. She embraced her chest with alabaster hands, maintaining a modest demeanor. The glass container was connected to 2 tubes, and as Android 16 entered, the brown-haired woman continued to float serenely within. Though silent, her ethereal voice resonated clearly. Android 16, how is it outside? Are the androids still wreaking havoc? Suen Wuon and his companions have vanquished Shalu. Number 17 and number 18 are no longer malevolent, and Dr. Gero and number 19 perished long ago. Android 16 relayed the circumstances unfolding beyond. Shalu is gone. That is splendid news. How remarkable Suen Wuon and his allies are. Yet, it is regrettable that I have not had the chance to participate. I am not yet fully modified, she responded playfully, her voice light and melodic. I am deeply grateful to you, Dr. Wei Wen, for granting me freedom. I cherish nature and animals. I detest fighting and destruction. However, my very existence was conceived by Dr. Gero to defeat Suen Wuon, Android 16 expressed. Do you still wish to eliminate Suen Wuon? She inquired. Android 16 shook his head, replying, that is no longer feasible. Based on the energy readings from the surveillance device, Suen Wuon's current strength far surpasses mine. I could never defeat him. My sole purpose now is to ensure your survival. Dr. Wei Wen, that is of no concern. With Shalu defeated, my existence has lost its significance. Android 16, you may end my life and grant me liberation. Remaining within this container is stifling, she sighed. Dr. Wei Wen, you once told me that life holds meaning in its existence. I vow to rescue you and transform you into Android 21, he declared. Your body harbors the exceptional genes of Suen Wuon, Bick, and Frieza, yet they conflict with one another. Although your methods of creation mirror those of Shalu, you are fundamentally human and cannot maintain cellular equilibrium like him. What you lack is vitality. Otherwise, upon leaving this container, you would disintegrate due to cellular conflict. Dr. Wei Wen sighed. I was too greedy. Upon hearing of eternal youth and everlasting vitality, I chose this method of modification, only to find it a torment. Now, I yearn for a treat, perhaps some jelly. Beyond seeking vibrant cells, there is a second solution, the Dragon Balls. If one were to make a wish upon the Shenron, it may resolve your predicament, Dr. Wei Wen. Oh, the Dragon Balls. I recall the Red Ribbon Army clashed with Suen Wuon over them. Those magical orbs that grant wishes when all 7 are gathered. If so, Android 16, please reach out to Suen Wuon and his companions. They are incredibly kind. If you explain the situation, he will surely agree to assist. May AI Wei Man held a favorable impression of Suen Wuon and expressed his delight. However, number 16 opposed, stating, I fear it is not feasible, Doctor. May AI Wei Man. According to the information from the insect-shaped detector, Suen Wuon and his companions seem to have learned of our whereabouts and are intent on annihilating us. In particular, Suen Wuon has harbored a desire to eliminate us. I believe it is inappropriate to engage with them. Why would they want to kill us? I have not committed any wrongdoing. May AI Wei Man responded, displaying a somewhat aggrieved demeanor. Number 16 replied, it is unclear. May AI Wei Man, slightly exasperated, retorted, fool. Utterly foolish. A color-changing monkey with an intelligence quotient below average. How irritating. I severed ties with Dr. Gero to combat Cell, and even subjected myself to transformation as an experiment. Yet you still wish to slay me. A bunch of color-changing monkeys. In Chapter 84, titled Two Wishes, number 16, along with AI Wei Man, who had yet to transform into number 21, remained wary of Sun Wukong, Suen Wuon, and their companions, unaware of the events that had unfolded. After the ordeal with Cell concluded, Vegeta departed in silence, while Sun Wukong, Suen Wuon, and the rest of the Z warriors soared into the sky, leaving behind the blonde host, Satan, and the viewers watching through the screen, as they ascended towards the divine temple in the heavens. Upon their return, Dondi and Bobo greeted them with exuberant cheers. "Welcome back, everyone. Wuon, you were incredible. Cell had no chance against you," Dondi exclaimed with joy. Suen Wuon modestly scratched the back of his head and replied, "Cell wasn't that weak. I had a tough battle. Thanks to my father and everyone else supporting me, I could fight without worry." Sun Wukong suggested, "We should summon the dragon to revive those who perished at Cell's hands." "All right." Dondi gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls and raised his hands, calling out, "Come forth, Shenlong, grant my wish." With a thunderous roar, the sky darkened ominously, and a magnificent green dragon ascended, leaping from the shimmering Dragon Balls, its red eyes glimmering with an enchanting light. Number 17 looked up and remarked, "Is this truly the legendary wish-granting dragon? It appears rather impressive." The dragon's hollow voice resonated through the heavens, slowly stating, "The one who gathers all 7 Dragon Balls. Declare your wish. Regardless of its nature, I can grant you 3. Sun Wukong quickly interjected, 3? Shenlong, please revive those who were slain by the androids." After a brief silence, the dragon responded, "Reviving many individuals requires 2 wishes. Would you like to proceed with this wish?" "Indeed, it has turned into 2 wishes." Yamcha exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. "Yes, please, Shenlong, let us proceed with that wish." The dragon's crimson eyes sparkled with a flicker of insight. After a considerable pause, it announced, "Your first wish has been granted. Now, state your second wish." "A second wish?" The group exchanged glances, and Sun Wukong asked with curiosity, "Does anyone else have a wish?" Sun Wuon, glancing at Krillin, inquired, "Uncle Krillin, do you not have a wish to make?" "Wishes? None at all." "Ha ha ha, Wuon. Why do you ask?" Krillin looked at Sun Wuon in surprise, noting that Wuon was now nearly his height, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. No, father. Please express your wish." Sun Wuon insisted, shaking his head. He had come to terms with the changes. It was no longer the same world. And as long as one was strong enough, everything would be fine. "Then I shall declare my second wish," Sun Wukong said with a broad smile, raising his head, "Shenlong. For my second wish, please deactivate the bombs within number 17 and number 18. Sun Wufon's eyes widened in disbelief, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, coughing violently in shock, as the others struggled to comprehend the situation. Number 17 and number 18, who had been observing silently, were equally astonished by Sun Wukong's wish. "No." 17 spread his hands and asked, "Are you serious, Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong turned, smiling lightly, and replied, "When we first met, we fought, and at that moment, no." 18 attempted to detonate the bomb within her. "I sensed such a thing in my body, and it did not sit well with me. Hee. Let us all live together on Earth in harmony." Sighing, Sun Wuon gently patted Krillin's back, who appeared utterly bewildered. "Wuon, what is the matter?" Krillin inquired. "Nothing much. I merely wanted to ask Uncle Krillin and everyone what their plans are moving forward. I have suddenly had an idea that I wish to share with everyone," Sun Wuon explained. At that moment, number 18 felt shy, her cheeks flushed, unable to suppress her emotions. She had feelings for Sun Wukong, but felt she lacked the opportunity to express them. Reflecting on the situation, she lamented, "If only I had met you sooner." Yamcha observed Sun Wukong, number 18, and Sun Wuon, recognizing the underlying tensions, mused internally, "Oh my, this resembles a real-life ethical drama. Unable to be your lover. I might settle for being your daughter-in-law." Such a tragic scenario. As the dragon's eyes glimmered with a red light, the second wish was fulfilled, and the 7 Dragon Balls soared through the sky. Sun Wuon leaped, retrieving the 4-star Dragon Ball, while the remaining 6 scattered across every corner of the earth. Holding the 4-star Dragon Ball, which had now become a smooth stone, Sun Wuon smiled, saying, "Father, this is the 4-star Dragon Ball." "Ah, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Thank you, Wuon." Sun Wukong accepted it, cherishing its significance, as it would forever remind him of his grandfather. Piccolo remarked with a smile, "This is indeed beneficial. With the 4-star Dragon Ball in your possession, Anyone seeking to gather the Dragon Balls will come to you. If they are driven by greed, you and Wufan can stop them. Having integrated the wisdom of the Supreme Kai, Piccolo's perspective had shifted. The old him would never have expressed such sentiments. Krillin asked Wufan, "You mentioned having an idea to share with us. What is it?" All eyes turned to Sun Wufan as they awaited his response. Sun Wufan addressed the group. Wealth may not be omnipotent, but without it, one cannot thrive. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tianjin, and Father, unlike Piccolo and number 17, we need sustenance and rest. Currently, the blonde host is broadcasting our encounter with Cell live across the globe. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Krillin, and Uncle Tianjin could establish a martial arts school during this time. I believe many will come seeking training. A martial arts school? Establishing one? Tianjin pondered thoughtfully. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances, realizing that Sun Wufan's words resonated deeply with them. They were no longer the youthful individuals they once were. They now had to consider their daily needs. In Chapter 85, titled Number 18's Layers of Schemes, Tianjin responded, "I will consider it, Wufan. Thank you. I must return now. Dumpling and Lanchi must be worried about me." After bidding farewell to everyone, Tianjin departed from the Divine Temple. Yamcha looked earnestly at Sun Wufan and said, "This indeed is a favorable outcome. I will give it thought, Wufan. Farewell, everyone." Klin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed time to consider departure. "Goodbye, everyone. I, too, must take my leave and retreat for some quiet contemplation." One by one, the group soared into the sky. Sun Wufan approached Piccolo, inquiring, "Uncle Piccolo, will you be residing here in the future?" Piccolo affirmed, "Indeed, that is my plan." Sun Wufan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, "May I come here to play?" "Of course." Piccolo's voice softened considerably. "Goodbye, Dandy and Mr. Bobo." Sun Wufan grasped Dandy's hands, bidding farewell in turn. "Wufan, you must visit often." Dandy, at the tender age of 9, had been brought to Earth by Sun Wukong, becoming a deity, and here, his only friends were Sun Wufan, Klin, and Bulma, making his departure all the more poignant. Mr. Bobo nodded in agreement. Sun Wufan, Sun Wukong, and Android 17 and 18 flew together, intending to return directly to Baozi Mountain. However, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled Sinnoh and suggested a visit to the northern city. With wealth facilitating progress, within days, 2 twin-story apartments had been constructed. Android 18 decided to reside there, becoming neighbors. Yet, Chi-Chi remained unaware that Android 18 had initially set her sights on her husband before turning her attention to her son, should she discover this. One could only imagine her reaction. Android 18 required little sustenance, merely a modest amount of water, leading Chi-Chi's household to frequently stock jellies, beverages, and spirits, transforming the two into nearly inseparable confidants. Since the Cell Games, a month had passed, and Earth had returned to its previous tranquility, albeit Baozi Mountain was less than serene. "Mr. Wukong, are you truly not considering my offer? If you accept, the Battis Group will provide you with annual dividends exceeding 100 million. It's free money. Why refuse?" Battis's face flushed with frustration. Sun Wukong shook his head and chuckled, "I'm sorry, but business is not my forte." Battis quickly interjected, "No, Mr. Wukong. This represents 23% of the Battis Group's shares. You need not do anything. As long as the Battis Group exists, you will enjoy this privilege indefinitely. Why reject it?" Chi-Chi said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Battis, but we truly cannot accept. We are already grateful for your purchase of our jewelry." Sighing, Battis expressed his discontent. It's only been a month, and some have already begun to forget the pain, questioning if it was all a publicity stunt, while others wish to discredit it. "It's outrageous, Mr. Wukong. You have saved our world more than once." He continued, "And the king? He has accepted it without acknowledgement or commendation, opting for silence. Hoping time will erase the past, they are all fools." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and replied with a smile, "If everyone forgets, that would be even better. It would spare us much trouble." Android 17, seated on the sofa, added, "Among humanity, there will always be some self-righteous fools, destined to remain blind to the broader horizon." Chi-Chi suddenly recalled something, narrowing her eyes with a smile that bore an unsettling undertone. "Wukong, I haven't asked you yet. After defeating Cell, did you speak with Sinnoh? What did she say to you?" "Nothing, Chi-Chi, absolutely nothing. We are merely friends. I have told you everything, truly." Sun Wukong responded, somewhat evasively. After defeating Cell, on his way home, he had visited Sinnoh. As for what transpired, Sinnoh had confessed her long-hidden feelings to Sun Wukong, who, of course, declined. When Chi-Chi inquired later, he clarified the situation. Battis observed Sun Wukong with an understanding smile, recognizing that an exceptional man is invariably surrounded by admirers. By the way, where's Wufan? Is he not home? Chi-Chi replied, Wufan is out with Android 18. She needed help carrying items. Battis's expression shifted to one of sympathy. I didn't realize Wufan, at such a young age, would experience the burdens of adulthood. Meanwhile, in the city, Android 18 donned a fitted blue dress with a matching jacket, a white blouse, and high heels, exuding an alluring charm with every movement. Sun Wufan, dressed in his finest suit, appeared polished and refined, his tail wrapped around his thigh, concealing any hint of his true nature. I didn't expect you to ask me to help carry things, and 18. Sun Wufan sighed in relief, fearing Android 18's unpredictable nature might lead to unreasonable demands. What did you call me? Android 18 turned with a smile, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Sun Wufan. He jumped in surprise, contemplating before responding, 18. Android 18's cold demeanor melted into a radiant smile as she took Sun Wufan's hand. Is this acceptable? Wufan, let us go? Where to? He queried, puzzled. Android 18 urged him to jog along, her high heels not hindering her pace. It's too early to shop. You've been studying and training at Baozi Mountain. It's time for some relaxation. We'll play for a while before hitting the mall. Wait, 18. Weren't we supposed to return directly after shopping? Sun Wufan asked. Though he did not refuse, as his time at home was often consumed with training alongside his father or studying under Chi-Chi's watchful eye, leaving little room for leisure. A tall, striking blonde woman and a dark-haired youth appeared as a seemingly sibling pair, yet the beautiful woman harbored ulterior motives. Android 18 internally celebrated her victory, thinking, I have not defied your wishes, Wufan. Let us create an unforgettable date together. In Chapter 86, the martial arts tournament in the underworld featured roller coasters, haunted houses, meandering through the fair, watching films, and cooling off with ice cream from a street vendor. When Sun Wufan noticed cream smeared on Android 18's face, he struggled to suppress his laughter, offering her a handkerchief while pointing to his own face. With a stoic expression, Android 18 wiped it off, lightly tapping her ice cream on Sun Wufan's cheek. He froze, watching her stifle a laugh, and asked, what was that for? Android 18 giggled as she grasped Sun Wufan's arm, gently wiping away the cream from his cheek. Hold still. I'm sorry. Don't be upset, Wufan. Let me help you clean up. I'm not upset, 18. When are we going home? The sun is nearly set, and we haven't even shopped yet. He pointed to the descending sun. Android 18 acknowledged, it is indeed late. Let us go buy some clothes. By the time they returned home, darkness had enveloped the sky. Android 18 carried 2 boxes, while Sun Wufan managed over 20 in his hands. Aside from her daily wear and sleep attire, Android 18 had also purchased bikinis, causing Sun Wufan to blush profusely. Why didn't we just use instant transmission to return home, 18? He inquired. You truly lack an understanding of romance, Wufan. We are soaring through the skies, witnessing the sunset. Is it not beautiful? Though 18 spoke thus, her gaze remained fixated on Suen Wuon. No matter how enchanting the surroundings were, none could rival the allure of Suen Wuon, especially after witnessing Suen Wukong's rejection of Sinuo. Her heart had completely turned away from Suen Wukong, devoting herself entirely to Suen Wuon. As the evening glow painted the sky crimson, Suen Wuon felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The beauty of the twilight sky was truly captivating, something he had not appreciated in a long while. 18 continued. What a pity, the moon has vanished. By the way, Wufan, why do you still keep your tail? Once the Saiyans like Wukong and Baijita lost theirs, they never thought to regrow them. Besides, having a tail can be somewhat inconvenient in daily life. Why do you still retain yours? 18 looked behind Suen Wuon, who had wrapped his tail around his thigh, thus concealing it from view. Suen Wuon had long prepared his answer, anticipating someone would inquire. Though he did not expect 18 to ask this first, he chuckled. Actually, after I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I have often pondered what it would be like to become a great ape as a Super Saiyan. Transforming into a great ape would amplify my power tenfold, and I believe combining these two forms would trigger a qualitative change. Suen Wuon was reminded of the Super Saiyan 4 from the memories of a traveler, which was the reason he kept his tail. The intensity of transformation ultimately hinges on one's foundational strength. So Suen Wuon regarded Super Saiyan 4 merely as a means of transformation, with the focus remaining on inherent strength. 18 grimaced, coldly retorting, "If you were to become that hideous creature, I would certainly sever your tail." Suen Wuon instinctively recoiled from 18, exclaiming, "I merely mentioned it as a transformation." 18 scoffed derisively, yet within her, she envisioned Suen Wuon's clothes tearing apart upon transformation into a great ape, which excited her. However, she kept these thoughts concealed, knowing Suen Wuon was still young and needed to be guided step by step. As someone who could ride the Kintown, Suen Wuon stirred within her an impulse to corrupt his innocence. Upon returning home, Suen Wuon realized it was quite late, nearly dark, and found his father, Suen Wukong, dressed once again in a vibrant orange martial arts uniform. "Dad, why are you wearing that outfit again? Is there an enemy?" Suen Wuon inquired, puzzled. Suen Wukong chuckled. "Not at all, Wuon. Lord Kai just informed me that the other world will host a martial arts tournament, featuring many skilled fighters." "A martial arts tournament in the other world? Can living beings enter?" Suen Wuon gasped in astonishment. Suen Wukong nodded with a smile, "Indeed. Lord Kai and the Grand Kai have agreed to allow me to stay in the other world for 6 months. Hee Wuon. You've been a bit lax in your training lately. When I return, I will surely surpass you. But Mom is pregnant, and she needs someone to take care of her." Suen Wuon protested, but he was interrupted by 18, who emerged from the room alongside Chi-Chi, now clad in casual attire. "I will take care of Chi-Chi. She has already explained everything to me." Chi-Chi caressed her abdomen, wearing a gentle smile. "Wukong, take care." Suen Wukong smiled softly. "Apologies, Chi-Chi. You have always accommodated me. Do not worry. I will return stronger and quietly witness the birth of our child." "Yes, it must be safe, Wukong." Chi-Chi nodded with a smile. In an instant, Suen Wukong teleported to the North Kai's realm, vanishing from the room. Over the next 6 months, Suen Wuon contemplated his father's other form, Super Saiyan 3. Currently, Suen Wukong had achieved Super Saiyan 2, and after training in the other world, it was not impossible for him to attain Super Saiyan 3. Even if surpassed, Suen Wuon would feel nothing but joy for his father. However, he could not afford to remain stagnant, especially with the looming threat of Majin Buu 7 years hence, not to mention the ominous Majin 21 spoken of by future Bra. Mastering Super Saiyan 4 was imperative. Suen Wuon resolved to explore this path, for he would not allow the events foretold by Bra to transpire. If his strength could reach the mysterious state described in the traveler's memories, and then he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 atop that foundation, he believed he would be formidable enough to rival even Jiren from the Tournament of Power. Yet, Suen Wuon remained preoccupied with how to maintain composure during his transformation into a great ape. His father had previously mentioned his laxity in training, which was the very reason for his concern. Perhaps it was time to consult with Piccolo and the others. They might possess some insight. Suen Wuon recalled the mental barrier imparted to him by the elder Namekian and intended to collaborate with Piccolo on Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 87. Journey to the Kai's planet the following morning after breakfast. Suen Wuon explained the situation to his mother Chi-Chi and grandfather Nioma Wang before soaring toward the heavenly realm, accompanied by 18 and 17. "What brings you both here?" Suen Wuon queried, tilting his head to glance at the two flying beside him. "I wish to ask Dondi for help in finding something," 17 replied. "I enjoy nature and animals. It is time for me to depart." "What?" Suen Wuon exclaimed in surprise. "You're leaving? Why? If it's about animals, the Baozi Mountain has plenty." 17 gently shook his head. "I must carve my own path. I cannot remain with you all forever." As Wukong said, "Living among others is quite nice. I owe him a great debt of gratitude, and once I find my place, I will return to inform you." Ultimately, he thought to himself that you all might very well become my family. Suddenly struck by a thought, 17 smiled and asked, "By the way, Wuon, may I take your game consoles with me?" "Sure, they were a gift from my grandfather, but Mom never lets me touch them." Suen Wuon's face fell. He had never been allowed to play with them since his grandfather, Nioma Wang, had given them to him, and his mother, Chi-Chi, had scolded both his grandfather and father. With a hint of amusement in her eyes, 18 imagined the scene and flashed a beautiful smile, revealing her silver teeth. "How tragic. Wuon, your childhood sounds truly miserable." Suen Wuon gazed at his hands, reflecting on his childhood. At age 4, he had already been surviving in the wilderness with Uncle Piccolo. And by 5, he was battling alongside everyone against the Saiyans, followed by the harrowing events on Namek, leading him to this moment. Lowering his head, he thought of all the chaos that had defined his childhood. Excluding the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was still merely 9 years old. Before long, the trio arrived at the temple, where Dondi joyfully exclaimed, "Wufan, 17, 18, welcome." Suen Wuon and Dondi embraced warmly. Uncle Piccolo, Suen Wuon looked up with a smile. 17 took the opportunity to request Dandy's assistance, while 18 watched with curiosity, eager to see what would transpire should Suen Wuon merge Super Saiyan and Great Ape forms. Sun Wuon revealed his intentions to Piccolo, who cast an astonished glance at Wufon's tail and remarked, "Combining the transformation into a Great Ape with Super Saiyan, Wufan. That seems rather reckless." "Indeed, I seek your assistance, Uncle Piccolo. Is there any method or similar technique that could allow me to retain my consciousness after transforming into a Great Ape?" Despite the uncertain authenticity of Super Saiyan 4, he wished to experiment. Should he succeed, he would feel more confident in confronting the future threat of Majin 21. Piccolo shook his head, apologizing. "I lack the abilities or techniques in that regard, Wufan." "What led you to entertain such thoughts?" Wufan swayed his tail and replied, "Ever since it regrew, I've harbored this idea. However, upon transforming into a Great Ape, I lose my rationality, which dissuaded me from attempting it." After pondering for a moment, Piccolo said, "We cannot experiment on Earth. If it spirals out of control, it would be disastrous. Where then? How about we try it on King Kai's planet?" Wufan rested his chin on his left hand, contemplating the location of their first target. "That sounds good, Wufan. Let us proceed there for the experiment. I can guide you now that I have merged with Kami. Let's go at once." Piccolo was also eager to witness the fusion of Super Saiyan and Great Ape in Wufan. Android 18 approached, resting her chin on her hand, and inquired, "May I join you? I believe I could be of assistance." After a brief hesitation, Piccolo agreed, "Very well, with your help to restrain him. I will take the opportunity to destroy the artificial moon you create. We mustn't delay. Let us depart immediately. Now, Uncle Piccolo, may I inform my mother first? I'm unsure how long I'll be away, and she will surely worry." "No, your mother would never permit you to leave. By the way, Wufan, please visit Bulma and inform her of our plans. If she speaks to your mother, it will make the situation much simpler." Piccolo had a sudden insight. Women often have endless conversations, and with 18 accompanying them, Bulma's involvement might not even be necessary. "Understood, I will go at once." Wufan swiftly departed, heading towards West City, and soon arrived at Bulma's residence. Bulma had been at home for some time. Upon hearing the situation, she readily agreed without hesitation, as she had not seen Chi-Chi in a long while. Sensing Piccolo's energy, Wufan instantaneously transported back to the sacred world. Under Piccolo's guidance, the three of them soon left for the underworld, and then they traversed the familiar snake path. With the combined strength of Wufan, Piccolo, and 18, they quickly crossed the snake path and arrived at King Kai's planet. The gravity on King Kai's planet was more than 10 times that of Earth, yet the three experienced little discomfort. 18 looked around curiously, exclaiming, "Is this King Kai's planet? It's so small." Piccolo opened the door to North Kai's chamber. Finding it empty, even North Kai's pets, Bubbles and Gregory, were absent. "Oh, it seems North Kai has taken Goku to participate in the martial arts tournament in the underworld and is not here." Wufan hesitated, expressing, "Is this really all right? Uncle Piccolo, should we wait for King Kai to return and seek his permission before trying?" "No need, Wufan. You should attempt to transform into a Great Ape now. It could be 6 months before King Kai returns. Let us begin our training." Piccolo urged Wufan to start promptly, while 18 distanced herself, knowing that Wufan in his Great Ape form would be uncontrollable. If things went awry, she would need to stop him and destroy the artificial moon. Wufan utilized his energy to create an artificial moon, wearing the attire that Bulma had specially prepared for him, akin to battle gear. Under the light of the artificial full moon, Wufan's body expanded dramatically, his black fur transforming into gold, his eyes glowing crimson. "He's turned golden," Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. 18 remained vigilant, observing Wufan closely. With a primal roar, Wufan, now a colossal golden Great Ape, pounded his chest, clad in blue battle attire. Having changed from his previous clothing, the intensity of his energy exerted immense pressure on Piccolo. "It's out of control, 18, Piccolo exclaimed, swiftly evading and raising his voice. Without hesitation, 18 approached the golden Great Ape, placing her palms on her forehead. Solar flare. The blinding light forced the golden great ape to shield its eyes. At that moment, Piccolo destroyed the artificial moon in the sky. Wufan reverted to his human form, collapsing to the ground. It was apparent that he could not maintain rationality like Vegeta. Even Goku had struggled greatly in the past, overcoming many trials before achieving success. The road ahead is long and arduous, Wufan mused. Wufan, are you alright? 18 and Piccolo rushed to his side, concerned. Wufan gently shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. Uncle Piccolo, 18. I apologize for losing control. I could not manage myself just now. 18, typically worried, cautiously suggested, Wufan, if it's too difficult, perhaps it's best to abandon the idea. Losing control is dangerous and could harm you. Piccolo added, the great ape transformation indeed exhibited different characteristics. But losing one's rationality renders such power akin to that of a beast. Wufan stood up, brushing off the dust, and smiled, Uncle Piccolo. The distinction between us and beasts lies in our capacity for rational self-control. When I regained my senses, I felt a connection. Uncle Piccolo, 18, I implore you. I sense that if I can master the power of the golden great ape. He paused. I cannot do this alone. I need your assistance. There is still the matter of the 21st android on Earth, and I refuse to remain idle. Piccolo, sensing Wufan's desperation, softened and agreed. Though he and 18 were hesitant about allowing Wufan to attempt it, fearing for his well-being, they ultimately relented. Wufan, what do you mean by connection? 18 asked sternly. If you don't clarify, I won't hesitate to cut off your tail. She gestured dramatically, causing Wufan to instinctively cover his tail in alarm. Wufan quickly recounted his recent sensations. I felt an exhilarating rush, as if my blood were ablaze. Previously, I never experienced such a feeling when transforming into a great ape. The existence of Super Saiyan 4 was indeed real. The sensations he described were genuine, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. Yet, he recognized his inability to manage this alone and required assistance, knowing that in his uncontrolled state, he would be akin to a beast. Piccolo sighed. All right, this time, 18, and I will withdraw to the snake path. Wufan, this time, you must channel more of your energy to create an artificial full moon. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Wufan comprehended his uncle's intention to exhaust his energy, enabling him to sustain the golden great ape form for an extended period. Should anything go awry, Piccolo and 18 would be able to manage it, preventing a repeat of the earlier incident with the artificial moon. Be careful, Wufan. 18 followed Piccolo as they flew to a safe distance on the snake path, leaving Wufan alone on King Kai's planet. As the artificial moon rose, the golden great ape in blue battle attire reemerged, pondering how North Kai would react upon returning to find his home in ruins. Time has passed for 2.5 months, and on Earth, Chi-Chi has been consumed with anxiety. The former Namek has not been absent for such an extended period. Bulma has been a constant companion to Chi-Chi during these days, and their bellies have grown increasingly prominent. Chi-Chi, Gohan is making plans for us, Bulma said affectionately, stroking her belly. The future Bra once mentioned that Majin 21 has turned this world upside down, and we would all perish. Both Goku and Gohan have been striving for our sake. Chi-Chi rested her chin on her left hand, gazing longingly outside, her eyes fixed far away. She could not comprehend why danger continually loomed over her family. Deep down, she wished for Goku and Gohan to remain safe, for the three of them to live a normal life together. Why did it have to be this way? Meanwhile, on Kaio's planet, Android 18 and Piccolo were flying through the air, their clothing tattered and their appearance rather disheveled. Behind them, a golden great ape clad in blue battle gear relentlessly pursued them. Android 18 had several torn areas on her knees, elbows, and pant legs, her face covered in dust. Piccolo had already shed his weighted gear, and the two were skillfully evading the great ape, each of its steps causing tremors that shook the planet. Kaio's planet was littered with craters, the once vibrant green lawns, straight driveways, towering trees, and houses reduced to mere dust and debris. Gohan, having exhausted an immense amount of energy, saw his battle power greatly diminished, allowing the two to manage the situation effectively. Wiping the dust from her face, Android 18 asked, "It's been over 2 months. Despite expending so much energy, it has lasted this long." Piccolo glanced at the artificial full moon in the sky and replied, "The artificial full moon created by Gohan has yet to dissipate. It will take nearly another month for it to fade. If it ends and Gohan is still not himself, we must return." Suddenly, the rumbling sensation ceased. Both Android 18 and Piccolo halted, turning to see the golden great ape come to a stop, its crimson eyes glimmering with a hint of awareness. With a resounding thud, energy arcs flickered around the great ape, the previous ferocity now vanished. Could it be? Has Gohan regained consciousness and transformed into a Super Saiyan 2? Piccolo pondered, staring intently at the great ape. A sudden darkness enveloped the sky as the massive form of the great ape began to shrink, shimmering with golden light. As the darkness receded, a black-haired figure clad in red emerged before them. At that very moment, Son Goku, attending the martial arts tournament in the other world, along with Krillin, Vegeta, and others on Earth, sensed the powerful aura emanating from Gohan. With a satisfied smile, Gohan's eyes dimmed, consciousness fading as he reverted to his original state. Achieving success at last. Chapter 89. Vegeta's transformation in the cosmic realm known as the Kaioshin realm. A silver-haired man with pointed ears donned a divine robe. His skin a pale lavender hue, adorned with a pair of light yellow patera earrings. What a formidable aura. It is impossible. Such a terrifying entity exists in the mortal realm and can reach the Kaioshin realm. I wonder what manner of being this is, if it is akin to Majin Buu. The man speaking was East Kaioshin. Beside him stood a tall figure named Jebbet, with long silver hair cascading freely, dressed in a flowing red robe. His skin resembling molten lava, complemented by dark green earrings. Jebbet respectfully suggested, Kaioshin-sama, let us descend to investigate. If this mortal is not a malevolent being, they might assist us in combating Majin Buu. East Kaioshin furrowed his brow, acknowledging it vanished. The imposing aura had appeared for mere seconds before abruptly dissipating. Jebbet, we must conduct an inquiry. Perhaps you are right. This individual could indeed help us confront Majin Buu. Yes, Kaioshin-sama. On Ko's planet, just as Gohan was about to collapse, Android 18 swiftly appeared, catching him and cradling him in her embrace. Did it succeed? She asked, bewildered. Gohan, with black hair, had transformed, aside from his head, chest, and hands. The rest of his body was covered in red fur, his eyes now a vivid crimson, and he wore purple pants secured with a blue belt, his appearance maturing as if he had grown up. Piccolo gazed up at the enduring artificial full moon and unleashed a ki blast, shattering it. It worked. I could distinctly feel that aura. It is incredibly strong. After 2.5 months, he has genuinely succeeded in merging the transformations of Super Saiyan and Great Ape. Android 18 raised an eyebrow, chuckling. What should we call that transformation? Could it be Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo replied with a slow smile. One might say so. Let us take Gohan back. Android 18 surveyed the devastated Ko's planet, where not a single place remained intact, tilting her head in confusion. Are we just leaving like this? Piccolo chuckled lightly. That old Ko should not have allowed his home to be reduced to this state without some form of compensation. After leaving behind a universal capsule, Piccolo and Android 18 departed Ko's planet, following the snake wave back to the other world. Gohan felt utterly exhausted, having expended immense energy. Even after creating the artificial full moon a second time, he remained in the form of the golden great ape for 2.5 months. Gradually regaining consciousness, Gohan controlled the great ape and ascended to Super Saiyan 2, triggering a fundamental transformation. Upon returning to the Heavenly Temple, Din immediately treated Gohan's wounds, healing them all. However, the exhaustion from 2 months of sleeplessness plunged Gohan into a deep slumber. He slept soundly as Piccolo smiled and gently changed Gohan's battle suit back to the original purple martial arts attire. How adorable! Android 18 cooed, cradling Gohan, her delicate fingers lightly poking his slightly childish face. Reflecting on the scene she had witnessed on Ko's planet, she mused that Gohan had grown tall and handsome. She resolved to never let go, determined not to let any other temptress take him away. Having missed the first opportunity, she did not wish to miss the second. Suddenly, a figure soared through the sky. Vegeta, clad in blue battle gear, surveyed the group and fixed his gaze upon Gohan in Android 18's arms. What happened? Was that overwhelming aura Gohan's? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration as he was diligently training to attain Super Saiyan 2. Gohan's energy had exerted a profound sense of pressure upon him. Piccolo solemnly confirmed, indeed, with the assistance of Android 18 and myself, Gohan has finally merged the transformations of Super Saiyan 2 and Great Ape over the course of 2.5 months, resulting in a new qualitative transformation. The The Great Ape has fused Super Saiyan 2 with the Great Ape form. None among them doubted Gohan's abilities, attributing it merely to his bold imagination. The Great Ape and Super Saiyan transformations, both belonging to the Saiyan lineage, had surpassed even Vegeta's expectations. Vegeta recalled his tail, which had been severed by Yajirobe, and realized that he had not grown it back since. Furthermore, the emergence of Super Saiyan had made him forget the very existence of the Great Ape transformation. Vegeta gazed at Suen Wuon, feeling an absence of the jealousy that once consumed him. Instead, he was filled with a profound sense of dissatisfaction towards himself. He had witnessed Suen Wuon's extraordinary talent and regarded him as an exceptionally gifted junior. However, Kakarot remained a rival he aspired to surpass and defeat. Though reluctant to admit it, he acknowledged that Suen Wuon's abilities surpassed his own, even as a Saiyan prince. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat. Must he transform into Super Saiyan 2 and combine with the Great Ape to trigger such a transformation? Vegeta inquired of Piccolo and Android 18. Piccolo responded affirmatively, adding that it would be best if one could freely control Super Saiyan 2. Thank you. In an instant, Vegeta sped away from the temple, leaving 18, Dandy, and Bobo in stunned silence. Piccolo, in particular, was astonished. Had Vegeta truly just expressed gratitude? Android 18, embracing Suen Wuon in a princess carry, addressed the others. It has been quite some time. Chi-Chi must be worried. I shall take Wuon home now. Once he awakens, I will return to persuade him to transform into that red-haired form. Farewell. Goodbye, 18. Be sure to take good care of Wuon. Dandy waved in farewell, cheering loudly. Hearing this, 18's gaze shifted to the unconscious Suen Wuon in her arms, his defenseless appearance striking her. A sickly blush adorned her delicate features, her eyes dreamy and enchanted, while her slender yet voluptuous legs felt a bit tense. How adorable, truly adorable. I wish to take you to a place where no one can find you, to bind you with iron chains. Wuon, our patience is nearing its limit, but you need not worry. I have always adhered to your wishes without defiance. Like a thief. She gently adorned his cheek with a light touch. In his slumber, Suen Wuon felt an itch on his face and instinctively frowned, curling up slightly in his deep sleep. 18 breathed a sigh of relief. If Suen Wuon awoke, she would be at a loss for words, as she had not yet had her fill of holding him and did not want to disturb his rest. 2 days later, Suen Wuon awoke, still feeling somewhat weak. But after a hearty meal, he regained his energy. The successful transformation into Super Saiyan 4 brought him great joy, though he faced his mother Chi-Chi's wrath for being away for over 2 months. In the following period, aside from solidifying his training, he would not neglect his studies. Speaking of which, many things had changed. The king had not been idle, and the city where the current king resided had been renamed Wukong City. Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha had indeed opened a martial arts school as he had envisioned. While they may not become wealthy, they would at least be free from financial worries. Krillin and Yamcha would no longer face the hardships depicted in the memories of the traveler. Android 17 departed with a gaming console he had never played before, and once settled, returned to share news and leave contact information before leaving. According to 18, he had met a girl from an animal protection park and seemed to be in a romantic relationship. This was a stark contrast to the future timeline of Trunks, filled with brutality and devoid of humanity, as depicted in the traveler's memories. Suen Wuon pondered whether, had his father Suen Wuon not died in the traveler's timeline, the outcome would have been different. He no longer felt the same aversion towards 18, especially after learning that she had genuinely given up on his father. His fondness for her had increased significantly, and recent events led him to believe that she was not as unreasonable as he once thought. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. And soon, after half a year, his father Suen Wuon returned from the afterlife. Upon sensing his father's energy, Suen Wuon set aside his book and instantaneously transported himself to the heavenly temple. At the same moment, Vegeta, sensing Suen Wuon's presence, swiftly moved towards the temple. Upon arriving, Suen Wuon, having just utilized instant transmission back to the temple, felt a familiar energy and joyfully exclaimed, "Wuon." Dandy waved excitedly. "Dandy, I'm here. Welcome back, Dad. You won't leave again, will you?" Suen Wuon's expression was a mix of anticipation and anxiety. His mother Chi-Chi was pregnant, and her temperament had become increasingly unpredictable. He could only comply, having inadvertently disturbed her peace multiple times with his grandfather, the Ox King, and faced her scoldings several times. Fortunately, 18 often helped by chatting with Chi-Chi. Otherwise, Sun Wukong could hardly imagine the consequences of his silent departure for over 2 months. Sun Wukong assured, I will not leave again. How is your mother? I apologize for being away for so long. Just then, Vegeta, clad in a blue combat uniform, interjected, Kakarot, you have returned from the afterlife. Indeed, Vegeta. Your strength has also significantly improved over the past 6 months. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Humph, enough chatter. With your personality, it would be impossible for you to return empty-handed from the afterlife. I can now transform into Super Saiyan 2, if you fall behind. Do not blame me for being rude. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, energy arcs crackling around him. Sun Wukong pointed at Vegeta's waist, exclaiming, Uncle Vegeta, your tail? Initially thinking it was a belt, he realized it was indeed a tail that Vegeta had somehow regrown. When confronted with Sun Wukong's inquiry, Vegeta evasively replied, It is of no significance. Kakarot, show me the results of your training in the afterlife. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, Don't be so impatient. Besides my improvement in training, I've also mastered a very powerful technique. A very powerful technique. Sun Wukong recalled the fusion from the traveler's memories. Could it be that? Sun Wukong clenched his fists at his sides, energy surging. First, I transformed further into Super Saiyan from the foundation of Super Saiyan 2. This can be regarded as the third stage of Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's energy surged explosively, his golden hair lengthening, his forehead widening, and his eyebrows vanishing. Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong had anticipated this and was not overly surprised. Wukong, that immense energy we sensed in the afterlife was indeed you, wasn't it? Sun Wukong questioned in amazement. Sun Wukong had no intention of hiding anything. As a golden aura enveloped him, his small frame expanded, towering even above current Sun Wukong. As the brilliance faded, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form revealed dark red fur, purple pants, and golden pupils gleaming with an otherworldly light. A slight smile gracing his lips. Dandy's eyes sparkled with excitement, proclaiming, Is that the transformation resulting from Wukong combining Super Saiyan with the Great Ape? It feels entirely different. Vegeta's eyes widened. It was his first time witnessing this side of Sun Wukong. The primal sensation was profound, and he felt his own bloodline suppressed. Sun Wukong teasingly glanced at his father, chuckling, Since Dad's transformation is Super Saiyan 3, I shall name this one Super Saiyan 4. How intriguing it is that the numbers associated with Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku, and Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan continue to rise. While Vegeta's training seems to lag behind, the fusion of the Super Saiyan transformation and the Great Ape form culminates in Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4. He surveyed the surroundings for a moment before focusing his gaze on Son Gohan's tail. Son Gohan explained with care, to achieve Super Saiyan 4, a tail is essential. Father, after a period of rest, you should give it a try. He then inquired, Father, does your previous statement imply there is more to explore beyond Super Saiyan 3? Son Goku withdrew his gaze, reverting to his original state with black hair and eyes, and smilingly replied, I encountered 2 Metamorans in the underworld. Although their individual strength is not remarkable, they possess a fusion technique that allows them to merge into a formidable new entity. Fusion technique. So it is. Son Gohan mused internally. Piccolo interjected, Could you demonstrate it? Of course, no problem. Son Goku responded cheerfully. Chapter 91. Summer Blaze. The Metamoran fusion technique is a secret art of the Metamorans, wherein 2 individuals perform a symmetrical dance, leading to the creation of a brand new super warrior, with their combined strength exceeding the sum of their parts. Son Goku demonstrated the movements individually, explaining the requirements of the fusion technique. The atmosphere became notably quiet as Son Gohan pondered for a moment, feeling considerable resistance. According to his memories from another world, the fused individuals would share their memories, though he found the movements quite impressive. Son Goku eagerly looked at everyone and asked, So, Gohan, would you like to try it with me? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan quickly exited his Super Saiyan 4 state and responded, Father, didn't you say that the 2 participants must have similar physiques? Moreover, what should we be called after the fusion? Kakarot Gohan. That sounds rather awkward. Indeed. That does not sound appealing. How about we try it together, Vegeta? Son Goku suggested, glancing at Vegeta with a smile. Piccolo stifled a chuckle, while Dandy burst into laughter. Vegeta promptly declared, I refuse, Kakarot. I will never fuse with you. I absolutely will not perform those shameful movements. Shameful? Nonsense. Just give it a try, Vegeta. Son Goku urged. Be quiet, Kakaroto. I will not fuse with you, you disgraceful fool. Vegeta bellowed, taking off and rapidly departing from the temple. Son Gohan chuckled gleefully. Son Goku, with a look of regret, said, What a pity, Gohan. Let us return home. Chi-Chi must have been waiting for us for quite some time. Yes, Dandy, farewell. Goodbye, Gohan. Come and play again sometime. After bidding farewell to Dandy, Son Gohan left the temple with his father, returning to Baozi Mountain. Half a year had passed, and Chi-Chi had numerous grievances and worries, pouring out her frustrations to Son Goku upon his return. Ox King, Son Gohan, and Android 18 have left, giving us some time alone, he said with a warm smile. Indeed, Grandpa. Father has reached Super Saiyan 3, while I have attained Super Saiyan 4, Son Gohan explained, glancing at Android 18 for emphasis. Android 18 blinked, recalling something, and remarked, You Saiyans certainly have a plethora of transformations. First 1, then 3, and now 4. What's next? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Son Gohan shook his head in denial. Not at all. Enough with the jokes, Android 18. Each transformation is merely a means to enhance combat power. Even if there are Super Saiyan 5, 6, or 7, I will not blindly pursue these transformations. Android 18 nodded, somewhat understanding. As summer settled in, Son Gohan had grown taller, now around 11 years old if accounting for his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. It's so hot today, Gohan. Would you like to go swimming in the lake? Android 18 suggested, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Son Gohan looked up to see the sun shining brightly over the endless blue sky and quickly replied, It is indeed quite hot. Grandpa, Android 18, let us go swimming in the lake together. The Ox King cheered, Yes, yes. Now that Goku is back and Chi-Chi has him to look after her, we should all go swimming. Android 18 pouted slightly, wishing that Son Goku was joining them as well. Given the Ox King's towering height and attire, she was less enthusiastic about his company. Gohan, you go inside and get your swimming trunks. I have some adult matters to discuss with your grandfather, Android 18 decided, plotting to find a way to keep the Ox King occupied, knowing such opportunities for solitude would be rare. All right, I'll change right away. Son Gohan agreed, heading off to his room to change into his swim trunks. Meanwhile, Android 18 crossed her arms, her expression serious, and said, Mr. Ox King, what is going on here? Chi-Chi has been quite irritable. With Goku away for so long, she must be on the verge of exploding. Are you really comfortable leaving Goku alone to face her wrath? Oh, my apologies. I hadn't considered that. You are quite thoughtful, Android 18. Thank you for taking care of things while Goku has been away, the Ox King said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Android 18's frown softened into a smile. It's no trouble. Chi-Chi and I are neighbors, and it's better to be close than distant. If I ever find myself in trouble, I will rely on you. Ha ha ha. Android 18. You and Gohan should go have fun together and relax. The Ox King encouraged, completely unaware that Android 18 was shifting her focus from Son Goku to his grandson. The Ox King's words nearly caused Android 18 to burst into laughter, but she restrained herself, saying, No worries. I'm sure we'll have a wonderful time. As she spoke of having a great time, she emphasized her words deliberately. Son Gohan emerged from his room dressed in deep blue swim trunks, his tail visible and swaying playfully, covered by a jacket that Chi-Chi insisted he wear to prevent catching cold. Hey, Android 18, Grandpa, are you two not finished yet? Son Gohan asked, puzzled as he observed the two. That's right, you go ahead first, Gohan, Android 18 replied. Son Gohan nodded with a smile. Then I will head over first. Be sure to come soon. With a burst of energy, he took off into the sky, heading towards a waterfall outside Baozi Mountain. Android 18 was well acquainted with the scenery of Baozi Mountain, as she occasionally swam there with Chi-Chi. With Chi-Chi's belly growing larger, those outings had become less frequent. After parting ways with the Ox King, she returned home and, a few minutes later, donned pink athletic wear, removing her pearl necklace. Gohan. The first love during one's youthful days is unforgettable. I promised you that I would not go against your wishes, Android 18 said with a charming smile, lightly tossing her golden hair as she soared towards her destination. Chapter 92. The Youthful Spirit. Ah, how refreshing it is to swim in the water during summer. Suen Wuon, clad in swim trunks, frolicked in the water like a jubilant fish. His jacket lay abandoned on the bank, and the melodious sound of rushing water enveloped him, imparting a sense of comfort throughout his being. The familiar and crisp voice of a girl caused Suen Wuon to turn, revealing the sight of No. 18 dressed in a pink casual sports outfit, her hands tucked into her pockets as she greeted him with a smile. "Why are you alone, Wufan? Where's your grandpa?" Sun Wufan's smile gradually faded, and he submerged deeper into the water, leaving only his head exposed as he inquired. "It's just the two of us today, Wufan." No. 18 slowly unzipped her jacket, her clear blue eyes shimmering with allure. Sun Wufan's eyes widened in astonishment as number 18 removed her jacket, followed by her long athletic shoes and trousers, revealing a three-piece white bikini. She retrieved her sunglasses and donned them gracefully. At that moment, with her sunglasses on, No. 18's red lips appeared enticing, her golden hair cascading around her neck, accentuating her alluring figure. Sun Wufan, perhaps through the memories of the traveler, had glimpsed such scenes in films before. As a child, he had been oblivious to their implications, but now, with maturity, curiosity and thoughts began to stir within him. However, those glimpses had been mere third-person perspectives. The traveler had only known the world through their hands, unlike him, who now witnessed it directly. Flushing with youthful innocence, Sun Wufan quickly turned away, submerging further and blowing bubbles, every nerve in his body taut with tension. Number 18 opened her arms and swam gracefully, her form buoyant on the water's surface. Her eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses, sparkled with a wild excitement, and her smile took on a slightly unsettling quality, a blush creeping onto her cheeks from sheer exhilaration. "What's wrong, Wufan? If you aren't a pervert, why won't you even look at me?" Sun Wufan floated slightly upwards, his head breaking the surface as he hesitantly stammered, "I am not a pervert, but the way you're dressed." Noticing the red hue in Sun Wufan's ears, No. 18 felt an urge to playfully bite them, wondering if she could draw blood. She had been patient, seeking to break down Sun Wufan's defenses, encouraging him to gradually accept her presence. She believed that one must not lose sight of the bigger picture. Success would come with time, and the so-called boundaries were merely steps towards self-reduction. Containing her impulses, number 18 took a moment to calm herself, standing over 2 meters away from Sun Wufan. She removed her sunglasses, resting the arm on her bikini's center strap. "Wufan, Chi-Chi's education is lacking. She only emphasizes studying. Even if she allows you to train in martial arts, if she knew how you felt now, she would likely reprimand you harshly, discouraging any thoughts of such nature, which might cause you to feel anxious around other girls." Sun Wufan was taken aback. He never expected number 18 to broach such topics. She was correct. And more than that, according to the traveler's memories, he had indeed felt nervous even in interactions with classmates, fearful of bullying. And his responses to other matters had always been reactive. No one had ever discussed these feelings with him before. This was the first time for number 18. He had consistently suppressed the restlessness of youth, fear, and anxiety, never daring to confide in his family, keeping it all hidden within. That time before was just a joke. "Wufan, you are not a pervert. A true pervert forces others into actions they vehemently resist: harassment, obsession, deviance. Wufan, someone capable of riding on Kintown, is certainly no pervert. If my previous words burdened you, I sincerely apologize. I am not a pervert. I am not a pervert." Sun Wufan exclaimed joyfully. No. 18 slowly put her sunglasses back on, saying, "If you ever have concerns about adolescence, feel free to come to me. You can turn around now. There's no need to be nervous. You must have seen it on television. Relax, Wufan. Otherwise, when you grow up, you will face disadvantages in social situations." Her words struck a chord within him, and Sun Wufan restrained his fluttering emotions, turning around only to be met by a splash of water, instinctively raising his hands to shield his face. Number 18's laughter rang out, her hands dancing in the water, droplets splashing against Sun Wufan. "Come and catch me. If you can reach me, I'll let you." Number 18 splashed water playfully, gliding effortlessly within the pool. Returning to his senses, Sun Wufan forgot all notions of adolescence, focusing solely on soaking number 18 as he shouted, "Don't run, number 18. Stop." In a whimsical game, he was unaware that he was stepping deeper into No. 18's layered schemes. No longer shy about her appearance, the two played without concern for time until they noticed the sun beginning to set. Emerging from the water, they changed into their clothes and took to the skies, welcoming the fading daylight. "It's so beautiful." Sun Wufan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the crimson sunset. Today marked one of his happiest moments, free from thoughts of the future, schoolwork, or the traveler's memories. He had never felt so refreshed. Number 18, behind him, wore a triumphant smile, having tucked her sunglasses away after they landed. Wufan, Chi-Chi faces much pressure as a mother, especially now that she is pregnant. Often, she may overlook your needs. If you have any concerns or troubles, you can always come to me. Thank you. Number 18. I had a wonderful time today. I haven't felt this happy since I was 4. However, there is something I wish to ask you, Suen Wuon said, suddenly conflicted. What is it? Number 18 inquired. Puzzled. I admire those superheroes on television who fight criminals, but many people don't approve of my aspirations, Suen Wuon sighed. Referring to the Super Saiyan superhero and his iconic attire, feeling it was undeniably cool and handsome, yet others deemed it unattractive. Middle school phase, number 18 mused. Recalling the term, she hadn't anticipated that Suen Wuon harbored such interests. Children often fantasize about saving the world and becoming great heroes. Yet, Suen Wuon had done just that by defeating Cell and saving the Earth, and she wondered if she could join him. Are you seeking a special superhero costume to combat crime? That sounds intriguing. Count me in, Wuon. What? You want to join me? Suen Wuon exclaimed, pointing at himself in disbelief. Why, in the traveler's memories, were so many against such ideas? Chapter 93. School. Nearly 7 years had passed since the incident with Cell, and many had gradually forgotten the terror he had instilled, embracing a life of peace and stability. However, once accustomed to tranquility, people began to engage in foolishness. Outside a bank in Zhongdu City, a fierce gunfight erupted, the robbers demonstrating overwhelming firepower, momentarily suppressing the police. Damn it, the enemy's fire is too intense. Is backup not here yet? A police officer shouted, witnessing a severely injured partner beside him. Look, Sheriff, it's the Saiyan superhero and the blonde goddess. A police officer pointed at 2 figures soaring through the sky. In an instant, the robbers were incapacitated, losing consciousness as the 2 figures appeared before the officers, a boy and a girl. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth donned a black-red jumpsuit, complemented by a vibrant red cape. Another woman, with neck-length hair, adorned in an ensemble of blue and purple, reclined gracefully in the embrace of a young man, her posture reminiscent of ballet. The simplicity and clarity of her attire was striking. I am the valiant herald of justice, a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan. I am the supreme goddess of the universe, Shiba. Son Gohan, unencumbered by a helmet, remains in his Super Saiyan form. The reason for such direct introductions lies in the recognition he garners as the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament, not to mention the connection with Battis, as he and his father are easily identifiable wherever they go. The golden-haired host, apart from presiding over the tournament, frequently engages in various programs, discussing their exploits, and the concept of ki has become widely disseminated. However, the truly qualified individuals capable of training remain exceedingly rare. The evolution of reality deviates entirely from the memories of the time travelers. The whereabouts of Satan are unknown, and he has seemingly vanished from discourse. Initially, Shiba accompanied Son Gohan in his youthful exuberance, but gradually found enjoyment in the freedom to engage in combat, which proved to be quite exhilarating. The live reporters shifted their focus to the pair, while Chi-Chi and Bulma, situated at Baozi Mountain, witnessed the scene unfold. With a sigh, Chi-Chi remarked, "Alas, why does Shiba continue to indulge him so?" Bulma chuckled. It appears that Shiba is quite enraptured herself. Brother is so amazing and handsome. A girl with black hair and blue eyes, resembling Bulma, soared down the staircase from the 2nd floor, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on the news broadcast. "Beulah, slow down," Bulma exclaimed in alarm. This little girl was none other than Bulma's daughter, Beulah, now 6 years old, clad in a purple martial arts uniform akin to Son Gohan's, with a long sword strapped to her back, the very sword that Piccolo had gifted Son Gohan during his childhood survival training in the wilderness. Ignoring Bulma's admonition, Beulah turned to Chi-Chi and asked, "Auntie, when will brother return? I have many questions regarding my training that I wish to discuss with him." After a moment's consideration, Chi-Chi replied, "He should be back very soon." The sound of the door unlocking sent Beulah into a jubilant frenzy. Is it brother returning? However, her expression darkened with disdain as a boy with a crab-like hairdo, dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, entered. He bore a striking resemblance to a young Sun Wukong and was none other than Sun Wukong's 2nd child, Suen Wuon. Accompanying him was a boy with short purple hair, the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma, Trunks. "Hi Beulah, you're here?" Suen Wuon greeted with a youthful exuberance. Beulah turned her head away, presenting them with a dismissive view of her back, clearly unimpressed and ignoring them entirely. Hey, Beulah, what is your problem? Wu Tian is just trying to say hello. Trunks protested. Just because you two can transform into Super Saiyans doesn't make you special. Brother was already battling evil extraterrestrials in outer space at your age. Her words dripped with jealousy. It seemed unfair that Wu Tian and Trunks could achieve Super Saiyan status with such ease while she had to toil tirelessly. Despite being half-blooded like them, a tall figure emerged from behind Wu Tian and Trunks, Suen Wuon, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, his tail wrapped around his waist. A slight smile gracing his lips. What is this commotion about, Beulah? Daddy, you're back, Beulah exclaimed, rushing over to him. Suen Wuon gently ruffled her hair, saying yes. I just caught 2 big fish. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Wu Tian is also your brother. Beulah recalled something humorous, pointing at Wu Tian and smirking. Daddy, are you joking? How could my brother possibly roll in the mud, use the girls' restroom, catch caterpillars to tease Paris, and leave his room a mess, making auntie and brother suffer every day? Suen Wuon hurried to explain. That incident in the girls' restroom was an accident. Trunks switched the signs, and I walked in by mistake. Suen Wuon chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. Chi-Chi, unlike before with Son Gohan, was less strict with Wu Tian. In this world, peace could not be taken for granted, and crises could arise at any moment. Her interactions with Sheba and Bulma had also evolved. Their approach to child-rearing had transformed. Besides, Wu Tian was quite mischievous, lacking the docility that characterized Son Gohan's youth. Wukong, I need to discuss something with you, Chi-Chi said, chopping vegetables at the countertop. What is it? Suen Wuon inquired. Gohan is now 16 and has been self-studying at home. This cannot continue. I want him to attend school. Chi-Chi expressed her concerns. That sounds great, but it seems it might be a bit troublesome. Everyone knows us, Suen Wuon remarked. What is wrong with that? Who would dare bully our Gohan? He has had too little interaction with others. By the way, Krillin has a girl at his dojo from that high school. Perhaps they will meet. Chapter 94. The ultimate strategy of Sheba. As the sunset painted the sky, Son Gohan and Sheba held hands, their other fists clenched, charging forward with jubilant shouts. In the past, Son Gohan would blush at the mere sight of her. Now, holding Sheba's hand in public and posing together felt entirely natural. Sheba tilted her head, softly asking, Gohan, Chi-Chi mentioned that you will be attending high school. Indeed, Son Gohan replied. Mom will discuss it with Dad today, and if he agrees, I will take the entrance exam at Orange Star High tomorrow. The questions should pose no challenge for you, but won't attending school reduce your training time? What about the impending 21? Sheba's words caused Son Gohan's smile to fade. How could I neglect it? According to the memories of the time traveler, the East Supreme Kai would soon arrive with his attendant, Jebet, due to the threat of Majin Buu. Unlike the time traveler's memories, Son Gohan would not allow Majin Buu to return. For reasons unknown regarding 21, he prepared for the humane annihilation of Majin Buu. Over the past 7 years, he had fully mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. He planned to consult the East Supreme Kai and, upon releasing the old Supreme Kai, develop his potential. Son Gohan had pondered the mysterious state but had yet to grasp it fully. His base power surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3, and he intended to transform into Super Saiyan 4 from that foundation. The thought was straightforward and practical. Son Gohan contemplated that if such strength could not defeat the future Majin 21, he would have to rely on his father, Suen Wuon's spirit bomb, to resolve the issue. I will not neglect it, Sheba. I won't perish. None of us will. We will surely defeat her, Son Gohan asserted resolutely. With a gentle smile, Sheba responded, I feel the same, Gohan. Please come to my house tomorrow evening. I have devised many poses for us to practice together, as I fear we may lack time once you start school. On the 18th, I pondered various moves, contemplating how to make a more striking entrance. The mention of this piqued the interest of Suen Wuon, who often spent his evenings with 18, discussing poses, entrances, and even slogans, such as Super Saiyan Hero and Blonde Goddess. Their conversations would stretch late into the night, leading to countless instances where Suen Wuon would stay at 18's home, to the extent that Chi-Chi, Suen Wuon, and Nyeoma Wang had grown accustomed to it. As 18 listened to Suen Wuon's musings, her enchanting smile illuminated her face, her blue eyes sparkling with a subtle gleam. Upon returning home, Suen Wuon approved of Suen Wuon's plan to attend Chengxing High School for an entrance examination the following day. Although they were recognized, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. The questions posed by the high school curriculum presented no challenge to Suen Wuon, who returned home proudly adorned with the school's emblem. That evening, Suen Wuon donned his Super Saiyan attire once more and, after explaining his reasons to Chi-Chi and Suen Wuon, made his way to 18's residence. Dressed in her blonde goddess ensemble, 18 greeted him with a flushed face and a joyful smile, exclaiming, "You finally arrived, Wuon. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. Apologies, 18. I got delayed by Beulah. I just managed to lull her to sleep," Suen Wuon admitted, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. 18 shook her head with a sigh, teasing, "Beulah certainly enjoys clinging to you. Our Wuon possesses quite the charm, captivating everyone from elderly grandmothers to young children. Once school starts, she will likely forget me entirely." "That won't happen, 18. How could I forget you? Even if I find a girlfriend in the future, you will always be my best partner," Suen Wuon reassured her. He recalled the memories of his future girlfriend and wife. Knowing that Dilly would likely attend Qingxing High School as well, he pondered nervously about their first encounter, unsure of how to face her despite 18's extensive teachings. With an expressionless demeanor, a flicker of cold light glinted in 18's eyes. It had taken her 7 years to finally take action, and now another woman threatened to steal Suen Wuon's attention. "Do you have someone you like?" she inquired with a playful smile. Suen Wuon, feeling bashful, replied, "I'm not sure if it's love yet. I haven't truly met her face to face. Perhaps it's fate. But the future is uncertain." "Indeed. The future is unpredictable," 18 agreed. "It's quite warm in here. Let me turn on the air conditioning. You should take off your clothes." After pressing a button on her wrist device, her attire transformed, leaving her in sleepwear, which revealed a glimpse of spring's bloom as she bent slightly. Their outfits, designed by Bulma, were made of the same material as their battle gear. Suen Wuon, accustomed to 18's attire, gazed curiously out the closed window, questioning, "If it's hot, why not just open the window? There are pesky little insects. They're quite bothersome. Besides, do you think the air conditioning can rival the Earth's atmosphere?" 18 shot him a knowing glance, pouring 2 glasses of water, offering one to him. Embarrassed, Suen Wuon accepted the glass and downed it in one go, unguarded. "So 18, what kind of entrance poses have you thought of? I've also come up with numerous ideas for the Super Saiyan hero and the blonde goddess." Seeing Suen Wuon finish his drink, 18 smiled with satisfaction, setting her glass down. "I was thinking of incorporating some smoke effects for our entrance. It would enhance the presentation. All the materials are in my room. Come with me." "That sounds fantastic. How did I not think of that?" "You're amazing, 18. Suen Wuon exclaimed as he followed her out of the hall. 18, with her back to him, wore an enigmatic smile, saying, "There are many things you haven't considered yet, Wuon." With a soft thud, the door to 18's room closed, leaving the glass of untouched water on the hall's table gently swaying, transparent and clear. Time ticked away as Chi-Chi, seated in the living room, yawned while observing Bulma, who was engrossed in a soap opera. "It's 10 o'clock. It seems Wuon won't be returning. It's quite inconsiderate of him, especially with school tomorrow. He has such a bother to 18. Bulma, pulled from the emotional drama, turned to Chi-Chi with curiosity. "Wait, you mean Wuon is staying at 18's house?" "Indeed, it's been quite a while. Wu Tian, Beulah, and Namek also stay there. Tonight, Wuon is once again imposing on her hospitality." Chi-Chi had grown accustomed to this arrangement, yet felt slightly uneasy about the burden it placed on 18, especially since Suen Wuon was now 16. Sighing, she reflected, "I suppose I'm to blame. If I hadn't put so much pressure on Wuon, he wouldn't be so attached to 18. Is that so? It's remarkable how things have developed. Time is indeed a daunting force," Bulma mused, recalling how Suen Wuon had once aimed to eliminate 17 and 18, only to be thwarted by Suen Wuon. Chi-Chi expressed her regret. "Had 18 not confided in me, I would have remained oblivious to the immense pressure Wuon faced." Bulma reassured her, "Do not worry, Chi-Chi. Once we defeat Majin 21, everything will be fine." That night felt interminably long. In a half-dream state, Suen Wuon experienced a shroud of darkness, transforming into Super Saiyan forms, 2, 3, and finally 4, until clarity began to emerge. He was confronted by the fallen angel, Asmode, which left him in a state of confusion, lost in the abyss of chaos. Whispers of malevolence twisted within him as he struggled through the depths of despair. After walking 100 steps, he beheld 2 mountains. Though his mind was alert, his body remained trapped in a waking dream. Surmounting the peaks, he encountered a grotesque scene ahead. Purple mist writhed ominously, coalescing into a chaotic rift. Just a glance sent shivers down Suen Wuon's spine, nearly robbing him of breath. The rift pulsed with molten lava, compelling him to flee. At that moment, his mind was blank. Yet, the Saiyan instinct surged within him. He conjured his energy into a spear and hurled it into the abyss. Resistance proved futile. Humanity's deepest fears arise from the unknown. And Suen Wuon was not exempt from this dread. Each life harbors fear, and now, he fought solely on instinct. The protracted night finally waned, as the fallen Angelus mode departed with a piercing laugh. Despite Suen Wuon's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, his efforts were in vain against the demon. The next day, Suen Wuon awoke early and left 18's home, rushing back to his own where he immediately entered the shower. The warm stream from the shower drenched Suen Wuon's entire body. That night marked a pivotal moment in his growth. He encountered such an unprecedented setback that he could hardly comprehend why this had transpired. Unable to accept this stark reality, he succumbed to the temptations of the demon Asmodeus, who lured him into a bewildering chaos, thereby unlocking the door to a new world. Everything was in disarray. How could it be so? Why did it turn out this way? After much internal conflict, he finally realized that he and Bai Di Li were now merely strangers. After completing his morning routine and donning his attire, Suen Wuon affixed the emblem of Chengxing High School to his clothing and returned to his room in a daze. The memories of the traveler could only serve as a reference for him. His metamorphosis had finally triggered a sweeping transformation. After a while, the sounds of activity emanating from the kitchen alerted Suen Wuon that his mother, Chi-Chi, had awakened. He stood before the mirror, adjusted his smile, and, content with his appearance, left the room. "Wuon, you're back," Chi-Chi exclaimed upon hearing the door open. "I was just thinking of going to 18's house to greet you." With a gentle smile, Suen Wuon replied, "Today is a school day. I cannot afford to be late. Thank you for your hard work, Mom." Chi-Chi quickly prepared breakfast, and after they ate, Suen Wuon departed, casting a glance at 18's residence on his way out. As he mounted the Nimbus cloud, cheers erupted, and after a moment's hesitation, he settled atop it, wearing a satisfied smile as the Nimbus carried him toward Chengxing High School. Inside the school, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, and students promptly took their seats in the classroom. A girl with stylish short hair turned to her companion, a girl with black hair, and said, "Hey, Bai Di Li, have you heard? The legendary Suen Wuon is going to study at our high school." The girl named Bai Di Li, with long braids and sparkling eyes, replied eagerly, "I've heard. Ilai Sha, I've heard Master Klin mention him. At just 4 years old, he trained for survival in the wilderness, and by 5, he was battling terrifying extraterrestrials. Ha ha ha, Ilai Sha, Bai Di Li, I saw Suen Wuon in person when I arrived at school today. He truly is here at Chengxing High." A boy with golden long hair chimed in. "Is he really here, Shapana? Do you think he'll be in our class?" Ilai Sha asked excitedly. "Not sure, but someone as impressive as him might not excel academically. I'd love to recruit him into my club." Shapana replied with a grin. A classmate wearing glasses interjected, "That's impossible, Shapana. You should give up on that idea." Many of us saw the live broadcast back then. With one swing of a bat, he could probably hit the ball out of the solar system. A white-haired elder, clearing his throat, commanded the class's attention. "Good morning, students. Starting today, we have a new classmate. I won't elaborate on his introduction. You all know him. Come in, Wuon." Suen Wuon entered the classroom, clad in orange pants, a white long shirt, and a black vest, with his tail coiling around his thigh, hidden from view. "Hello, everyone. I am Suen Wuon. I look forward to working with you all." After a brief silence, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. "It's really him. Oh my goodness, Suen Wuon has actually transferred to our class. Is it not a dream? It's truly Suen Wuon, the one who defeated Cell and saved the world. Bai Di Li, look. It's really Suen Wuon. He is so adorable, looking so gentle and refined. Just my type." Ilai Sha exclaimed, gripping Bai Di Li's arm with shining eyes. Bai Di Li's sparkling eyes trembled, her heart racing as she recalled her father Satan's words. "Bai Di Li, there are extraordinary people in this world. The Suen Wuon who saved your father is not only incredibly powerful, but also a very gentle soul. If you're looking for a boyfriend, seek someone like Suen Wuon." "Dad, what are you saying?" Bai Di Li shyly covered her face, returning to reality. Seeing Suen Wuon in the flesh made her feel as if this boy who defeated Cell resonated with her father's description. Suen Wuon left a remarkably positive first impression on her. Chapeau, staring in awe, remarked, "He certainly has the face of a top student. Can this seemingly studious boy genuinely be the one who defeated Cell and can soar through the skies?" Silence. Everyone quiet down. The elder's authoritative voice silenced the classroom, continuing. Wukong excelled in every subject during the entrance examination, achieving perfect scores in mathematics, natural physics, history, language, and computer science. He is undoubtedly exceptional. Wow, that is amazing. Is that true? Not only did he defeat Cell and save the world, but he is also academically brilliant? The elder sternly admonished. Everyone quiet down. The teacher hopes this will serve as motivation for you all. Wukong, please choose a seat. This way, this way. Wukong, come sit here. Sun Wukong surveyed the room, disregarding the enthusiastic classmates until his gaze fell upon Bai Di Li. She was seated in the middle, next to a fashionable girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, who was cheering joyfully. The elder, being quite aged, sat on a stool at the podium, observing the scene with a sigh about the relentless passage of time. The school would surely be lively from now on. Thank you, Sun Wukong said politely as he took his place beside Ilai Sha. Hello, I'm Ilai Sha. Please take care of me. Wukong. This is Bai Di Li, sitting next to me, she introduced, pointing to Bai Di Li. Oh, and you mustn't be startled. Did you know? Bai Di Li is actually Master Qlin's disciple. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, taken aback. Wait, you, Bai Di Li, you've become Uncle Qlin's apprentice? He was genuinely astonished, completely unaware of this revelation. Bai Di Li, her voice soft, replied, both my father and I have become disciples of Master Qlin. I've often heard him speak of you, but I never expected to meet you at school. Mr. Satan has also become Uncle Qlin's disciple? Sun Wukong nearly choked, utterly caught off guard, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Sun Wukong integrating well with his classmates, the elder felt relieved. After all, Sun Wukong was no ordinary student. Even aside from his fame for defeating Cell, his status as a top student warranted respect. A knowledgeable female teacher entered to commence the lesson, and the previously noisy crowd fell silent. The first class, language, concluded swiftly, and afterward, many students gathered around Sun Wukong, while a few shy and envious individuals refrained from approaching him. However, this was quite normal. Sun Wukong was not a universal favorite. Despite having vanquished Cell and saved the world, many would still harbor dislike for him. Humph, what else with that smug look? Why didn't T-Cell kill him back then? A gloomy boy in the corner muttered as he exited the classroom. Sun Wufan was taken aback. Although the voice was faint, he still heard it. Besides himself, he noticed a few other classmates, similar to the boy from earlier. Do they dislike me? He pondered in confusion. It was his first day at school. Could it be that his previous exploits as a Super Saiyan had offended them? Sun Wufan struggled to comprehend the nature of humanity. The world was vast, and with so many people, there would inevitably be a few eccentric individuals. However, these complexities were beyond the understanding of Sun Wufan, who could still perform the Qintown. Wufan, can you fly? Wufan, how did you unleash that explosive power? Wufan, can I fly too? Sun Wufan looked at the eager faces and smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, everyone. Please take turns asking. Bai Di Li shot a cold glance at the gathering classmates and admonished, Hey, Wufan just arrived at school today. Don't bother him unnecessarily. Upon hearing Bai Di Li's words, the enthusiasm of the crowd gradually faded, and they calmed down. Indeed, it was unreasonable to crowd around someone they barely knew. Soon, they dispersed, though several female classmates cast hostile glances at Bai Di Li before reluctantly leaving. Sun Wufan expressed his gratitude to Bai Di Li, saying, I was saved. Everyone is quite enthusiastic. Thank you, Bai Di Li. Not at all, Wufan. Master Krillin mentioned that you are incredibly strong, even surpassing your father, Sun Wukong. Is that true? Bai Di Li inquired, her delicate fingers twisting her own hair nervously. Raising her head slightly, Bai Di Li continued, I wonder if you could guide me, Wufan? Sun Wufan's eyes widened, and he scratched the back of his head. Bai Di Li, have you climbed the Korin Tower? If you ascend it and obtain the ultra-divine water from Korin, you will surely become stronger. I've heard Master Krillin mention it. My father is currently climbing Korin Tower, Bai Di Li replied in astonishment. Sun Wufan added, My dad climbed the Korin Tower when he was young and trained with Master Korin, successfully drinking the ultra-divine water. Chapter 97. The unknown active cell Sun Wufan was still attending Orange Star High School, located on an island outside the southern capital. A tiny mechanical insect flew into a cave. Android 16 stood at the entrance, extending his palm as the mechanical insect gently landed in his hand. Carefully, he opened the insect's tail, revealing a glass vial containing bright red blood, which he extracted with utmost caution to avoid breaking it. After reattaching the insect's tail, it took flight again, heading towards the horizon. Android 16 entered the laboratory, where Dr. Brief looked up in surprise. 16, you're here. You finally found it. Indeed. Dr. Brief, this blood is filled with vitality. Once injected into your body, you will emerge from this container, surpassing the ultimate fusion Android 21, which is now complete. Android 16 explained slowly. Dr. Brief cheered with delight. That's wonderful. But, 16, where did this cell come from? Is it safe? Android 16 replied, recently. An unusual magnetic field has appeared in the suburbs outside southern capital. Upon investigation, I discovered an unidentified alien spacecraft and encountered several extraterrestrial beings. I decided to send in a probe and ultimately found this active cell within a massive egg. An alien egg? Could that be problematic? Dr. Brief expressed his concerns. Android 16 reassured him. While the egg contains unknown life forms, the blood I extracted is merely a small portion. Once integrated with your cells, including those from Frieza, his father, Suen Wuon, Suen Wuon, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamchu, Master Roshi, and others, it will surely catalyze a significant transformation. Additionally, you possess an infinite energy device like mine. Then I shall become immensely powerful. Once I'm free, I will teach Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon a lesson for attempting to kill me. They deserve a good beating for my frustration. Dr. Brief fantasized about her future as Android 21, picturing herself triumphantly overpowering Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon, leaving them begging for mercy. Android 16 asked, do you really wish to defeat Suen Wuon and the others? Absolutely. They infuriate me. Dr. Brief exclaimed, her voice rising in frustration. If she were capable of movement, she would surely appear quite adorable in her indignation. If I don't confront them, my heart will ache. 16, I'm counting on you. Understood, Dr. Brief. Once this cell is injected into you, it will take about a month for complete integration, and then you will be free. Dr. Brief exclaimed, that's splendid. I will finally be liberated from this container after so long. I yearn for all those delicious desserts and jellies. In Orange Star City, according to the memories of the traveler, it would eventually be renamed Satan City due to the influence of Satan. Currently, the capital has been renamed Wukong City by the king, while Orange Star City remains unchanged. A day at Orange Star High School passed, and after school, Suen Wuon approached his locker to change his shoes when he was called by a classmate with long golden hair. This classmate was Shipuna, who had not spoken to Suen Wuon all day. Wuon, have you decided whether to join a club? Suen Wuon closed his locker and replied, not yet. I haven't made up my mind. Shipuna invited. In that case, why not join my baseball club? Suen Wuon smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, but I don't want to waste your efforts. I've decided not to join any clubs. I need to focus on my training. At that moment, Eliza approached with her backpack, smiling. Exactly, Shipuna. Wuon lives in District 439 in the east, which is over 1,000 kilometers away, and he needs to train, leaving no time for club activities, right? Wuon, I heard you flew here on a yellow cloud. What kind of transportation is that? Baidili also stopped and approached, saying, I heard from Master Krillin that the cloud is called Kintown, and it said that only pure-hearted individuals can ride it. Is that true? Suen Wuon scratched the back of his head and smiled. Yes, that is correct. I didn't expect you to know so much. Baidili. Eliza, curious, asked, is there really such a thing? So we could ride the Kintown too? Wuon, could you let us try it? Shipuna, intrigued, leaned in, knowing he likely wouldn't be able to ride it, but eager to learn more about it. He was increasingly curious about Suen Wuon, the one who defeated Cell and possessed immense power, yet maintained a pure heart. Upon arriving at the playground, Suen Wuon called out joyfully, summoning the Kintown. As the pale yellow cloud appeared, Eliza reached out to touch it, surprised by its empty, ethereal appearance. Is this really the Kintown? Wuon, did you ride this to school? Indeed, Eliza, Suen Wuon replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Videl rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll try first. Who exhaling softly, Videl flashed a confident smile, jumped with all her might, and then, ouch, that hurts. Videl clutched her bottom, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. She had passed right through the flying nimbus. She couldn't ride it. Oh dear, how frustrating. She couldn't even ride the flying nimbus. Are you alright, Videl? Gohan's expression changed drastically. He quickly helped Videl up and asked anxiously. Videl shook her head slightly, looking dejected. I'm fine. It's so embarrassing. Aurelia slowly distanced herself from the flying Nimbus. If Videl couldn't ride it, she probably couldn't either. Gohan comforted her. It's alright, Videl. After all, even Uncle Krillin couldn't ride it. Daddy told me that back then. Daddy rode the flying Nimbus and dragged Uncle Krillin along. Videl exclaimed in disbelief. Really? So Krillin isn't all that kind after all. At that moment, Krillin, back at his dojo, sneezed. Chapter 98 Android 18 and Videl at Orange Star High School. Gohan sat on the flying Nimbus, filling Videl with envy. Eliza circled around Gohan. Imagining him holding her as they soared through the sky on the flying Nimbus, it would be incredibly romantic, and Gohan was exactly her type. Gohan, can I pursue you? Eliza asked timidly, her words leaving Videl and Supna speechless. So direct and bold. Gohan, resting his chin on his left hand, said directly to Eliza, sure. I'm very confident in my speed. Oh my. Videl and Supna collapsed in shock, stunned by Gohan's words. Eliza stared blankly at Gohan, momentarily speechless, inwardly fuming. Ahem, no, it's not like that. Gohan, do you like watching movies? We can go to the movies together this weekend. Eliza's smile was a little stiff as she asked Gohan. Gohan remembered watching movies with Android 18. They'd gone to amusement parks, swam, and shopped together. After their superhero activities, they'd always celebrate. Now Gohan understood what Eliza meant. But she hadn't given a direct answer. A direct refusal would seem narcissistic, and if he misunderstood, it would be awkward. Okay, Eliza, besides movies. We can go to the amusement park too, but… Gohan suddenly remembered something, his expression changing slightly. Eliza was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected Gohan to actually agree, but hearing his follow-up, she asked, what is it? Gohan, what's wrong? Gohan, head bowed in gloom, said, can we please not go shopping? Every time I go shopping with Android 18, I feel like blowing them all up. Android 18, the blonde goddess you were with. Eliza exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, Eliza remembered something and asked, Gohan, what's your relationship with that blonde goddess? Is she your girlfriend? The word girlfriend weighed heavily on Gohan's heart. What kind of relationship was it? They had been so intimate. What exactly was his relationship with Android 18? He was conflicted. Gohan, your classmate looks pretty too. Her hair and eyes are similar to mine. Android 18 strolled over leisurely, dressed in her blonde goddess attire. Android 18, when did you get here? Gohan hadn't noticed Android 18 at all, because androids don't have auras. And Gohan hadn't detected her. I was already here when you got out of school, but looking at you now, I shouldn't have come. Android 18's gaze swept over Eliza and Videl, lingering on Videl for a moment. A woman's intuition told her to pay attention to this girl named Videl. Gohan's cheeks flushed slightly, and he quickly retorted, what are you talking about, Android 18? We're just classmates. A classmate you can go to the movies with, go to the amusement park with, and swim with. Android 18 glanced at Eliza. The girl had the same blonde hair and blue eyes, but she was far inferior in both appearance and demeanor. Besides being younger, she posed no threat. Gohan quickly retorted, but what? We're also… Suddenly, Gohan remembered the scene from last night. His relationship with Android 18 was no longer as simple as it used to be. Looking back, he finally understood. Those things were actually dates. He and Android 18 had been dating without his knowledge. Eliza was somewhat afraid of Android 18's gaze. Her cold, aloof demeanor made her avoid eye contact. Gohan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, let's forget about the weekend date. I'm so sorry to have bothered you. Gohan didn't answer. He hadn't known those were dates before, and now that he did, he couldn't possibly agree to Eliza's request. Videl felt a strange hostility towards Android 18. She didn't know why, but she always felt like something important had been stolen from her, and she couldn't stand her. Blonde goddess auntie. What exactly is your relationship with Gohan? Videl emphasized the word auntie. Android 18 was also angered by Videl's words. A cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth, and the air was thick with tension, causing Supna and Eliza to instinctively distance themselves. Call me auntie. Ha ha ha, little girl, did Snow sprinkle lime powder on your eyes? How dare you call me, a young and beautiful lady, auntie? Videl put her hands on her hips and sneered, don't think I don't know. I saw it live. You even threatened my dad back then, and you look exactly the same as before. So, it's only natural for me to call you auntie. Your dad, Android 18, paused, remembering the Cell games, and realized who Videl's father was. Android 18 crossed her arms, tilted her head slightly, and gave a disdainful sneer. That idiot with the afro. The guy who almost got crushed by Cell if it weren't for Gohan. Huh? Laughable. I heard that idiot kept talking about magic tricks. Now I'm thinking, if Batiste and the host hadn't publicly announced the Cell games to the whole world, would your idiot, your afro-haired father, have shamelessly stolen Gohan and Goku's fame and gone around swindling people? Vidal's face flushed red with anger, tears welling in her eyes. Android 18's words about her father had brought her to tears. You're not allowed to say that about my dad. My dad isn't a liar. He wouldn't cheat. He wouldn't. Suddenly, Gohan from the Mr. Satan Society spoke up, startling both Android 18 and Vidal. Vidal's eyes were red. She seemed surprised that Gohan would say the same thing. Wondering if she had misheard, she asked, Gohan, what did you just say? Gohan felt an uncomfortable sensation. He hadn't felt anything before. But Android 18's words had suddenly made him inexplicably dislike Mr. Satan, and by extension, Vidal herself. If the Transmigrator's memories described Mr. Satan as a savior, swindling people everywhere, the public completely unaware of the truth, categorizing his tricks as mere magic and making a fortune. In the Transmigrator's memories, they didn't pay attention, but in the Transmigrator's memories, they saw how everyone lived afterward. Clint became a policeman, worrying about the daily necessities of his family, and so did his family. In the memories of the time traveler, when his father, Suen Wuon, gathered the Genki Dama, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament had it not been for Satan's prior deceitful antics. As the current 18th remarked, he is indeed a grand deceiver, a rogue, yet not foolish. Were he truly foolish, he would not have been able to so expertly bewilder the populace. Although the circumstances have changed, in the time traveler's recollections, this trickster, Satan, continues to indulge in a life of luxury, while they toil for their daily sustenance. What right does he have to such comfort? Suen Wuon yearned to inquire of everyone why this brazen charlatan could live so leisurely while they struggled daily for their existence. In the 99th chapter, Strengthening Relationships, the chilly atmosphere at Chungxing High School during sunset was palpable. I apologize, Bidalai, 18th. Please refrain from speaking of events that never transpired, Suen Wuon said regretfully. Though he felt anger towards the Satan of the time traveler's memories, he recognized that those events had not occurred. Thus, he should not harbor resentment. However, he could not shake a sense of distance from Bidalai's words. Both Satan and Bidalai had now become disciples of Krillin. After his apology, he turned to Irisa and said, Irisa, I am truly sorry. Our date has fallen through. As for Shipuna, we shall meet again tomorrow. Farewell. Wuon, goodbye. Irisa waved her hand in farewell. With a swift leap upon his nimbus cloud, Suen Wuon soared into the sky, followed closely by the triumphant 18th, who cast a smug glance at the bewildered Bidalai, reveling in her victory. On the journey home, 18th hummed cheerfully, while Suen Wuon remained silent, his brow furrowed and his mind heavy with thoughts. Wuon, what troubles you? Are you still lamenting over that girl named Bidalai? I never expected you to defend me. Last night, I truly appreciated your support. The excitement surged through 18th. Her slender legs tightening with anticipation, her cheeks flushed. Suen Wuon glanced sideways at 18th and inquired, that cup of water today? I learned from Irisa that our previous encounters were, in fact, a date. However, 18th replied, I did not act against your will. As for that cup of water, had you not wished it, you could have left at any moment. It would not have significantly impacted the situation, and I would not have stopped you. Regarding the date, I have never acted contrary to your desires. Suen Wuon lowered his head, feeling a wave of helplessness. You are truly formidable, 18th. I wish to understand you better. Is it all a facade when you comfort me, alleviate my worries, engage in conversation, and participate in my fanciful superhero antics? Absolutely not, 18th answered without hesitation. I genuinely like you. It pains me to see you troubled by 21st or your studies and training. I am quite fond of the blonde goddess as well. I too am training, albeit at a slow pace, and the cheers of the crowd bring me more joy than the thrill of battle. A faint smile graced Suen Wuon's face. You are quite the trickster, 18th. I have fallen into your trap, always relying on you. Do you have any personal favorites? 18th's eyes sparkled as she mentally celebrated her success. Suen Wuon was now accepting her. Just like that girl named Bidalai, I cannot ride the Nimbus. If you hold me, I wish to ride it with you. She deliberately mentioned Bidalai, sensing Suen Wuon harbored special feelings for her. Oh, let me hold you, Suen Wuon recalled the intoxicating night prior, his heart racing, his face as red as a tomato. That cup of water was merely an opener. It was primarily his own intent that guided him. He was acutely aware of 18th's warm body, her soft lips, and the irresistible sounds of her pleasure, causing his face to flush to the roots of his hair. Although they were both novices, he felt as bashful as a newlywed bride. Your ears are red again. 18th suppressed the urge to tease him further, wanting to push her luck, but she feared scaring him away, thinking there would be future opportunities to explore. 18th nestled comfortably in Suen Wuon's embrace, relishing the moment. According to the time traveler's memories, they should have been in the timeline of Trunks, yet things had changed. The soulless 18th was now with him. I apologize, Uncle Krillin, this is not my fault. I hope you find a better wife. Biddalai. In the memories of the time traveler, we may have been together, but that is no longer the case. I am truly sorry, Suen Wuon silently apologized. His thoughts straightforward and sincere, having made an important decision. 18th, let us speak about our relationship with my parents. Once we have dealt with the matter of 21st, let us marry. What? 18th was taken aback, her body freezing momentarily as she processed his words. She shifted her position, wrapping her arms around Suen Wuon's neck. Wuon, what did you just say? Did I hear you correctly? Can you repeat that? I wish to inform my parents about our relationship, and, after resolving the issue with 21st, let us marry. Suen Wuon reiterated. Isn't that a bit too soon? 18th's face turned crimson, realizing the implications. She was still close friends with Chi-Chi, and if she learned of their relationship, she would likely be shocked, especially considering her initial intentions regarding Suen Wuon. Surprised? It's unexpected, isn't it? 18th. I am serious. We cannot keep this a secret forever. It is better to be open about it. My mother will understand. Suen Wuon's earnest demeanor made 18th feel a sense of reliability and honesty, ready to face the world together. Initially, she had intended to maintain their relationship discreetly for a while. Very well, Wuon, let us be candid. Will you come over tonight? 18th asked. Her shyness mingled with a hint of anticipation. Suen Wuon turned his head, having tasted the forbidden fruit, and felt similarly, now that he had accepted it. He wished to be with 18th every day. Don't forget to leave the door open for me, he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. As the nimbus soared through the sky, tracing a long arc, 18th playfully cupped her hands to her ears and called out loudly, What did you just say? Suen Wuon, blushing fiercely, mumbled, Leave the door open for me. Oh, what should I leave open for you? 18th's smile grew even more mischievous. Leave the door open. I said, leave the door open. Suen Wuon nearly shouted in exasperation, realizing he could no longer tease 18th as he had before. Eep. Ha ha. Let me go, Wuon, ha ha. That tickles. Ha ha. Stop, I'm sorry. Ha ha. I was wrong. I will behave next time. Ha ha. 18th giggled uncontrollably, tears of laughter streaming down her face as she pleaded for mercy from Suen Wuon. In the 100th chapter, Krillin's unexpected visit, Suen Wuon and 18th, in their playful banter, were carried back to Baozi Mountain on the Nimbus. I no longer desire this, truly I do not, Wuon. I have erred, and I no longer dare to proceed. On the 18th, I was embraced by Suen Wuon as we descended from the Qin town. I was slightly breathless, my face flushed, revealing a pained yet unbearable expression, tears and saliva streaming down. Throughout our journey, Suen Wuon incessantly teased me, nearly to the brink of madness, as I pleaded for mercy. Have I gone too far? Suen Wuon turned his head, unable to meet 18th's gaze, for she appeared inexplicably alluring at that moment. He quickly dismissed such thoughts. Having already acted intimately, what was there to fear? He inquired, 18, shall we return to Baozi Mountain? Upon saying this, Suen Wuon released his hold on 18. 18, feeling weak and on the verge of collapse, startled Suen Wuon, who hurriedly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, exclaiming, Are you all right, 18? If my mother sees you like this, she will surely scold me. Isn't this your fault? I told you to stop, yet you continued your antics. If it weren't for your mischief, I wouldn't be in this state. Just carry me in like this. After all, I need to explain to Chi-Chi, 18 pouted, gazing at Suen Wuon. Suddenly, a heavy object fell to the ground behind them, and the Bull Demon King stared in shock at the two of them. Noticing the fallen groceries meant for the next day's meals, Suen Wuon instinctively loosened his grip. Oh no, Wuon, you really let go, 18 exclaimed, covering her rear as she called out to him. The Bull Demon King stood transfixed, his mind racing with confusion. questioning whether he had truly witnessed such an intimate moment between them, along with 18's ambiguous remarks. Wufan, what is going on between you and 18? Sun Wufan, filled with regret, extended his hand to help 18 to her feet, scratching his head awkwardly as he said, Grandfather, yes, I am with 18 now. She is my girlfriend. What? The Bull Demon King was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. 18 leaned against Sun Wufan's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed from the frankness of his words, feeling as though she were being stripped bare like an egg, exposed to the gaze of others. A mix of shyness and a tinge of excitement swelling within her. Hand in hand, Sun Wufan and 18 entered the house, where they clarified matters to his mother Chi-Chi and father Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, 6-year-old Sun Wutian quietly munched on snacks, and Bulma had returned to the Capsule Corporation. Chi-Chi, unable to accept the reality, nearly fainted, grappling with the fact that her closest friend had become involved with her son. She felt an urge to weep, to chastise 18 for her shamelessness, her heart collapsing as she wept in Sun Wukong's embrace. Whoa, Wukong, our Wufan has actually. Whoa, he has entered into a romantic relationship. It's all right. Don't worry. Wufan has grown up. We were just like this at that age. Sun Wukong gently patted Chi-Chi's back, offering comfort. Sun Wufan and 18 exchanged glances. Chi-Chi wiped her tears and emerged from Sun Wukong's arms, fixing her gaze on 18, asking, 18, was your initial intention in approaching me to get close to my son? Back then, when Wufan was so young, you had already set your sights on him? 18 released Sun Wufan, realizing it was best not to provoke Chi-Chi further, and replied, not at all. My initial target was actually Sun Wukong. However, I understood that was unattainable. Chi-Chi felt as though she had been pierced by a sword, while Sun Wukong stared at her in disbelief, his expression a mix of astonishment. 18 continued, gradually, Wufan caught my attention. Chi-Chi, our relationship has now evolved. Don't call me mom. Chi-Chi cried out, overwhelmed, unable to accept that a longtime friend had suddenly become her daughter-in-law. She had sensed something amiss that morning when she first saw 18. Being a seasoned woman, she understood. Yet she never imagined it would be Wufan. Sun Wufan appeared somewhat humble, recognizing that if he were to compare this to Biddy, it would likely be different. However, at this moment, he cast aside all thoughts of Biddy. As for the developments in the memories of the traveler, he was Sun Wufan, and the current trajectory diverged significantly from those memories, which did not involve any 21. There was no need for him to conform to those recollections. Mom, I am sorry for making you worry. This all transpired last night, and I, too, struggled to accept it at first. However, upon returning today, I have come to terms with it. Please support us. I am serious, Sun Wufan declared resolutely, his demeanor affirming his commitment. 18 felt enchanted by the protective nature of Sun Wufan, her heart brimming with joy. She was ecstatic, wishing to abandon all reservations and embrace Wufan wholeheartedly. Her excitement building to a crescendo, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. You have truly made your decision, Wufan. You are 16 this year, while 18 has already. Chi-Chi began, her tone serious. 18 interjected, Mother-in-law, I am an android. Within me lies an infinite energy source, and I have existed for a very long time. One cannot simply measure my age by the standards of ordinary humans. Even if 100 or 1,000 years pass, the age difference between Wufan and me will not be as significant. 1,000 years, she mused. I feel perpetually youthful. I do not even have wrinkles. Chi-Chi's gaze shifted to Sun Wufan, recalling how he once wished for good health from the dragon of Namek. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, and the voices of Krillin reached them. Wukong, Wufan, my apologies for disturbing you so late. I have just captured 2 rather peculiar individuals. Come and see. Sun Wufan's hand trembled slightly as he cast a furtive glance at 18, feeling an inexplicable sense of having been caught in a misdeed. Upon stepping outside together, they found Krillin, clad in an orange turtle school martial arts uniform, with his familiar dark hair and flanked by 2 burly men, each adorned with a distinct M symbol on their foreheads, bound tightly. Sun Wufan's pupils dilated in shock. According to the traveler's memories, these 2 were Spopovich and Yamo, minions of Babidi, sent to collect energy for Majin Buu. To think they had been captured by Krillin. Sun Wukong was equally astonished, observing Krillin's now short black hair. Krillin, I preferred your previous bald look. This hair. Krillin chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Well, I am married now and have a lovely daughter. Hee hee. Maintaining a bald head doesn't quite feel appropriate anymore. I am now the happiest man in the world. Ah, Suen Wuon exclaimed, dumbfounded. Married? Wait, Uncle Krillin. When did you get married? What is your daughter's name? Who is your wife? Krillin, feeling bashful, stole a glance at Suen Wuon and replied, It's 18, hee. I pursued her vigorously, and as for our daughter, her name is Noah. Suen Wuon suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. As the name Noah from the traveler's memories conjured images of a colossal being with wings of time and space, creating a jarring sense of incongruity. Krillin asked, That name was given by 18. What's wrong? Suen Wuon rubbed his forehead. Uncle Krillin, perhaps you should pay attention to certain religious matters. It might enlighten you. Krillin, oblivious, had originally considered naming her Marin, as his first love had left an indelible mark on him. But now, with 18, he felt she was leagues ahead of his past. Gentle, virtuous, and graciously beautiful. Each time he returned home and heard her say, Welcome back, my husband, he felt all his weariness vanish in an instant. Gohan glanced sideways at his father, Goku. He really had a way with women. His mother Chi-Chi, Bulma, the former android 18. And even Snow. If Goku were even slightly more like a normal person, he'd probably have a harem by now. Chi-Chi pointed to the two people bound and unconscious behind Krillin. Asking suspiciously, Krillin, who are these two? Why do they have strange symbols above their heads? Back to the main topic, Krillin's smile faded, and he said seriously, recently, there have been frequent cases of martial artists being drained of their stamina and dying from shock. Even my students, the police came to me, and I defeated them. Goku, Gohan, they're definitely not normal humans. I suspect it might be related to Android 21. Gohan thought to himself, if we had dealt with the sleeping and sealed Majin Buu beforehand, future Bra's Majin 21 wouldn't have appeared. Right? Suddenly, a familiar aura wafted from the sky. Piccolo sensed Krillin's ki gathering with Goku and the others. After observing the Kami's shrine for a moment and noticing something amiss, he quickly flew over. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan. Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Gohan. Piccolo crossed his arms, smiled, and greeted them. Then, looking at Krillin, he asked, I found you here at the Kami's shrine. Krillin, who is this? What happened? Krillin told Piccolo about Spavik and Yamcha's activities, capturing martial artists and absorbing their energy. Piccolo glanced at the special M symbol above their heads and analyzed, 7th grade. Around this time, Goku's lips curled slightly. He slowly walked up to the two, placed a hand on Spavik's head, and said, If we know who they met with, we'll know. Won't we? Krillin was taken aback by this move, Gohan. When Goku first arrived on Namek, he learned about the entire event through his memories and had almost forgotten about this technique. Through Spavik's memories, Goku learned the cause and effect of the events, including Babidi and Dabura, the king of hell. Found him. In the southern capital, there's a short, very strange alien named Babidi. He's behind everything. He has several subordinates who seem to be collecting energy to revive something. The symbol on their heads is a sign of being controlled by Babidi. Krillin scoffed. Why is it in the southern capital again, Goku? Do you even know how strong he is? Goku shook his head, his tail swaying nimbly as he said, I haven't seen him in person, so I'm not sure. Piccolo glanced at the little girl Bra, who was kicking Spavik and Yamu, and said, Majin Buu. Do you all remember him? Android 21 developed his evil personality because he absorbed Majin Buu's cells. If we defeat Majin Buu beforehand, Gohan exclaimed excitedly, That's right, that's right. That's what I thought too, Uncle Piccolo. If we defeat Majin Buu, Majin 21 won't be born. I'll go change right now. I'll go now. Mom, please ask the school for leave. Just say I'm going to save the world. Chi-Chi said angrily. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Gohan, you don't want to skip school tomorrow, do you? No, Mom, absolutely not. Gohan shook his head frantically. After returning to his room, he changed into a purple martial arts uniform, and the tail wrapped around his thigh began to sway gracefully. As for Spavik and Yamcha, Piccolo took advantage of Goku's inattention and easily defeated them, blasting them to dust. These two deserved to die, so Goku didn't say much. After Gohan changed his clothes, the four of them set off together, flying towards the southern capital. Bra and Goten wanted to go too, but Android 18 simply picked them up. Don't go and cause trouble, Bra, Goten, Android 18 said irritably, tossing the two children back into their room. Bra pouted and muttered, I'm stronger than Uncle Krillin. Why won't you let me go? While the four of them were flying at high speed, Krillin suddenly said, Should we call Vegeta over? He's incredibly strong too. Gohan immediately shook his head in opposition. No, Uncle Krillin, please don't. If Uncle Vegeta comes, he might release Majin Buu and fight him. Future Bra said that Majin 21 turned everything upside down, destroyed us, destroyed Namek, and indirectly destroyed 8 universes because of her. Even if the chubby Majin Buu in the time traveler's memories were to become good, Gohan wouldn't spare him. The series of reactions caused by Android 21, as mentioned by Future Bra, were too much for him to gamble on. Gohan was even more curious about how Android 21 had fused with Majin Buu's cells, and what he looked like. Majin Buu, however, could regenerate indefinitely with just one cell. Unless his own power was exhausted or he was completely destroyed, he could revive even if reduced to ashes. Piccolo nodded in agreement with Gohan's words and specifically said to Goku, "Goku, like Gohan said, you should understand the seriousness of the situation. I know, don't worry. I know what to do." Goku nodded seriously. He couldn't afford to gamble, although he desperately wanted to fight Majin Buu and Android 21. The price Future Bra mentioned was too high. If he lost, the Dragon Balls might disappear, with no way to save them. Chapter 102 The Supreme Kai appears. The power of gods is without a trace. Gohan and the others couldn't sense them at all. On a mountain peak outside Nandu, Supreme Kai Shin exclaimed in surprise, "They're here? Kibito, how did they all get here? Did they discover Babiti's whereabouts?" Kibito said, "Supreme Kai, it seems we're in the right place. But how do they know Babiti's exact location?" Supreme Kai Shin said, "My original plan was to track Babiti's henchman and find his hiding place on his spaceship." Kibito suddenly tensed up. "Oh no. Supreme Kai, what if these people accidentally disturb Babiti and cause Majin Buu to be resurrected? We must stop them. If Majin Buu is resurrected, it'll be terrible. We need to get there quickly, Kibito." Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito moved at high speed into the air, transforming into 2 afterimages and disappearing into the dark starry sky. Goku explored Spavik's memories, located the direction of Babiti's spaceship, and flew there with everyone. Piccolo, with his superior eyesight and hearing, noticed 2 figures blocking their path. Initially, he hadn't sensed any presence, and even doubted his own perception. "Attention, everyone. There are 2 people ahead," Piccolo shouted, causing everyone to tense up and become wary. Krillin asked in surprise, "Are they Babiti's henchmen?" Gohan said sternly, "Who cares who they are? If they're blocking our way, we'll wipe them out. I will never allow these guys to harm anyone around me." His resolute and cold words, filled with murderous intent, startled Goku, Krillin, and Piccolo. Cold sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead. He thought to himself, "I thought I was finally relaxed, but I'm still very concerned about Android 21. Soon, in less than half a minute, Gohan and the others also saw the 2 figures and immediately recognized them as Shin, the Supreme Kai of the East, and his follower Jabite, from the Transmigrator's memories. As time passed, it was indeed the moment for the confrontation. Majin Buu and Kaioshin. Suen Wuon gazed at his hands, recalling the mysterious state from the memories of the traveler, where his ordinary foundational strength surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3. Since it was the Kaioshin, Xian, and Jebit, how could he resolve the issue with Majin Buu and then accompany them to the Kaioshin realm to free the old Kaioshin? After pondering for a moment, Suen Wuon devised a plan. The threat posed by Majin Buu was grave. Thus, he decided to inform them about the situation regarding number 21. Although Xian, during his tenure as Kaioshin, might not have been fully aware, he possessed a sense of responsibility. "Very well, that settles it," Suen Wuon thought to himself. Suddenly, Suen Wukong, Piccolo, Suen Wuon, and Krillin halted midair. Xian spoke calmly, "Mr. Wukong, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long desired this opportunity." "Excuse me, who are you?" Suen Wukong asked, bewildered, as he had no recollection of them. Jebit, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Do not be rude. Standing before you is the esteemed Kaioshin. The Kaioshin, the legendary figure whose status far surpassed that of the Dai Kaioshin." Piccolo broke into a cold sweat. Having merged with the Supreme Kai, he could sense the overwhelming authority of the Kaioshin. Suen Wuon furrowed his brow and stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. In the astonished gaze of Kaioshin and Jebit, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. "Let us be direct to avoid a repeat of the Traveler's memories," Suen Wuon mused. The Kaioshin's jaw dropped in astonishment. This was unmistakably the aura he sensed before, a being of such remarkable power existing in the lower realm. Suen Wuon tilted his head, his gaze icy. "Forgive the interruption, Kaioshin, but are you not in league with Babiti? If not, we have no time to entertain you. We must defeat those vile foes." Jebit attempted to respond, but the pressure emanating from Sun Wufan rendered him speechless. No, wait, Mr. Wufan. We are not Babidi-S accomplices. We came to the lower realm to confront Majin Buu as well, Kaioshin Xian hastily clarified, his previously imposing demeanor evaporating before Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan reverted from Super Saiyan 4 to his usual gentle self, discreetly giving Piccolo a thumbs up from behind. Piccolo nodded slightly, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. Sun Wufan was standing up for him after he had indeed lost his composure moments ago. My apologies, Kaioshin, I misunderstood. Please do not take offense. Sun Wufan quickly apologized, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, though whether it was intentional was of little consequence now. It's quite all right. Mr. Wufan, as long as the misunderstanding has been resolved, Mr. Wukong, can you also achieve what Mr. Wufan just did? Xian asked, his expression filled with anticipation. Sun Wukong stroked his chin and replied, at first, I couldn't transform, but after years of training, I eventually attained Super Saiyan 4. Oh, by the way, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 last year. Thank goodness we didn't bring Uncle Vegeta along. Sun Wufan thought to himself, realizing that just this one statement from his father could potentially infuriate Vegeta. With the prowess of Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong, Kaioshin Xian ceased to obstruct them and accompanied them toward Babidi-S spaceship, discussing the situation with Majin Buu, thus bridging their relationship further. Likewise, Sun Wufan took the opportunity to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding number 21, intentionally emphasizing the severity of the situation. What? Is this true, Wufan? An android? How could this be? How could something created by mortals be so terrifying? Kaioshin Xian expressed disbelief. Jebet interjected, time travel from the future should be prohibited. It could result in significant alterations to the timeline. Sun Wufan raised his voice. If that future is to be obliterated, then so be it, Jebet. Do you wish for the future to be appended? I am determined to defeat it. Is this the spaceship of Babidi? Sun Wukong's voice interrupted their thoughts. Under the night sky, the outskirts of the southern city lay silent, a hatch visible outside, as Babidi concealed his spacecraft deep underground. Sun Wufan withdrew his gaze. Everything appeared as it did in the memories of the traveler, except now it was night. Chapter 103, Insectoid Detector Ya. Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong shouted in unison, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Dad, please keep a lookout outside. If anyone emerges, you and Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin handle it while Xian, Jebet, and I go in. Though it was a question, Sun Wufan's tone left no room for refusal. Sun Wukong understood and did not contest it, responding, understood, Wufan. Be careful. All right, Xian, Jebet. Let us proceed. The three descended, and as Jebet and Xian pondered how to open the door without drawing attention, Sun Wufan delivered a powerful punch, forcefully breaking open the mechanical hatch. Let us go. Sun Wufan flashed a confident and calm smile. Jebet and Xian nodded in astonishment, following Sun Wufan into Babidi-S ship. Outside, Piccolo and the others stood idly, appearing bored. Sun Wukong was even hoping for a chance to engage in combat. Whenever the topic of number 21 arises, this child Wufan becomes somewhat unstable, Sun Wukong mused, adjusting his brow. Despite transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he had yet to engage in a true battle. As for battle experience, Sun Wufan had matured over the past 7 years and was no longer the child he once was. Krillin sat down on the ground, expressing concern. It's been quite a while. Do you think Wufan can manage alone? Piccolo responded, Wufan's strength has surpassed ours significantly. Even yours, Wukong. Though we are both Super Saiyan 4, Wufan has greatly exceeded you. Indeed, Wufan has truly surpassed me. I apologize, Sun Wukong chuckled, feeling a sense of pride in his son's relentless training and eager to see how far he could go. Krillin lay back on the mountaintop, exclaiming, haha, how strong can Wufan become? Suddenly, Krillin's attention sharpened, and he quickly stood up, having noticed what appeared to be an insect flying overhead, resembling one he typically encountered. What kind of flying insect is that? It seems different. Piccolo, I just saw something fly over my head. It didn't look like a mosquito. Piccolo, focused on the spaceship, found Krillin's comment amusing and replied, what is so significant about an insect? In his Super Saiyan 4 state, Sun Wukong's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, stating, this is bad. I heard from number 18 that Dr. Gero used an insectoid detector to monitor us. What? Piccolo and Krillin exclaimed in shock. Krillin sprang to his feet, realizing the flying insect had vanished into the night, shouting, "Wukong, it's Dr. Gero's insectoid detector." No. 21, it must be it. This is terrible, Piccolo thought, finally grasping the implications of Sun Wukong's words, his expression changing dramatically. Piccolo shifted his focus from the spaceship to the surroundings, clearing his mind, yet he found nothing amiss. No, still no damned insects. There must be a reason for this. A dreadful premonition suddenly gripped Baiku's heart. If there are monitoring insects here, does that mean could it be that no? 21 has indeed acquired the cells of Majin Buu? A cold sweat broke out on Baiku's forehead. Sun Wukong and Klin's expressions also changed drastically. The worst-case scenario was truly upon them. Hidden in the shadows, number 21 had consumed the cells of Majin Buu. And the Majin 21 that Bra had foretold was about to emerge. Meanwhile, Son Gohan remained unaware of the situation outside. He had been defeating and killing Babbidi's minions one after another. Even that so-called King of Hell, Dabura, could not withstand a single punch and was swiftly dispatched. After vanquishing Babbidi, he found himself before a colossal egg. "This is it, Gohan. This is the egg sealing Majin Buu," Xian excitedly exclaimed. Son Gohan nodded slightly, gathering energy in his palms and placing them on his forehead, the golden energy radiating from his hands. "Xian, Jebit, stand back." Magic flash. A resounding boom followed as a robust golden energy wave enveloped the giant egg. Majin Buu, who had been trapped in slumber due to the seal, was annihilated along with the egg, reduced to dust. Outside, a heavy atmosphere engulfed Sun Wukong, Baiku, and Klin as they sensed the ground tremble violently. And fiery sparks erupted from the depths, shattering the hatch that broke through the surface. "We did it. Gohan has defeated Majin Buu." However, Baiku sighed heavily. His heart weighed down with worry. The thought of the insect-like probe that Klin had inadvertently spotted, likely dispatched by number 21, cast a shadow over his joy. Klin was filled with regret, lamenting the terrifying future that threatened to upend their world. He had finally embraced the goddess and welcomed a lovely daughter. He did not wish for it all to end like this. Suddenly, 3 figures flew out, landing before them in a burst of sparks. The Kaioshin Xian exclaimed with excitement. "Thank you all so much. Majin Buu has finally been eliminated." Gohan was truly incredible. Babbidi and his henchmen couldn't withstand a single attack and were defeated. Silence enveloped Sun Wukong, Baiku, and Klin, their faces darkening, leaving Xian momentarily stunned. "What's wrong, Mr. Wukong?" Sun Wukong forced a faint smile, saying, "We suspect we have discovered an insect-like probe, but we cannot yet confirm if it belongs to number 21. "What did you say, Dad? Did you really find an insect-like probe?" Son Gohan's heart raced in panic. Klin, filled with discontent, exclaimed, "Damn it, I should have captured it earlier." Baiku interjected, "It's too late to say anything now. We must be more concerned about whether number 21 has absorbed the cells of Majin Buu." Jebit and Xian were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging. Xian hastily asserted, "That's impossible. As long as even one cell of Majin Buu exists, he can resurrect indefinitely. He is practically an invincible monster. How could that artificial human, number 21, possibly collect and fuse with the cells of Majin Buu?" Son Gohan continued to harbor doubts. The portrayal of Majin Buu from the memories of the traveler left him unable to believe how number 21 had managed to devour him. After a moment of contemplation, Baiku recalled something. What Bra mentioned about the Majin 21 artificial human and the benign, ordinary no. 21 artificial human. Could it be that Majin Buu is aware of his imprisonment, unable to escape, and thus intentionally allowed himself to be absorbed? Perhaps Majin 21 is merely another facet of Majin Buu. Chapter 104. Journey to the realm of the Kaioshin on a nameless island far from the southern capital. Images transmitted from the insect-like probe streamed onto a computer. Within the container, number 21 had opened her eyes. Her striking blue irises sparkling with vitality as she joyfully swam about in her unclothed form. "Your recovery is remarkable," Dr. Mayway Man, number 16 remarked. "The cells of Majin Buu possess even more vitality than anticipated. At this rate, in just a few days, you will transcend cell and become the ultimate artificial human. No. 21. I will kill those fools once I am free. I believe it will be quite amusing," she cackled, her twisted smile revealing a chilling demeanor. Her blue eyes glinting with madness and tinged with crimson. Number 16, who had been preparing to report, froze in place. a frown creasing his brow as he distanced himself from the container. You are not the doctor. Who are you? What have you done to Dr. Mei Wei Man? He pointed his palm menacingly at number 21. Number 21 laughed derisively, her demeanor savage and mad, so unlike before. Mei Wei Man. Hee hee. Is that the human name of this body? How splendid. This ultimate and wondrous form is simply beyond belief. You are Majin Buu. Number 16 declared with murderous intent. No, I am number 21, but that name can no longer merely describe this magnificent ultimate figure. Call me Majin 21. With a thunderous roar, number 16 unleashed his full power, firing the hell flash towards Majin 21. A hum resonated as her eyes turned crimson, and a transparent bubble materialized outside the glass dome, absorbing the energy of No. 16's attack. Is this Gohan's technique? Number 16's gaze sharpened. Majin 21 chuckled triumphantly. This technique is quite exceptional. Experience the taste of being struck by your own attack. In an instant, the energy rebounded violently back to number 16, but in that moment, Majin 21's delicate body trembled, her ferocious crimson eyes momentarily reverting to blue. The rebound hurled number 16 out of the laboratory and into the sea. Inside the container, Majin 21 gazed at her hands in dissatisfaction. At that fleeting moment, her form had been reclaimed by Dr. Mei Wei Man, also known as number 21, and much of the rebounding energy had been dispelled. Although number 16 had survived, he was likely gravely injured. It seemed she needed another day to fully seize her original body. Given number 16's injuries, even if he found Suen Wuon and the others, it would be too late. Majin 21 observed her hands, her brown hair shimmering with a hint of golden energy. Apart from Majin Buu, her body contained the cells of Suen Wuon, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Frieza, and his father, Baiku, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and many other warriors, along with combat experiences inputted into the computer and limitless energy akin to number 16, number 17, and number 18. Her smile twisted into a malicious grin. This fusion of elements sparked a qualitative change. Majin 21 emerged as an embodiment of evil, a stark contrast to the other number 21 artificial human. In the outskirts of the southern capital, far from the sea, Baiku's speculation was quickly dismissed by the others. For Bra had mentioned that Majin 21 represents a malevolent aspect of number 21. The cells of Majin Buu sought to dominate No. 21's body, but were instead consumed and assimilated, leading to the birth of an evil persona within number 21. Son Gohan clenched his fists, a sense of unease enveloping him. I don't know why, but I feel a sense of panic. Uncle Baiku, Dad, I believe I need to grow even stronger. Suen Wuon and Baiku exchanged glances. Baiku addressed Son Gohan. Gohan, I currently lack the capacity to teach you further. Suen Wuon added, I feel the same. Gohan, you have long surpassed me. Even this Super Saiyan 4, you were the one who developed it. This remark left Son Gohan feeling somewhat bashful, yet he had a crafty thought in his mind. He did not wish to express this directly, but he felt that it would be peculiar to broach the topic without reason. After a moment of contemplation, Saiyan spoke. Wufan. In the realm of the Kaishin, there exists a legendary sword, the Kaishin sword. It is said to be an artifact beyond the reach of all previous Kaishins. According to legend, once drawn, it grants immense power. I believe, if anyone can wield it, it would be you, Wufan. Jebet's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, Wait. The Kaishin realm is a sanctum that even the gods cannot enter, let alone a human. Are you certain you want to bring a human into the realm of the Kaishin? Xian replied resolutely, Indeed, Jebet. As Wufan has stated, we must avoid a future of destruction, attaining such formidable power. But is it feasible? Will it not cause you trouble? Although Wufan longed to go, he appeared somewhat embarrassed on the surface. Do not worry, Wufan, Xian promptly reassured him. Piccolo added, Go ahead, Wufan. We will look after Earth in the meantime. Suen Wuon chuckled, but make sure you return stronger, Wufan. Krillin gave a thumbs up, saying, Good luck, Wufan. All right, I'll leave it to you, Xian Jebet. Wufan nodded earnestly, returning to his normal state, and together with Jebet and Xian, they vanished from Earth, heading to the realm of the Kaishin. Piccolo stated seriously, Krillin, once you return, immediately inform everyone about the possible emergence of number 21. Wukong, you and I will continue the search nearby. Suen Wuon, taken aback, asked, Search nearby? Piccolo. It's so dark, and that insect-like detector is as small as a fly. It's hard enough to find during the day, let alone at night. Piccolo explained, no, it's not that. The insect-like detector that Krillin inadvertently saw is situated right here in our area. It seems to monitor Babidi and his crew, who have landed on Earth in a location so concealed that even the Kaioshin could not find them. How then did number 21 discover them? Krillin and Suen Wuon were momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Piccolo. Piccolo continued without hesitation. I suspect that number 21's laboratory might be right here in the South City. Otherwise, such a coincidence would be impossible. Is that so? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, Suen Wuon recalled something and said, Piccolo, I need to head home first and also visit Karen. There are still some sins of beans left from our previous battle. Karen has been saving them for this day. Hurry back, Wuon. I'll wait for you here. Krillin, when you return, call Vegeta over too. Upon hearing about the sins of beans, Piccolo could not overlook their significance. Suen Wuon sensed the presence of his father-in-law, Nyoemo Wong, and instantly teleported back to Baozi Mountain, while Krillin swiftly flew towards the West City, where Vegeta was living, as he was working for the Capsule Corporation. Chapter 105. The old Kaioshin upon arriving in the realm of the Kaioshin, Wuon, accompanied by Xian and Jebet, stood atop a stone pillar surrounded by a pond. Embedded in the pillar was a gleaming sword, the Kaioshin sword. Encouraged by Xian, Wuon began to attempt to draw the sword. Wuon transformed into a Super Saiyan, and with great effort, he successfully pulled the sword from the pillar, causing it to shatter and fall into the pond with a splash. I can't believe he actually drew it. Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. Xian regained his composure and smiled. Wuon, how does it feel? Good, Wuon responded, having grown familiar enough with Xian to address him by name. After swinging the sword a few times, Wuon remarked, It's quite heavy, but I don't sense anything extraordinary about it. I wonder how sharp it is. Oh, Wuon, shall we test it? Xian suggested, lifting a large stone block with telekinesis and grinning at Wuon. Eager to try, Wuon replied, Sure, Xian, throw it over. Jebet asked nervously, Kaioshin, is this really a good idea? Xian reassured him, it's fine. If the Kaioshin sword were that easy to break, it wouldn't be a legendary sword. With a thunderous crash, a massive shadow descended upon Wuon. He gripped the sword tightly and swung it, cleaving the stone block cleanly in two, which then crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. Impressive, truly worthy of the legendary Kaioshin sword. Jebet shouted in awe. Wuon lightly waved the sword, creating a flourish of energy. Let us continue, Wuon. Xian, now enthusiastic, was eager to discover the sword's true sharpness. Raising his hands, Xian conjured a block of the universe's hardest metal, Piligang, and smiled at Wuon. Here, give this a try. All right, Xian, throw it my way. Wuon said with a calm smile. Whoosh. The massive metal block was hurled towards him, and Wuon swung the Kaioshin sword to cleave it. Crack. To the shock of Xian and Jebet, the sword, which they had such confidence in, shattered upon impact, leaving them momentarily speechless. Wuon swiftly dodged, and the metal block landed heavily on the ground, causing debris to scatter and the earth to tremble. Wuon looked at Jebet and Xian, who appeared utterly stunned, as if their beliefs had crumbled. Xian cried out in despair, No, the Kaioshin sword, it can't be. How could the legendary sword be broken? Jebet shouted in disbelief. The Kaioshin sword is the strongest sword in the legends of the Sanctum. How could it break? Wuon scratched the back of his head, silently apologizing to Xian, and sighed. It seems the Kaioshin sword is merely a legend after all. My apologies. Suddenly, a wave of invisible energy emanated from the broken Kaioshin sword. Wuon hastily discarded the shattered sword and teleported to stand beside Xian and Jebet. The two stared warily at the broken sword as an old man, resembling Xian in attire but with yellow tapora earrings, materialized before them, exuding an air of peculiar antiquity. Who would have thought I would see the light of day again? Finally free. My name is Pitechualuo. It has been such a long time. I never imagined it would be a human who released me. Who are you? Xian and Jebet asked in unison. What? You don't even recognize me? The old man fumed. Well, it's understandable, after all. I am the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago. Does that ring a bell? Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, while Jebet was rendered speechless, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wuon thought to himself, finally, he has emerged, the old Kaioshin. On Earth, in the West City, Vegeta and Ginyu Force's residence was not far from the Capsule Corporation. At that moment, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity room, suddenly received a call from Ginyu Force. Hold on, Vegeta. I stumbled upon some clues regarding Dr. Gero. Would you like to take a look? Vegeta paused his training, glancing at the monitor, and asked, What did you say? Ginyu Force replied. When I was organizing some information about Dr. Gero with Bulma, I found a name in an old newspaper. Dr. Mei Ai Wei Man, Dr. Gero's ex-wife. Taken aback, Vegeta exclaimed, That scoundrel was married? Ginyu Force chuckled. Not only was he married, but they also had a son who tragically passed away at a young age. Just in his 20s. The old newspaper reported it. Afterward, Dr. Mei Ai Wei Man and Dr. Gero had a conflict due to differing ideologies, leading to their divorce. Ginyu Force, are you saying that this Dr. Mei Ai Wei Man, Dr. Gero's ex-wife, is very likely the hidden number 21? Vegeta, astonished, inquired after many years of searching, finally uncovering a glimpse of the true nature of 21. Zinyu Force smiled and nodded, her long, wavy hair lending her an alluring air. She remarked, Dr. Wei Ai Wei Man's scientific prowess is on par with that of Dr. Guoluo. The newspapers reported that she had previously served as Dr. Guoluo's assistant, so she must surely possess knowledge regarding the artificial beings created by him. Vegeta, having shut down the gravity chamber, returned to his quarters and took the newspaper that Zinyu Force handed him, scrutinizing the news it contained. Wei Ai Wei Man, a philanthropist supporting impoverished orphans and establishing schools in mountainous regions, he mused, surprised by the report on Dr. Wei Ai Wei Man, noting that all details aligned perfectly with what Future Bra had described. He said, his gaze fixated on the window outside. A series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he found Klin, who was breathing heavily. Vegeta, we discovered Babbidi's spaceship in South City. Gohan has already defeated Babidi and his Majin Buu, but Klin paused to catch his breath before continuing. While we were keeping watch, I accidentally spotted a bug-like probe monitoring Babbidi's spaceship. It appears that 21 is hiding nearby, and Piccolo and Goku are currently investigating the area. What? Zinyu Force's heart raced at the thought. The day foretold by Future Bra had finally arrived. Majin 21. Vegeta, opting for silence, replied gravely. Zinyu Force has just uncovered information regarding 21. I will head there first. Klin, you take that newspaper and show it to the others. With a swift motion, Vegeta soared into the sky, heading towards South City. Klin, taking the newspaper from Zinyu Force, departed immediately, reading it as he traveled. Chapter 106. The damaged 16 in the realm of the Kaioshin. Son Gohan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, embodying tranquility and patience. The old Kaioshin, after completing a ritual, began to unlock Gohan's latent potential. Your name is Gohan, correct? Gohan, do you truly intend to honor the promise you made to me? What does that woman look like? The old Kaioshin's expression grew increasingly twisted as he chuckled. Gohan kept his eyes shut and replied, As long as what you say is true and you can help me tap into a power that surpasses my limits to defeat Majin 21, I will agree to your request. It's a deal. You possess astonishing potential. Your current strength is already formidable. I believe that after my enhancement, you will be able to decisively overpower that Majin 21, the old Kaioshin responded, flipping through a magazine featuring beautiful women. His ability to unlock potential was markedly different from that of the Grand Elder of Namek, who merely excavated untapped power. However, the old Kaioshin shared a temperament similar to that of Master Roshi. Gohan, having promised to let him touch a woman's bosom, asked Oolong to transform for the occasion. As this was not his first foray into such antics, Xian and Jia watched in astonishment, struggling to comprehend Gohan's remarkable patience. The old Kaioshin directly voiced their unspoken thoughts. Gohan, you seem to trust me completely, without a shred of doubt that I can help you unlock your ultimate potential. Gohan opened his eyes, furrowing his brow. Whether I believe it or not, I must accept it. After Uncle Piccolo mentioned the possible discovery of 21 through the bug probe, I have felt an overwhelming unease, unlike anything I've experienced before. Xian comforted him, saying, It's all right, Gohan. You're just overly anxious. Even if that 21 absorbed Majin Buu's cells, its strength would only marginally exceed that of Majin Buu. It could never be your match. Jia added, Indeed, what the old Kaioshin says holds true. Your power has surpassed what I could have imagined, Gohan. You are merely too tense. You and Mr. Goku's Super Saiyan 4 are unmatched among those I know. The old Kaioshin confidently stated, You appear to lack a sense of security, Gohan. Rest assured, after my enhancement, Your strength will reach an unimaginable level. Gohan nodded gravely, closing his eyes once more. Based on the mysterious state from the memories of the traveler, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He would undoubtedly surpass the strength of Jiren from those memories, rivaling the mastery of Ultra Instinct in its silver-haired state. I wonder how Dad and Uncle Piccolo are doing. Have they found 21? Gohan pondered anxiously. In South City, the sky was now bright, and Son Goku yawned wearily. He, Piccolo, Vegeta, Tien, Yamcha, Klin, and Android 17 had been searching throughout the night. Did Dandy find anything? Android 17 asked. Piccolo shook his head, replying no. After I briefed him, he promised to monitor the situation below whenever he had the chance. Vegeta, smiling at Goku, inquired, Kakarot, has Gohan and that fellow called the old Kaishin left? Goku affirmed. Indeed, not only him, but I too feel a strong sense of unease, Vegeta. What about you? Vegeta clenched his trembling fists, admitting, though I am loath to admit it. Ever since Klin mentioned the potential discovery of 21 last night, I felt a persistent unease. My instincts from years of battle tell me that this situation is perilous, extremely perilous. Yamcha remarked, I thought I was the only one feeling this way. The group commenced their search from the outskirts of South City, gathering at the water's edge. Klin continued Yamcha's thought, Dr. Wei Ai Wei Man, the ex-wife of Dr. Guoluo, seems quite attractive. Could she really be 21? Suddenly, a wave surged, and Tien noticed the tide washing ashore a figure, exposing complex mechanical circuits through a gaping hole in its chest. Look, everyone, it's a robot, Tien exclaimed, following his gaze. The group recognized the figure as Android 16, who had been blasted away by Majin 21. That is, Vegeta and Klin exclaimed in surprise. Piccolo questioned, what's the matter? Do you know him? Klin quickly responded. The newspapers reported that the son of Guoluo and Wei Ai Wei Man, who had long since passed, bore an uncanny resemblance to him. What? Piccolo, Goku, Yamcha, and others shouted in astonishment. 16, unable to move, stated, although I was modeled after Dr. Guoluo's child, my internal structure was entirely fabricated. My internal circuits have suffered severe damage, and my control links are completely severed. Android 17, with his hands in his pockets, asked, 16. Long time no see. I never expected to find you in such a state. Who did this to you? 16 replied, I was washed ashore by the ocean. It truly is fortunate. Dr. Wei Ai Wei Man has been taken captive, and the current 21 is the malevolent persona birthed after absorbing Majin Buu's cells. Please, Goku, you must stop Majin 21. Dr. Wei Ai Wei Man is a peace-loving and kind-hearted individual. Her decision to transform into an artificial human was to prevent Dr. Guoluo from creating the ultimate android, Cell. This current form is certainly not what she desired. Everything became clear. Piccolo's analysis was largely correct after absorbing Majin Buu's cells. A terrifying and evil personality had emerged. Where is it, 16? Where is your laboratory? Piccolo pressed eagerly. As one ventures southward, flying for approximately 50 kilometers, an isolated island comes into view. Dr. Mei Ai Wei Man's research facility is nestled within a cavern. Please, Suen Wuon, Dr. Mei Ai Wei Man holds you in high regard. You must thwart the efforts of Majin 21. She truly cherishes the earth, its life forms, and animals. Suen Wuon. Number 16 implored, as the mandate to eliminate him lingered within his being. Suen Wuon replied earnestly, we will do our utmost to stop Majin 21, number 16. Krillin, Yamcha, please escort number 16 back to Bulma's home and see if her father can repair him. Wukong, let us move swiftly, Piccolo commanded. With a nod, Suen Wuon accelerated towards the direction indicated by number 16, followed closely by Piccolo, Vegeta, Tien, and number 17. Krillin and Yamcha lifted number 16 and soared towards West City. The morning sun rising yet casting an unusually chilly aura. Chapter 107. Majin 21 Endless Sea lay ahead as Suen Wuon and his companions flew for several minutes before finally sighting an island. Is that the place? Piccolo inquired, narrowing his gaze. Aside from this, there are no other islands nearby, number 17 replied. Let us descend and investigate, Suen Wuon suggested. As they approached the island, they noticed a mountain peak with a massive gash carved into it. That must be it, Piccolo exclaimed, recognizing the scar as the result of a laser-like attack. This is exactly where number 16 referred to. Majin 21 resides at that entrance. At last, this individual has revealed themselves. Kakarot, hold back. Allow me to confront this foe first. I shall not show mercy merely because she is a woman. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and flew ahead. Wait, Vegeta. Do not let your guard down. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Tien followed closely behind, while number 17 shrugged and proceeded after them. Upon entering the cave, Vegeta was startled to behold a woman floating within a container. Are you Majin 21? How shameless to be without attire. He demanded loudly. Majin 21 smiled sweetly, stretching her arms, and said, At long last, you have arrived. I have been waiting for you, Sun Wukong. She disregarded the now transformed Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, inciting his rage. Tien, feeling embarrassed, averted his gaze, while Sun Wukong pointed at the container in astonishment. You are Majin 21? Majin 21 playfully lifted her brown bangs and replied. You all certainly know, Sun Wukong. But where is Son Gohan? I do not see him. Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. He has gone to train to become stronger. Will he become even stronger? Majin 21 exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, her voice light and breathy. Oh yes, he can become stronger. How delightful. I am so eager to see just how formidable he has become upon his return. Enough chatter, Majin 21. Prepare to receive my attack. Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, engulfing the container and Majin 21. Boom. The cavern crumbled, sending Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others flying out of the cave. Did we succeed? Piccolo asked eagerly. With a resounding crash, a purple aura emerged, and debris fell as Majin 21 appeared before them in an entirely new form. Her long white hair hung wildly. Her crimson eyes gleamed, and her ears had become more pointed. Golden rings adorned her neck and ankles, while her arms were clad in black, revealing her midriff. She wore white trousers with a golden belt and black high-heeled shoes, the tips fashioned from golden metal. Her skin had turned pink, and a flexible tail sprouted. Exuding an aura of savagery and chaos, her energy no longer restrained. Tien and Piccolo shivered in astonishment. Majin 21's energy radiated an overwhelming terror, felt even by Son Gohan and the others in the Kaishin realm. This sinister energy resembles that of Majin Buu, but no, it is far superior, Shin exclaimed in surprise. Jebbit compared the current Majin 21, stating, however, although this Majin 21 is a formidable android, she pales in comparison to Gohan. Gohan, you need not worry. Son Gohan sighed in relief. Finally, Majin 21 has appeared, and while her current power may surpass my Super Saiyan 3 transformation, she is certainly no match for Super Saiyan 4. The old Kaishin produced a crystal ball and said, use this to observe. You will witness the events unfolding on Earth. Understood, revered elder. Shin replied, positioning himself as instructed. The crystal ball revealed the scene, and Majin 21 came into view. Shin's jaw nearly dropped in shock, perspiration forming as he saw the striking resemblance to Majin Buu. Son Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, captivated by the image of Majin 21, noting her appearance and demeanor, and that this android was indeed a woman. No, it is not a problem. Majin 21's energy is significantly weaker than Uncle Vegeta's. Uncle Vegeta could easily defeat her alone. Son Gohan reassured the group. Not necessarily, the old Kaishin interjected, his tone a mix of seriousness and levity. The malevolent energy contained within Majin 21 is far more profound than what is currently visible. Son Gohan was taken aback, unable to fathom the old Kaishin's words. What do you mean, revered elder? Are you suggesting that Majin 21 is concealing her true strength? Indeed, young one. Come, assist me. We must hasten our efforts. The old Kaishin urged. May I join, revered elder? Shin asked, astonished. I will teach you. Come quickly. Gohan, focus your mind. I will assist you in unlocking your potential. The old Kaishin instructed. Understood, thank you. Son Gohan closed his eyes and centered himself. Shin sat beside the old Kaishin, quickly learning and collaborating to enhance Son Gohan's abilities. Meanwhile, on Earth, Majin 21 tilted her head, coldly gazing at Vegeta. You are truly a brute who knows only destruction. If you wish to join together, Sun Wukong, this petite frame can endure the onslaught from both of you without issue. Piccolo and Tien exchanged glances, noting that Majin 21 was exponentially more formidable than the previous number 18. Vegeta clenched his fists, pointing a thumb at himself in fury. Humph. There is no need for Kakarot or Gohan to intervene. Do you not recognize the vast chasm between your strength and mine? Oh, this Super Saiyan 4 transformation is quite commendable, so fluffy and enviable. However, Majin 21 smirked. The being before you is an extraordinary artificial human. The likes of Cell are but a relic of the past, for I am entirely different. Uft, you merely merged with a cell of Majin Buu. Your bravado may embellish your strength, but before me, your fate is sealed. Swish. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta vanished and launched a surprise attack on Majin 21. Chapter 108. The Power of Majin 21 Boom. Majin 21 exhibited no intention of evading, as Vegeta's fist struck her face with tremendous force. The sea erupted like a barrage of stones, sending forth countless splashes. After regaining her balance, Majin 21 found herself confronted by Vegeta, who formed a massive energy sphere with both hands, engulfing her entirely. The earth trembled violently, and the scene of upheaval ceased with the explosion of the energy blast. Majin 21's form was obliterated, her cells scattering in disarray around the vicinity. Vegeta laughed triumphantly, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha, what a Majin 21. Now she is reduced to mere fragments. Incredible. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is beyond imagination." Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Goku chuckled. "I never expected her to be dispatched so easily. Ha ha ha, there was absolutely no chance for me or Gohan to intervene." Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy surged forth as those scattered cells began to coalesce once more. Majin 21 instantly reformed, causing the smiles of everyone present to freeze in disbelief. Impossible? Vegeta was equally astonished by Majin 21's regenerative capabilities. Majin 21 gazed at her hands and remarked, "Buu's regenerative power is even stronger than I anticipated." "Not bad. Buu, is that the ability of Majin Buu?" Piccolo murmured. Majin 21 floated in midair, fists clenched, her expression exuding delight as she gently swayed. "I never imagined that the fusion of so many warrior cells would yield such a formidable transformation. I didn't foresee becoming this powerful myself. Let me take my time and play with you all." With a wicked smile, Majin 21 placed her palms before her mouth, forming a trumpet shape. "That is my new energy cannon," Tien Shinhan exclaimed in disbelief. "Hiya." Majin 21's new energy cannon proved mightier than Tien's, as memories of the past revealed that Tien had once used this technique to subdue Cell, buying time for Android 18 to escape. Yet now, Majin 21's strength far surpassed Tien's. Vegeta was sent flying by the new energy cannon, disappearing into the horizon. Majin 21 shielded her brow with her palm, curiously observing, "Oh, it seems Super Saiyan 4 is even stronger than I imagined. Withstood a direct hit from my new energy cannon, and yet sustained minimal damage." Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, launched a surprise attack. "You've finally arrived, Goku. You should be more enduring than Vegeta." Her voice dripped with playful mockery, as every one of Goku's strikes was effortlessly dodged by Majin 21. She had seen through his attack patterns. However, Goku, with his vast combat experience, quickly adapted his approach, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability in Majin 21 and delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen. The intense pain contorted Majin 21's face, and then Goku clenched his fists, striking her head with force. Majin 21 was sent flying, landing at the edge of the shore. As the indentation in her abdomen swiftly healed, she formed a light pink energy blast, hurling it towards Goku. Whoosh! Goku instantaneously teleported in front of Majin 21, concentrating a Kamehameha energy blast in his palms. Swish! Majin 21's form suddenly split into four, and in Goku's astonished gaze, she was sent soaring, her incomplete Kamehameha dissipating into the distant sea. Magic Cannon, Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, New Energy Cannon. The four Majin 21s unleashed their formidable energy attacks simultaneously. Goku steadied himself in midair, gathering his Kamehameha energy wave to collide with them. The world dimmed as the energy waves clashed and exploded, merging the remaining three Majin 21s back into one. The recent technique had been Tien's four-way split punch, executed with greater finesse than even Cell's. Goku, without breaking a sweat, laughed, "You truly are remarkable, Majin 21. Tien's new energy cannon consumes an immense amount of energy. Yet you unleashed so many attacks without depleting your reserves at all." Majin 21 rubbed her shoulder, tilting her head with a smile. "My shoulders are sore. Goku, you are indeed much more resilient than Vegeta. I have a fair understanding of your strength now. Will Gohan truly return even stronger?" Why do you ask?" Goku frowned slightly, sensing that Majin 21 could not have overlooked the disparity in their strengths. Although her power was significantly greater than his Super Saiyan 3 form, it still fell short compared to Super Saiyan 4. Just then, Vegeta flew in, covered in dust, exclaiming, "Damn it, Kakarot! You are not allowed to interfere." Majin 21 regarded the two with indifference, floating serenely in midair, addressing Goku. "My current power is indeed insufficient to contend with you. However, have you forgotten that I am an android?" Goku, Dr. Maveman, upon learning of your intent to eliminate her, infused your combat data into my mind, enabling me to learn how to fight. She initially had no such plans. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Majin 21 revealed a subtle smile, extending her palm. "Within me, aside from the cells of Majin Buu and the Frieza lineage, I also possess your cells, along with the infinite energy akin to androids 16, 17, and 18. "What do you mean?" Goku's pupils constricted as he inquired hastily. Piccolo, Tien, and android 17, who were observing, were equally dumbfounded, staring at Majin 21. Clenching her fists, Majin 21 emitted a delicate cry as a golden aura surged around her. Under the incredulous gazes of Vegeta, Goku, and others, her hair and eyebrows transformed into a golden hue, cascading chaotically, her crimson eyes gazing at them like a predator sizing up its prey. Calm and serene, the golden aura dissipated as Majin 21 provocatively beckoned, her words striking like a hammer, plunging them into despair. "You are all in for a world of trouble." The regenerative abilities of Majin Buu, the infinite energy of androids 16, 17, and 18, the transformations of Super Saiyan, and a wealth of combat experience from numerous warriors are all mine. Majin 21 observed the astonished Vegeta and Goku, tilting her head slightly, her gesture filled with challenge. Far away in the Kaioshin realm, Gohan, Jebet, Shin, and the old Kaioshin sensed the overwhelming energy of Majin 21 and were taken aback. Her strength had utterly surpassed their expectations. Chapter 109. Metamorph Fusion Technique Impossible? What a joke! How can that Majin 21 transform into a Super Saiyan? Jebet exclaimed, watching the scene unfold in the crystal ball. Shin instinctively looked to see, only to be stopped by the old Kaioshin. "Do not lose focus. We must hasten our efforts to unlock Gohan's potential. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble that being will cause." "Yes, Ancestor." Shin redirected his attention, concentrating on Gohan. At this moment, Gohan furrowed his brow, pondering, what is happening? This Majin 21 possesses such formidable strength. This is bad. Majin 21's power must be on par with the Buu that absorbed my Gohan from the memories of the Traveler. And now she can even transform into a Super Saiyan. In that instant, it became clear why Bra had to traverse time to warn them. To be ambushed by such a formidable foe, especially one who wields the abilities of Majin Buu, is a perilous situation indeed. The future has altered the destiny of the future Beulah. Thank you, for without your intervention, the entity known as Majin 21 would have remained hidden in the shadows. I shall surely defeat her and change the world. The old Kai and Shun worked together to unlock his potential, and Son Gohan distinctly felt the surge of his own power, which showed no signs of abating as he continuously progressed. On Earth, Majin 21's hair and eyebrows transformed into a golden hue. "Impossible, how can this be?" Bick exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta assumed battle stances, confronting Majin 21, and Goku remarked, "Vegeta, it seems we must combine our strengths, or else." Vegeta gritted his teeth and did not refuse, joining forces with Son Goku to charge at Majin 21. If previously Majin 21 was at a disadvantage, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, she created an overwhelming force against the two of them. Suddenly, shadows darkened the sky as Android 18, Yamcha, Krillin, Son Goten, Beulah, and Trunks arrived, meeting up with Bick, Tien, and Android 17, watching the battle from a distance. They could only observe, unable to intervene in this fierce combat. Each time Vegeta and Son Goku's attacks struck Majin 21, it felt to her as if they were merely scratching her. Vegeta's Prince technique manifested once more, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts like a torrential downpour, his mindset teetering on the edge of explosion. Majin 21 danced gracefully amidst the rain of energy, completely dismissing them, toying with their efforts. Son Goku looked solemnly at Vegeta and stated, "Vegeta, we are no match for her. And even if Gohan were to return from the Kai's realm, he might not stand a chance either. What are you implying? Vegeta, understanding Goku's thoughts, felt a reluctance in his heart. We must fuse, Vegeta. Otherwise this Earth, no. The entire universe will be obliterated by her, Son Goku insisted with determination. Stop with the nonsense, Kakarot. I shall not perform such a disgraceful act in front of so many. Vegeta retorted angrily. Ah, fusion, that dance you taught your son and Vegeta's son. Majin 21 suddenly appeared behind them, startling them both. Look out. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed powerful energy blasts. Majin 21 effortlessly dodged their attacks with a graceful flick. However, Goku and Vegeta manipulated their energy blasts to arc back toward her. What? Majin 21 was taken aback as their attacks combined. She leapt into the sky, narrowly avoiding the blasts. Yet her tail was severed and fell to the ground. How dare you toy with a lady's tail? In an instant, Majin 21 appeared before them, striking Goku and Vegeta on their foreheads, sending them crashing down and creating two deep craters, while her tail did not regrow as before. Slowly, it fell before them. And Majin 21, resting her chin on her thumb, looked at the rising Goku and Vegeta with a smile, saying, the Metamoran fusion technique. Huh? Ha ha ha, Goku. Are you sure that fusing with this guy will make you stronger, or will he just hold you back? What did you say? Vegeta began to cough violently, her words igniting his fury as he felt utterly belittled. Goku furrowed his brow and asked, you know this technique. What are you planning? Majin 21 crossed her arms and replied, I want to see how strong you become after fusing. I'm looking for a worthy opponent. But I doubt you'll be much stronger after fusing with Vegeta. If looks could kill, Vegeta would have slain Majin 21 multiple times. Goku always regarded him as inferior. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my full power. Goku, do not blink, Majin 21 playfully declared. Suddenly, her energy surged dramatically, surrounding her with flickering arcs of energy. Yet, it did not cease. Her power continued to escalate, the arcs growing denser, her brow smoothing, her forehead slightly protruding, and her golden, disheveled hair lengthening to cascade past her waist. This Majin 21 is like an endless abyss. Has she truly reached her limits? Goku was astonished. Trembling at the sight of Majin 21 transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, her power elevated to an unimaginable degree. Bick clenched his fists in frustration. A Super Saiyan 3 Majin 21 was no jest. She could genuinely become one. And with her abnormal physique, she bore no burden like Goku's. Am I dreaming? How are we supposed to win against her? This is truly disheartening, Krillin remarked with a bitter smile. Others echoed similar sentiments. The terror of Majin 21 was incomparable to the previous cell. In the Kai realm, even the focused Son Gohan, Old Kai, and Shun furrowed their brows. Kakarot. We must fuse quickly. Vegeta urged Goku, snapping back to reality. All right, thank you, Vegeta, Goku replied with a faint smile. Chapter 110, Son Gohan arrives. Are you really planning to fuse like this? Majin 21 pointed at Goku and Vegeta, asking with a chuckle. What do you mean? Goku paused, contemplating how to find the opportunity to fuse when he was taken aback by her words. Majin 21, with her arms crossed and brimming with confidence, said, you should eat the senzu beans to restore your peak condition before fusing. I want to fight you in your strongest state, so hurry and eat the senzu beans. Ha. You would intentionally allow us to fuse. Majin 21, are you serious? You won't regret this? Goku asked with a smile. No regrets. I want to know how strong I can become. Majin 21 sneakily glanced at her severed tail, which had fallen to the ground and subsequently hidden itself, lying in wait. Her voice clearly reached Bick and the others. Hey, you spectators should have seen enough, right? You know I have senzu beans on me. Goku produced the senzu beans he had been carrying, interrupting Majin 21's words. He tossed one to Vegeta, then consumed one himself. You will regret your arrogance. Majin 21 warned as Vegeta swallowed the senzu bean, his energy and injuries fully restored. Majin 21 wore a triumphant smile, saying, hurry and fuse. I can hardly wait to see the strength you possess after merging. Please do not disappoint me. Just as Vegeta and Goku prepared to fuse Son Gohan alongside Kai Shun, Jebit and Old Kai instantaneously arrived before them. Son Gohan, clad in a purple martial arts uniform akin to Bick's, looked coldly at Majin 21. I'm sorry, Dad. Uncle Vegeta, I'm late. Gohan, you're back. Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, sensing Gohan's energy, which, though he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, rivaled their own. What kind of training did you undergo in the Kai realm to have improved so significantly in such a short time? Vegeta marveled in astonishment. In a state of enigmatic power, the old Kaioshin has unlocked his latent potential. This form can be regarded as the very foundation of his inherent strength, rather than a mere transformation. According to the memories of a time traveler, during the era of Dragon Ball Super, he had not engaged in training, thus unable to sustain this mysterious state. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is fundamentally distinct from the previous 3 stages of Super Saiyan. It represents a complete elevation of the Saiyan race. Even in his current mysterious state, the transition to Super Saiyan 4 imposes no burden upon him. "Father, leave this to me," he declared, despite harboring no absolute confidence in his ability to triumph over her. With a fierce roar, a golden aura surged around him, and Suen Wuon transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his formidable presence causing even Majin 21 to furrow her brow in concern. "Damn it, Suen Wuon has ruined my plans," Majin 21 muttered darkly, as her tail re-emerged, her crimson eyes now reflecting a serious demeanor. "Impressive, he has surpassed Majin 21, Suen Wuon exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta gritted his teeth, equally astonished. Despite both being Super Saiyan 4, his power clearly exceeds that of Majin 21. In the distance, Piccolo exhibited a smile of delight, while Krillin cheered, "Incredible! In such a short time, Wuon has become so powerful, he will be saved." Bra exuberantly shouted, "Amazing! Wuon, you are so cool. Go and defeat that vile villain." "Brother Wuon," Trunks called out loudly. Son Goten's eyes sparkled with excitement as he opened his arms and exclaimed, "Brother, you look so cool." Android 18 rested her chin on her hands, a blissful smile adorning her face as she thought, "So strong, truly remarkable. Wuon has become more vibrant and handsome. I wish to ride the flying Nimbus once more." With a resounding clash, Suen Wuon and Majin 21's fists collided, sending a sharp pain coursing through Majin 21, causing her to grit her teeth instinctively. With a powerful knee strike, Suen Wuon impacted Majin 21's chest, compressing her soft form. He unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating Majin 21's upper body. However, she swiftly regenerated, her eyes emitting a laser-like intensity. Suen Wuon leaned back to evade the beam, executing a side kick that sent Majin 21 soaring into the air. Tenfold Kamehameha. Suen Wuon formed his hands into a flower shape, unleashing a robust blue energy wave that engulfed Majin 21. Her delicate form was shattered into fragments, only to coalesce moments later, her wicked smile igniting a fire of determination within Suen Wuon's clenched fists. This was precisely why he stated he lacked absolute confidence in defeating Majin 21. His mysterious state formed the foundation upon which he layered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, surpassing the current form of Super Saiyan 3 Majin Buu. Yet the gap was not insurmountable. Majin 21 possessed the cells of Majin Buu, granting her an extraordinary regenerative ability akin to his. Moreover, she also harbored cells from other beings, including Frieza and his progenitor, and was even more cunning than beings like Cell. In this present state, it mirrored the scene from the time traveler's memories, where Super Saiyan 3 Suen Wuon faced original Majin Buu. The difference being that he would not suffer from any loss of energy or burdens. Suen Wuon braced himself for a protracted struggle, for the disparity in strength between him and Majin 21 was not vast. Regulating his breath, he prepared for an instantaneous assault. Majin 21, likewise, was formulating her strategy, aware that the battle might be prolonged. The sudden appearance of Suen Wuon disrupted her plans. With another strike, Suen Wuon sent her flying. He exhibited no mercy. Every punch and kick was delivered with unrelenting force. After being obliterated once, Majin 21 would merely reconstitute herself. The thought of absorbing Suen Wuon crossed her mind, but was swiftly discarded. As she was struck again and fell into the valley, Majin 21 contemplated, "No. That trump card can only be used once." According to gathered data, after the fusion of Son Goten and Trunks into Gotenks, their power undergoes a monumental transformation. The fusion of Suen Wuon and Vegeta is even more formidable. Noticing Suen Wuon gathering energy, Majin 21 suddenly appeared before him, conjuring a massive energy sphere and launching it toward him, interrupting his actions. Suen Wuon had no choice but to halt, teleporting directly behind Majin 21. Her alluring silhouette was met with his powerful kick to the back of her head. Majin 21 fell instantly, the valley cracking beneath her. Her indented skull quickly restored. Her red eyes filled with murderous intent as they locked on his son Wukong, who was soaring toward her. She mused, I shall wait. Son Wukong's stamina and energy will surely wane, and at that moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta will have to employ the Metamoran fusion technique to assist me. Once I consume them post-fusion, my power will ascend to unimaginable heights. Chapter 111. The fierce battle. The wind stirred, and the yellow sands roared. The outskirts of the southern city had transformed into a battlefield. Sun Wukong stood in a valley, while Majin 21 brushed off the dust from her attire. Her injuries swiftly mending as she gracefully landed atop a high peak. Their stances mirrored that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the past. Yet the current individuals and their powers were incomparable to that bygone era. Majin 21 gazed at Sun Wukong with excitement. How have you managed to elevate your strength so significantly in such a short time? That Kaishin, was it? This world holds so many secrets I am yet to uncover. Hee. Indeed, there is much you do not know, Majin 21. What is your ultimate goal? Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance. My goal? Hee. I simply wish to grow stronger, to become even more formidable, and to savor delectable desserts, such as cakes with human flavors. I am also eager to try those of other extraterrestrial tastes, such as Saiyan. Majin 21 playfully tapped her lips, her pink skin exuding an alluring charm. Yet her words sent chills down one's spine. Sun Wukong firmly retorted, I will not allow you to succeed. Majin 21 raised her finger and shook it lightly, tilting her head with a smile. Do you truly believe that surpassing me in strength equates to defeating me? Do you think I am as foolish as that cell? Hee. In my eyes, you are no different from him. Sun Wukong shouted defiantly. Majin 21's smile widened, having absorbed the cells of Majin Buu. My power has undergone a qualitative leap through the fusion of various warriors' cells. Yes, I can see that. You can even transform into Super Saiyan. What more can you say? Can you become Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong glanced at Majin 21's tail, reminiscent of Frieza's. Majin 21 shrugged. That is indeed impossible. I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 3 like you. That is my limit. However, have you forgotten? My memory banks contain the battle data of all of you. I am well acquainted with your techniques, and my physique is not comparable to that of Cell. Our techniques. Sun Wukong murmured, suddenly struck by a realization. His pupils dilating and heart racing as he looked at the self-assured Majin 21, incredulously asking, could it be that you? This is impossible. At that moment, the old Kaishin Shin, and Jabber were gathered with Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and the others, having introduced themselves, while the group observed the battle from a distance. Kellen suddenly recalled something and remarked, this scene feels oddly familiar. Chibe Jita placed his hands on his hips and turned his head disdainfully. Sun Wukong, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. Piccolo, possessing sharper vision and hearing than the others, caught the words of Son Gohan and Majin 21. What happened to Gohan? What could have surprised him so? Piccolo pondered for a moment before his gaze shifted to Sun Wukong, and he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, what? The others turned their attention to Piccolo. Tianjin Fan quickly inquired, what's wrong, Piccolo? Piccolo shouted, that Majin 21, besides our cells and combat experience, has mastered all of our techniques. This is bad. Gohan is in danger. Majin 21 clenched her fists, an intense crimson aura swirling around her as she declared, just as you imagined, 20 times Kaioken. Boom. The 20 times Kaioken once again elevated Majin 21's power 20-fold, revealing all her hidden cards. With a swift motion, she lunged at Son Gohan, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Gohan coughed up blood, but refusing to back down, he retaliated with a punch to Majin 21's face. Majin 21 licked the blood from her lips, and with the activation of the 20 times Kaioken, her strength matched Gohan's. A deafening sound echoed across the skies as the figures of Son Gohan and Majin 21 became indistinguishable. Only after transforming into Super Saiyan 4 could Sun Wukong and Vegeta barely discern their movements. This is impossible. My Kaioken, even while transforming into Super Saiyan 3, can still be used? Sun Wukong was astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, saying, now Majin 21's strength is on par with Gohan's. How infuriating. What kind of monster is this? At that moment, Piccolo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Each time Majin 21 was injured, she would recover, whereas Gohan, wounded, could not regain his strength, putting him at a severe disadvantage over time. Brother Suen Wuon, Bulma. The worried voice of Bulma whispered. With a whoosh, the energy blasts collided densely. As time passed, Gohan began to tire and gradually fell behind. A loud crash resounded as Gohan was violently kicked away, landing in a valley where dust erupted, obscuring his figure. Majin 21, her head nearly caving in, swiftly returned to her original form, playfully tossing her disheveled golden hair and teasing, Gohan, if this continues, you will surely lose. You're finished. As the dust settled, Gohan faced Majin 21 with both palms directed towards her, holding a small vial that startled her. Magic Sealing Wave. Gohan's 7 orifices bled as he spread his arms wide, shouting as a dark green energy whirlwind surged towards Majin 21. Unfazed, she formed a barrier with her palms, redirecting the same dark green energy back towards Gohan. What? Gohan's expression changed dramatically. Majin 21 grinned triumphantly. This technique is the reverse magic sealing wave, developed by the current Piccolo to counter the Kaioshin during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, sealing him instead. Did I not mention? I am aware of all your combat data. Our strengths are evenly matched, but over time, it will be detrimental to you. I anticipated you would resort to this move against me. Majin 21 showcased her terrifying power and remarkable battle intelligence during the fight. How infuriating! Gohan shouted in frustration. In Chapter 112, Fusion, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Suen Wuon, and others lamented as Gohan was absorbed into the small vial he had prepared for sealing. The swirling dark green energy dissipated, and Majin 21 produced a sealing paper from her black bodice to affix it. Majin 21 sighed, exhaling like a delicate orchid, shaking the small white vial in her hand. Her pale face flushed with a feverish excitement. Is this the joy of defeating an opponent? How delightful, how exhilarating. I feel like dancing. Is this the pinnacle of battle? Ha ha ha, it's simply marvelous. Gohan, I eagerly await the fusion of Suen Wuon and Vegeta. The joy from that will surely surpass this moment. Majin 21 tucked the vial into her black bodice and flew towards Suen Wuon and the others. The old Kaioshin cried out in despair, what do you need me for? It's over. Unless a god of destruction intervenes, we are doomed. Fear gripped the others as they disregarded the old Kaioshin's words about the god of destruction. How is this creature even comparable to Majin Buu? It's over. The entire universe is at stake, Shin lamented. I can't believe such a powerful Gohan was defeated. You scoundrel. You took my brother Gohan. Bulma's pupils dilated as tears streamed down her face, her body swelling, turning black and then grass green, an energy radiating from her core, rapidly expanding. What? The onlookers were astonished by Bulma's transformation, her aura continuously growing, catching even Majin 21 off guard. Vegeta, in disbelief, remarked, Is this another form of Super Saiyan? No, this must be the legendary original Super Saiyan that appears once every 1,000 years. Kakarot's daughter? But I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Why isn't Trunks transforming? As Kellen and the others stood stunned, Suen Wuon and Trunks were also awestruck. Bulma's energy triggered an explosive reaction, charging like a wild beast towards Majin 21. Bulma, stop! Suen Wuon shouted in concern, teleporting to embrace the frenzied Bulma. Calm down. I know you are worried about Gohan, but your current power. Before he could finish, Majin 21 punched him away. Ah! In a frenzy, Bulma grabbed Majin 21 by the hair and, under her astonished gaze, slammed her into the ground, then swiftly propelled forward, creating a deep trench. The brutality of the scene terrified Trunks and Suen Wuon, causing them to tremble. Vegeta hurriedly helped Suen Wuon up, saying, Kakarot, we must fuse quickly, or we are truly finished. My apologies, Vegeta. Suen Wuon responded as he stood. Suddenly, the old Kaioshin addressed them, if we are to fuse. Boom. A powerful energy surged as Majin 21, seizing the moment, easily broke free from Bulma's grasp, gathering her energy for a devastating attack that struck Bulma, eliminating her in an instant. As the energy dissipated, Bulma's eyes lost their luster, and she struggled to glance at Majin 21 before slipping into unconsciousness, lifted by Majin 21. With a forceful wave of her hand, Majin 21 unleashed a fierce gust of wind, scattering the clouds and sending Yamcha, Kellen, and the others tumbling uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground. The old Kaishin shouted loudly, "Let me finish my words." Son Goku and Vegeta crossed their arms in front of themselves, gritting their teeth and exerting all their strength to resist the onslaught of Majin 21. A powerful aura swept across the entire surface, stirring up tsunamis, scattering yellow sands, and unleashing fierce winds, torrential rains, and avalanches. At that moment, in Chuxing City, at Chengxing High School, Ilyasa gazed at the empty seat beside her, slightly lost in thought, and sighed. Why hasn't Gohan come to class today? Could it be because of what happened yesterday? Vidalai shook her head and explained, "No. My father told me to be careful. It seems Master Krillin and the others have encountered an enemy thousands of times more terrifying than Cell, and Gohan is fighting with them." Shapuna chuckled. What an interesting excuse for absence. "Teacher, I'm off to save the world, so I'll take a day off." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, with a rumble, debris collapsed, and Chengxing High School, like the city itself, was reduced to ruins. Vidalai opened her eyes tremulously, her pupils trembling. The sky was gray, filled with wails of agony and the sight of corpses. The Ilyasa and Shapuna who had just been chatting with her had instantaneously turned into lifeless bodies. What on earth has happened? Vidalai struggled to rise from the rubble, shouting in disbelief. Such scenes were unfolding in cities across the globe. The blow from Majin 21 had seemingly renewed the surface, resulting in countless casualties. Majin 21 looked at the bra in her hand, intrigued, and remarked, "That transformation was likely a Super Saiyan transformation, right? It even turned green. It seems the Saiyans still have much to study." Tossing bra aside, she tilted her head slightly, coldly observing the others. What she had just done was merely a casual slap, yet aside from Son Goku and Vegeta, everyone else was left reeling. Tin, Kaioshin, and others could barely stand, while Krillin and Yamcha were in a state of uncertainty concerning their fates. Vegeta and Son Goku, both in their Super Saiyan 4 forms, symmetrically positioned themselves and gradually drew closer, their fingers aligning as their figures overlapped, emanating a powerful red aura. They succeeded. Piccolo revealed a joyful smile. The old Kaioshin, meanwhile, was growing frantic and exclaimed angrily, "Can you let this old man finish speaking before you fuse?" "Father!" Son Goten and Trunks exclaimed excitedly. As the energy dissipated, Son Goku and Vegeta transformed into the fused warrior, Gogeta, through the Metamoran fusion technique, with red hair and an even more terrifying aura, deepening the smile on Majin 21's face. "I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you." Gogeta struck a battle pose, gazing at Majin 21 with a mocking demeanor. Instead of fear, Majin 21 laughed excitedly, leaving Gogeta perplexed. "Haha, just as I calculated. Gogeta, you truly excite me more than Gohan. I want to hold back. This is a special gift I have prepared for you." Suddenly, the tail that had been lurking in the shadows sprang into action, catching Gogeta off guard. His expression changed drastically as he placed 2 fingers on his forehead, preparing for instant transmission, but the writhing mass, crackling with dark green energy, unleashed the universal cataclysm, causing Gogeta to cry out in agony, unable to move. What? The flickering hope was instantly plunged into deeper despair. With narrowed eyes, Krillin exclaimed, "That's Majin Buu's ability. This is bad. Gogeta has been consumed by Majin 21. Androids 17 and 18 struggled to their feet, swiftly moving toward Majin 21. "I can't move. This is Master Roshi's universal cataclysm." Gogeta's final thoughts were filled with reluctance as he was enveloped by the pink mass, becoming part of her body under Majin 21's control. With a thunderous roar, the aura emanating from Majin 21 blew 17 and 18 away, crashing them heavily to the ground. Their golden, disheveled hair turned red, their gaze sharpened, and their bodies expanded, becoming taller. The energy radiated from Earth into the cosmos, reaching far and wide, eventually arriving at the realm known as the God of Destruction, where a slumbering cat-like being was suddenly awakened. Chapter 113. The Demise of Majin 21. You must be joking. Even if that fusion technique is not as effective as the Patera earrings, it shouldn't lead to such a quick absorption. The old Kaioshin clutched his head, having formed a clear estimate of the overwhelming aura emanating from Majin 21. It's all over. Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, everything has come to an end. Tien clenched his fists in frustration. Majin 21 slowly approached the group, the sharp sound of her high heels on the floor making everyone's hearts race with tension. 18. she said, standing up with fury. You scoundrel, return my Gohan and release Gogeta. Majin 21 paused, intrigued, and replied. An android with infinite energy like you dares to defy me? With just one finger, I could crush you. Piccolo regained some strength and rose to his feet. Majin 21 retrieved a small vial from her chest, exhaling like an orchid, and revealed a fact that plunged everyone deeper into despair. Gogeta, formed from the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta using the Metamoran fusion technique, may only last 30 minutes. However, I possess the same infinite energy as you. 17 and 18. My body remembers this current form. Even when the fusion time expires, my power will not diminish. What? How can this be? Piccolo stared in disbelief at Majin 21. She was pleased with their expressions, gently shaking the vial in her hand, which contained Gohan, sealed away by her anti-magic wave. I prepared a lot for this. Thankfully, it has finally succeeded. Majin 21 rested her chin on her hand, her mood exceptionally good. 17 asked in a low voice. You can kill or torture us as you please. What do you want? Majin 21 looked at everyone, her crimson eyes lingering on Krillin and the old Kaioshin for a moment, stating, You all will die, but I have a few questions to ask. If you answer me, I may make it easier for you. Kaioshin, you came for that Majin Buu, right? And how did you discover my existence? I had hidden so deeply. 18 defiantly retorted. Who knows? Do you think we would tell you? The group gradually stood up, lining up side by side, their gazes icy as they stared down Majin 21, showing no signs of retreat, except for Krillin and Yamcha, who had been blown away and were nowhere to be found. Krillin gritted his teeth and said, You're right. We won't tell you anything. Humph. Very well, I shall grant you that. In due course, I will use the Dragon Balls to have Shenron reveal everything I want to know. Majin 21's gaze drifted to the unconscious Bra and the Saiyan who could turn his hair green, chuckling. This is quite interesting. The Saiyans hold secrets that I do not yet understand. Suddenly, a rainbow-like divine aura emanated from Majin 21, leaving Piccolo and the others momentarily stunned. No, no, no. Don't. Majin 21 cried out in agony, her hands clutching her head in torment as the small vial slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. A brilliant light flickered from her abdomen, and a red stream of energy soared forth. The emotions of the crowd fluctuated like a roller coaster as Vegeta descended from the heavens, cradling a drowsy, brown-haired woman in a white lab coat, whose appearance was strikingly similar to that of Majin 21. Carefully handing the unconscious figure to Piccolo, who had just regained his senses, Vegeta's cold gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Adorned in a black vest lined with orange, his vibrant aura began to dissipate. Upon receiving 21 from Vegeta's grasp, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, You, weren't you just? In disbelief, Xian could only stammer, What on earth just transpired? At this moment, Majin 21 had undergone a drastic transformation. Her form writhed unnaturally, and her energy was in chaos. A thick, dark substance rapidly spread, intertwining the auras of Frieza, Kurd, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. The once gray sky darkened ominously, transforming into a shroud of black mist that enveloped the entire earth. The black mist formed a gaping maw, seething with rage. Impossible. I clearly devoured you. How could you possibly break free from my grasp? Return my body to me. As the mist coalesced, writhing tendrils reached for the unconscious 21. Vegeta raised his right palm high, a radiant, multicolored energy sphere forming, declaring, It was 21 who devoured me. What concern is that of yours? In that very moment of consumption, I could have amplified my power and freed myself from your confines. Majin 21, infuriated, retorted, Impossible. How could an unprepared you have the time to gather energy? What a joke. Vegeta crushed the energy sphere in his hand, suffused with purifying power, and continued. When you battled Gohan, we observed your caution and cunning. You deciphered all of Gohan's techniques, and your final anti-magic wave attests to that. Thus, we speculated that your prudence in allowing us to fuse must conceal ulterior motives. As the tendrils approached, an indescribable, eerie sensation sent chills down their spines. Vegeta forcefully swung his right palm, the purifying, multicolored aura obliterating the tendrils, merging into the sky. Ah, you wretched fool. If it weren't for that guy Son Gohan appearing and disrupting my plan, Majin 21's evil persona was birthed from the depths of 21's malevolence. After Vegeta intentionally allowed himself to be consumed, He used his purifying energy to extricate Majin 21 from 21's body. Without a vessel, her power diminished to a mere 30%. As the darkness receded, the radiant light purified the ominous clouds, and sunlight once again bathed the earth, revealing Vegeta's stern visage softened by a faint smile. I am neither Suen Wuon nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you, Majin 21. Your existence poses a grave danger to the world. Vegeta's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The moment he spoke those words, it seemed the outcome had already been determined. Old Kai sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, utterly fatigued. We won. We won. The crowd rejoiced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Gohan and Android 18 hurriedly approached, with the latter picking up a small vial and anxiously tearing off the talisman affixed to it. Chapter 114. Destruction God Realm. After Android 18 removed the talisman from the vial and opened it, a golden stream of light burst forth. Gohan, panting heavily, braced himself against the ground, looking quite disheveled. Majin 21, how dare you release me? I won't fall for the same trick twice. Gohan stood, readying himself for battle. But upon seeing everyone, including Vegeta, he paused. Gohan gazed at Vegeta for a long moment before deliberately stating, "You are Son Gita." Vegeta's expression was quite amusing as he quickly clarified, "I am a fusion of Suen Wuon and Vegeta, created through the Metamoran fusion technique. You may call me Vegeta." Android 18 excitedly embraced Gohan, her charming face nuzzling against him as if they were one. Android 18, could you please let go of me?" Gohan, feeling bashful, instinctively attempted to wriggle free, particularly under the watchful eyes of their companions. "Not yet. We've done everything we needed to do, and perhaps more." Gohan, you have no idea how perilous it was. It felt like we were on a roller coaster. My heart is still racing. I left the door open for you last night. And then you. Gohan quickly covered Android 18's mouth, nearly overwhelmed, whispering in her ear, "Please, stop. Android 18, when we return tonight, you can do whatever you wish, all right? That's a promise, huh? I've been wanting to try out several special moves." Android 18 playfully nipped at Gohan's chin before releasing him, leaving him with an enticing view of her back. Gohan then turned his attention to Vegeta, who was gently cradling Bra, and to Piccolo, who held Majin 21, asking, "Everyone, what exactly just happened? Could someone enlighten me? Why is there still a 21 here?" Piccolo reflected, "After you were struck by Majin 21's anti-magic wave, a multitude of events unfolded, much like 18 said. Our emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. In the God of Destruction realm, a refined gentleman with long white hair and blue skin, holding a staff and adorned in a divine robe, observed the scene unfolding on earth through his staff. Beside him stood a feline being with purple skin and large erect ears, adorned with golden jewelry and a long tail. Oh, the one who just startled me has been eliminated. What a pity. I was quite eager to engage with that being known as Majin 21. However, this Vegeta seems quite formidable as well," the being named Whis sighed. "Lord Beerus," Whis continued, "the power that consumed Majin 21 has now surpassed yours. This Vegeta is a fusion warrior created through the Metamoran fusion technique." Beerus, brimming with excitement, remarked, "I never anticipated that such an intriguing individual would exist in my 7th universe. Now that I am awake, I feel the urge to stretch my legs. Whis, let us head to Earth." "Of course, Lord Beerus," Whis replied, tapping the ground lightly with his staff. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the sky of the God of Destruction realm, startling both Whis and Beerus, who quickly looked up. "Thunder? My God of Destruction realm is experiencing thunder? Whis, what is happening?" Beerus inquired, astonished. Whis, his expression serious, gazed at the lightning in the sky, stating, "Lord Beerus, the fabric of space has ruptured. That lightning was the result of someone using their power to breach the dimensional barrier." "What? Are you joking?" Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. Whis's frown gradually transformed into a smile, declaring, "This divine aura is unmistakable. It is indeed her. Among those I know, only she and the Grand Minister can shatter space without an attack. Who is she? Whis, could you refrain from keeping me in suspense at such a critical moment?" Beerus relaxed slightly, relieved to hear that she was not an enemy. With a shattering sound akin to breaking glass, the sky of the God of Destruction realm split open, revealing a vast, dark rift. 2 figures emerged from the fissure, and the ruptured space restored itself to its original state. Among them, the one with long black hair. cascading to her neck, was indeed Beulah, while the other, dressed similarly to Whis yet appearing petite and delicate, with white braided hair falling before her, possessed azure skin. The staff she held seemed almost taller than her, lending her an air of endearing charm. Could that girl be a Saiyan? Beerus recalled the little girl he had glimpsed previously through Whis's staff, cradled in the arms of Gogeta. Whis smiled gently and remarked, "Indeed, Lord Beerus, that young Saiyan girl, like Kess, has traversed from another timeline." "Oh," Beerus teased as he observed Kess and the future Beulah, "I never expected an angel such as yourself would contravene the rules. Kess, what is your intention in bringing this Saiyan girl across time and space?" Kess raised her staff and cheerfully declared, "Allow me to introduce her. This is Beulah, my little apprentice. Lord Beerus, Beulah has much to discuss with you." Beerus turned his gaze to the future Beulah, folding his arms with curiosity. "Oh, you have come specifically from the future. What transpired?" Whis also regarded the future Beulah with intrigue. Recognizing that Kess must have had compelling reasons to violate regulations and traverse timelines. At that moment, the future Beulah's face flushed crimson as her bright blue eyes fixed intently on Beerus, her fists clenched in anger. "Beerus, you jerk!" With a gasp, Beerus widened his eyes in disbelief, momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he flailed his arms and, lifted by Whis, shouted angrily at the future Beulah, "You want to fight? Huh, just because you have Kess backing you up, don't think I won't take you on." Whis interjected calmly, "Lord Beerus, refrain from acting impulsively. Let us hear what she has to say first. There will be time for action later. Furthermore, Kess is our elder sister. Her power nearly rivaling that of the Grand Minister. Combined, the strength of the 11 of us pales in comparison to even a single one of her fingers." "Really?" Beerus stared blankly at Whis. Whis nodded earnestly, chuckling, "Indeed, as true as pearls." "Very well, listen here, Saiyan girl named Beulah, about your earlier insult, I, as a magnanimous lord, shall not hold it against you. Now, swiftly tell me why you have crossed time from the future and what has transpired." After being released by Whis, Beerus inquired. Kess, with a hint of mischief, stifled a laugh and flashed a victory sign to the future Beulah. Nodding, the future Beulah articulated her purpose for arriving in this timeline. In Chapter 115, Beerus prepared for overtime. The future Beulah recounted the events of her timeline to Beerus and Whis, detailing numerous differences. For instance, the strength of Majin 21 in her timeline, even at birth. Majin 21 was only slightly stronger than Majin Buu and was no match for Super Saiyan 4. It was only through a sneak attack, consuming Son Gohan, that the ensuing tragedies unfolded, and Majin 21 did not afford Son Goku and Vegeta the chance to fuse. In this world, due to her presence, Son Gohan and Son Goku became aware of Majin 21's existence ahead of time. Dr. Mu was also aware of the looming threat and began, akin to Cell, uploading combat data into his mind. It was for this reason that the power of Majin 21 in this world had become so formidable, capable of transforming into Super Saiyan forms 1, 2, and 3, and even wielding the Kaioken technique, ultimately devouring Gogeta, who was a fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta using the Metamoran fusion technique. The future Kess and future Beulah had been observing closely. During that time, future Kess nearly prepared to intervene personally. Fortunately, Gogeta proved resourceful, as Son Gohan's previous act of feigned vulnerability had led to a successful rescue of Majin 21 and the swift defeat of Majin 21. Whis listened with rapt attention, but Beerus appeared increasingly disinterested until the future Beulah disclosed that the future Xeno would annihilate 8 low-level universes, prompting him to sit upright in alarm. What? What did you say? The future Xeno will obliterate 8 universes? Beerus grasped his ears, nearly collapsing in despair as he gazed at the future Beulah. This revelation was too explosive. Beerus, on the verge of tears, implored, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you inform me earlier?" The future Beulah pouted, responding, "We came here right after you woke up, Beerus. It's not a problem to tell you. Currently, the 7th universe ranks second to last, and the God of Destruction will vanish alongside the universe, including the Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes." As she continued, the future Beulah's eyes glistened with moisture, recalling how, with the aid of Majin 21, she had defeated Majin 21. The Dragon Balls of Namek had disappeared, and while searching for the Super Dragon Balls, Xeno had destroyed 8 universes. Had it not been for her mentor Kess's timely rescue, she too would have been lost forever. Beerus began to understand why the future Beulah had insulted him initially. Whis, let us journey to the Kaioshin realm. It is time to devise a strategy to elevate the 7th universe. I am grateful for your timely warning. I shall remember this favor and repay it. Beulah Kess. How shall I contact you? Beerus inquired of the two. The future Kess tilted her head adorably, asking, contact us? The future Beulah was equally puzzled by Beerus's meaning. They intended to observe the developments of this timeline closely, hoping their efforts would alter the fate of the universes destined for destruction by Zeno. Beerus, with a serious demeanor, proposed, I have just conceived an idea that may be feasible, but it requires your strength, Kess. No, to be safe. We will need the Kess of this world as well. The future Beulah recognized the formidable power of her angelic mentor, a level she could only admire but never hope to attain. The future Kess's beautiful eyes sparkled with understanding as she smiled. I comprehend, Lord Beerus. We will continue to observe the trajectory of this world's changes. When the time comes, simply call for us loudly using your destructive power. Understood. I shall not keep you any longer. Whis, let us depart for the Kaioshin realm. Beerus had devised a contingency plan, although it was merely a trial. He resolved to put forth his utmost effort. In the coming days, he would enlist the Kaioshin to work overtime in hopes of raising the average standard of the 7th universe. Understood, Lord Beerus. Farewell, future Kess, future Beulah. Whis acknowledged Beerus's intentions, having shared countless ages with him and future Kess. Meanwhile, the future Beulah remained bewildered, entirely unaware of the implications behind Beerus's words. With a gentle tap of his staff against the ground, Whis initiated their departure. Grasping Whis's collar, Beerus transformed into a streak of light, setting off towards the Kaioshin realm to embark on their ensuing journey of diligent labor. The future Beulah scratched her head lightly, pondering, Master, what exactly did Beerus think of? The future Kess smiled sweetly, teasing, I'll keep it a mystery for now. You'll understand later. I can tell you that the 8 universes destroyed by Zeno in our timeline have hope. Really? The future Beulah exclaimed in excitement. Master, does that mean Lord Beerus has truly conceived a method to save those 8 universes? The future Kess lightly tapped her staff on the future Beulah's head. Ouch, that hurts. The future Beulah protested, her expression one of resignation. The future Kess replied, Did I not mention this before? When the time comes, you shall understand. I mentioned this in advance to prevent unnecessary complications and to spare you from engaging in superfluous actions, as this is not our original timeline. However, if such actions were to be taken, I could certainly manage them alone. Lord Beerus fears the destruction of the 8 universes in this timeline, allowing me to experience the same events. What a clever calculation indeed. Future Cassie shifted her tone, chuckling softly as she lightly tapped her staff on the ground, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. A rift in space appeared in the sky, enveloping her and future Beulah in a silver light, transforming them into a streak of brilliance that flew into the rift, which then healed itself. On Earth, the others were still immersed in the joy of having defeated the evil being known as Morin 21, while the future had already been altered. The old Kai quietly approached Suen Wuon, whispering, Wuon, do you remember the promise you made to me? Suen Wuon paused momentarily before replying with a smile, I haven't forgotten. Old Kai, please wait a moment. I will speak to her first, and then bring her over. In an instant, sensing the target's presence, Suen Wuon vanished with a flash. Morin 21 remained unconscious, sprawled on a nearby stone slab. Suen Wuon, filled with curiosity, inquired, How strange. Why did Wuon suddenly leave? Did he promise you something? Old Kai? The old Kai was lost in his own world, drooling and wearing a rather lecherous grin. Sheen, in a state of embarrassment, covered his face, wishing to escape, feeling that the old Kai was not as grand as he had imagined. Chapter 116. The dust settles when Suen Wuon returned. He brought with him a stunning beauty clad in swimwear, with flowing black hair. Her alluring figure and the charming curve it presented, coupled with her flustered expression, left everyone in sheer astonishment. 18 Hao, infuriated, seized Suen Wuon by the collar, demanding, Hey, what do you intend to do with this beauty? Are you hiding something from me? No, I even know about your little bear underwear. This cannot be true. Calm down, 18 Hao. You will understand soon. Old Kai, hurry up. She's quite shy, and I need to take her away shortly, Suen Wuon urged the old Kai. The old Kai's breath quickened, blood rushing through his veins. As he nervously inched closer, barely able to believe his eyes, Can I really touch her? Be quick about it, You old pervert. The beauty glared at the old Kai in frustration, feeling utterly unlucky to be subjected to such antics. I am coming, beautiful. The old Kai exclaimed excitedly as he reached out. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads upon witnessing this scene. Suddenly, Suen Wuon seemed to recognize the beauty before him, recalling a similar incident with Bulma in the past. 18 How regarded Suen Wuon with a look of disdain, distancing herself, unsure if she had mistaken him for someone else. The innocent Suen Wuon, capable of riding on her Kindo Yun, seemed a far cry from the person before her. This is not what you think, 18 How. Wait, it's not what you think. Suen Wuon noticed the looks directed at him, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Upon seeing his father, Suen Wuon wanted to say, "How can you look at me like that? I merely used your method." 18 How crossed her arms protectively over her chest, filled with suspicion. "Stay away. Who are you? You are not the Wuon I know." Suen Wuon approached with a slight smile, saying, 18 How, you are mistaken. In truth. He leaned closer, whispering the truth into her ear, wary of being overheard by the old Kai, thus helping Suen Wuon out of his predicament. Is what you say true? 18 How regarded Suen Wuon with disbelief, her expression fascinating. Suen Wuon nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Suen Wuon, winking with a smile. Indeed, we have engaged in similar antics before. When Wuon was young, I told him stories, and I suspect he devised this plan after hearing them. Correct, Wuon? Feeling deeply moved by his father's unwavering support, Suen Wuon resolved to confide in both his father and Uncle Ke about the memories of the traveler, as they were the two individuals he trusted most. It was best for fewer people to know about the traveler's existence. Satisfied, the old Kai departed with the now pale Shin and the apologetic Jibita, returning to the Kaioshin realm. Subsequently, upon Beerus's arrival, the old Kai, alongside Shin, was reluctantly thrust back into a life of endless overtime. Unbeknownst to Suen Wuon and the others, at that moment, the beauty transformed into a wisp of smoke, while Wulong lay on the ground, tears streaming, lamenting why he had been subjected to the unwanted advances of a lecherous old man. The psychological trauma he endured was likely far worse than any prior encounter with Kame Sennin. What? It was Wulong all along. You nearly scared me to death. I thought Wuon truly brought back more in 21. He exclaimed, slapping his ample chest in relief. Bula chimed in, exactly. Brother Wuon is not that kind of person. Wulong, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, have any of you considered my feelings as the party involved? Alas. It was then that everyone realized more in 21 had awakened. Vegeta, on high alert, inquired, when did you wake up? More in 21 playfully placed her index finger on her lips, casting a flirtatious glance at Vegeta, when Suen Wuon brought Wulong over. I saw that old lecherous Kai acting inappropriately. Fearing I might fall into his clutches, I pretended to remain unconscious, already envisioning my dreadful future. Bika, with a cautious demeanor, asked, have you truly changed for the better? More in 21 responded with a victorious peace sign, indeed. Vegeta extracted all the evil from within me and even siphoned off a portion of my power. My strength has diminished by 30%. Suen Wuon, brimming with enthusiasm, gazed at More in 21 and asked, so, you can no longer transform into that form you had when absorbing Vegeta? More in 21, arms crossed, replied firmly. That is correct. Although my strength is now at 70%, I can still take on that form. I am aware of your intentions, but I refuse. I am a scientist, not a fighter. Suen Wuon, Vegeta, and Bika felt their hearts momentarily stop at her declaration. You are not skilled in combat. Yet you deliberately exposed vulnerabilities, employing the anti-magic seal wave against me. You claim not to fight, yet you meticulously planned against Vegeta. Had he not been caught off guard, the outcome might have been dire. You profess to be unskilled in battle, yet you can transform into a Super Saiyan based on your original strength and stack Kaioken on top of that. Suen Wuon longed to shout these words at More in 21, suspecting her of pretentiousness, yet lacking evidence. Nevertheless, he felt elated that More in 21 could become a friend. Having a capable, supportive, and beautiful ally was far superior to the erratic Majin Buu. If the tournament of power were to commence again, the thought of having More in 21 as a reliable partner made Suen Wuon feel far more secure than facing Frieza. As the dust settled, Majin 21 was finally vanquished. They successfully navigated through the era foretold by the future Bulma. After gathering the Dragon Balls, They returned to the temple and summoned Shenlong. For the first wish, they requested a restoration of the earth to its state prior to Babiti's arrival. Not only were the ravaged cities revived, but even the deceased were brought back to life. As they approached the second wish, no one had any pressing desires, ultimately granting this wish to Suen Wuon. Chapter 117, Confession Shenlong. My wish is to fulfill the desires of all our hearts. Suen Wuon pondered for a long time before suddenly having an idea and spoke to Shenlong. Wow, that's brilliant. Shenlong, that's the wish. Wulong cheered excitedly, brushing aside any earlier grievances. Shenlong, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, gazed at the group and thought, are they trying to exploit a loophole? After a prolonged silence, Shenlong turned his gaze to Vegeta and said, some overly extravagant wishes are beyond my capability. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this one? Why are you asking me that? Vegeta nearly shouted in frustration. Shenlong's implication that his lifelong aspiration to surpass Kakarot might be unattainable infuriated him. Suen Wuon nodded, stifling a laugh. As Shenlong's eyes glowed red, he ultimately transformed the wish into a stream of light. In that fleeting moment, Suen Wuon moved swiftly to retrieve the 4-star Dragon Ball and placed it into the hands of his father, Suen Wuon. Their wishes were modest, including Suen Wuon's desire for the health of those around him, though he wondered if it was an unachievable wish. Suen Wuon sighed, alas. It seems my wish was not fulfilled either, but that's all right. Piccolo looked at his hands, a smile spreading across his face as he addressed Suen Wuon. Not bad. I feel the dragon's power within me beginning to awaken. Wait, number 18. How did you? Suen Wuon gaped at number 18. If the former number 18 was a tall, mature woman, the current one resembled a youthful girl, her age now comparable to his. Number 18 admired her rejuvenated form as she approached Suen Wuon, pressing closely against him. The softness of her figure made his heart race and his cheeks flush. Don't you like it? Although androids age slowly, I'm now just like you, Wuon. It must feel fantastic to have such a close encounter. Number 18 breathed softly against his ear, teasing the thought of biting it, but decided against it in front of so many people. After all, Suen Wuon was now hers, and she could kiss or play with him whenever she pleased. Suen Wuon mused, number 18 remains the same, even with her youth restored. Alas, number 21. You've also become younger. Suen Wuon exclaimed, astonished at number 21's youthful appearance, now akin to number 18. I wish to be young again. To the time before I needed glasses, and I didn't expect to be transformed so perfectly. Shenlong is indeed considerate. Number 21 blushed as she covered her face. At this, Suen Wuon was momentarily stunned. Glasses? If he recalled correctly, he too would need glasses in the future. However, having wished for health, he hoped it would not pose an issue. The group did not erase anyone's memory. The destructive memories were the doing of Majin 21. And what did that have to do with her? Moreover, aside from them, who among the ordinary populace knew the specifics? On this day, at an uncharted mountain, Suen Wuon summoned Piccolo and his father, Suen Wuon, intending to confess the memories of the traveler. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, what I'm about to share might utterly overturn your perception. You must promise me it will remain confidential. Suen Wuon nodded seriously, and Piccolo replied earnestly, rest assured, Wuon. Suen Wuon retracted his mental barrier and grasped both Suen Wuon's and Piccolo's hands. Once you view this memory, you will understand, he said. Suen Wuon and Piccolo closed their eyes as they delved into the memories, starting from Suen Wuon's battle with the Saiyan Vegeta, leading to his defeat of the Traveler and acquiring all their memories, which included the saga of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Super. What? This is unbelievable. Piccolo's face turned pale. After comprehending everything, Suen Wuon smiled at Suen Wuon, saying, you've known all this, carrying a heavy burden, haven't you? You've suffered, Wuon. In the past, when he was alone, he indeed felt anxious, but now with his father and Uncle Piccolo to share the load, he felt a weight lifted. Suen Wuon chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Piccolo crossed his arms, stating, no, Wuon, you are correct. The fewer people who know about this, the better. After mastering the mental barrier, we should safeguard our memories. I understand. I hadn't anticipated so many powerful figures in the future. I'm feeling invigorated, especially with Super Saiyan God. Suen Wuon clenched his fists in excitement. Suen Wuon remarked, things have already escalated far beyond reason. Who knows what else might emerge in the future? Take number 21, for instance. Though she has only 70% of her strength left, having devoured Gogeta and possessing infinite energy, she alone could dominate the tournament of power. Suen Wuon was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Isn't that great? It provides us with a safeguard. By the way, why didn't I see this number 21 in the Traveler's memories?" Suen Wuon inquired, puzzled. Piccolo smirked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Wuon. This was probably the source of your tension." Suen Wuon nodded earnestly, feeling a sense of relief now that it was over. Piccolo continued, "Based on the Traveler's memories, their world describes us as Dragon Ball. Moreover, since the Traveler only watched the anime, and Dragon Ball originally began as a manga, number may 21st not have appeared in the manga, but rather in some games. The Traveler simply didn't delve deeply enough. Wuon, you've been overly anxious. Is that so?" Suen Wuon was taken aback, having overlooked that detail. Suddenly, he realized that in the Traveler's memories, Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball GT were not linked either. Had he figured this out sooner, he wouldn't have been so troubled. Suen Wuon suddenly grinned mischievously, teasing. "Speaking of which, Wuon, you've changed quite a bit. Bulma and Vegeta, and even Krillin, who was supposed to sacrifice himself on Namek, along with his wife." Number 18. Chapter 118. Attempt in the realm of the divine. Suen Wuon's expression shifted from rosy to pale, then to a sickly yellow, ultimately resembling a ghost. Piccolo joined in the jest. "Krillin's demise, a boundless power. Wuon, you prevented Krillin's death and, in turn, gained his wife. That is quite a deal, don't you think?" The memories of the Traveler revealed many who adored number 18, along with that one peculiar project with the Turtle Hermit. Suen Wuon's son, Suen Wuon, covered his face in despair and exclaimed, "Please, don't say that, Uncle Bick. I am no longer the naive child I once was. Moreover, the true No. 18 is certainly not like that. Although Master Roshi often appears frivolous and irreverent, he would never engage in such conduct." Bick chuckled, "Indeed, but that was merely a drawing. As for the genuine number 18, you have experienced her essence firsthand. Those who traverse dimensions merely take flight with their hands. They cannot compare to you." "Ah, Uncle Bick, that doesn't sound too pleasant." Suen Wuon scratched his head in amazement. Suen Wuon then said, "Wuon, shall we attempt the Super Saiyan God transformation? But let us keep it from Vegeta for now." Suen Wuon shook his head, replying, "Having undergone potential development with the Elder Kai, I have reached the mysterious state referred to by those who traverse dimensions. I intend to pursue this path and integrate it with the divine realm." "Is it the Ultra Instinct?" "Wuon, I too wish to tread that path, but achieving Super Saiyan God requires the assistance of 5 Saiyans. What shall we do?" "If I ask Vegeta, he will surely pry into the details," Suen Wuon pondered. Bick suggested, "If we cannot reveal this to Vegeta, why not enlist the help of No. 21? She can transform into a Super Saiyan, possesses formidable strength, and is more adept than both Cell and Tien Shin'an. With you, that makes 5. Suen Wuon asked incredulously, "Is that possible? I didn't know it could be done." "Indeed. In that case, number 21 alone would suffice. Wuon, go fetch her, and I shall wait for you in the hyperbolic time chamber." "All right, I'll be back immediately." Sensing number 21's energy, Suen Wuon vanished in an instant. Suen Wuon, accompanied by Bick, sensed Dandy's energy and teleported directly to the temple. The air was filled with celestial melodies, and a mist enveloped the surroundings, creating a picturesque paradise. Upon arriving, Suen Wuon was left utterly speechless, exchanging bewildered glances with number 21, while number 18 remained momentarily stunned. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." Suen Wuon apologized, regretting having witnessed something he shouldn't have. Number 21's figure was even more alluring than number 18's, especially with her brown hair, sending his heart racing, prompting him to hastily retreat to the bathroom and shut the door. Unlike some young girls who might scream or shout, number 21, despite being rejuvenated by Shinran, was of considerable age and maintained her composure. Besides, Suen Wuon was quite appealing, with an intellectual charm that she found attractive. Being seen by him was not a loss for her. Number 18 called out to Suen Wuon from outside the bathroom. "Wuon, did you just teleport to No. 21's side? What happened?" "Dad is engaged in something crucial regarding training and requires the assistance of both number 21 and me. I truly apologize for not realizing you were bathing." Suen Wuon's heart raced with anxiety, fearing number 18 might misconstrue the situation. "No. 18 gently glided her fingers along her body, moving gracefully down the slope, her delicate smile radiating warmth, as she remarked, I didn't expect this from you, Wufan. Don't presume I'm like those young girls. Number 21 sensed Sun Wukong's energy, resting her chin on her thumb, and inquired, this coordinate is in the temple. Isn't it? You're not planning to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, are you? Exactly, you figured it out. Sun Wufan sighed in relief, grateful to have no 21 as an ally rather than an adversary. Number 18 expressed her surprise, you're going in again? Wait, how long will this take? Wufan, you aren't going to leave me vulnerable, are you? Sun Wufan blushed, realizing that number 21 was teasing him. However, accustomed to her antics, he replied, no, it won't take long. I merely have an idea to explore, and I'll return swiftly. Perfect. I'm eager to witness the wonders of the hyperbolic time chamber. I'll join you once I finish my bath. Wufan, go inform Dad and the others at the temple. Number 21's curiosity piqued, as a scientist. She was fascinated by the concept of transcending time and space. With relief, Sun Wufan teleported to the temple. As he departed, number 18 let out a soft, almost delicate sigh, her blue eyes fixed on number 21. You seem quite fond of my Wufan, she remarked, her tone implying certainty. Number 21 blushed, questioning. Why do you say that? Because you didn't dismiss him. And not just anyone can covet my Wufan. Unless they surpass me, those classmates of his, like Bidalai, are hardly worthy of my generosity. Wait, you're not opposed to me? Number 21 was taken aback. Listen, Wufan number 18 leaned closer to number 21, speaking softly. No. 21's face flushed, disbelief evident as she covered her mouth, asking, really? Is Wufan truly that remarkable? Number 18 smiled mysteriously, you'll find out if you try. He is definitely more impressive than your ex-husband. We are all adults here, so let us engage in what adults enjoy. After pondering for a moment, no? 21 nodded in agreement. Indeed, being free-spirited and indulging in what she liked seemed harmless, especially since number 18 was supportive, igniting a thrilling sensation within her. After her bath, number 21 donned a checkered shirt and a white lab coat, teleporting to the temple to join Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan in the hyperbolic time chamber. For them, the chamber no longer bore the weight of previous burdens. Even if they surpassed the time limit, they could breach the barrier between the chamber and reality at will. Once inside, Sun Wukong explained to number 21 the reason for seeking her assistance. Chapter 119, Super Saiyan God, Four-Way Fusion. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, no. 21 entered her Majin form. Her malevolent persona had been purified by Gogeta. However, seeing four versions of number 21 in this state, with their blood-red hair, sent shivers down Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong's spines. Even with only 70% of her power remaining, it was still terrifying. Sun Wufan transformed into Super Saiyan 4, grasping the hands of two number 21s, while the other two took hold of Sun Wukong's shoulders. The sensation was peculiar. Yet Sun Wufan endeavored to gradually transfer his ki. However, during the initial experiment, a mishap occurred. Wait, number 21, your energy is too overwhelming. No, it's your ki. Stop immediately. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and urged. Number 21 retracted her energy, tilting her head as she observed Sun Wukong, now collapsed on the ground, utterly drained. With an innocent expression, she queried, did I make a mistake? Sun Wufan quickly interjected, yes, number 21. Even when employing the four-way fusion, you must not diminish your strength. You can also incorporate the cells of Majin Buu within you. This synergy is more formidable than Cell. Moreover, with Saiyan cells in your body, you can transform into a Super Saiyan, which is why I sought your help. Number 21, feeling slightly embarrassed, asked, but how do I transfer my ki? Sun Wukong, having been nearly overwhelmed by the energy from number 21, managed to rise, appearing almost exhausted, yet wearing a smile. My apologies, the explanation is rather complicated. Number 21, from here on, Wufan will guide you. In any case, please refrain from inundating me with energy like before. If it happens again, I truly fear I shall burst. Understood. Wufan, then I shall leave it to you. Number 21, perplexed yet eager to uncover the truth of the matter, prepared to engage in the transfer of spiritual energy. Under Wufan's guidance, she swiftly grasped the process and no longer required his assistance. After a few minutes, a divine aura emanated from Sun Wukong, his once cold gaze softening, while his hair, eyebrows, and eyes transformed to a vivid red, heralding the emergence of the Super Saiyan God. What is this? How could I not perceive the energy? Though he stands right before me? Number 21 exclaimed in astonishment. Wufan smiled and replied, "This is the Super Saiyan God, and Father has truly succeeded." No. 21's eyes widened in disbelief as she quipped, "Goodness, you Saiyans possess an abundance of transformations. First, there was the Super Saiyan 4 with its red-haired form. And now this unique base state. I half expected a Super Saiyan 5 to emerge, yet here we are with the Super Saiyan God." Wufan, covering his face, pondered the additional transformations he had witnessed, including the serene state of the old Kaioshin and the purple-haired future Bra, realizing there were many forms he remained unaware of. Turning around, Suen Wuon revealed a confident smile, exclaiming, "It is accomplished. Thank you, Wufan and number 21. We have finally achieved the Super Saiyan God. Father, would you like to test the power of the Super Saiyan God?" Wufan extended his palm, adopting a battle stance while still in his Super Saiyan 4 form. "Very well. Wufan, let us proceed." Suen Wuon leaped back, creating distance between them. With keen interest, number 21 suggested, "How about a spar with me, Wukong? Allow me to test the Super Saiyan God." "Ah, my apologies, number 21, but I fear the Super Saiyan God is not a match for you. My battle with Wufan is merely for experimentation." Suen Wuon sheepishly scratched his head. Number 21 reverted from her Majin state, stating, "In that case, I shall refrain. Do call me when you're finished. I wish to explore this overlapping dimension." "Understood," Suen Wuon acknowledged before launching an assault toward Wufan. Number 21, with her hands raised, observed the battle unfolding between the father and son, remarking, "Saiyans truly are a band of battle enthusiasts, Wufan included." Hehehe. Wufan's power had grown immensely, far surpassing that of Suen Wuon, even in his Super Saiyan God form. The conflict concluded swiftly, and once again, number 21 assisted in imparting spiritual energy to Wufan, allowing him to become a Super Saiyan God as well. Upon reaching this divine state, Wufan felt as if he had undergone a profound transformation. However, he did not intend to pursue the path of Super Saiyan Blue. Instead, he aimed to continue his training in the mysterious state developed by the old Kaioshin. After spending over 6 hours in the hyperbolic time chamber, Wufan emerged, and number 21 assured Suen Wuon and Wufan that she would keep their secrets. That night, Wufan, no longer concerned with his mother Chi-Chi's resigned gaze, boldly visited number 18's home. As for the purpose of his visit, it was all too clear. With mutual affection blossoming between Wufan and number 18, Chi-Chi could not oppose their relationship further. She merely advised, "Wufan, do exercise restraint, especially since you're still growing." "Mom," Wufan exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Ha ha ha, go on, go on. Now that you are together, treat her well. Oh, and Wufan, why not move in with number 18? Chi-Chi had come to terms with the situation. Initially worried that number 18 might toy with Wufan, she had softened her stance upon learning of their intentions to marry. Wufan was momentarily stunned upon hearing that he was to live with number 18. "What? Move in with her? Stop dawdling and hurry to pack your things. You're all grown up now," Chi-Chi chided, feeling a twinge of emptiness within. Son Goten peeked from his room, inquiring, "Brother, are you really moving in with number 18? Suddenly recalling something, Wufan chuckled. "Goten, you might find yourself living with Paris one day too." "Paris? That crying girl? No way, I refuse to live in her house." Goten replied with disdain. Suen Wuon chuckled heartily, understanding Wufan's implication as he assisted his son with his belongings. Number 18, busy in her preparations, became ecstatic upon seeing Suen Wuon, Wufan, and Goten arriving with their things. Her ultimate goal was finally within reach. With Wufan residing in her home, she could indulge in affection whenever she desired. Chapter 120, Bulma's birthday party. Thus, Wufan settled into number 18's abode. That evening, unbeknownst to him, no. 18 sipped warm water, while number 21 enjoyed cold water, illustrating the stark contrasts of their lives. In the days that followed, Wufan experienced both joy and hardship. No. 18 was exceedingly affectionate, often seeming to cling to him as if she were a kitten, always presenting him with new surprises, teaching him the realities of adulthood. Overwhelmed with guilt, Wufan felt akin to a scoundrel, despite number 18's intentional encouragement. School life became a delicate balance, and he often wished he could split himself in two to manage both academics and martial arts. Fortunately, number 21's guidance helped him maintain equilibrium. Wufan was unable to participate in Super Saiyan activities, leaving number 18 to attend alone. Occasionally, she would return, drawing Wufan and No. 21 into games suited for adults to alleviate their stress, though the enjoyment was not easily shared with outsiders. As time flowed onward, Wufan graduated and married No. 18 with utmost sincerity. The ceremony was lively, attended by friends and family, including Piccolo, Dandy, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, Bulma, and even Vegeta. The wedding was a grand affair, with Wufan inviting his classmates, including Videl, marking a definitive farewell. Majin Buu had vanished, and the golden-haired host's influence ensured that Satan could no longer masquerade as a savior. Different outcomes yielded new paths, and friendships blossomed anew. The only change worth noting was that he and No. 18's daughter seemed to have arrived earlier than anticipated compared to the memories of a time traveler. After becoming pregnant, number 18 remained attached to him, teasing him each time before bringing number 21 into the mix to take her place in their games. During that period, number 21, embodying the persona of the golden-haired goddess, continued to play the role of a superhero. It was evident that number 18 genuinely relished this, enjoying the moments of youthful exuberance with Gohan. One day, after a hospital examination that confirmed the gender of their child as a lovely girl, when number 18 inquired about a name, Gohan instinctively replied, Xiaofang. Number 18, however, wore a look of disdain and said, "Isn't there a girl in the village named Xiaofang? Gohan, how can we name our daughter that?" Gohan, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong? Isn't that a nice name? I think it sounds quite good." In his memories as a time traveler, his daughter was named this. Absolutely not. The name Xiaofang conjures images of a naive girl giggling foolishly at the village's edge. Our child possesses Saiyan blood and must grow to be an exceptional warrior. Like you, with both martial and scholarly prowess. This name is simply unacceptable, number 18 firmly rejected. Gohan then turned to number 18 and asked, "What name do you think would be better for our daughter?" Gently caressing her belly, a tender smile graced her face, and the cruelty of her past seemed to dissipate. She had transformed into a nurturing mother. "How about Changwei? This child is the embodiment of our love and longing. What do you think, Gohan?" Number 18 asked, filled with anticipation. Gohan, even after their marriage, felt his cheeks flush at her words, yet he insisted, "I still believe Xiaofang is a better choice." "Why?" Number 18 pouted, grasping Gohan's arm playfully. Previously, they would compromise for each other, but this was the first time they faced an irreconcilable difference. Gohan turned away, unwilling to meet her gaze. While he found the name Changwei lovely, he still preferred Xiaofang. At that moment, number 21 smiled and placed her hands on their shoulders, soothingly suggesting, "Let us not argue. Gohan, number 18, let us decide together on the name. When we return home, we can have a family vote." Both Gohan and number 18 agreed. The family vote included Piccolo, Goku, Goten, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and number 21, totaling 9 participants. However, the outcome left Gohan astounded. Apart from his own vote for Xiaofang, number 18's choice of Changwei received 8 votes. "Why, Dad? Uncle Piccolo, why did you vote for Changwei too?" Gohan was bewildered. While he could overlook the others' choices, he was particularly surprised that his father, Goku, and Uncle Piccolo, who had seen the memories of the time traveler, would make such a decision. Piccolo earnestly advised, "Gohan, do not let such matters burden you. As long as you grow strong, everything else is trivial." Goku added, "Indeed, Gohan, whether it is Changwei or Xiaofang, why should it matter so much? Moreover, Changwei is indeed a beautiful name." Initially, Gohan did not comprehend, but later he began to understand. He still struggled to let go. After all, if he became strong, why should the memories of the time traveler weigh him down? That evening, on the day they decided the name, number 18, in jest, teased Gohan for the entire night, knowing he was hesitant to touch her. Ultimately, it was number 21 who intervened, resolving the commotion and bringing life to the night. After 10 months, Changwei was born. She was quiet and calm, resembling number 18 in both hair and eyes. As number 17 remarked, she looked just like number 18 did as a child. Perhaps not naming her Xiaofang was indeed the right choice, Gohan mused. Changwei was a source of ease. She would only cry when hungry or needing a diaper change. Attempting to amuse her with silly antics was futile, as she rarely smiled. Instead, regarding such efforts with a gaze that seemed to question one's sanity, her demeanor exceptionally aloof. A year later, Bulma chartered a grand cruise ship to host an extravagant birthday celebration, inviting everyone to attend. Upon receiving the invitation, Gohan, Goku, and Piccolo learned that Beerus would also be attending. Chapter 121. The arrival of Beerus in the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin, Shin, and Jebbet appeared utterly exhausted, lying on a grassy knoll. Oh my goodness, my old bones can finally rest. For years, I've worked tirelessly, day and night, under that rascal Beerus's relentless supervision. At last, I can take a break, the old Kaioshin lamented, clutching his head in frustration, looking more gaunt than usual. Shin was no better off. Sporting dark circles under his eyes, lying motionless on the grass, his mind finally at peace, devoid of thoughts, hunger, or fatigue. He merely desired silence. Jebbet spoke up. Old ancestor, did you not previously mention that time travel is prohibited? Will Miss Bulma's actions lead to unforeseen consequences? The old Kaioshin replied emphatically. A future like that is best avoided. Speaking of unforeseen changes, what about the transformation of number 21? She's become incredibly powerful and rather formidable. Fortunately, that Goku and Vegeta fellow is quite dependable otherwise. Shin, feeling a bit rejuvenated, chuckled. In the future, 8 universes will be obliterated by Lord Zeno. Thankfully, Lord Beerus destroyed Moro before the separation. Even the Grand Kaioshin could only seal him away. Jebbet suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, I can't believe there are other planets with Dragon Balls besides Earth and Namek. And with just 2, one can make wishes, and they are so tiny. The old Kaioshin retorted, what good does it do to discuss that now? The planet Cyril has already been destroyed by Lord Beerus. And those 2 miniature Dragon Balls were also obliterated at the same time. By the way, what is Lord Beerus doing now? He seems rather anxious. He can't be returning to sleep again, can he? Shin queried. The old Kaioshin attempted to sense Beerus's energy and casually remarked, it seems he is headed toward Earth with Lord Whis. Suddenly, the old Kaioshin, Shin, and Jebbet collectively realized the gravity of the situation and shouted in near panic. What? He's going to Earth? On Earth, Bulma was hosting the birthday celebration, and everyone who could attend was present. Bulma, adorned in a stylish purple bodycon dress, radiated fashion and grace as she approached Gohan, Goku, and Piccolo. Hey, what is wrong with you 3? Piccolo is one thing, but Gohan and Goku. Why are you eating so little? I prepared so much for you. Bulma asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Brah, licking her ice cream, approached Gohan and asked, is the food not to your liking, Gohan brother? Gohan smiled in response. No, brah, it's just that Dad and I aren't very hungry. Not hungry. Brah, Bulma. And everyone else were taken aback. Vegeta, who had been devouring an octopus leg, choked upon hearing this. Thankfully, Videl and Trunks quickly offered him drinks and juices, allowing him to swallow. What nonsense. Saiyans don't get hungry. Are you too sick or something? Gohan, is there something you're hiding from me? On the 18th, holding the already 1-year-old Xiangwei, she observed Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon. The 21st had also set down her glass of red wine. Today she wore a captivating red strapless umbrella dress, accentuating her enchanting curves, making her the most striking presence at the gathering. Surely you have sensed it too. During this period, numerous celestial bodies have inexplicably vanished from the universe. However, to my surprise, Piccolo, you have also perceived this. Piccolo shifted his shoulder awkwardly but deliberately stated, my strength has significantly improved, awakening the latent dragon power within me, thus greatly enhancing my abilities. What? Vegeta cast a glance at Piccolo, incredulous that even he had surpassed him. How remarkable. The thought crossed Suen Wuon's mind, filled with astonishment. After 4 years, he had believed he could outstrip the 21st. Yet it appeared he still lagged behind. The 21st glanced at Vegeta with a sidelong look, then nodded gently to Suen Wuon, and Piccolo, receiving their tacit approval before speaking. While you were mastering the Super Saiyan God transformation, I too harnessed my mental prowess and sensed that my body harbors other hidden powers. These powers are derived from Majin Buu, akin to the divine strength of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The Super Saiyan God? Kakarot, clarify this. Suen Wuon scratched the back of his head and chuckled. The Super Saiyan God is exactly that, a transformation elevating one to the divine realm. Distinctly different from the Super Saiyan transformations. However, 21, you are truly impressive. The hidden powers of Majin Buu, as she mentioned, likely stem from the divine energy of the Grand Kaioshin that he devoured. You can actually manifest the Grand Kaioshin's power? Suen Wuon remarked. The Grand Kaishin? The 21st gazed at her palm, softly murmuring. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her, causing her wine glass to fall to the ground as she was drenched in cold sweat. This is dire, everyone. I believe I have discerned the culprits behind the destruction of those planets. They are approaching Earth, and they are formidable. Their powers surpass mine. If I am not mistaken, one of them possesses a divine aura that is even more terrifying, calm, yet unfathomable. What did you say? Suen Wuon, Suen Wuon, and Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, while the others felt a sudden tightness in their chests. In the cosmos, Beerus, half asleep, clutched Whis' clothing as they sped toward Earth with unimaginable swiftness. Whis, is that hybrid Saiyan named Bra residing on Earth? Beerus yawned, inquiring. Indeed, Lord Beerus, we shall arrive shortly. At this time, Miss Bra is likely still just a 10-year-old girl, Whis replied, his demeanor bright and animated. Beerus remarked, those wretched beings from planet Cyril truly vexed me. They are utterly ignorant of their own insignificance, dreaming lofty dreams while attempting to bribe me. I hope the surviving Earthling, that individual known as the 21st, piques my interest. She appears far more intriguing than the Super Saiyan god foretold by the Oracle Fish. Chapter 122, The Beastly Wuon on Earth. The group followed the 21st's guidance to the designated location. The weight of her serious words heightened their vigilance. A vibrant beam of light descended from an edge of the luxurious yacht as Whis and Beerus landed before them. Greetings. Beerus strolled casually, his gaze lingering momentarily on the 21st and the shy Bra, who hid behind Suen Wuon. Be Beerus, the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta's pupils dilated as childhood memories resurfaced. Finally, they had arrived, thought Suen Wuon, Piccolo, and Suen Wuon. The 21st solemnly questioned, your auras resemble that of deities. You must be some form of divinity. Are you intent on obliterating Earth? Over the past years, so many planets have vanished. It must be your doing. Beerus regarded the 21st with surprise. I never anticipated this. No wonder you startled me 4 years ago. It seems Whis was correct. Your power surpassed mine back then. However, what would happen if I unleashed my destructive capabilities? Beerus gazed at the 21st, his eyes filled with combativeness, as a purple divine aura enveloped him. The atmosphere grew tense as the 21st replied, to be honest, I am not particularly skilled in combat. I am a scientist, Mr. Beerus. Today is the birthday of my dear friend Bulma. Ah, indeed. Lord Beerus. Why not join the celebration? It is my birthday, and you are both cordially invited. Bulma, previously bewildered, finally grasped the situation and extended her hand in invitation. Thanks to the 21st's prompt. Beerus smiled politely, shaking Bulma's hand. Thank you kindly. To be honest, since my arrival on Earth, I have been tantalized by the delectable aromas. Whis interjected, thank you for your hospitality. I apologize for any prior rudeness. I am Whis, and this is my master, Lord Beerus. Then let us proceed. Bulma led Beerus and Whis onto the deck of the yacht, followed closely by the others. The 21st intentionally halted before Vegeta, Suen Wuon, and Suen Wuon, while Piccolo curiously paused and turned to look back. Listen, you 3 Saiyan warriors, that god named Beerus is exceedingly powerful, and his companion, Whis, is even more formidable. If you wish to fight, I will gladly oblige after the banquet, but for now, do not entertain such thoughts, understood? After delivering her warning, the 21st left them with a slender, graceful silhouette, her high heels clicking against the ground as she passed by Piccolo. Upon recognizing Beerus, Vegeta dared not act, while Suen Wuon, aware of the disparity in power, also refrained from making a move. As for Suen Wuon, he was even less inclined to engage. Piccolo and Suen Wuon thought to themselves that the 21st was far more reliable than Majin Buu. Subsequently, Bulma's birthday celebration welcomed 2 new guests, Whis and Beerus, which alleviated potential conflicts and reduced many troubles. As the sun began to set on the horizon, the birthday celebration approached its conclusion. Whis, smiling and holding his staff, addressed Bulma. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Bulma. However, there are matters that are not suitable for children to overhear. Beerus's gaze shifted to Bra, prompting Bulma to understand instantly. Chi-Chi, Videl, Dr. Brief, and others escorted the children, including Son Goten and Bra, out of the room, while the 18th entrusted the sleeping Xiangwei to the 16th for temporary care. On the deck remained Suen Wuon, Piccolo, Suen Wuon, Vegeta, the 21st, the 17th, the 18th, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan. Beerus stated solemnly, since you comprehend my words, you are aware of Bra's situation. Suen Wuon replied, indeed, Lord Beerus. We did not anticipate that future Bra would specifically inform you. Beerus glanced at the 21st, saying, for years ago, the aura of Majin 21 awakened me from my slumber. Future Bra and Kusu have shared knowledge of our future, and I greatly appreciate her for this. The future destroyed by Lord Zeno is a sight I wish to avoid. As I do not desire to meet my demise, I assume you feel the same. Suen Wuon inquired, Lord Beerus, what do you mean? Dragon Balls. Collecting the Super Dragon Balls will be immensely beneficial. Miss Bulma, it seems you possess a dragon radar. I implore you to create one with a broader range. Beerus spoke to Bulma, explaining why he had come to Earth. Wait, Lord Beerus. You're not planning to revive those universes from the future timeline like you'd use the Super Dragon Balls, are you? But can the Super Shenron do that? We're not even in the same world anymore. Gohan quickly understood Beerus's idea and asked incredulously. Goku, Piccolo, and the others also looked at Beerus in surprise. Whis explained, by connecting the two worlds, the Super Shenron can revive that timeline. The 8 universes destroyed by Zeno. This. Everyone was shocked by Whis's words. Android 21 asked incredulously, impossible. We're not on the same timeline as Future Blaza's timeline. If there's human interference, won't other timelines appear as a result? Connecting 2 timelines together, Mr. Whis, can your power even do something like this? Whis chuckled. Hoo. Miss Android 21, I certainly can't do it. However, Angel Cuss from Universe 10, who is also our sister, is more than capable. Lord Beerus and I are going to Universe 10 to ask her to come and help. We'll need your help with the Super Dragon Balls. Beerus's fists cracked, and he looked at Android 21 with a fighting spirit, saying, but before I leave, let's have a fight. Android 21. Gohan shielded Android 21 behind him. He was wearing a purple martial arts uniform, and as his aura surged, a layer of red appeared on his body. After becoming Super Saiyan God, a strong silver aura surged, his hair stood on end, and his aura became even more explosive. Boom. His long, silver hair stood on end. A fringe gently rippled across his forehead, his eyes turned crimson, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, exuding arrogance. His current form is the result of Gohan's continued training in the mystic state. This form has a somewhat violent aura, very similar to the current Bra and Broly's green-haired state in the Transmigrator's memories. Based on the mystic state, it's layered with Super Saiyan God, and then further sublimated, making it something like a beast. Lord Beerus, Android 21 doesn't like fighting, so let me fight you. Gohan's lips curled into a cold smile, his expression full of fighting spirit. Your form isn't bad either? Beerus asked with interest, beckoning to Gohan. Chapter 123 The Revival, stopped by Piccolo. Android 21 stood, smiling beside Android 18. She felt quite good about being protected, and looking at Gohan's back, she liked it even more. Whoosh. Gohan launched a sudden attack, and in an instant, he and Beerus appeared on the sea, engaging in a fierce battle. Boom. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Gohan's mysterious state further evolved into a beast-like state. At this point, Gohan's strength was actually greater than that of the movie version. However, Gohan, Piccolo, and Goku were unaware of the movie version of the superhero. Why are they fighting Gohan? Didn't Beerus say he wouldn't destroy the Earth? Chi-Chi asked in surprise from inside the cabin. Boom. Gohan's fist slammed into Beerus's face, enraging Beerus even more. Beerus swung back and punched Gohan hard in the face, sending him crashing into the sea. Gohan's scream echoed through the sky. A burst of silver energy caused the sea to part in two, standing upright on the seabed. His crimson eyes were filled with savagery, and a cold smile played on his lips. Beerus hurled the universal shock palm from his palms toward Beerus in midair, then charged forward at high speed, restoring calm to the sea that had been cleaved in two. You arrogant fool! Beerus conjured a destructive energy blast in his palms, instantly expanding it to annihilate the universal shock palm's energy before unleashing its full power toward Gohan. Whoosh! Gohan instantly appeared behind Beerus, his silver energy crackling with terrifying arcs of electricity. The universal shock palm followed his legs, striking Beerus heavily on the back of the head. Just as Beerus was about to plunge into the sea, he steadied himself, his immense aura causing the surface to boil. Gohan, in midair, gave Beerus no chance to recover, conjuring Kamehameha bombs from his palms and hurling them toward Beerus. Beerus frowned slightly, his body flying across the sea. Each Kamehameha bomb struck the surface, creating towering waves. Above the sea, Beerus made a wide, zigzagging maneuver, deflecting Gohan's 2 Kamehameha bullets with his fist. He then condensed a purple energy blast and hurled it at Gohan. Whoosh! Gohan used the same tactic, instantly teleporting behind Beerus. Unlike before, Beerus wasn't on guard. He didn't react quickly enough and threw a powerful punch at Gohan. Bang! The deafening impact echoed across the sea. Gohan crossed his arms, protecting his chest. He wasn't unprepared. The pain in his arms made him grit his teeth in pain. Oh, not bad, is it? Beerus clenched his fist, his expression filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Gohan said, "As long as Lord Beerus is interested, I'll keep you company." On the luxury cruise ship, with all the important matters concluded, everyone went up to the deck to watch the battle between Gohan and Beerus. Vegeta then asked Goku, "Hey, Kakarot, what's this about Super Saiyan God?" I'll tell you in a bit, Vegeta. Besides Super Saiyan God, I've also mastered Super Saiyan Blue." Goku was trying to grasp Ultra Instinct. Master Roshi's martial arts had already shown the beginnings of Ultra Instinct, and Goku, having seen the Transmigrator's memories, was progressing rapidly, closely following behind Gohan. As for why he didn't tell Vegeta, Gohan didn't trust him too much, fearing he would pry. Vegeta was now far behind Goku, although it had always been that way. Damn it, I've fallen so far behind without even realizing it. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. The battle between Gohan and Beerus was nearing its end. Even though Gohan was in his mystic form, a beast form achieved through the superposition of Super Saiyan God, his strength was still significantly inferior to Beerus's. Beerus used 70 of his power, truly 70 of his strength, to defeat Gohan. Beerus no longer had any intention of fighting Android 21. Furthermore, because of Future Bra, Beerus was unlikely to intend to destroy Earth. Before leaving, he asked Bulma to create a Dragon Ball radar capable of detecting the Super Dragon Balls. Each Super Dragon Ball is the size of a planet, and these are now extremely important to them. Vegeta and Goku, after asking Bulma and Whis to contact each other, went to the world of the gods of destruction to ask Whis for guidance in their training. It seems that many things have returned to their original course. Time passed slowly. Then one day, at their home on Mount Pozu, Gohan and Android 21 were dragged off shopping by Android 18, leaving Rose in Piccolo's care. Android 18 had to watch over Rose every day, so he rarely had any free time. As for what they did, well, that's a topic not convenient to discuss at home. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests appeared on Mount Pozu, Pilaf and his trio, along with members of Frieza's army. Gohan had always kept the 4-star Dragon Balls at his father Goku's house, partly because they held sentimental value for Goku, and partly because of this. Even though Suen Wuon was engaged in gaming with 21 and 18, Piccolo remained vigilant, utilizing his thunderous prowess. He annihilated the soldiers of the Frieza Force, casting a glance at the trembling Pilaf trio. They had gathered the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, with only the 4-star Dragon Ball left to acquire. Piccolo's gaze lingered momentarily on the petite figure of Mai, as he recalled the trio's persistent ambition to collect all 7 Dragon Balls to conquer the world and regain their youth. The memories of their past transgressions seemed to fade into oblivion. Even after releasing the great Demon King Piccolo, these comical characters still harbored nefarious intentions. Apologetically, Piccolo reflected on the memories of Trunks, the time traveler, and after careful consideration, he made the most judicious decision. He unleashed a robust energy wave, obliterating Pilaf, Mai, and Shu into dust. Through Suen Wuon's confessions, Piccolo had glimpsed the memories of the traveler and understood the gravity of the moment. He had completely vanquished the Frieza Force, and the Pilaf trio's schemes were thwarted as well. Frieza's resurrection was no longer a concern. Piccolo secured the 6 Dragon Balls and placed them in the home of Suen Wuon and 18, cleaning them thoroughly before entrusting them to the infant Rose, who seemed intrigued by the orbs, eliciting a rare smile from Piccolo. The imminent threat of Frieza's revival was thus nipped in the bud. Chapter 124. The martial arts tournament across the universe. At this moment, Suen Wuon, engrossed in gaming with 21 and 18, remained unaware that Piccolo had not only thwarted the Frieza Force's efforts to gather the Dragon Balls, but had also eliminated Pilaf, Shu, and Mai. Suen Wuon, perplexed by his research on rabbits, was enjoying the exhilaration of a 1-on-2 gaming session, yet he could not neglect his responsibilities. "What is going on, Wuon? Why are you suddenly studying rabbits?" 21 inquired, dressed in a black gown, gently massaging Sun Wukong's temples with a tender smile. 18 chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Is this part of your biology project? Rabbits reproduce so prolifically. Is it true they must mate with male rabbits during their estrus cycles? Indeed, 21 explained. The distinction between humans and other animals lies in our ability to define ourselves through biological, psychological, cultural, and communicative dimensions. Animals, on the other hand, are merely a category of living beings, capable of movement, sensation, and communication, yet governed primarily by instinct. Rabbits exemplify this, as their instincts compel them to reproduce. I also discovered a species of ant that can change colors, much like a Super Saiyan. I wonder how Rose is faring. I trust Uncle Piccolo is taking good care of her, Sun Wukong remarked. 18 affectionately embraced both Sun Wukong and 21, beaming. In any case, the three of us should take this opportunity to relax and forget about everything for a while. It has been ages since I last had fun after giving birth to Rose. Indeed, let us not dwell on anything. What shall we play next? Shall it be Ludo? Sun Wukong asked with a smile, setting his research aside. 21, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, I have thought of a new game. Are you familiar with Dragon Quest? In this game, Wukong, you will be the dragon, and we shall be the two valiant heroines you have vanquished. Well, that sounds interesting. Sun Wukong agreed, captivated by the eager faces of 21 and 18. The forthcoming Dragon Quest promised to present the greatest challenge yet. The following day, upon returning home, Sun Wukong learned from Piccolo about the events concerning the Frieza Force. He was astounded to hear that Piccolo had directly annihilated Pilaf, Shu, and Mai. Uncle Piccolo actually killed Mai, Trunks Mai, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, utterly taken aback. Sensing Sun Wukong's thoughts, Piccolo reassured him, Frieza will never have the opportunity to resurrect. Such a perilous being left unchecked could evolve into an even greater threat within mere months. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Piccolo's words. Speaking of which, Bulma had already entrusted the Super Dragon Ball radar to Whis, who, alongside Beerus, was currently searching for the Super Dragon Balls. However, Piccolo interjected, according to the Traveler's memories. The God of Destruction from Universe 6 is also seeking the Super Dragon Balls. If we cross paths, rest assured that Golden Frieza will not return. Our focus will shift to the upcoming martial arts tournament with Universe 6. Reflecting on the current strengths of Sun Wukong and 21, Piccolo felt no trepidation. He chuckled, Wukong, with your current prowess, I doubt that fat cat from Universe 6 stands a chance against you. Furthermore, we have 21 on our side. And with Goku training in the God of Destruction-S realm, he will soon master Ultra Instinct. If the tournament commences, and if the Omni King truly organizes that power tournament, victory will be ours. Moreover, from what 21 has mentioned, it seems she has fully harnessed the powers of the Grand Supreme Kai, which will undoubtedly enhance her abilities. At this moment, Sun Wukong contemplated the fusion of his beast form strength with Super Saiyan 4. However, such a transformation necessitated his own growth. He pondered if he could maintain his divine state in everyday life, perhaps even experimenting with appearing as a Super Saiyan god. In the neutral space between universes 6 and 7, on an unnamed planet, Beerus glared fiercely at the God of Destruction from Universe 6. While Whis and a tall female angel named Vados stood by. The God of Destruction of Universe 6, named Kampa, was Beerus' twin brother, albeit considerably overweight. Kampa, you insolent fiend. How dare you invade my universe to collect the Super Dragon Balls? No wonder I can't find a single one with my radar. Hand over the other 6 Super Dragon Balls, or do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Beerus declared, radiating an aura of menace that startled Kampa. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kampa quickly suppressed his previous inclination to bicker and responded, these 6 Super Dragon Balls were gathered through much effort. Listen, Beerus. If you lend me your Dragon Ball this time, once I fulfill my wish, the Super Dragon Balls will scatter anew throughout universes 6 and 7. Surely, with your radar, you can locate them swiftly. I have no need for negotiation regarding the Super Dragon Balls, Kampa. Otherwise, should you provoke the Omni King, I am unperturbed. If it comes to it, both universes 6 and 7 shall face annihilation at the hands of the Omni King, Beerus stated boldly. Having prepared himself for destruction after learning the truth from Bra, he refrained from informing Kampa, knowing it would only complicate matters. Only the angel from Universe 10, Kusu, was privy to this knowledge. You dare to invoke the Omni King, Beerus? Are you not afraid? I certainly am, Compa retorted incredulously. How about this? Let us engage in a contest amidst the cosmos, where each of us shall send forth warriors from our respective universes to compete, wagering the illustrious Super Dragon Balls. Should you emerge victorious, we shall surrender all 6 of our collected Super Dragon Balls to you. Conversely, should you falter, you must relinquish the final Dragon Ball and the radar in your possession to me. What do you say? Xiangpa, feeling the dire straits of the situation, hastily conceived this proposal. Beerus furrowed his brow. He had little inclination to partake in any martial arts tournament. Just as he was about to decline, a light and familiar voice resonated in his ear. Agree to him, Lord Beerus. Keisai? The Keisai from the future world. Why would she urge him to acquiesce? Beerus was momentarily taken aback, unable to swiftly comprehend the rationale behind Keisai's insistence. Yet he recognized that she must have her own motives. I can agree to your terms, but it is impossible for me to hand over the Dragon Radar, Xiangpa. Deal, no takebacks. Let us hold the competition right here, Xiangpa exclaimed triumphantly, only to find that Beerus had already departed with Whis, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. Chapter 125. The normal state of Super Saiyan God. Hey, Beerus. You scoundrel, did you even hear me out properly? The rules haven't even been stated yet. Xiangpa shouted in frustration. Badass quipped, Lord Xiangpa, it seems you've been disregarded. Damn it, Badass, you needn't vocalize that, Xiangpa retorted, clutching his ears. Badass glanced down at the nameless planet beneath them and remarked, Lord Xiangpa, Lord Beerus has not taken away the last Super Dragon Ball. All 7 are still here. Xiangpa looked down, his face alight with joy, but recalling Beerus's earlier intimidating demeanor. He said, I have already promised them a match. Badass, we must return and seek warriors for our competition. If we win, Beerus cannot object. Curiously, Badass inquired. Has something transpired? It seems Lord Beerus has been particularly irritable lately, often working overtime with the Kaioshin of his universe. This behavior is uncharacteristic of him. What? Work? That lazy Beerus is actually working? Xiangpa pondered in disbelief, well aware of Beerus's notorious laziness. At that moment, Beerus was gripping Whis' collar, traversing the cosmos like a shooting star. Hey, future Keisai, why did you make me agree to Xiangpa's proposal? Beerus asked, puzzled, though Keisai was not physically present. Her voice resonated clearly in Beerus and Whis' ears. Things have already changed, Lord Beerus. If we were to provoke the Omni King and he were to prematurely annihilate 8 universes, it would not bode well. Besides, there is no need for concern. Victory is assured on our end. All right, understood. Please relay this to Goku and the others, Beerus urged, eager to make haste to Earth to discuss the martial arts tournament. Whis replied, we are already moving at the fastest pace, Lord Beerus. By the way, while you were speaking with Keisai, Badass has transmitted the rules of the tournament to me. Our Universe 7 and Universe 6 will each select 5 individuals for a team competition. The first selected fighter will face off against the next, continuing until all opposing fighters are defeated. Haha, if we simply let number 21 take the stage, she could easily annihilate Xiangpa's Universe 6, so why bother? Beerus mused, still fixated on number 21, yearning for a bout with her, though he knew she disliked combat. Whis remarked, Miss number 21 is rather averse to fighting. However, I believe she would not decline this particular event. As for the other 4 participants, do you have any preferences, Lord Beerus? After a moment of contemplation, Beerus responded, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, those 3. For the last, how about Bra? Bra? Are you referring to the current Bra? Yes, the current Miss Bra possesses considerable prowess, although still young. She has demonstrated remarkable talent. However, the Namekian known as Piccolo may prove to be a better option. Whis answered, let's leave the last choice to chance, with number 21. Gohan and Goku, we should be just fine, Beerus expressed, showing no signs of worry. Suddenly, Whis paused mid-flight upon approaching a planet, causing Beerus to raise an eyebrow. What is it, Whis? Whis replied, Lord Beerus, I have detected an aura closely resembling that of Bra's unique Super Saiyan transformation. There are also 2 Saiyans on that planet. What? There are still surviving Saiyans? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Let us investigate. On Earth, in a meadow just outside of Baozi Mountain, Bra had transformed into her green-haired Super Saiyan state, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity while battling Gotenks, who had merged from Son Goten and Trunks into his Super Saiyan 3 form. Haha, Bra's petite frame has become remarkably robust. Her muscles bulging as she firmly grasps Gotenks' head, forcefully pushing it into the ground, exuding an aura of ferocity. Watching from the sidelines, Number 21 could not help but smirk, saying, "Why does Bra enjoy pushing people's heads down so much?" Son Goku chuckled in surprise. She can already independently transform into that state. This is the primitive Super Saiyan 2. Bra is quite impressive. Vegeta remarked, "I never expected Bra's power to grow so swiftly, surpassing Gotenks. It's unfathomable that a hybrid Saiyan born from Kakarot and an Earth woman would yield a primitive Super Saiyan. You ask me? I have no idea." Son Goku replied, exasperated. Suddenly, both Number 21 and Son Gohan sensed something, raising their heads to gaze at the starry cosmos. Such a formidable aura. "Gohan, do you feel that?" Number 21 exclaimed in astonishment. "I do. It is battling against Lord Beerus. The opposing force is growing far too rapidly." Sharing the same aura as Bra, Son Gohan said gravely. "What?" Son Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan gods, also sensing the energy. Indeed, the one battling against Lord Beerus is also a Saiyan. That energy is identical to Bra's. Son Goku gasped in shock. Vegeta narrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Number 21 and Son Gohan. If it were Number 21, he could accept it, yet now Gohan could perceive it as well. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed that Son Gohan's originally black hair had taken on a dark crimson hue, not dyed, while even a few strands of his eyebrows bore a similar tint. Could it be that he is also a Super Saiyan god? Is Gohan now capable of naturally maintaining the mysterious state alongside the Super Saiyan god transformation? Vegeta had grown numb to Gohan's advancements. Unbelievable, there are still Saiyans in the universe. Should we go take a look? If Lord Beerus were to eliminate him? Son Goku inquired of the group. Number 21 shook her head, wrapping her arm around Son Gohan's, saying, "I shall not go. I still need to conduct some biological experiments with Gohan." "Right, Dad and Uncle Vegeta. I have experiments to attend to. My apologies." Son Gohan shared in his curiosity about the unknown entity. He recognized that Bra was a surprise. Yet the existence of a Saiyan akin to Kale from Universe 6 amidst the memories of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Super was unprecedented. Whoosh. After detecting the target's aura, Son Goku teleported away with Vegeta. Chapter 126. The contestants as Suen Wuon engaged in a thorough discussion regarding biological experiments with 21. Sun Wukong arrived on the planet known as Wampa with Vegeta. The environment here was quite harsh, and by the time Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. A tall, muscular man, adorned with a green beast hide skirt around his waist, was being held aloft by Beerus with a single hand gripping his foot. "Your strength is indeed commendable. However, do not blame me for being ruthless. It was your foolish father who overstepped his bounds, and now you must face the consequences." "Wait, Lord Beerus, please hold on." Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported in front of Beerus, preventing the destruction of Broly. "Wukong, you have arrived. What is your intention?" Beerus inquired, lightly brushing off dust from his attire. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, wore a smirk on his face, thinking to himself, "TCH, that Kakarot has shown up again." Ultimately, after Sun Wukong's persuasion, Beerus refrained from destroying Broly, and the turmoil on Wampa came to a close. Following this, Beerus, Whis, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta returned to Earth, where they discussed the upcoming competition against the Sixth Universe. Sun Wukong, feeling rather indifferent about the match, had lost interest in it, yet he was eager to face Jiren in combat. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Super Dragon Balls, the Battle of Earth 21 also decided to participate. As the day approached, Whis piloted the shuttle, transporting everyone to the nameless planet in neutral space. Within a colossal circular crater, a transparent energy membrane encased a vast arena, significantly larger than that of the renowned World Martial Arts Tournament. 3 sides of the arena were designated for spectators, with portraits of Beerus and Kampa hanging on opposing sides. Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and Chi-Chi occupied the audience seats, though some familiar faces like Jocko and the Galactic King were notably absent. However, this was inconsequential to the others. Sun Wuon, 21, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo gathered at the examination site to undertake the written test. Broly was not permitted to compete as he had yet to fully control his power. Should he lose control, the situation could become dire. Thus he remained in the audience. The competitors from the sixth universe were present as well, and to no one's surprise, it was the familiar quintet. Upon seeing the sixth universe participants, Beerus could not help but burst into laughter. Ha! Kappa, who gave you such confidence? Who are these warriors you have gathered? Ha ha! Beerus, whom do you look down upon? Unlike your team, you have a woman in a lab coat among your warriors. Is she truly one of your selections? Kappa retorted in anger, pointing at the seemingly docile 21. Suen Wuon, Suen Wuon, and all those in the know were taken aback, while Beerus laughed uproariously, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha! Indeed, 21 is our scientist from the seventh universe, not a warrior, so please do not hold back. Beerus exclaimed, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Kappa narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing 21. No matter how he looked, she appeared weak, yet Beerus's amusement began to make him feel uneasy about her. Hey, Kakarot, look at that. Vegeta pointed at a blue-skinned individual who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. Indeed, the sixth universe was the twin universe of the seventh, featuring their own Frieza and a peculiar bear-like creature. As Suen Wuon concluded his observation, a young boy clad in battle attire approached them, smiling as he extended his hand. May I ask, are you the Saiyans of the seventh universe? Suen Wuon nodded and replied with a smile. You are too, right? Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gabe. Vegeta took an interest and began conversing with the sixth universe Saiyan, learning about the many differences between their universes. For instance, the Saiyans of the sixth universe still resided on their original planet, Sadala, and while they remained a warrior race, they were primarily employed to combat crime. The written examination commenced, and it proved to be quite simple. Suen Wuon, 21, and Piccolo completed it with ease, while Suen Wuon and Vegeta approached it with the intensity of battle, yet they too passed. Returning to their designated preparation area, they began to organize their order of appearance. I'll take the last position, 21 stated promptly. The rest of you can go ahead. Suen Wuon quickly added, then I shall be the second to last. With that, he took his seat beside 21, leaving the order open for Suen Wuon, Piccolo, and Vegeta. I'll be third, Piccolo declared, while Suen Wuon, uninterested in it, opted to pass the opportunity to Piccolo and Vegeta. Suen Wuon's selfless decision surprised Vegeta, but it quickly dawned upon him that Kakarot was merely uninterested in the five from the sixth universe. Piccolo glanced at Hit with keen interest and remarked, Vegeta, you should go first, otherwise, I could go in your place. Humph, watch me defeat all five of them. With Suen Wuon's disinterest established, Vegeta strode onto the arena. Vegeta boldly proclaimed, come forth, warriors of the sixth universe. Witness as I defeat you one by one. How infuriating, such arrogance. Kappa yelled in fury. The first contestant from the sixth universe, Batamo, stepped onto the stage, and with the host's introduction, the first match commenced. Vegeta, feeling quite displeased, effortlessly knocked his opponent off the stage without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. The second opponent, Frost, a character strikingly similar to Frieza from the sixth universe, was met with Vegeta's disdain. There was no way he would shake hands with him. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he unleashed a flurry of blows on Frost, who, even after utilizing a surprise attack with a poisonous needle, was ultimately ousted from the arena by Vegeta. The third competitor, the robot Magetta, met the same fate at Vegeta's hands, and the fourth contestant from the sixth universe was the Saiyan Gabe. After consecutively defeating three opponents, Kappa felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, especially upon witnessing Vegeta instruct Gabe on transforming into a Super Saiyan before defeating him. Finally, when the last contestant from the sixth universe, Hit, entered the arena, Vegeta had already achieved a remarkable streak of victories. Chapter 127. Piccolo's new form. Vegeta, do your best. Father is so cool. Hey, Vegeta, go for a clean sweep. From the audience, Trunks, Bra, Krillin, and others cheered loudly, though Vegeta maintained a cold demeanor. Internally, he was exhilarated. Your name is Hit, is it? Humph, I shall expel you with all my might. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, striving to merge the powers of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, though he had yet to achieve this feat. Hit, with his hands casually in his pockets and predominantly purple skin, stepped onto the arena. As the premier assassin of the sixth universe, his gaze was sharp and focused. With a resounding gong, the match between Vegeta and Hit commenced. In theory, the previous battle should not have exhausted Vegeta too much. The real strain had arisen during the earlier confrontation while demonstrating transformations to Jiabe, which had significantly drained his stamina. Let me take care of all 5 of you at once. Vegeta exclaimed as he lunged toward Sheeta. Just as his fist was about to strike Sheeta's face, an immense force slammed into Vegeta's chest, causing his aura to dissipate in an instant. What? Vegeta, in disbelief, clutched his abdomen and gazed at Sheeta. At that moment, 21 Hao had her mouth agape as Suen Wuon gently fed her a jelly when she noticed the scene on the arena. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a spark of inspiration. Oh, this Sheeta is quite intriguing, Suen Wuon said, filled with concern. Bika, how is it? Bika, with a smile curling on his lips, having discarded his heavy combat gear, declared with fervor, not only you have improved, it's now my turn. On the arena, Vegeta lay helplessly, having succumbed to unconsciousness, while Sheeta, with his hands in his pockets, turned to the referee and inquired, killing is against the rules, right? The referee, startled by Sheeta's gaze, nervously swallowed and responded, yes. Sheeta replied nonchalantly, then what should I do? There's no way to make him surrender. Or should I just throw him out of the ring? That's unnecessary. Vegeta has lost consciousness, and the victor is Sheeta. The referee announced the outcome of the match. Vegeta's ally expressed his concern. Suen Wukong hastily interjected, Wufan, do you have any senzu beans? Give one to Vegeta. 21 Hao interjected. That precious item is limited. Let me handle this. In a flash, 21 Hao teleported onto the arena, her right palm glowing with a pink aura, restoring Vegeta to his former state. That fellow can heal too, Singpa mused, sensing something unusual about 21 Hao, yet he could not pinpoint why. The referee continued. Next from the 7th universe is Bika. As Bika descended, passing by Vegeta, he glanced at him and sneered. Don't get knocked out as soon as you step in. Upon reaching the arena, Bika left Vegeta with a parting glance. I have been training hard as well. This is my stage now. As Bika shouted, his aura surged, calm and natural, his form transforming dramatically. His green skin shifted to orange, his visage appearing more ferocious, with crimson pupils and an orange aura shimmering around him, crackling with energy arcs. Orange Bika is here. 21 Hao, having just eaten a chocolate, observed Bika and quipped. What? Besides the Saiyans, even the Namekians are changing colors now? This power, Uncle Bika, is impressive. His strength rivals that of Super Saiyan Blue. Suen Wuon exclaimed in astonishment. Bika assumed a combat stance, stating, Sheeta, I have already seen your time-skip techniques. Sheeta remained silent, his gaze growing more serious. Bika's aura was comparable to that of Vegeta before, but Vegeta had been drained from consecutive battles, enabling Sheeta to defeat him with ease. Singpa, fuming with frustration, remarked, Damn, why are the fighters from Beerus' side so formidable? Beerus, casually enjoying some earth delicacies, replied, If you're truly dissatisfied, Singpa, you may also enter the ring. What did you say, you skinny bone? Singpa exploded with rage. Unbothered, Beerus retorted, Curse me all you want. The outcome is already in our favor. But if you plan to resort to trickery, who would trick? You scoundrel. Singpa fumed. As Beerus and Singpa exchanged barbs, the battle between Bika and Sheeta neared its climax, with both sides sustaining injuries, resulting in a stalemate. During the fight, Sheeta had also made significant progress, and they both fell from the arena. With Sheeta and Bika simultaneously eliminated, the 7th universe emerged victorious. Cheers erupted from the audience of the 7th universe as the referee declared the result. Sheeta and Bika exchanged satisfied glances, both thrilled by the exhilarating battle, each having pushed their limits. Singpa, in a fit of rage, shouted, Damn it, how could you all lose so quickly? What the hell is going on? Those Super Dragon Balls I gathered with such effort. Hey, Singpa, fool, look over there. Beerus exclaimed, startled. Weiss cautioned, Is it appropriate to point at that individual? My lord. Singpa and Ba Daosi turned their gazes, and the seemingly unremarkable figure caused Singpa's heart to race. Wait, it's Zeno-sama. Those in the know, including Vegeta, were struck dumb. The future Brilla had warned that Zeno had obliterated 8 universes, in absolute existence at the pinnacle of the 12 universes. Beerus, Singpa, and the Kaioshin fell to their knees before Zeno, while Weiss and Ba Daosi knelt on one knee. Welcome, Zeno-sama. Is there something you wish to discuss today? Singpa, drenched in sweat, asked nervously. The 2 attendants stood upright beside him. Floating in midair, Zeno remarked, I have come to remind you to be cautious regarding your unauthorized organization of this tournament. Yes, Beerus and Sing Pa responded in unison. Zeno's voice, clear and resonant, instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure in the two destroyers. However, after observing, he found it quite amusing and suggested, "I'm even considering hosting a tournament that spans the entire universe next time." Suen Wuon, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Really? That would certainly be fascinating." Beerus sternly reprimanded, "Hey, Wuon, do not speak out of turn to Zeno-sama. It's all right, it's all right. You are quite an interesting person. We shall arrange a time for that tournament." Zeno approached Suen Wuon, extending his hand. In disbelief, Suen Wuon shook Zeno's small hand under the watchful eyes of Beerus, Sing Pa, and the two attendants. "All right, it's a promise," Zeno said excitedly. Subsequently, Zeno and his two attendants vanished from sight, returning to the Zeno Palace. Suen Wuon let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this should change the doomed future, right? Chapter 128, Black Wuon, Black by Vegeta. Thus, the cross-universe tournament concluded. After sending the others back, Weiss remained with Suen Wuon, 21 Hao, by Vegeta, Suen Wuon, Bika, and Broly. They traveled through the dimensional cube to the realm of nothingness, the site where the power tournament had taken place, accompanied by the 7 Super Dragon Balls, which Weiss had brought along, creating a striking visual impact. Weiss, looking at his staff, contacted the angel Cassie from the 10th universe, stating, "Cassie, it is ready. You can come over." Just as Weiss finished speaking, a silver streak of light suddenly flashed before their eyes. As the light dissipated, a silver-haired angelic girl appeared before them, dressed similarly to Weiss, her braid cascading over her shoulders. "Is this Cassie?" 21 Hao, sweating profusely, noted that after tapping into the great Kaioshin's power, she could sense divine energy. "This power, is it real? I feel like a speck of dust. This angel, Cassie, is like the vast, endless universe. Could this truly be the strength at the apex of the 12 universes?" Suen Wuon, noticing 21 Hao's unease, swiftly embraced her, reassuring, "Stay calm, 21 Hao. Miss Cassie is not an enemy." Gradually, 21 Hao regained her composure, reflecting, "Indeed, she is not an enemy. She is not my target." A sense of relief washed over 21 Hao. At this moment, Vegeta was in disbelief, silently pondering. Is it truly possible that number 21 is so terrified? Could that seemingly diminutive angel possess such immense power? Bike reflected. The method of movement just now resembled the teleportation technique employed by the Grand Priest in the memories of the traveler. Cassie raised her staff, exuding a lively charm, and introduced herself. "I am Cassie, the angel of Universe 10. Greetings, Lord Bylus, and everyone else." "Hello, Miss Cassie," greeted Suen Wuon. Number 21, Bike, Suen Wuon, and Vegeta in unison, their tone friendly. Cassie playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Weiss has already informed me of the situation. It is hard to believe that the future Zeno wishes to undertake such actions. Lord Bylus, I understand your intention. Let us commence." "Thank you for your efforts, Cassie." After wielding his destructive power, Bylus fully alerted the future Cassie, who had been observing. A translucent energy wave flickered from Cassie's staff, leaving everyone, including Bylus, in a state of astonishment. In the sky above the Void Realm, a passageway appeared as Cassie utilized her own power to carve out a colossal spatial tunnel. An endless expanse resembling a universe itself, vast and insignificant. "Ah, I have located it. We may begin." Cassie beamed, striking a victory pose with an air of nonchalance. Weiss, regaining his composure, nodded fervently and began to summon the Super Dragon with divine language. The golden-hued Super Dragon emerged, its body sprawling across the entire Void Realm. However, it appeared as a small fish swimming in the vast ocean of the spatial tunnel Cassie had created. Weiss made his wish to the Super Dragon. Although the dragon may not extend its power to other timelines, Cassie had already interconnected 2 disparate dimensions through her spatial tunnel. The wish was granted, restoring the world where future Beulah resided to its original state among the 8 universes touched by Zeno. After the Super Dragon vanished, the 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered once more across Universe 7 and Universe 6. Cassie gently tapped her staff against the ethereal space, causing ripples to form and a slight wave to surge through the boundless tunnel, which reverted to its original state. Number 21, Suen Wuon, and the others remained mesmerized, utterly astonished by Cassie's display of power. "How formidable you are, Miss Cassie. Just how powerful are you?" Suen Wuon was the first to regain his senses, gazing at her with excitement. Weiss interjected, explaining to Suen Wuon, "Do not entertain notions of competing with Cassie. She is the eldest sister among the other 11 angels, ranking among the top 5 in the universe. Even combined, we 11 angels would be no match for her. A mere breath from Cassie could easily defeat us." "What?" Suen Wuon, Bike, Vegeta, Suen Wuon, and Buloli stared at Weiss in astonishment. Such exaggeration. Vegeta swallowed hard, fully aware of Weiss' strength. He had assumed that Cassie's power might surpass Weiss slightly, but this was utterly outrageous. As Weiss said, "Farewell, everyone." Cassie arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, transforming into a streak of light as she returned to Universe 10, yet the impression she left was indelible, a level of despair that felt almost unattainable. The group returned to Earth, the restoration of the future timeline underway, even as some ungrateful individuals stirred trouble. Time passed, nearly a year elapsed, and on this day, Suen Wuon and Vegeta remained at home, refraining from venturing into the God of Destruction's realm. At Baozi Mountain, Bike, Suen Wuon, and Suen Wuon gathered at the foot of the mountain. Bike remarked, "Next, according to the traveler's memories, it should be that extreme double standard, Zama's. Now that the future timeline has been restored, perhaps that fellow." Suen Wuon sighed. "I truly hope such events do not unfold." Future Beulah and future Cassie exerted tremendous effort to restore the 8 universes. If Zama's were to cause the future timeline to be obliterated by Zeno. Suen Wuon's expression grew grave. "I share your concerns, but with Beulah's strength, even fused Zama's would not stand a chance against her." In the future timeline, the Earth of Universe 7 lay in ruins, littered with corpses. Among the fallen were Krillin, Bike, Suen Wuon, Dondi, Burma, and Chi-Chi, now lifeless bodies. With a thunderous roar, a girl with long purple hair soared into the sky, 2 figures instantly teleporting to block her path. The 2 figures shimmered with a rosy hue, embodying the form of Super Saiyan 4, their once black hair now standing upright, transformed into a vibrant pink, their faces adorned with savage smiles. The 2 Saiyans battling against Beulah were none other than Suen Wuon and Vegeta. They adorned Tapora earrings on their right ears, having exchanged their bodies through Zama's wish with the Super Dragon Balls. "Why, Beulah, must you fight for these foolish humans? Humanity is a worthless and foolish species. I have always respected you, yet I hope you do not interfere, otherwise we shall show no mercy." Black Wukong sneered, bloodlust apparent in his smile. "You scoundrel! You have slain the Kaioshins of the 12 universes, Zama's. I shall not forgive you." Beulah glared at Black Wukong and Black Vegeta, seething with murderous intent. Black Vegeta taunted, "If that is the case, do not blame us for being impolite, Beulah." Chapter 129, Black Vegeta Swish. Swish. Black Vegeta conjured a sword of energy, launching the first attack. Behind him, Black Wukong gathered a pink energy scythe in his palm. Beulah formed a dark green energy in her palms, the Wan Guojing Tian palm encompassing her fists, slicing towards Black Vegeta and Black Wukong. The clash of metallic sounds echoed as Black Wukong advanced from behind, unleashing a dark slash with his scythe towards Beulah. She leaned back slightly, the strike slicing through the air before her. "This is bad." Beulah dispersed the Wan Guojing Tian palm, instantly forming a purple energy orb to obliterate the rift that was forming in the sky. "Huh." Seizing the opportunity, Black Vegeta lunged forward, his energy sword piercing through Beulah's chest. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. Beulah's form dissipated like a phantom, causing his smile to fade. It was a mere afterimage. Black Wukong scanned the surroundings warily, suddenly noticing something. Both raised their heads to the sky, where the gloomy, despair-laden clouds were now speckled with shimmering purple stars. As the dark clouds parted, Beulah pointed downward lightly, and the starry specks fell like torrential rain. "Destruction of the Star River," she uttered softly, devoid of any emotion, her attacks spanning a vast area. Black Wukong and Black Vegeta quickly gathered their strength to shield themselves. The explosive sparks of the destructive stars illuminated the world as if it were day, with Black Wukong and Black Vegeta wailing in agony. Zama's deliberately occupied the bodies of her father and Uncle Vegeta. Was it due to Vegeta? Beulah's gaze turned even colder. These 2 Zamas, one hailing from the world she currently occupied, the other from the timeline traversed alongside her mentor Cassie, had exchanged bodies through a wish granted by the Super Dragon Balls. With the death of the Kaioshins of the 12 universes, the gods of destruction would also perish. When the gods of destruction vanished, the angels would fall into a state of slumber, including her mentor, Cassie. With a swift rush and a thunderous roar, Bula furrowed her brow, her expression grave. The shattered remnants of the star were dispersed by an overwhelming force, revealing a new figure before her, clad in black garments. With long, dark red hair standing upright and a smile that exuded a sinister charm, he adorned a pair of green Topola earrings. How splendid! This power, derived from that peculiar dance known as Wuji Ta, shall henceforth be named Beijite. The dark Beijite provocatively extended his palm, energy coalescing around him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Rose, merging the two forms into one. Bula, your persistence has touched Angel Kasai and moved the Grand Priest as well. The 8 universes that were annihilated by Xeno have been restored due to your efforts, including my own supposed demise. Dark Beijite gazed at his palm, where a blade of energy began to materialize, pointing ominously at Bula. In a flash, Bula appeared directly before him, her violet hair flowing gently in the breeze, arcs of electricity flickering around her. Had I known such a scoundrel existed, I would have eliminated you first. Humph. Bula, the power of the earrings fusion is not to be underestimated. It far surpasses that dance. I do not wish to kill you, but you leave me no choice. With a swift motion, Dark Beijite accelerated. But Bula seized his hand and forcefully tossed him to the ground, conjuring a violet energy sphere aimed at him. Dark Beijite spun midair, dissipating the force and landing gracefully, watching as Bu'ele's energy sphere was effortlessly swatted away. In an instant, Bula teleported in front of Dark Beijite, her palms forming a flower-like shape as she thrust them forward. Kamehameha. The powerful wave engulfed Dark Beijite. He caught the Kamehameha with one hand, a smug smile creeping across Bu'ele's face. Is this the power of the earrings fusion? Remarkable. Bula, you are no match for me now. With a mighty heave, Dark Beijite hurled Bu'ele's Kamehameha out of Earth's atmosphere, laughter echoing from him. Pointing a thumb at himself, he declared, I am now absolutely supreme, Dark Beijite. Bula feigned a smile and clapped her hands. The grin on Dark Beijite's face faltered. Do you not realize the extent of my newfound power? Even an angel would not stand against me. Bula replied earnestly. Indeed, the Beijite born from the fusion of the Topola earrings, after transforming into Super Saiyan 4 Rose, has surpassed Whis and Beerus. I am utterly inferior. However, you seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. Zamasu, you did encounter my previous Kamehameha, did you not? A smile crept onto Bu'ele's lips. Dark Beijite's gaze sharpened as he stared at his palm, a terrible premonition stirring within him, causing great unease. Suddenly, a powerful rejection surged through him, and he grasped his head in agony. It cannot be. After defeating Lord Goku, I became the new Kaishin. The fusion effect should be permanent. What is happening? Dark Beijite struggled against the disintegration, the pain making him feel as though he might shatter. Bula calmly stated, during the incident with Majin 21, I mastered the forced separation technique on Yardrat. I awaited your arrival. With destructive energy gathering in her palms, Bula raised her hands, exclaiming, Destruction Magic Flash. The attack obliterated Dark Beijite, leaving only devastation in its wake. With a tinge of sorrow in her heart, Bula sighed. Such calamity. Next, I must journey to Namek and beseech the dragon there to revive everyone. She sensed the energy of the Namekians from Earth, pondering the fate of those in another timeline. Had Majin 21 been dealt with in time? Had the 8 universes been destroyed? In an instant, she teleported to Namek, making her first wish to the dragon. Please, Shenron, revive those slain by Zamasu. All 12 universes' Kaioshins were resurrected, restoring the destroyers and awakening the angels. Her second and third wishes were to revert Son Goku and Vegeta to their original forms. Although Namek's Dragon Balls paled in comparison to the Super Dragon Balls, their powers were still formidable. Thus, Zamasu met his end at Bu'ele's hands. Chapter 130. The unique power tournament. The events unfolding in the future remained unknown to Son Gohan and the others, while Piccolo, Son Goku, and Son Gohan were oblivious to the dire circumstances that surpassed the memories of the time traveler. At this moment, in Xeno's palace, he sat upon his throne, flanked by 2 attendants. Before him stood a refined and gentle man with pale blue skin, silver hair slicked back, a light blue halo hovering above his head, and a staff in hand, adorned with a prominent insignia. This angel was none other than the Grand Priest, Xeno's chief steward, possessing unfathomable power himself. He was the father of all 12 universes angels. The martial arts tournament sounds intriguing. 12 universes may be a bit excessive. Grand Priest, what is the current level of humanity across the 12 universes? Xeno inquired. The Grand Priest smiled graciously and replied, the first universe remains the strongest, while the 12th universe has rapidly ascended to become the second. The 7th universe has also shown significant growth recently, now ranking 6th, with the remaining universes exhibiting no notable changes. Overall, the levels have slightly declined. Clearly, for universes are sufficient. Let the 8 lower-tier universes participate in the power tournament. The losing universes shall be annihilated. Xeno's soft yet chilling voice resonated with a cold indifference. Bowing respectfully, the Grand Priest responded, understood, my lord. I will inform the angels of each universe to gather them forth. Subsequently, the Kaioshin's, destroyers, and angels from the 1st to the 12th universes arrived, kneeling before Xeno. The Grand Priest outlined the rules of the power tournament. The 1st universe, 12th universe, 5th universe, and 8th universe, with average levels above 7, are exempt from this competition. A sigh of relief escaped the Kaioshin's and destroyers of those 4 universes. He continued, the 8 participating universes shall select 10 contestants each, comprising the destroyers and chosen individuals from their universes. Killing is prohibited. Opponents must be knocked off the stage. The battle will last for 100 tak, with the universe that retains the most contestants by the end declared the victor. The tournament will be held in the Null Realm, where I will construct a special arena. I shall transport everyone there, so please gather at any location within your universe. Latecomers will be left behind, so please take heed. Additionally, the use of weapons or drugs is strictly forbidden. Any violations will result in disqualification for the entire team. The Grand Priest conveyed these rules, having previously emphasized that Xeno's initial intention was to annihilate the 8 universes, but now offered them a chance, along with the reward of the Super Dragon Balls for the tournament. The Grand Priest cast his gaze upon Cassie and remarked, due to the overwhelming might of the 7th universe, in order to enhance the intensity of this power tournament, Cassie, you are granted special permission to seek her assistance in the battle for the 10th universe. What? Is that true? Grand Priest, Lord Xeno? Cassie blinked in disbelief as she inquired. Beerus was taken aback, feeling as though he might faint, while the other destroyers regarded him with an ominous glint in their eyes. At that moment, Beerus felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had incurred the wrath of many. The thought of the destroyers joining the fray was alarming. If the other universes banded together during the tournament, they would be in dire straits. Lord Xeno chuckled, yes, indeed. Cassie, bring her along as well, and let us make the power tournament even more lively. Understood, Lord Xeno. Grand Priest. Cassie triumphantly flashed a peace sign. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and with a playful smile, she suggested, oh, since even the destroyers are participating, why not allow the angels from the 8 universes to join in as well? No, absolutely not. Please, Lord Xeno, do not allow the angels to participate. It would lack any entertainment value. The voices of Bados, Wace, and the other angels, along with Beerus, rose in alarm, nearly shouting in unison. Having witnessed Cassie's prowess firsthand, Beerus was particularly concerned. If the angels were to join, it would be futile. The destroyers and Kaioshin of the 10th universe were rather eager, with Destroyer Romux enthusiastically clapping in agreement. The Grand Priest chuckled, saying, Cassie, you see, everyone is strongly opposed to this idea. Indeed, if you all participated, it would offer no spectacle, and Lord Xeno would surely be displeased. Lord Xeno nodded seriously, adding, that's right, Cassie. It wouldn't be entertaining if it lacks intensity. Oh, I apologize, Lord Xeno and Grand Priest, and everyone else. I was merely joking. Please do not worry. Cassie mischievously waved her hand, her voice sweet and youthful. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group, especially for Beerus, whose heart was racing as if it might leap from his chest. The Grand Priest departed for the void to prepare the arena, and everyone dispersed back to their respective universes to ready their participants. Upon arriving on Earth, Wace and Beerus hurriedly explained the situation regarding the power tournament. What? Everyone was astounded. The others were shocked at the grim reality that the universes which failed in the tournament would face obliteration, while Bic, Son Gohan, and Son Goku were astonished to learn that the rules of the tournament had changed according to the memories of the Traveler. In the Traveler's memories, the destroyers did not participate, but now they were joining forces with 9 others, forming a team of 10 for the tournament. The presence of the destroyers would undoubtedly escalate the intensity beyond what the traveler had experienced. Beerus exclaimed, "Regardless, you 3 must participate. Number 21, Sun Gohan." "All right. But what about the others?" Number 21 did not refuse, but turned to the others. Beerus continued, Number 21, Sun Gohan, Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Bick. And for the remaining 3, you may choose as you wish. We shall participate as well." Number 17 and number 18 chimed in together. Number 18 looked at Son Gohan and said, "I, like number 17 and number 21, am an artificial human with infinite energy and will surely be of assistance." "Very well. But we must be cautious, for the destroyers are also participating." Number 18. Son Gohan nodded seriously at number 18's earnest expression. Whis stated, including numbers 17 and 18. "We still need one more participant. Who shall we select?" At that moment, Bra and Son Goten, along with Trunks, were amusing themselves with the baby Rose, who was being held by Chi-Chi. Despite Rose's impassive demeanor, the 3 children appeared endlessly entertained. What about Bra? Her strength seems to surpass that of numbers 17 and 18. Beerus's words left the 3 children momentarily dumbfounded. "No way. Bra is too young to fight alongside you destroyers. It's out of the question. Right, Goku?" Bulma pleaded with Son Goku, her face a picture of desperation. "Mom, let me join." Bra tugged gently at Bulma's collar, her face brimming with anticipation. "Absolutely not." Bulma vehemently countered. Bra pouted, her cherubic face resembling a bun, and protested, "But why? Brother Gohan survived in the wild with Uncle Bick at 4, fought enemies on Namek at 5, defeated Cell at 9, and saved the world. I'm already 11. Oh well." "Bra." Bulma's expression fell, her spirit dimmed. Chi-Chi comforted her, embracing her and saying, "Bulma, I was once like you. I simply wished for Gohan's safe growth. But peace is always a distant hope. Bra, go for it. If you participate, make sure to knock those rascals out." Chi-Chi cheered for Bra, clenching her fists. "Yes." Bra nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. Son Goten grumbled, "Why does it have to be Bra?" Trunks commented, "Bra is stronger than us. Goten, we need to train harder." Whis calculated, Lord Beerus, with Son Gohan, number 21, Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Bick, numbers 17 and 18, and Bra, we have assembled 10 participants. Beerus stated solemnly, "Listen closely. Everyone, the destroyers from 8 universes will also participate, so we must be exceedingly cautious. We might face simultaneous assaults from 7 universes right from the start." "What?" Number 18 exclaimed, clutching Son Gohan in surprise. Number 17 queried, "Why would the other 7 universes target us from the outset in such a chaotic battle lasting over 40 minutes? Whis, covering his face, smiled as he explained, "Previously, Lord Zeno played a game of hide-and-seek with the destroyers. After Lord Beerus hid, he slept for over 50 years, forcing the game to conclude abruptly. The other destroyers had to exert tremendous effort to soothe Lord Zeno's frustration." "Ah, Lord Beerus, you are quite unreliable." Number 21, leaning against Son Gohan, remarked with an air of disdain. "Be quiet. You are so bothersome." Number 21. "We will be targeted, but we are not without allies." Beerus's face flushed with frustration. "Allies? Surely you don't mean your brother?" Son Gohan asked incredulously. Beerus quickly silenced Whis, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he said, "You will understand in due course." Now he was being cryptic. Number 21 shifted her position to find greater comfort, leaning against him while pressing his hand against her own body, urging him to hold her tightly. Yamchu, Krillin, Vegeta, and the others looked at the trio of number 21, Son Gohan, and number 18, rendered speechless. Chi-Chi covered her face, looking utterly helpless. As time passed slowly, the moment of assembly arrived. "Please, everyone." Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others offered their blessings and prayers as they watched the group depart, vanishing from sight. In the void, the venue for the power tournament resembled a colossal, ornately patterned top, with floating semicircular stands facing a conical pedestal where Lord Zeno sat, overseeing the arena from above. As the crowd gathered at the arena, the oppressive atmosphere of the endless realm of Wu enveloped them, transforming this spinning stage into a pivotal site where the fates of various universes would be determined. Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Is this the venue for the competition?" Number 21, gazing at the edge of the platform, where the abyss of darkness lay, expressed her astonishment. This is the outside, isn't it? Those with acrophobia might not survive this. Vegeta, with arms crossed and a cold tone, retorted, we can fly. As long as we remain conscious, we won't fall. Whis interjected, you may not be able to fly. Go ahead and try. Vegeta, Bulma, and others attempted to take flight, only to find that a certain restriction had been placed upon the arena. Even Beerus tried, confirming their inability to soar. Son Gohan, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo observed their surroundings, keenly noting their opponents. The presence of a god of destruction had altered the scenario from what the travelers had previously known. Suddenly, a bird-like creature, resembling a human with 2 legs, soared through the sky. Number 21 pointed at it and asked, why can it fly? Whis explained it has wings, much like the birds on Earth. Number 21 sarcastically replied, so if we had wings, we could fly too. Android 18 chimed in playfully, it's no big deal. Those who can fly aren't that impressive. Number 17 queried, is there any strategy, considering our team is incomplete? Son Gohan, startled by being addressed as brother-in-law, thought for a moment and said, in any case, let's avoid prolonged battles. Number 21, especially, be careful not to fall. Your strength is crucial to us. Yes, yes. My little boyfriend, number 21 playfully stuck out her tongue, giving a victory sign. Wait, look over there at Universe 10. Who is that? Piccolo noticed a familiar figure after lingering a moment on Kess. Bulma, Son Gohan, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Huh. Bulma tilted her head in confusion, asking Dad, Gohan, what's wrong? Curiously, she glanced over, her mouth agape as she spotted future Bulma clad in a purple martial arts uniform identical to Son Gohan's, complete with fishnet undergarments. Future Bulma noticed the 7th universe and smiled, greeting them, while Kess cheekily flashed a peace sign. Impossible? How can future Bulma be in Universe 10? Son Gohan looked at Beerus and Whis, brimming with curiosity. Whis explained, this is all orchestrated by Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister. We will discuss the specifics after the power tournament concludes. On the floating conical platform, Lord Zeno sat alone on his throne, flanked by 2 guards, while the Grand Minister hovered in midair, bowing respectfully. Let the competition commence. All spectators, please proceed to the stands. With the Grand Minister's announcement, the angels and Kaioshians departed to the circular stands. Xian turned back, encouraging, Mr. Wukong, Gohan, Lord Beerus. You must all do your best. The fate of Universe 7 rests upon you. Son Gohan quietly thought to himself, 8 universes. Chapter 132. The power tournament begins. The 12 angels and Kaioshians took their seats in the stands, on a suspended conical platform. The Grand Minister, with his hands clasped behind his back, clearly articulated the rules of the power tournament, prohibiting flight, levitation, and the use of recovery items. Warriors from each universe, prepare yourselves. The power tournament begins. As his words echoed, chaos erupted on the arena. The other 7 gods of destruction seemed to have conspired, simultaneously charging at Beerus. In that instant, Son Gohan, number 21, and the rest scattered, disappearing atop the stage, leaving Beerus in shock. What the heck? Gohan, Wukong, number 21, you traitorous lot. Hee. Your allies have all abandoned you. Let us all gang up on Beerus, declared Sidra, the god of destruction from Universe 9, a bearded elder with ill intent. All right, hee. Sidra's words garnered agreement from the other gods of destruction. Katra, the god of destruction from Universe 4, a large-eared yellow mouse who had a particular grudge against Beerus, was the first to charge at him, followed closely by Hellas from Universe 2. Ramshur, the god of destruction from Universe 10, a pink upright elephant, also sought to join the fray against Beerus but was halted by future Bulma. Hey, future Bulma, why are you stopping me? I know you're from Universe 7, but you were specifically placed in my Universe 10 by Kess and the Grand Minister. Don't forget we are on the same side now. Future Bulma distinguished herself from both Bulma and the present Bulma on the stage. Future Bulma smiled and replied, Lord Ramshur, my wish remains unchanged. I believe that my father and Gohan feel the same. Our objective aligns, so our battle with Lord Beerus should be postponed. For now, preserving strength is paramount. Also, Lord Ramshur, I have long wanted to teach Lord Beerus a lesson, and as you can see, Lord Vermout from Universe 11 shares that sentiment. Ramshur, following future Bulma's gaze, regained his composure and said with indignation, Future Bulma, we must teach Beerus a severe lesson when the time comes. Indeed, future Bulma vanished in an instant. reappearing before another version of herself. The two Bulmas exchanged glances that transcended time. Are you the future me? Bulma curiously inquired. Future Bulma smiled and replied, yes. I never expected you to participate in the power tournament. It's truly surprising. How is everyone? Are you all doing well? Tears glistened in future Bulma's blue eyes as she reflected on how her actions had altered the course of her timeline, reshaping the future of her world. Did you cry? How could you cry? Bulma tilted her head, bewildered, appearing adorably naive, unaware that no one had shared the future with her. Future Bulma gently wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled. I am happy. Keep it up, little me. I won't hold back when the time comes. Hee hee. Neither will I. The victors will surely be us. Bulma clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed, feeling the surreal nature of conversing with herself, as if in a sci-fi tale. Suddenly, Son Gohan, Suen Wuon, and Piccolo arrived, joining the two. Future Bulma, what is going on? Aren't you from that future timeline? How did you replace a contestant from Universe 10? Son Gohan asked incredulously. Future Bulma scratched her head and replied with a smile, Master Kes found me. And I couldn't refuse. It was specially permitted by Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister for the sake of creating conflict. However, even if Universe 10 is destroyed, I will not disappear. Suen Wuon, filled with fighting spirit, stated, perfect. I am eager to see just how strong you are, Future Bulma. I can feel my blood boiling. Future Bulma teased, I won't be holding back either. Taking the opportunity, Piccolo knocked away an assailant attempting to ambush them, then asked with concern, Future Bulma, will anything else happen afterward? Alas, indeed, the situation is quite complicated. The 12 universes of the future nearly faced destruction due to the malevolent actions of that wretched Zamasu. Future Bra disclosed the events concerning Zamasu to everyone, including Black Goku, Black Vegeta, and Black Vegeto. Particularly, when the mention of Black Vegeto arose, Piccolo turned pale with fear, for it was far more terrifying than anything recalled from the memories of the time traveler. Although Future Bra described the events lightly, the reality was anything but easy, especially considering that Future Bra single-handedly quelled the chaos initiated by Zamasu. At that moment, as Son Gohan and others engaged in nostalgic conversation with Future Bra, Kappa approached the presence of number 21. Dressed in a white lab coat, with her disheveled brown hair, number 21 leaned against the time pillar with an air of nonchalance. You are the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Lord Kappa? Is it your intention to harass a lady? With her arms crossed, her words infuriated Kappa. You are the one being inappropriate. You must possess some hidden talents. Let me test your abilities. Kappa roared in anger. Number 21, crossing her arms in defiance, replied, I am a scientist, not a fighter, and I have no desire for combat. Please do not force me, Lord Kappa. Enough of this chatter. Prepare yourself. With that, Kappa unleashed his full power, conjuring purple energy orbs that he hurled at number 21. During the previous Universal Martial Arts Tournament, he sensed something was amiss with No. 21 and decided to personally ascertain the truth. A thunderous roar erupted, deafening the audience and lighting the sky with sparks, bringing silence even to the most fervent of spectators, including Beerus. In that moment, number 21 transformed into her Majin state. Her scattered hair and eyebrows turned crimson, and a flexible tail emerged, radiating a red aura. In this form, she activated the 20-fold Kaioken, her gaze softening and becoming tranquil as she lifted Kappa effortlessly. Number 21 exclaimed, tossing the unconscious Kappa out of the ring, marking him as the first god of destruction to be eliminated. As Kappa fell out of the arena, he instantly reappeared in the stands, where Beerus, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and, once Kappa regained consciousness, remarked, I never expected the first to be eliminated from the 6th universe would be you, Lord Kappa. Awakening, Kappa was dumbfounded, unable to accept the reality that he had been defeated so swiftly. Grasping his ears, he gazed at number 21 on the stage, who had released the 20-fold Kaioken. Liar. You said you were a scientist and not skilled in combat. This is outrageous. The Grand Priest, with a slight smile in his narrowed eyes, declared. The 6th universe's Kappa has been eliminated. Chapter 133. The intensifying phase Kappa's elimination left the audience in shock. The god of destruction, symbolizing the annihilation of each universe, had been utterly vanquished by number 21. Beerus, his face swollen, was panting heavily, while the 5 other gods of destruction he faced were in no better condition. Except for Quitella, who remained steadfast against him. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Number 21 has eliminated Compa. Beerus shouted with delight. What? There is someone in Beerus's universe who surpasses the gods of destruction. Quitella's expression turned serious, sensing the dire situation. In an instant, number 21 teleported to Beerus's side, placing her palm against him and employing Majin Buu's healing technique to restore him. Beerus surveyed his body with satisfaction, a smug grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. I'm back to full strength. Number 21, you have revealed your true abilities. Surrounding number 21 was a blood-red aura, shimmering with the silver power of the gods. Lord Beerus, let us eliminate these gods of destruction together. No need for you to intervene, number 21. I can handle them alone. Beerus said with a glint of mischief in his eyes, regarding the 5 other gods of destruction. Sidra, despicable. Hellas, shameless. Quitella, can you be any more contemptible? Weiss, Topo, come help us send them packing. Mosco's electronic voice expressed surprise at number 21's healing abilities. Number 21 replied calmly, Lord Beerus, this is not the time for games. Let us join forces. Gohan, you should come too. The other participants from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 9th, and 11th universes prepared for the impending confrontation, blocking the advance of Son Gohan and his companions from the 10th universe. Charge. I'm fired up. Dad, Piccolo, let's go. Son Gohan summoned a mysterious red aura, transforming into Super Saiyan God before evolving into Super Saiyan 4. His hair turned snowy white, and his crimson eyes crackled with silver arcs of energy, achieving a primal state. Upon hearing number 21's call, he swiftly joined Beerus and number 21 in facing the gods of destruction. Come on, Jiren, let us battle. Son Goku exuded a shimmering silver aura, entering the Ultra Instinct state. After reviewing the Time Traveler's memories, he had diligently trained under Whis. Piccolo, now in his orange form, confronted his old rival Hit. Broly, in his ultimate primal state, towered over the younger Bra, unmatched in age, power, and experience. With Kompa's elimination at the hands of number 21, the 6th universe was left with little hope. Kale and Caulifla had yet to make their moves before being dispatched by Big Bra. Just 5 minutes into the tournament, it had escalated into a fierce climax. The Omni King watched with rapt attention, holding a name board, marking another participant's elimination. The Grand Priest, observing the unfolding events, murmured, Did we err in allowing these gods of destruction to participate? Surely, it cannot end so swiftly. As more contestants fell, amidst the most intense battles, a young girl's voice rang out. Warriors, look here. The call drew everyone's attention as 3 young girls stood confidently atop a protruding stone pillar. Number 18, intrigued, remarked, Are they superheroes? Are they about to transform? With a flourish, Big Bra unleashed Son Gohan's signature move, the Kamehameha. The powerful energy wave instantly sending the 3 girls flying out of the ring. The assault did not cease there. A horizontal sweep across the arena sent several weaker contestants tumbling from the stage. The atmosphere fell into silence. In that moment, Son Gohan seized an opportunity, exploiting a weakness to kick the 9th universe's god of destruction, Sidra, into the air. Number 21, seizing the moment, unleashed a devastating attack, sending him flying out of bounds. With Sidra eliminated, the 9th universe faced extinction as the Grand Priest solemnly declared the demise of an entire universe. The Omni King raised his hand, and in the stands, the god of destruction and Kai of the 9th universe vanished, leaving only the angel of the 9th universe behind to sigh in resignation. The loss of a universe sent chills through the remaining participants, intensifying their resolve to fight harder. Suddenly, a purple energy orb coalesced in the hands of Vados, who struck number 21 in the abdomen, careful not to deliver a fatal blow, fearing repercussions from the rules. As number 21 looked down at her hollow abdomen, her aura surged, instantly restoring her to full strength, causing Vados and the spectators to widen their eyes in astonishment. Xiang Pa exclaimed with fury, Hey, what is that? That's utterly against the rules. It can even regenerate. Vados remarked, Not only that, Miss 21's power appears to be completely unscathed. You are absolutely right, Xiang Pa. Miss 21 is indeed extraordinary. Hey, Vados, is what you're saying even relevant right now? Xiang Pa seethed, realizing he should have anticipated Miss 21's outrageous capabilities. It was too late to voice his concerns now. The god of destruction, Hyles, stood in shock, gazing at Miss 21. Is this a joke? How can we fight against such a monster? It can regenerate? Meanwhile, Beerus was still engaged in battle with the god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, while Suen Wuon faced the mechanical god of destruction, Mosca. Oh, Wymaid unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Miss 21. She neither dodged nor evaded. Upon being struck head-on, she was obliterated into a shower of flesh. Wymaid gasped heavily, having expended a significant amount of energy with that last attack, especially after his earlier bout with Beerus. Hey, Wymaid, you've killed her. This is such foul play. Hyles was astounded as she witnessed the scattered flesh of Miss 21 reassemble instantaneously, returning to her original form. And even more astonishingly, her power had not diminished in the slightest. Wymaid's mind was in turmoil. Miss 21 calmly remarked, "It is rather impolite to address a lady in such a manner, my Lord of Destruction." Chapter 134, Universes in Ruins. Aw, damn it. Katra protested as he was knocked off the platform by Beerus. Simultaneously, Suen Wuon triumphed over the mechanical god of destruction, Mosca, his strength now slightly surpassing that of Miss 21. He was now on her level. With a sigh of relief, Suen Wuon and Beerus rushed to assist Miss 21 after defeating the two gods of destruction. The gods of destruction symbolize power. Even though Wymaid and Hyles were not as formidable as Beerus, they were still quite strong. Miss 21 could only exert a suppressive effect. Previously, she had eliminated Sidera with Suen Wuon's cooperation. The battle swiftly transitioned from 1 against 2 to 3 against 2. Through their combined efforts, Beerus and Miss 21 seized the opportunity to eliminate Hyles and Wymaid from the platform. Universe 2 perished under the declaration of the Grand Priest as Zeno raised his hand. Obliterating Universe 2, Miss 21 extended her palm, restoring Suen Wuon and Beerus. Now, only the god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramses, remained. Due to the alliance between Dabula and Kasai, the pressure was not as overwhelming. However, if all 7 universes targeted them simultaneously, it would lead to a dire situation. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, causing Suen Wuon, Miss 21, and Beerus to feel paralyzed. Ramses launched a rapid assault, sending the immobilized Suen Wuon and Miss 21 flying. In a brief moment, both regained their composure and steadied themselves. "What are you doing, Ramses?" Beerus bellowed. Ramses, swinging his trunk wildly, noted that only he and Dabula remained in Universe 10, as the other participants were far weaker than even little Bula. Beerus, with the other gods of destruction eliminated. "We are now opponents. Dabula, I leave him to you." Dabula approached Beerus, her purple hair standing on end, a stray lock gently falling. Surrounded by flickering silver arcs of electricity, dense and continuous. "Oh, Dabula, are you challenging me?" Beerus flexed his joints, having recovered to his peak after being healed by Miss 21. Dabula regarded Beerus with a serious expression, saying, "My Lord Beerus, I assure you, I will not show any mercy." "Oh, how intriguing. I am eager to discover what you have learned from Kasai." Beerus gathered destructive energy in his palms, brimming with fighting spirit. Dabula raised her right hand, transforming destructive energy into a Chi Yuan slash, hurtling towards Beerus with speed. Such a direct, simple, and brutal approach to combat was alarming. She aimed for Beerus's neck with the Chi Yuan slash. "Are you truly trying to kill me?" Beerus felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the ferocity of her attack. In the midst of their struggle, Suen Wuon observed the unfolding scene with astonishment. Why is Dabula fighting against Lord Beerus? Boom. A scorching red energy blast hurtled toward them, but Suen Wuon evaded it effortlessly. Jiren, bare-chested, radiated a crimson aura, his eyes glowing red with fighting intent. "Suen Wuon, you dare focus on something else while battling me? Do you underestimate me?" "Not at all, Jiren. You are a formidable opponent. Shall we begin the second round?" Suen Wuon, untouched throughout their battle, resolved to hold nothing back. Bang! Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, overpowering Topo, while the frenzied Broly and Little Bula eliminated numerous contenders, even the weakest, Android 18. Swish! In the stands of the 7th and 6th universes, Piccolo and Hit once again perished together, being knocked out of bounds, marking the first elimination for Universe 7. With the entire 6th universe eliminated, the Grand Priest solemnly declared its demise. Xiang Pa stood solemnly, devoid of his usual demeanor, now appearing grave and serious. "Bados, you have cared for me for a long time." Xiang Pa's words struck a chord with Bados, who suddenly felt melancholic. "Hey, brother, I hope you get eliminated." Xiang Pa stuck out his tongue and shouted at Beerus on the platform, only to be erased by Zeno in the end. Beerus was wholly absorbed in his battle with Dabula, unable to divert his attention elsewhere. The metallic clashing resonated sharply, astonishingly. Dabula held the upper hand in her struggle against Beerus. From a distance, Sun Wukong's lips twitched as he caught his breath. Realizing that Dabula's straightforward combat method with the Chi Yuan slash might bewilder even his Uncle Krillin. Miss 21 leaned against Sun Wukong, yawning lazily. Ramses, we shall not interfere in the battle between Dabula and Lord Beerus. Instead, let us focus on eliminating the other contenders, shall we? As long as only our two universes remain, the victor will emerge triumphant. Miss 21 suggested to Ramses, harboring a somewhat unfavorable impression of Beerus, though her view had shifted after witnessing his efforts to collect the Super Dragon Balls to save the future. Well, I agree to that. Thus, Ramses, Sun Wukong, and Miss 21 directed their attention to the remaining competitors. Android 18 was knocked out of bounds by the combined machines from Universe 3, but just before she fell, Little Beulah formed a chain-like shape with the Wangwu Jing Tianzhong, and at that moment, Android 17 seized the opportunity to join forces, eliminating the combined machines and Little Beulah from the arena. With the announcement of its demise by the Grand Priest, Universe 3 was obliterated. The arena now contained the 4th, 7th, 10th, and 11th universes. In Universe 4, only 2 contestants remained, a transparent being and a notably diminutive contestant. Having eliminated several participants, they caught Android 17's attention, who ultimately seized the opportunity to defeat the last 2 contestants from Universe 4. Universe 4 perished. The Grand Priest solemnly announced yet another universe's demise. Broly, with his imposing physique, matched in speed as he eliminated Toppa from the 11th universe. At the same moment, Vegeta and Son Goku triumphed over Jiren and Ramshi, while Son Gohan seized the opportunity to eliminate others. With Toppa and Jiren cast out of the arena, the entire 11th universe faced annihilation, as proclaimed by the Grand Minister, marking another universe's demise at the hands of the Omni King. With 30 minutes remaining in the Tournament of Power, only the 10th and 7th universes remained in the fray. A cry of despair echoed from Beerus as he was knocked out of the ring by Future Bra. The remaining contestants included Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, number 17, Son Gohan, number 21, Future Bra, and Ramshi. Meanwhile, the spectators from the other 4 universes, though not participating, included the Destroyers, Angels, and Kaioshin who had gathered to watch. Beerus's injuries were healed by Whis, who jested, noting how excellently Kusu had trained Future Bra, to the point where even Lord Beerus was no match for her now. Beerus, with a cold huff, acknowledged his defeat, urging Whis to refrain from further comments. Chapter 135. A Clash of Titans. With 28 minutes left until the end of the Tournament of Power, Future Bra and Ramshi stood together, while Son Gohan, Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, number 21, and number 17 prepared for a face-off. Now we can confront each other, father, brother Gohan, Future Bra remarked, folding her arms with intrigue. Ramshi, visibly fatigued, lingered his gaze on Son Gohan and number 21, while the others appeared relatively unscathed. Son Goku cheerfully exclaimed, "Impressive, Bra. You've managed to defeat Lord Beerus." However, Future Bra expressed her disappointment, stating, "It's all thanks to my master's teachings, but alas, I lack the potential to reach his heights." Number 21 furrowed her brow, observing Son Goku intently before inquiring, "It seems you possess more than just destructive power. During your battle with Beerus, I noticed your evasive maneuvers were instinctual, akin to the Zenkai of Son Goku." Future Bra clapped her hands, a crescent smile forming. "Indeed, it's no surprise that you, number 21, possess such keen insight. Having someone like you as a companion is truly wonderful." "What? You've mastered the Zenkai too?" Vegeta exclaimed incredulously. Future Bra directed her gaze to Beerus in the stands, asserting, "Isn't Lord Beerus the same? Mastering the self-control technique alongside the Zenkai?" Beerus shouted from the stands, "Do not underestimate her. While Bra's self-control may be comparable to mine, her mastery of the Zenkai surpasses my own." Future Bra applauded, "Exactly, father. Just as you maintain your Zenkai state so peacefully. Son Gohan, let us work together to restrain her. Goku, you and Vegeta must eliminate Ramshi and then assist us." Number 21 unleashed her full power, fueled by her core's infinite energy, enhanced by the godly powers of the great Kaioshin, as she activated her 20-fold Kaioken. Son Gohan followed suit, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 Beast Mode, charging towards Future Bra. You think you can eliminate me? Not so easily. Ramshi trumpeted, her voice bizarre and overwhelming. Number 17, Son Goku, Broly, and Vegeta had already prepared, scattering, yet were still disoriented by Ramshi's roar. Seizing the moment, Ramshi charged at Son Goku, recognizing him as the strongest among them. A concentrated blast of destructive energy struck Son Goku, causing his self-control energy to dissipate as he was sent flying uncontrollably. Vegeta and Broly regained their senses and immediately rushed towards Ramshi. Number 17 moved swiftly, catching Son Goku just before he fell. Thank you. Number 17, Son Goku expressed gratefully, quickly gathering his strength to assume the Zenkai state once more, racing toward Ramshi. Number 17 followed closely, stating, while it doesn't matter if Bra wins, I refuse to leave my fate in the hands of others. Goku, you and Vegeta should fuse. Use the Metamorph fusion to become Vegeto. I refuse to fuse with that cockroach. Vegeta shouted, as Ramshi sent him flying again, even though she had exhausted much of her energy. Time is running out. Vegeta, Goku, I will hold him off with Broly. Hurry. Number 17's attacks proved ineffective, as Ramshi easily shattered his protective barrier. Kakarot, hurry. Vegeta urged, accepting the reality. Goku. Son Goku smiled. All right, thank you, Vegeta. The two positioned themselves for the peculiar symmetrical dance of fusion. Boom. Broly and number 17 were simultaneously knocked out of the arena. Just as Son Goku and Vegeta completed their Metamorph fusion, Vegeto emerged, eliciting surprise from Beerus. Piccolo and Future Bra watched with anticipation, while Whis healed number 17 and Broly's injuries. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegeto, with orange-trimmed attire, fixed a cold gaze on Ramshi. They actually fused into one. Ramshi gasped. The Kaioshin of the first universe, Anato, remarked, the warriors of Universe 7 are exceptionally prepared. That Future Bra is also from Universe 7. Wow. Goku has fused into one person. How fascinating. So impressive. The Omni King exclaimed with gleaming eyes filled with excitement. Vegeto faced Ramshi, gathering a colorful energy blast in his palm, and without further ado, hurled it towards her. Ramshi formed a destructive energy sphere to collide with Vegeto's colorful blast. Whoosh. Vegeto teleported and struck Ramshi fiercely in the back. Oh. Ramshi, overwhelmed by the energy drain, was sent flying out of the ring, landing back in the stands of the 10th universe. Disheartened, Ramshi muttered, damn it. I still lost. Kusu, with a sweet voice, laughed, don't worry, Ramshi, with such an immature fusion technique, you cannot defeat Future Bra. Just relax. I'm not satisfied. Now it's a showdown for Universe 7. Ramshi retorted, visibly disgruntled. Kusu stifled a giggle. Hee hee, Ramshi, as long as you achieve your goal, isn't that enough? With 20 minutes left in the match, let us sit back and see what unfolds next. Suddenly, Ramshi recalled something and asked, Kusu, among all the contestants, is there anyone you particularly favor? Someone with the potential to reach your level? Kusu pondered, resting her chin on her hand. I have indeed noticed someone who might reach my caliber. What? You're serious? Is it Future Bra? Ramshi inquired casually, stunned by the surprising response. Kusu quickly shook her head, her braided hair swaying gently. No, Ramshi, though she is from Universe 7, it's not Future Bra. It's her father, Son Goku. Only he might have the opportunity to reach that realm. The others, be it Son Gohan, number 21, or Future Bra, all fall short. What? In the 7th universe? Beerus was taken aback upon overhearing the conversation between Kasai and Ramses. He found it hard to believe that Suen Wuon possessed such remarkable potential. In Chapter 136, titled Explode, the number 21 bomb, the conversation between Ramses and Kasai went unnoticed by those on the arena. With a thunderous crash, number 21 was shattered once more, only to regenerate again. The infinite energy of the androids, the regenerative and devouring abilities of Majin Buu, along with the Saiyans and Frieza, had begun to irritate Future Bra, who was being tormented by number 21's capabilities. Son Gohan provided support, while number 21 led the offensive, their teamwork exhibiting an extraordinary synergy. Though their attacks often missed, they ensured that Future Bra was never afforded a moment's respite. All of Future Bra's assaults were absorbed by number 21, who, despite suffering damage, would regenerate, possessing an infinite energy reservoir akin to that of androids 17 and 18, rendering her unafraid of energy depletion. You are not nearly as strong as this version of No. 21 from my timeline. Future Bra remarked as she danced gracefully under the pressure from Son Gohan and number 21's onslaught, launching energy blasts that were intercepted by number 21, allowing Son Gohan to capitalize on the openings. Son Gohan stated, "After your emergence, the timeline will inevitably shift due to you, number 21's power, and the current tournament of strength." However, Future Bra pouted, "But it's incomprehensible how number 21 has become so powerful, Oni-chan." Meanwhile, after dispatching Ramses, Vegeta reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form. Surrounded by a divine silver aura, his once black hair transformed to silver, embodying the Ultra Instinct. With a sudden strike, Vegeta joined the fray to besiege Future Bra. "You are Vegeto." Future Bra's expression shifted uneasily, recalling the time of Zamasu, which left her feeling unsettled. The battle momentarily ceased as Son Gohan, number 21, and Vegeta faced Future Bra directly. In response to her inquiry, Vegeta replied, "I am Vegeto." The fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta through the Metamoran fusion technique. Future Bra gathered a swirling mass of dark green energy, launching the universal shattering palm towards the trio. Son Gohan formed a green vortex shield to block the attack, while number 21 seized the opportunity to unleash a Kamehameha infused with divine energy towards Future Bra. Future Bra, agile as ever, leaped gracefully in the air, evading number 21's Kamehameha. Vegeta seized the moment to strike with remarkable speed, landing a blow to Future Bra's abdomen. She grimaced in pain, but then a victorious smile emerged as she caught Vegeta's fist. "Success, father. Uncle Vegeta, have you forgotten how I defeated Zamasu to become Vegeto?" Suddenly, Vegeta teleported away from Future Bra's grasp, returning to Son Gohan's side, but it was too late. The force separation technique had already been applied to him. A blinding light erupted as Beerus and Kasai watched in astonishment as Vegeta was forcibly separated from Goku. "It's impossible. How could this happen so soon?" Beerus gasped in disbelief upon witnessing the separation. Kasai tilted her head playfully and explained, "This is the forced separation technique, a skill learned by Future Bra to combat her timeline's Majin number 21. She mastered fusion but neglected defensive techniques, making her vulnerable to such tactics, thus wasting the power of both fighters." Ramses erupted into laughter, declaring, "This is splendid. It seems we are destined to win. If we can eliminate that troublesome No. 21 from the arena, victory will be ours, and the 10th universe shall triumph." Beerus gritted his teeth, clearly frustrated. "If I had known this would happen, I would have eliminated the 10th universe earlier. I never anticipated Kasai would train Future Bra so effectively." Whis reassured him, "Rest easy, Lord Beerus. Whether we prevail or the 10th universe does, it will be a favorable outcome." At that moment, Android 18 gasped, "What is number 21 doing? She's going to self-destruct." Beerus exclaimed, his heart racing. Ramses shouted in alarm, "Are you serious? A self-detonation from such a powerful entity would be catastrophic. We would also be affected." "Do not worry. The Grand Priest has erected a barrier to protect everyone in the stands," Whis stated calmly. Number 21 clenched her fists, her energy spiking as if engulfed in flames. "Gohan, suppress your energy. Do not give her the opportunity to teleport." Number 21 bolted towards Future Bra at high speed. "This can't be happening. Number 21, don't self-destruct." Suen Wuon covered his head, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine. "This is ruthless. Women are terrifying. It's fortunate to have someone like her on our side, but surely she won't self-destruct." Son Gohan interjected, blocking the two with a reassuring smile. "It's all right. Dad and Uncle Vegeta, number 21 knows her limits. We should move quickly to avoid being caught in the blast." He then exerted his full strength to generate a protective shield enveloping all three of them. Future Bra, now pale with fear, was reminded of her former weak and incapable self, recalling that even Majin number 21 was not this reckless. "No, please don't come near me." The deep-seated terror surged within her, drawing tears. Kasai and Beerus could not suppress their laughter. Future Bra, who typically exuded strength, courage, and resilience, capable of saving 8 universes of the future, was now revealed in such a vulnerable state. Let the explosion commence. Number 21 bomb. A brilliant light radiated from number 21, illuminating the entire Void Realm, causing everyone except Kasai, the Grand Priest, and the Omni King to shield their eyes instinctively. Just before number 21 detonated, Future Bra leaped from the arena, landing on the stands of the 10th universe. This blast would truly spell her demise. The arena lay in ruins, scattered debris remaining. As Son Gohan dismantled the protective shield, he forcefully propelled both his father, Suen Wuon, and Vegeta towards the remnants of the arena, while he himself fell from the platform. Son Gohan landed safely on the 10th universe's side, and at that very moment, number 21 plummeted into his arms. "Number 21, you're alive," Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. "Lord Beerus, did you wish for my demise?" Number 21 shot him a sardonic glance. "The energy from my self-detonation could have annihilated Whis several times over. Yet here I am, perfectly unharmed," Beerus noted, observing that number 21's energy had not diminished in the slightest. "This is a technique I developed, the number 21 bomb. As long as I protect even a single one of my cells, I can instantly recover, though it does take a toll on my stamina. No?" 21 casually reclined in Son Gohan's embrace, feeling utterly lethargic. Exchanging glances, Son Gohan and Android 18 smiled at one another, recognizing No. 21 as the true MVP of the match, intelligent, attractive, and powerful, far more reliable than Majin Buu. In their minds, the decision to replace Majin Buu with No. 21 was undoubtedly worth it. Chapter 137, The Tournament of Power concludes. On the arena, Suen Wuon and Vegeta stood cautiously on a small fragment of the platform. Vegeta balanced on one leg, while Suen Wuon clung to his head, resembling a koala hanging on to a tree. "Hello, Kakarado, let go of me." No. The self-detonation of number 21 has obliterated the entire arena, leaving only this small patch to stand upon. In Universe 10, the future Bra bowed apologetically, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "I am truly sorry, I did my utmost, yet I still faced defeat. I simply could not withstand number 21's recent self-destruct technique. And I was so frightened that I cried." Lamsey sighed. "It is quite all right. Thank you, dear Bra. You have done your best. Without your efforts, Universe 10 would have been eliminated long ago." "That last move, Sai?" Chris, with a forlorn expression, remarked, "I never expected we would lose in the end." "Do not be too disheartened, Bra. Universe 7 had their strategy prepared in advance." Meanwhile, in Universe 7, Beerus exclaimed with exhilaration, "We won. Finally, we have triumphed." He had been anxious throughout, but now relief washed over him. The Grand Priest spoke slowly. "Contestant Bra from Universe 10, contestant number 21 from Universe 7. Son Gohan is eliminated, and Universe 10 is declared extinguished." The Xeno's hand was raised high, unleashing the power of obliteration. In Universe 10, apart from Chris and Future Bra, all other contestants, including the god of destruction Lamsey, were annihilated. Silence reigned. This was the magnitude of Xeno's power, which, unbeknownst to them, had erased their existence. The Grand Priest floated before Son Goku and Vegeta, his palm raised, standing amidst the void, as silver energy cubes allowed Son Goku to descend safely from Vegeta. Standing on the energy cubes created by the Grand Priest felt as solid as standing on the ground. Son Goku expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." The Grand Priest wore his signature smile, and with the release of divine power, 7 Super Dragon Balls materialized around him. Time remained for 5 more minutes. Yet the arena was devoid of contestants from other universes. Thus, Universe 7 emerged victorious, earning the right to realize a wish with the Super Dragon Balls. As the Grand Priest's words echoed, the divine language summoned the Eternal Dragon, who manifested before the spectators. Previously, due to Chris opening portals between 2 distinct worlds, the Eternal Dragon had appeared less conspicuous. "Dragon, I beseech you, restore the 7 obliterated universes." Son Goku made his wish without hesitation. The Grand Priest displayed an expression of foresight. He had anticipated this outcome. He had deliberately chosen Future Bra, knowing she would wish for this, even in victory. Future Bra's determination had touched Chris from that timeline, and thus the Xeno of the future did not choose to annihilate even the 8 destroyed universes. However, the true turning point lay within Son Gohan. The Grand Priest and Chris turned their gaze to Son Gohan, who was cheering joyfully in the stands, a remarkable transformation, filled with unexplored potential and protected by a mental barrier. Alongside him were Son Goku and Piccolo. Xeno descended from his throne, holding hands with one another, though his somewhat vacant gaze did not align with his current demeanor. All hail Son Goku. He cheered, easily mingling with Xeno. The 7 obliterated universes were restored by the Eternal Dragon, and thus the Tournament of Power came to a close. After bidding farewell to everyone, Future Bra returned to her timeline with Chris's assistants. The Grand Priest, Zeno, and his 2 attendants also vanished back to Zeno's palace. In Universe 7 on Earth, the moon had previously been destroyed by Piccolo. The hour-long duration of the Tournament of Power felt like an eternity for Bulma and the others, with their concerns for everyone's safety growing with each passing moment. Krillin, feeling helpless, sat on a chair and sighed. This waiting is truly unbearable. Yamcha nodded in acceptance of reality, smiling. All we can do is pray for Goku and the others' victory. At this moment, Chi-Chi held on to a rose, her large aquamarine eyes gazing at the sky. Eventually, feeling fatigued, she slowly fell asleep, placing the child in a cradle. Suddenly, a streak of light surged from the cosmos, landing before everyone. Whis had returned with everyone. Hi everyone, we won. Son Goku cheered joyfully. Chi-Chi and Bulma embraced Son Goku, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Wonderful. You are finally back. Bra gently tugged at Bulma's clothing. She appeared somewhat disheveled. Her purple martial arts outfit, akin to Son Gohan and Piccolo's, was now tattered. Apart from number 21, everyone appeared somewhat weary and worn, their clothing frayed from the intense battles. However, her attire had the ability to repair itself, a fact that Son Gohan could attest to. As the MVP of the Tournament of Power, number 21 was a multifaceted entity, embodying the roles of a damage dealer, healer, support, tank, and marksman. As for Majin Buu, who was he? Did they even know him? If given a choice, would they select number 21 or Majin Buu? Seeing everyone return safely, Krillin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy weight on their hearts finally lifted. The 2 women, number 18 and number 21, exchanged glances and planted kisses on Son Gohan's cheeks, seemingly unbothered. We won, Gohan, we won. Please, no more of that. It's a tad embarrassing, with everyone watching. Compared to the bold number 18 and number 21, Son Gohan appeared bashful, like a young girl, despite having children of his own. Hee. Number 18 and number 21 exchanged smiles. Yamcha observed Son Goku before casting a glance at Son Gohan, thinking to himself, truly, they are father and son. Yet, Gohan seems to be even more formidable. Both women are no ordinary individuals. That evening was unusually serene. The following day, Bulma hosted a banquet to celebrate the peace of the universe. The tumult of the Tournament of Power had come to a complete end, and the memories of the Traverser from Dragon Ball Super ceased here, leaving only the events of the never-to-occur Dragon Ball GT. However, although the memories of the Traverser had halted, everyone's lives continued onward, for Moro and Cyril were destroyed by Beerus, and Broly had long since become a companion residing on Earth. They lived in harmony for an extended period until the once-defeated Red Ribbon Army unexpectedly stirred once more. Chapter 138, The Fractured Super Dragon Balls. The saga of superheroes unfolded as the Red Ribbon Army returned, crafting even stronger artificial beings to dominate the world. Dr. Hito, the grandson of Dr. Gero, now aligned with Mersanda, who outwardly appeared as the president of Red Pharmaceuticals, yet covertly sought to resurrect the Red Ribbon Army, invited Dr. Hito to join in this endeavor. Number 21's essence remained rooted in the former Dr. Maveman, who, during an operation, had previously taken Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Son Goku to obliterate the threat. As for Cell Max, before Son Gohan, Son Goku, and Vegeta could arrive, number 21 had swiftly dispatched him. Grandpa, Dr. Hito's address made Son Gohan feel somewhat awkward. Dr. Hito was inherently a good person with aspirations of heroism. Though misled, he resolved misunderstandings and joined the Universal Capsule Corporation. As for the term Grandpa, Son Gohan accepted it. There was no alternative, for number 21 was exceedingly enthusiastic, especially upon entering her Majin battle state, becoming even more exuberant, capable of fighting, enduring, cooking, and engaging in the laboratory, while claiming to be unskilled in combat. The mastermind behind the chaos, Maxianda, was prematurely eliminated by Xiangpa. The incident involving the artificial beings of superheroes did not stir significant upheaval, and everyone continued their lives in relative peace. The god of destruction of Universe 6, Xiangpa, accompanied by his angel, Bados, resumed their search for the Super Dragon Balls across the cosmos. Soon, in a remote star system within the 6th universe, they discovered a Super Dragon Ball adorned with 4 stars. Ah, I found the first one. It's the 4-star Dragon Ball. Xiangpa exclaimed with pride. Lord Xiangpa, what do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls? Bados inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. She suddenly paused, her gaze fixated on the Super Dragon Ball. What is it, Bados? What's wrong? Xiangpa asked, puzzled. Look closely, my lord. The Super Dragon Ball has developed cracks. Bados pointed out, directing his attention to the orb that resembled a planet. Cracks? It's really cracked. Xiangpa gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. What is happening? Is it broken? Can the Super Dragon Ball no longer be used? My lord, I fear the situation is quite serious. I must report this to the Grand Minister immediately. Bados declared, retrieving her staff to establish contact and explain the condition of the cracked Super Dragon Ball in the Grand Minister's chamber within the Xeno Palace. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, due to the repeated resurrection of 8 universes, the negative energy generated by the Super Dragon Balls has become immense, reaching a critical threshold. Negative energy? What do you mean? Xiangpa asked, astonished. The Grand Minister elaborated, every wish made using the Dragon Balls accumulates a form of negative energy. However, over time, this negative energy dissipates. Bados, taken aback, queried, Grand Minister, what would happen if we continue to make wishes with the current Super Dragon Balls? The Grand Minister responded earnestly, if the 7 Super Dragon Balls are gathered again and wishes are granted, the negative energy will be released, unleashing 7 malevolent dragons that will spread their evil across the 12 universes. Xiangpa gulped nervously. It was fortunate Bados had noticed the issue and consulted the Grand Minister. Otherwise, he would have been deemed a criminal for possessing such formidable negative energy contained within the Super Dragon Balls. The Grand Minister reassured, however, Bados, you need not worry. Those evil dragons will only be slightly stronger than you. Even if they unite, they would only be able to overpower your 11 siblings. And they would not pose a threat to Kashi. You can directly contact Kashi when the time comes. Bados felt a lump in her throat, speechless. It was alarming to think they could be easily outmatched. And while Kashi was indeed powerful, there was no need to state it so bluntly. She felt quite embarrassed. Despite her inner desire to retort, Bados maintained her composure, saying, understood, Grand Minister. I will take this 4-star Dragon Ball back to the God of Destruction realm, ensuring it remains hidden from others. After concluding communication with the Grand Minister and sensing Bados' demeanor, Xiangpa adopted a serious tone. Let us return, Bados. Take this Super Dragon Ball back to the God of Destruction realm. That way, no one will gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls and release the evil dragons. Very well. Lord Xiangpa, but what about your wish? Bados hesitated to ask. Xiangpa replied without hesitation, my wish is of no consequence. By the way, Bados, inform Bylus and the others about the current state of the Super Dragon Balls. Understood, Lord Xiangpa. I will contact Weiss immediately. Bados smiled gently, her blue skin and delicate features exuding a subtle allure. In the 7th universe's God of Destruction realm, Weiss received Bados' message, with Bylus listening nearby. Hey Xiangpa, are you serious? Is this for real? Weiss conjured a light screen with his staff, displaying the figures of Bados and Xiangpa. Bylus, skeptical, hoped Xiangpa was merely jesting. Enraged, Xiangpa retorted, you rascal, you skinny monkey. Who's joking with you? Doesn't the 7th universe have Super Dragon Balls? Go find one and see for yourself. Bylus refrained from arguing back, while Weiss interjected, Bados, have you contacted Kashi yet? Bados shook her head, replying, not yet. I plan to reach out to her soon. The Grand Minister mentioned that if the evil dragons emerge and unite, our 11 angels would not stand a chance. We would need Kashi or the Grand Minister to intervene. All right. I may need to visit Earth to find Miss Boerma and obtain a Dragon Ball radar to gather the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe and secure them within the God of Destruction realm to prevent anyone from collecting them. Weiss smiled politely, and after severing communication with Bados, he and Bylus set off for Earth. Upon acquiring the Dragon Ball radar, they collected the 4 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe and placed them within the God of Destruction realm. Meanwhile, Bados in the 6th universe also managed to gather 3 Dragon Balls, thus quietly diffusing what could have been a tumultuous crisis surrounding the Super Dragon Balls. On Earth, upon learning of the situation regarding the Super Dragon Balls, Suen Wuon and the others rushed to inspect the Dragon Balls on Earth. The 4-star Dragon Ball, kept at their home, showed no signs of cracking, which relieved Suen Wuon, Pike, and Suen Wuon. The potential rupture of the Super Dragon Balls served as a reminder that the Dragon Balls, which carried hope, should not be used carelessly. Chapter 139. The Eternal Dragon Balls. Final chapter. The sea breeze gently caressed the air, and Rongwei had turned 4 years old, resembling a miniature version of 18. She donned a pink checkered t-shirt, her aloof demeanor rarely revealing a smile. Neither Suen Wuon, nor 21, nor Suen Wuon could elicit a grin from Rongwei. It wasn't due to any physical ailment. She simply did not find joy in laughter. She preferred training and exercise, much like Suen Wuon, and enjoyed reading, even displaying a level of intelligence that often saw her pondering like an adult. During the latest World Martial Arts Tournament, Rongwei effortlessly defeated all competitors, including Satan and Bidalai. Bidalai remained unmarried, wholly devoted to martial arts training. While they couldn't walk the same path as in the memories of past lives, they remained connected as friends, successfully ascending the Kalen Tower. However, Rongwei still felt a lack of challenge. Today, the family went on an outing to a private island owned by Buerma. At this moment, 18 and 21 wore swimsuits, their graceful figures swaying gently with each step. In such picturesque surroundings, Suen Wuon found himself enchanted, relishing a game of beach volleyball with the two women. Chi-Chi and Buerma prepared for a beach barbecue, while Suen Wuon enjoyed a sweet moment with his girlfriend, Paliasai, the daughter of Batisi, who had been encouraged to pursue a relationship with him. Suen Wuon, on the other side, raced Rongwei in swimming. Upon realizing he could not outswim her, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, under Rongwei's bewildered and irritated gaze, he swiftly flew to the finish line. "Grandpa, didn't you promise me you wouldn't turn into a Super Saiyan?" Rongwei's scrutinizing stare made Suen Wuon feel a tad embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. "Ha ha ha, my apologies. Rongwei, it was an accident. Will you forgive your grandpa?" Rongwei's cold expression did not acknowledge Suen Wuon as she swam towards the shore, leaving him momentarily speechless. Anger consumed me. I was truly infuriated, Xiangwei. I apologize, sincerely I do. How about we compete once more? This time, I assure you, I shall not transform into a Super Saiyan. As Sun Wukong swam beside Xiangwei, a look of desperation adorned his face. "Humph," Xiangwei scoffed, swimming to the shore in silence, presenting Sun Wukong with the back of her head. Sun Wukong, utterly dejected, hung his head low, feeling the sting of being disliked. His own granddaughter harbored disdain for him. Such failure, an overwhelming sense of inadequacy loomed over him. Chi-Chi cast a disapproving glance his way, remarking, "You are already a grandfather, yet you still resort to childish antics." Bulma gazed at Xiangwei's petite and exquisite figure in astonishment. Has she truly grown this formidable? Sun Wukong, unable to match her without transforming into a Super Saiyan, felt a mix of awe and resignation. Indeed, she is exceptionally powerful. In response to Chi-Chi's reprimand, Sun Wukong managed a wry smile, observing Xiangwei lounging on a chair while sipping juice. This child possesses potential surpassing even that of Gohan. However, Sun Wukong hesitated, words caught in his throat. Chi-Chi quickly inquired, "What is it, Wukong? What troubles Xiangwei?" Xiangwei is far too rational, perceiving everything with an analytical lens. She even questioned us about the reasons for life's mutual destruction and the essence of existence. After learning the principles of Zizai-ji from me, she further sought knowledge of Ziji-ji from Vegeta. Sun Wukong expressed his concern regarding Xiangwei's excessive rationality, which seemed devoid of emotion. An absolute akin to a systematic set of rules, evoking a sense of eeriness that even surpassed that of the Omni King. Indeed, Xiangwei was entirely different from ordinary children. Bra and Goten, in their youth, were quite mischievous, yet Xiangwei's rationality bordered on the unsettling. Bulma voiced her own perplexity. Sun Wukong recalled a time when he, Piccolo, and Gohan speculated whether Xiangwei had been possessed by a time traveler, conducting investigations that ultimately yielded no abnormalities. Xiangwei exhibited no signs of psychic barriers. Her mental faculties appeared entirely normal for her age. Gohan, Android 18, and Android 21 approached, gazing at Xiangwei reclining beside them. Gohan asked, "What troubles you, Xiangwei? Are you upset because your grandfather has annoyed you again?" "Indeed, father. Do men often make promises they do not keep?" Xiangwei's expression remained impassive. Android 21 interjected, "No, Xiangwei. Your grandfather Wukong is simply a competitive spirit. Everyone is unique, and it is this diversity that shapes our world. Thus, disputes and chaos arise from differing ideologies. Frieza, the gods of destruction, angels, and the Omni King all exist due to this variance in thought. If everyone could unify their beliefs, would peace not ensue, eliminating all conflict? Xiang Wei's words left Gohan, Android 18, Android 21, and the hastily arrived Goten and Pear stunned. What? Xiang Wei, why do you think this way? How could you possibly hold such thoughts? Even the usually composed Android 21 was taken aback by Xiang Wei's unsettling perspective. Xiang Wei gazed at her palms, gently bringing them together, stating, by merging Zizai G and ZGG, I could forge a brand new power. This concept led me to ponder whether unifying all 12 universes, all humans, and even the gods could bring about peace. Android 18 glanced at Gohan, exasperated, and remarked, perhaps you should explain this, Gohan. As a mother, I lack the experience to address such matters. I anticipated that Xiang Wei would be less of a handful as she matured, yet my heart cannot bear this every time. Your reasoning is fundamentally flawed, Xiang Wei. Such a merging would eradicate individuality, transforming existence into something akin to a demon. Each person is an independent vessel, and it is this essence that sustains our universe and world. Gohan struggled with his words, a shivering sensation overwhelming him as he felt fear towards his own daughter. Xiang Wei tilted her head, saying, but there are so many unfortunate individuals. However, since you and everyone else believe this to be incorrect, then it must be wrong. A sigh of relief escaped Gohan, Android 18, and Android 21. At last, they had navigated through this. The children of today are truly extraordinary. After sipping her juice, Xiang Wei said, Android 21, Mother, I have been pondering a question. The Omni King is the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, but what birthed the universe? What is the essence of the void that serves as the origin? Seeing that Xiang Wei had not questioned her, Android 18 felt a pang of hurt. As a mother, she felt utterly insignificant in Xiang Wei's eyes. Another profound question, how she yearned to understand what thoughts resided in that little head. Android 21 inwardly screamed. Gohan gently embraced Android 18, Android 21, and Xiang Wei in a warm hug. Xiang Wei, I cannot say what birthed the universe, but I do know the origin of the void. What is it? Father, please tell me. Xiang Wei looked up, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Gohan's gaze shifted towards Bulma and his father, Suen Wuon, as he smiled. Our void's origin is the Dragon Balls. Everything began with the 7 Eternal Dragon Balls. Eternal Dragon Balls. Xiang Wei looked at her grandfather, Suen Wuon, and Bulma, struggling to comprehend. But Android 21 and Android 18, who were already aware, instantly understood Gohan's meaning. Dressed in their bikinis, Android 21 and Android 18 embraced Gohan's arm and chimed in unison. Indeed, Xiang Wei, those are the Eternal Dragon Balls. The end of the book, final remarks. I sincerely apologize to everyone. Due to the poor performance of this book, I had to cut numerous plot lines, starting from the Cell Saga. Initially, I envisioned it to span 500 to 600 chapters, but the reception was discouraging. Nonetheless, I continued writing, driven by the support of many loyal readers, and I am immensely grateful. Now, let me briefly outline the original plot post-Cell Saga. After the Cell Saga, there would be a 7-year gap where Gohan gradually fell into Android 18's trap, step by step, culminating in a decision involving Videl. This segment of daily life would encompass at least 30 chapters, all of which were omitted. Following the Majin Buu arc, the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the tumultuous encounters with Videl and Android 18 would unfold, leading to the Kaioshin and Majin Buu, and eventually to Majin 21, where the plot would be even more detailed and significant. Due to extensive omissions, the narrative surrounding the Battle of Wits with Majin 21 would have encompassed over 100 chapters. Otherwise, the depiction would not have been so cursory. After Majin 21, the awakening of Beerus would occur, and the original concept involved a connection between 2 universe portals, devised by 21, Gohan, and Bulma. Subsequently, with Whis' assistance, Gohan and Suen Wuon would reach the 10th universe, seeking aid from the angel Kusu. Otherwise, based on Beerus' portrayal in the anime and manga, he would simply languish, waiting for the end. This adjustment was added to expedite the narrative. This time frame would roughly align with the conclusion of the 6th and 7th universe tournaments, and this extensive segment would encompass over 80 chapters. Simultaneously, Frieza would be resurrected by his army on the planet Cyril, using the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, the narrative shifts to the arc of Hyperbolic in the future timeline. The original plot depicts Suen Wuon, and Beijite intensifying their training upon witnessing the formidable power of Kasi, Suen Wuon develops a desire to seek Cassie as a mentor. However, Cassie declines his request. Simultaneously, the death of the 10th universe's Kaioshin, Gawas, at the hands of Zamas is revealed, leading to the disappearance of the god of destruction, Long Mixi. Before succumbing to slumber, Cassie sends Suen Wuon to the future timeline to pursue Zamas. After killing Gawas, Zamas ascends to the position of Kaioshin, but, fearing Suen Wuon, uses the time ring to escape to the future timeline ahead of him, joining forces with the future Zamas. Having previously observed the battle between Vegeta and Majin 21, Zamas' actions trigger a butterfly effect, resulting in both Zamas making a wish that swaps the bodies of Suen Wuon and Beijite, subsequently leading to the demise of the Kaioshin from the 12 universes in the future timeline before arriving on Earth in the 7th universe. At that time, the Future Bureau was still training in the 10th universe. Upon discovering Long Mixi's disappearance and Cassie's slumber, she swiftly sensed something amiss and utilized a time-traveling device to reach the 7th universe. After the deaths of the 12 universes Kaioshin, she confronted Suen Wuon and Beijite, who wreaked havoc. The Z fighters attempted to intervene, but all perished except for 21, who devised a plan to seal Beijite using the magician seal wave and aimed to consume Suen Wuon. However, Zamas, transformed into Suen Wuon, was aware of 21's capabilities and evaded her attack, liberating Beijite. Utilizing the unique properties of her Majin Buu cells and the infinite energy of the androids, 21 valiantly restrained Suen Wuon and Beijite until Suen Wuon arrived. Ultimately, Suen Wuon and Beijite could not withstand Suen Wuon. By fusing with the Patera earrings, they transformed into Beijite, swiftly defeating Suen Wuon, who would have perished were it not for 21's healing. After returning from the 10th universe via the time-traveling device, Future Bureau encountered Beijite, her eyes filled with fervor and a peculiar obsession to fuse with Suen Wuon, even concocting several names for this fusion. In her discourse, she spoke of love's union, the greatest and most profound love, and the ultimate love of fusion, all of which left Suen Wuon feeling uneasy and resistant to merging. Eventually, 21 devised a strategy. If it failed, Suen Wuon would fuse with Future Bureau to confront Beijite. The plan involved Future Bureau employing a forced separation technique learned on Yadata Law, successfully separating Beijite into 3. Subsequently, Future Bureau and Suen Wuon vanquished Suen Wuon and Beijite. With Cassie's assistance, Suen Wuon departed the future timeline, returning to the present where he resurrected Kaioshin Gawas and Long Mixi. Cassie awakened and accepted Suen Wuon as her disciple, thus concluding the arc of Beijite, which spanned approximately 80 chapters. Following this, with the aid of the Dragon Balls from Shilier Star, Frieza found an optimal training location, maximizing his potential and transforming into Ginyu Force. Concurrently, Frieza's army located Broly, and they set off for Earth. Suen Wuon confronted Ginyu Force while Vegeta battled Broly. 21, having sensed the power of the Grand Kaioshin, retreated to the hyperbolic time chamber for seclusion, thus missing the encounters. Ultimately, they triumphed over Ginyu Force and Broly, this chapter spanning around 20 to 30 chapters. Next came the Power Tournament arc, prompted by the Grand Minister's concern that the 7th universe was too powerful, leading to the inclusion of the God of Destruction as a participant. The 10th universe was deemed too weak. Thus, with the permission of the Omni King and the Grand Minister, Cassie summoned Future Bureau to compete. The originally intended contestants from the 7th universe were Beerus, Suen Wuon, Suen Wuon, Beijite, Bika, 21, 17, 18, Broly, and Ginyu Force. During the Power Tournament, it was due to the presence of Future Bureau and Suen Wuon that Long Mixi aided Beerus, uniting with the 7th universe against the other 6 universes, culminating in a final showdown with Future Bureau. Ultimately, 21 employed a previously devised self-destruct technique to defeat Future Bureau, this chapter comprising approximately 30 chapters. The concluding arc, Gods and Gods, resolved the conflict with Ma Law. The apprentice Angel Mayor C succeeded Cassie, officially becoming the Angel of the 10th universe. While Cassie regained her freedom and temporarily resided in the 7th universe, training Suen Wuon, Suen Wuon, and the others. The astonishing potential of Qing Wei and her perilous assertions led Cassie to reveal the existence of an angel who once sought to rebel against the Omni King, as well as the true reasons behind the destruction of the 13th to 18th universes. Furthermore, She spoke of the original Zero universe, the primordial universe where everything began, and the dragon god Salama, who created the Super Dragon Balls, hailing from the 13th universe. Xiangpa had been secretly gathering the Super Dragon Balls, even aware that they had fractured but believing they could still be utilized. Once assembled, he made wishes consistent with his original character. Though with a desire to conclude matters swiftly, he directly enhanced Xiangpa and Ba Duosi's intelligence and sense of responsibility. Due to the resurrection of the universe on 2 occasions, the negative energy accumulated within the Super Dragon Balls was released by Xiangpa's wish, manifesting as evil dragons scattered across the 12 universes. The negative energy from the Super Dragon Balls corrupted the 12 universes, which was the reason the Omni King previously destroyed the other 6 universes. However, this time, due to Suen Wuon's request, the Omni King refrained from annihilating the 12 universes. As Suen Wuon diligently pursued his training, he ultimately confronted the Super One-Star Dragon and succeeded in defeating it. However, due to the negative energy from the Super Dragon Balls, the souls of the 6 obliterated universes were revived, leading to the emergence of enemies who transcended death and rebirth, gaining immense power that surpassed the Omni King and consumed the 12 universes. This marked the final grand battle, where the 9-year-old Qingwei also comprehended the primordial power of the universe, unafraid of her adversaries and achieving a breakthrough. Following Suen Wuon and Suen Wuon, she reached the pinnacle of existence, merging with Cassie through the Patera earrings to vanquish the formidable foes. Simultaneously, awakened by Qingwei, Suen Wuon, Suen Wuon, and the Grand Minister joined forces to defeat the newly born cosmic rule, the All-Demon, thereby restoring the 18 universes. Cassie, having become the Time Angel, safeguarded the tumult of time and uncovered traces of an interdimensional traveler, tracing their path through time to uncover a hidden secret within Suen Wuon. In the final moments, she discussed the traveler issue with Suen Wuon, and as the Time Angel, Cassie accompanied him to the world of the interdimensional traveler, disguising themselves in the process. Due to the height and physique discrepancies between Suen Wuon and Cassie, he was mistakenly identified as a trafficker and reported to the authorities, leading to a series of humorous incidents, including Saiyan appetites at buffet restaurants and the real-life Suen Wuon at comic conventions. After conducting their investigation, Cassie speculated that the universe where the future traveler resided might pose a threat and contemplated their immediate eradication, but Suen Wuon intervened. Thus, the arc of gods and gods reached its conclusion, beginning with the malevolent dragons from Chaoji Longzhu. This also explains why the names of Sun Wukong and No. 18 are associated with roses. After all, the fusion of Xiaofeng Kusi or Kusi Xiaofeng seems rather peculiar. Hence, I have directly adopted the title from my previous work. If any of the esteemed readers can conceive a more melodious and appealing name for the fusion technique involving Kusi, please feel free to share. The concluding chapter of the saga of gods and deities is expected to encompass nearly 200 chapters. However, due to unsatisfactory outcomes, I have regrettably abandoned these narratives. The scenarios depicted above were intended to be the entirety of my original outline, but the lack of success led to their cessation. Perhaps I will have the opportunity to revisit Longzhu in the future. I sincerely apologize to everyone and extend my heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support from my readers. Thank you all. I have perhaps written too much extraneous commentary. I shall meet you all in my next book.